Chapter 361. The leader participates. The person who fired the gun removed the empty magazine and threw it on the ground. Then he reloaded a new magazine. Almost every one of the 6 people who just stepped out of the line was shot into a hornet's nest. The scene was terribly quiet. It seemed that the first person who spoke would eat the bullet. Mr. Su was the first to break the silence. I think you guys have misunderstood. I am asking the 6 people from your 2 communities to participate, but definitely not this kind of little scoundrel. You want us to play? The Overlord instantly understood what Mr. Su meant. Mr. Su wanted to bring some of their leaders on board. Watch a trap beast fight. Certainly, the reason why I invite you to participate is, naturally, I want to try your skills. If it were just some ordinary horses, what's the point? Who do you want to play? You, he, and him and her. Mr. Su pointed to 6 people in succession. He happens to be the Overlord, Dragon-Bearded Tiger, Painter, Fire Phoenix, Silver Fox, Chen Dongsheng and 6 people. No, I'm an old man now. How can I fight with you group of young people? The Overlord hasn't spoken yet. The old man who is the first to jump out an object. I won't fight either. I am a female generation. How can I beat you? That's good. I'm looking for a subordinate who can fight best. Huifeng also continued. I can't die here. I want to avenge my son. Chen Dongsheng said without raising his head. Then you 3 won't cry until you see the coffin. Mr. Su did not interrupt the conversation between the 3 of them. But wait until they have finished speaking. After discovering that Long Su and the painter had not spoken, only then did the threats begin. The 3 people who just spoke, still silent. Kill him directly. Lu Menglong waved his hand. Etc. Silver Fox suddenly changed his mind. Then let's have a fight. It's better than dying directly from a gun. Huifeng and Chen Dongsheng did not speak. It means acquiescing to Silver Fox's statement. And at this time, Ba Wang, who had been silent for the whole time, interrupted. They just want to see the joke between our 2 communities. In this case, then let's fight. Fire Phoenix, only you and I are in charge. For me, Inhu and Chen Dongsheng are not considered people from your northern community. For you, the painter was not from the southern community either. So even if there are casualties, it won't hurt our harmony, so that it will affect future cooperation. The Overlord deliberately put the back. Cooperate. 2 words spoken very softly. Almost inaudible. Huifeng was silent for a long time, nodded. Then it's settled. Let's draw lots. Lu Menglong seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. It was settled directly by drawing lots. This made the 6 of them change their minds again. Just smoke when you say it. Mr. Su directly brought over 6 chopsticks. Drew out a dagger. I made 2 casual strokes on 4 of the chopsticks. A set without scratches, a group of scratches, a set of 2 scratches. Huifeng was the first to walk up. Mr. Su grabbed 3 chopsticks. Huifeng randomly picked one. There is a scratch. Huifeng glanced at it casually, and threw the chopsticks on the ground. The second person to come on stage was Silver Fox, who drew one of the remaining 2. No scratches. The remaining chopstick, with 2 scratches, was undoubtedly Chen Dongsheng's. Chen Dongsheng nodded to Mr. Su, to show that he agreed with the draw. The second group to come on stage was the painter, Long Su and Overlord. The 3 did not go up one after another, but went up together, and almost grabbed the chopsticks at the same time. I am one. Long Su glanced at Huifeng. His opponent is Huifeng. Your name is Long Su, right? That's really Dragon versus Dragon, Phoenix versus Phoenix. Mr. Su clapped his hands happily. No scratches. Shurja glanced at his chopsticks, and then threw them on the ground. His opponent is Inhu. If there are no accidents, it's almost a sure win. The remaining Overlord did not speak, but he knew that his opponent was Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng of City Light. The 6 people looked at each other. The expressions are different. Overlord acted a little cautious. The painter still looked indifferent. The Silver Fox's eyes were darting around. And Chen Dongsheng, still lowering his head without saying a word. Only the Fire Phoenix and the Dragon-Bearded Tiger, looking at each other. Okay everyone, in order to prevent you from influencing each other or playing tricks, you 3 groups, start at the same time. Let's decide the winner. Considering that you are all experts, this time the time is half an hour. Lu Menglong held his hands in front of his mouth and breathed. Then he put it into his pocket. The door of the iron cage was opened again. When the 6 people were still hesitating, 2 men carrying guns pointed the gun at them again. Until the 6 people approached the iron cage one after another, the door of the iron cage was locked again. The gunman turned his gun around. And after seeing 6 people walking into the cage, Zhang Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei knows, Overlord and Fire Phoenix should have other arrangements. If in the situation just now, if everyone riots together, it's possible that 2 guns can't take care of everyone at the scene. Most people have a chance. However, several leaders have a high probability of dying. Zhang Wei knows, everyone is betting. As long as one of these 6 people takes the lead in stirring up trouble, others will probably follow immediately. But the person taking the lead, it is estimated that it will immediately attract the firepower of 2 guns. Almost certain death. Zhang Wei estimated, if it is a different venue, maybe some people will take risks. It's just this pharmaceutical factory, all roads are blocked. The entire pharmaceutical factory is still a huge prison that makes people dare not take risks. If the people here must be allowed to riot, unless some external force breaks the balance here. Zhang Wei thought of Wufeng and Bawang's hundreds of people. Are they already lurking around the pharmaceutical factory? Mr. Su, and this group of people, do you really not know what those people are doing? Or let the bosses kill each other in the ring? This is the plan of Mr. Su and others to draw fire from under the cauldron. 6 bosses compete, finally attracted everyone's attention. Let people who didn't pay much attention to the fighting at first. He also focused his gaze on the center of the field. Next to Liu Kang's body, the upper body has almost been eaten by zombies to complete the skeleton. There was a huge pool of blood on the ground. The zombies in the cage are getting more and more crazy. And Zhang Wei had to be glad that he was not a contestant in this round. Otherwise, if you were matched with someone like a painter or an overlord, he really didn't know how to end it. But Zhang Wei is also an extremely cautious person. I am planning to take advantage of this opportunity. Take a look at these contestants. Since he is the leader or talker of a region, it's definitely not as simple as it seems. The time is now 9:58. I hope you will arrive before 10:30. A winner can be determined. Mr. Su's words came from the high platform. Zhang Wei always felt that they were delaying time on purpose. Because real masters fight life and death, the winner can often be decided in 3 to 5 minutes. And it is here, Zhang Wei heard Manager Sun say to a subordinate, "You two go to the rooftop. If you see an airplane coming, report to me immediately." Chapter 362 The Battle Between Dragon and Phoenix. Airplane, could it be that helicopter? If something goes wrong, let's go to the 3rd floor. Zhang Wei said to Tiexiong next to him. Zhang Wei always felt that there was an unknown danger approaching. What are you doing on the 3rd floor? Old Man Tai was stunned. The road down here, everywhere is blocked, 300 to 400 people, squeezed into this area of less than 1 or 2 square kilometers. If a zombie crisis breaks out, it can be said that no one can escape. The equipment workshop on the 2nd floor can be used as a buffer, and the rooms on the 3rd floor, many are partitioned off. Just find one and use it to guard against death. In fact, what Zhang Wei had in mind was not to strictly guard against death, but picking up leaks. A zombie crisis is really about to break out in the workshop on the 1st floor of the pharmaceutical factory. It can only be said that the survivors and zombies are equally victorious. Because the people here, most carry weapons. And zombies cannot erupt out of thin air. There will always be a process of infection in the middle. There may be risk factors. It will be solved in advance. And Zhang Wei always has this sense of risk involuntarily. It's just a similar experience with power plants, Walmart supermarkets, and zombies besieging schools, etc. When Zhang Wei was thinking, the door of the iron cage was closed again. In order to prevent people inside from escaping, he was even chained up. And the iron cage at this time, the 6 people also stood in 3 corners. Fire Phoenix and Dragon Bearded Tiger are in a corner. The painter is in a corner with the silver fox. Overlord and Qin Dongsheng were in a corner. The only corner where no one is, there were the bodies of several previous people on the ground. Those were the Peng brothers and Jiang Kun, who had just died. Hu Jun. And the small iron cage inside the big iron cage, Liu Kang, who was dragged to the iron cage by the zombies and finished eating. The head was too big and couldn't get in. The entire body was pulled into a weird arc. There are still zombies pulling and biting like crazy. The entire pharmaceutical factory, they are all filled with the smell of blood. It's just 10 o'clock now. Everyone can start your performance. Mr. Su shouted loudly. The dragon-bearded tiger looked at the Fire Phoenix. He muttered, "I never hit a woman. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't fight, you will die." Wufeng touched the back of his head. He took out a hairpin and rushed out. The dragon-bearded tiger seemed to have known for a long time that the Fire Phoenix would take action. "I will no longer hold back," sweeping his legs and throwing him out. The Fire Phoenix waved its arms to block it. This leg directly swept Wufeng's shoulder. The fire phoenix immediately flew out of the sky. It hit the iron cage. So you don't know how to fight? Longsu said somewhat speechlessly. Cut the nonsense. Huifeng glanced at his hairpin and said, it's a golden hairpin. It also seems to be longer than chopsticks. After pulling out the hairpin, Fire Phoenix's hair was not scattered, still coiled up into a ball. This hairpin is just a decoration. Or a hidden weapon. It's a pity that Fire Phoenix was used too early. Zhang Wei knew it at a glance. This weapon is used at critical moments. You can achieve the same unexpected effect as your own chopsticks. But after using it in advance, already noticed by the dragon-bearded tiger, there is no use for it. And Zhang Wei knew as soon as he saw the fight between the dragon-bearded tiger and the Fire Phoenix, although this woman Huifeng knows some fists and kicks, but it is completely different from the dragon-bearded tiger. He was beaten so hard that he vomited blood. The movement also became much slower. After Longsu found out the background of Huifeng, I also became calm. When taking action, they tried their best to avoid the vital points of the Fire Phoenix. Although the fighting was noisy, Huifeng was also kept groaning, but it is estimated that the battle will not be over in a short time. The dragon-bearded tiger is a smart man. He is waiting for change. He is from the southern community. Huifeng said that he could not die in his hands otherwise. Even if he gets out of here alive, there will never be peace. The people from Fengyihuading will definitely cause trouble for him. And if in the end Mr. Su and others. Execution. Loser, that's different again, on the contrary. It can make people in the northern and southern communities share the same hatred. Arena competition is a game for smart people. Longsu knew it from the beginning. And the painter and the silver fox, the fight also started. I thought that an old man like Yin who was in his 60s or 70s, would not the painter's enemy at all. Unexpectedly, he and the painter had a back-and-forth fight. This old pedophile, only 58 years old, he just looks a little older. My hair is half white, so others call him Silver Fox. I heard he is as cunning as a fox. A Lu next to him explained to Zhang Wei. Your skills are quite good. Why use a scalpel as a weapon? Zhang Wei worked with a Lu before. Li Erkan's problem was solved. I'm a nurse. The scalpel is my weapon. Nurse? Male nurse? Zhang Wei was stunned. How? Look down on male nurses. No, I know there are male nurses. It's just that there are relatively few boys studying this major. I have a friend named Zhouan. I originally planned to study medicine after graduating from high school. Study nursing, unexpectedly. Zombies broke out in the apocalypse. That friend of yours is dead? No, well done. I'll introduce you to you next time. He changed to study Chinese medicine. Zhang Wei thought of the miserable Zhouan. The legs should be almost healed by now. Yin Hu is also a knife player, but no one has seen his knife. Ale continued. What's the meaning? Have no idea. Maybe everyone I saw is dead. Perhaps only Demingzi's dog-headed strategist Guisho has seen it. Although A Lu was explaining, but his eyes were fixed on the exchange between the Silver Fox and the painter. Longsu and his boss Overlord were ignored by him. That guy called the painter is not simple either. I heard that he used to be a policeman. Ale continued. Shurja is a policeman? This is the first time Van Wei has heard this statement. Zhang Wei recently felt like he had stabbed the police in their lair. From the stick Wang Yukun, to the prison guard Shan Mao, to the ragged Uncle Rainy Day trapped on the 3rd floor, and the man named Lu Weihua in Shurja's painting who disappeared 3 years ago. These people seem to be police officers, or police-like. Zhang Wei even suspected that Mu, who escaped from prison and was very close to Shan Mao, and the water ghost who should have been shot dead, might also be undercover police officers of the gang. If that's the case, the police chief Wang Yukun is also playing a big game. Demingzi is forming the Nine Gates Admiral. Wang Yukun is also planning secretly. Everyone thought that the Wang Yukun police station had fallen after the apocalypse. He is a polished commander. It seems to be a big mistake. How do you know the painter is a policeman? Zhang Wei saw Lu and said nothing. Started asking again. I have no idea, but I heard the dead A Biao say before, a Biao once made the painter drunk. He got the words out. The painter is a pervert. It seems to be a special profession among the police, is a psychological profiler. The criminal can be described based on the crime scene. It can also be based on the description of the victim. Use A4 paper to draw the prisoner's head. What does this have to do with the painter being a pervert? Student boy. You don't understand, because criminal profiling, it is prepared for some extreme cases. The profiler analyzes the crime scene and the offender's behavior to infer the psychological characteristics of the offender, character, living environment, profession, growth background and personality traits, etc. I think I understand. You still don't understand. You have to think about why the painter's neighborhood, he was alone. I once read a book about criminal psychology. The criminal behavior and motivations of the criminals cannot be the same. An act of representation, there are many possibilities behind it. This guy, the painter, must have a mental problem. He killed everyone in the neighborhood, just to calculate all possible crimes, but after the end of the world, looking for criminal motives, it has become unimportant, so I saw you come out of him alive, feel very strange. Ali's words made Jiang Wei scared for a while. Chapter 363 Firepower Showdown. Maybe the painter thought we were no threat to him, so he didn't do anything. Jiang Wei smiled awkwardly. The fight between Silver Fox and the painter had already reached a fever pitch. Neither of them used any weapons, but there had been many collisions between them. The old man Silver Fox must have been a martial artist in the past. His lower body was particularly stable, and every time the painter made a move, he would intercept him halfway. Chinese martial arts? The painter was a little suspicious. Yours is military-style boxing, right? Open and close. This trick is of little use. The Silver Fox kicked the painter in the air and hit him in the chin. Pinch the painter's ankle. There is an empty pull to the side. The painter can only take advantage of the situation. Pull out a one-word horse on the ground. Seeing that the painter's legs were no longer able to attack, the Silver Fox immediately captured him, running towards the painter's Adam's apple. The painter knows, with the strength of a Silver Fox dividing muscles and bones, it only takes a moment for the Adam's apple to be broken. He quickly leaned back again, a narrow escape. But his hand reached toward Silver Fox's armpit, punch out, pushed the Silver Fox back 2 steps away. When the Silver Fox attacked again, the painter has stood up again. But this time, the painter, he also became very cautious. This old man is not as simple as he seems. Silver Fox leaned forward slightly, but he took the initiative. A slap, straight to the painter's throat. The painter knows. Silver Fox's attack went straight to the gate of life. Without using weapons, the weakest places in the human body, it's almost like Adam's apple, temple, Xiaoyin and other places. Even if you get hit hard, it shouldn't be fatal immediately. However, these places have been hit by experts, either dead or disabled, or lose combat effectiveness immediately. When the Silver Fox's right hand attacked the painter's throat, the left hand is grabbing the painter's vagina. You are indeed a pervert. The painter could only block the Silver Fox's right hand casually, and tried his best to intercept Silver Fox's left hand. It is precisely because of this, and Silver Fox used his right hand to push hard, immediately knocked the painter away, almost unsteady on his feet. Between body shape swapping, the painter's body is close to the iron cage. But this iron cage is not the outer iron cage. It's an iron cage holding zombies inside. A few zombies with relatively long arms. His fingers have already grabbed the painter's back, but because the painter has more clothes, these zombies only left a few blood stains on the painter's body. The painter shouted lowly. What a risk! Just now, he only needed to take another half step back, or squat down another 10 centimeters. His neck will be scratched by the zombie's nails. This guy's Silver Fox, first-hand attack, it was just a cover-up for him to attack the painter's private parts. And attack the underworld, it's just a cover-up to force the painter in front of the zombies. While several people were still in shock. Silver Fox's third attack has arrived. A sweeping leg kick, the painter's inevitable retreat. The painter can only kick him in the back, with the help of the power of the iron cage, leap across the sky, finally found an opening, kick Silver Fox in the chest. This blow, with the power of ejection from the iron cage bars, the painter's calf was almost bitten by a zombie. It can be said to be dangerous and dangerous. Silver Fox put his hands on his chest. He caught the painter's blow abruptly. He took 7 or 8 steps back in a row. Only then did he stop his retreat. The painter also took the opportunity to run over, away from the central iron cage. The two were in a stalemate again. But from the perspective of fighting, both seemed to be attacking tentatively, not trying my best. And the fight between Overlord and Qin Dongsheng, it is completely different from the other two groups of people. The fight between the two of them was brutal. Overlord doesn't care about Qin Dongsheng's identity. Every attack, they all tried their best. Qin Dongsheng was beaten until he vomited blood soon after. Qin Dongsheng is also a ruthless character. Even if he was almost beaten to death, there was no publicity whatsoever. Still trying desperately to block it again and again, I hope I can withstand the Overlord's killing move. Mr. Su, who was watching the show next to him, he nodded with satisfaction. The Overlord's move, quick, ruthless, the range of movement is very small, But in front of amateur boxers like Chen Dongsheng, every shot is a killing move. Just a few rounds, Chen Dongsheng lay on the ground, never got up again. Even if Overlord stepped on Chen Dongsheng's finger and walked over, he didn't react at all. I win. Overlord smiled at Mr. Su and said, "Good, you qualify for the next round." Mr. Su took out a cigarette and lit it. But he didn't care about Chen Dongsheng's life or death. Smoke, smoke. Zhao Jinxiong looked at Mr. Su, who was smoking. The addiction to smoking is back. Brother, toilet paper. Please take it easy. That guy kills people without batting an eyelid. The 6 people killed by the shuttle just now, no one survived. Don't you remember? Lu Renjiao patted Zhao Jinxiong on the shoulder. Asshole, when I get a chance to kill this kid, I have to search for all his cigarettes. Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth. In less than 10 minutes, Overlord completely eliminated Chen Dongsheng. However, the Overlord did not kill him. This made Zhang Wei feel a little regretful. This guy's son Chen Yuxuan, it fell into the hands of Zhang Wei back then. Farmers used arrows with zombie viruses. He poked Chen Yuxuan's butt. Even though he was apparently letting him go, in fact, the probability of corpse transformation is as high as 90%. This incident actually happened just a few days ago, and Chen Dongsheng was still immersed in great sorrow. The news that Zhang Wei was the culprit, of course, had not yet reached his ears. We have to find a way to kill that guy, Zhang Wei said in a low voice. Sometimes, it is not about being too fussy, but about cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. After the duel between Ba Wang and Chen Dongsheng ended, the door of the cage in the fighting arena was not opened directly. It seemed that it was still waiting for the other 2 groups to decide the winner. Dragon-bearded Tiger saw that Overlord had already eliminated Chen Dongsheng. I will no longer hold back. Attack the Fire Phoenix with all your strength. Fire Phoenix has a little bit of fists and feet, but it is only a few points better than ordinary people. Within a few rounds, he was caught by the Dragon-bearded Tiger. The golden hairpin in the hand, it was also taken away by the Dragon-bearded Tiger. The Dragon-bearded Tiger poked out with a few casual strokes. 3 bloody holes were left on Huofeng's thigh. The Fire Phoenix stood unsteadily, even though I'm limping. I still want to snatch this hairpin. He was stabbed in the waist by the Dragon-bearded Tiger again. Huofeng immediately covered his waist, wailed on the ground. Is this hairpin so important to you? Was it a gift from your concubine? Longsu casually threw the hairpin on the ground. I win, Longsu said loudly. Mr. Su nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Wei looked at his watch and said, less than 15 minutes have passed. Zhang Wei actually doesn't pay attention to who wins and who loses. Rather, they are more concerned about the fate of the losers. If the loser does not face death directly, Zhang Wei will also hold back when he matches someone he knows. If after 15 minutes, if all the losers are massacred by Mr. Su, Zhang Wei will also go all out. Now, only the painter Shirsha and the old man Silver Fox are left. Chapter 364 Cunning Silver Fox. Naturally, Silver Fox and the painter had noticed the movements in the field. How? Your northern communities, you are the only one left. The painter looked at this skinny old man. It's not fair. Huofeng and Chen Dongsheng should never have had their turn to play. Silver Fox said, a little unhappy. No way, pharmaceutical factory people can call the 6 of us by name accurately. It can be seen that they have also conducted investigations beforehand. Silver Fox, I think we are all being screwed by the pharmaceutical people. The so-called underground boxing match, it's just an excuse to catch us all. Even without this boxing match, they will also find other reasons. Your name is Painter? It seems that you are also a smart person. My name is Shirsha. My profession is a painter. You are a clever painter. Silver Fox glanced at the platform. The height of the platform is only 1 meter higher than the level where Silver Fox and others are dueling. Mr. Su is still watching from a distance. But Lu Menglong kept wandering around the big cage, quietly observing the details of everyone's fight. The 2 of them stopped talking nonsense. Fight again. This time, it was Shirsha who attacked first. Shirsha no longer had the initial rashness. Instead, work steadily, directly attacked the Silver Fox's front. Although such a move, easy to be easily resolved, the damage caused is quite limited, but it can indeed consume the Silver Fox's physical strength to the greatest extent. The reason why boxing is afraid of young people, to a certain extent. Middle-aged and elderly people are prone to physical exhaustion. After Shirsha became conservative, Silver Fox couldn't do anything to him for a while. Because the offense is conservative, it also means the defense tends to be tighter. Several attacks of the Silver Fox, all were easily resolved by Shirsha. And the fight between the 2, It was evenly divided from the very beginning. The silver fox gradually became at a disadvantage. There were only the last 5 minutes left. Zhang Wei became a little worried for the two of them. At this time, it would be best to have a winner. The victors, the dragon-bearded tiger and the overlord, already gathered next to the two fighting men, but he didn't take action. Instead, he nervously observed the iron cage in the middle. Once this iron cage is opened, they also had to face a large number of zombies, a last-ditch fight. Although the probability of survival is very slim, but there is a silver lining. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, focused all his attention on the two guns. The biggest threat on the scene, still from those two guns. Zombies can only be ranked second. I have to remind you, there are only the last 3 minutes left. This time it was Lu Menglong who was outside the cage next to him who spoke. If you are within the prescribed time, cannot solve each other, that's the same result as the people before. Both the painter and the silver fox were panting. If the two were acting at the beginning, they were already fighting with all their strength at this time. Waiting for the situation to change will not solve the problem at all. After nearly half an hour of fighting, both of them have consumed a lot of physical strength. In this situation, if the zombies are released, they will almost certainly die. Old man, why don't you admit defeat? What are you talking about? There are still 3 minutes. Let me see what you can do. Silver Fox took out a metal spoon from his butt pocket. See the sharp edge of the spoon, the painter also became very cautious. It turns out this is the Silver Fox. The Silver Fox is your weapon? The painter took it from his clothes pocket, took out a folding knife, then slowly opened it. It seems that you and I are not taking the usual path. This is a pencil sharpener, usually used to sharpen paint brushes. Although there is no light shining on it, but the moment the two men took out their weapons, it still caused exclamations from most people present. This means that the last 2 minutes, the two of them are going to decide the outcome. The Silver Fox holds the spoon, thumb on the bottom of the spoon. The painter no longer hesitates, immediately kill the Silver Fox. The distance between two people, it's only 3 steps away. The Silver Fox was instantly approached by the painter. The folding knife is small and exquisite, hidden between the painter's fists. Every time it almost touched the Silver Fox's body. A small spoon from the Silver Fox, also jumping on his hands within seconds. Scratches were left on the painter's body. The reason why the scratches are clearly visible is because when the blade cuts across, the cotton wool or down inside the cotton padded clothes will also burst out. Watching the fight between the two, Zhang Wei couldn't help but think of an illusion from TV. The highest level of sword used by a master of swordsmanship, even grass, trees, bamboo, and stone can be used as swords. The knives of these two guys, there is no doubt that short weapons are used to the extreme. Boss, what are you talking to yourself about? Lu Renjiao listened for a long time without hearing clearly. I said they're swords. This is the expression of using short weapons to the extreme. I've always wanted to build 2 long knives, used to deal with zombies, but now I feel I need to prepare 2 more daggers. Every inch long is equal to an inch strong, but every inch short also means an inch dangerous. In an environment like an iron cage, restricted everywhere, a short knife is most effective. That makes sense. By the way, old man, if we get out of here alive, can you also help me make 2 knives? Lu Renjiao looked at Tai Xiong behind him. No problem. Tetsuo nodded seriously. What else does Zhao Zhenxiong want to say? But he was suddenly attracted by the fighting in the field. It turned out that the painter stabbed the Silver Fox in the shoulder. But he was suddenly kicked a few meters away by Silver Fox. Then he covered his eyes and backed away. Until I retreated to the edge of the outer iron cage, there is no way out. Silver Fox immediately stuck to it. Take your own spoon. It hit the main artery in the painter's neck. You lose, Silver Fox said in a deep voice. What's going on? Zhang Wei was just distracted by the conversation between Lu Renjia and Tiexiong. I didn't know what happened for a while. It seems that the old manning who has spread something. The painter's eyes were blurred. Okay. Winning by surprise. Ginger is still spicy when old. Lu Menglong and Mr. Su both applauded appreciatively. Just some silver powder. Follow the authority in urgent matters. There's not enough time. Silver Fox gasped. I lost. I admit defeat. The painter struggled to stand up, blinking his eyes hard, hoping to use his tears to wash away the things that temporarily blinded him. When Zhang Wei saw this, from my own backpack, pull out 2 plastic bottles. One of them is drinking water, one is cooking oil. Zhang Wei took out a bottle of mineral water and threw it away. Flush with water. The water bottle passed through the bars of the iron cage. It fell just at the painter's feet. The painter immediately opened the bottle cap without hesitation. Start flushing your eyes. Soon his eyesight was finally restored. But his eyes were still red. Okay, everyone. I said at the beginning that this is a 6-3 qualifying match. The winner will enter the next round. And the loser will naturally follow the rules of the game. Which is death. Send the three of them to death. Mr. Su had just finished speaking. Someone opened the iron cage. And then pulled out the half-dead Huafeng and Chen Dongsheng. The painter was also detained by the two. Don't waste bullets. Just cut their throats and let them bleed. Lu Menglong waved his hand. Don't waste bullets. Don't they have many bullets? Zhang Wei heard this sentence. Chapter 365 Foreign Boxers. The painter was not surprised by Lu Menglong's words. Just looked at him coldly. More than a dozen people rushed up immediately, while the Fire Phoenix, Chen Dongsheng and others were put under control. One of the younger brothers, the knife stretched directly towards Huafeng's neck, which was not struggling. The overlord shouted loudly, Wait, Mr. Su, why do you have to go to this point? This woman's identity is not ordinary. She is the head of Fengqi Huiding, one of the 8 major families. If she died here, you people from the pharmaceutical factory, it is estimated that they will all die. The 8 major families are engaged in internal strife. Maybe half of it will be left in the future. Which will be good. I give him hell, do it. Mr. Su continued to shout at the people below. A gangster had already put the knife in his hand close to Huafeng's neck. When preparing for a horizontal pull, there was a huge roar outside the house. Something's happening. The people watching inside were whispering to each other. It's a plane. This is the sound of the propeller. Miss, the eldest lady must be back. Miss, didn't the eldest lady go out with those 2 people? I don't know. I heard that the eldest lady's boxer was defeated by a man named Biao. This time she went out specifically to look for boxers. I haven't shown up in the past few days. I guess I just went to look for new seeds. It's no wonder. People after the end of the world, there is no one out of 10, can hit people. It's indeed still too little. When the crowd was talking about it, Zhang Wei, however, looked out the window of the pharmaceutical workshop of the pharmaceutical factory. That's the direction of the administration building. That's where the roar came from. We'll do it later. Mr. Su stopped the person who took action. Painter, Fire Phoenix, Chen Dongsheng and 3 others also escaped. Not long after, a younger brother ran over panting, said, Mr. Su, that plane is coming. I heard it. I want you to say, don't I need you to report it as soon as possible? Mr. Su, I came here as fast as I could. You don't know. The administrative building has a total of 13 floors. I came down from the top floor. Some floors in the middle. There are also debris blocking the stairwell. After reaching the ground again, it will take another minute or 2 to come over. So. Okay, stop talking nonsense, you go down. Mr. Su waved with some disgust. It seems to be the same as what the crippled old man said. The plane was parked on the tarmac of the administration building. The real man behind the scenes, he should show up soon. Not long after, the door of the pharmaceutical factory was completely opened. A blast of cold air blew in from outside. A somewhat coquettish woman wearing leather pants walked in. The woman's lower body is wearing black leather pants, but the upper body is a red down jacket. Seems a little out of place, but her figure is surprisingly good. It seems like he just got off the plane. Women are still a little uncomfortable with the cold outdoors, until I walked into the large workshop next to the pharmaceutical factory, still stamping his feet in annoyance. Manager's son, Director Lu, Mr. Su immediately rushed forward to greet him. Is this the so-called eldest lady? Lu Renjia said somewhat speechlessly. This eldest lady looks a bit rustic. How are things going here? The woman asked directly. The game has just begun, 9 into 3. 3 people have been eliminated now, preparing for execution. Oh, there are 3 more games to come? The woman suddenly became interested. Yes, madam. Have you found the foreign aid you are looking for? And those 2. Big shot. Didn't I come with you? Everyone is here. They had something to eat in the administration building. Come back later. Good, miss. Please come this way. You came in time. Just in time to watch this follow-up game. Mr. Su led the eldest lady up. He sat on one of the 2 middle chairs among the 6. Don't kill anyone. Pull it aside and wait until the game is over to talk about it. Don't dirty the eldest lady's eyes. Lu Menglong stopped the gangster who continued to kill. Painter, Fire Phoenix, Chen Dongsheng and 3 others also escaped. What is the origin of this young lady? Zhang Wei secretly asked Tai Xiong behind him. Tiexiong is from a pharmaceutical factory. Tiexiong has been here for so long, only he knows best. She is the corporate legal person of Hansen Pharmaceuticals. He is also a major shareholder. When zombies don't break out, Hansen Pharmaceuticals is still a listed company. She owns 18% of the company. How can he own so many shares of a listed company at such a young age? Does she know how to run a company? Zhang Wei felt that he had underestimated this woman. No, he inherited his father's shares. In fact, Hansen Pharmaceuticals is still a family business in name only. Mature listed companies grasp major policies and market trends. The board of directors has long been running the operation. She is a corporate legal person. It's just a sign. Has this woman been holding these perverted competitions here? Yes, before you, such a game. It has been held 6 times within 6 months. Why would you do such a thing? On the one hand, it is to establish prestige. On the other hand, it is to transfer conflicts. You have to know that at times like this, hundreds of people work in a large workshop. Under high-pressure environment, it is inevitable that someone will start trouble, and this kind of arena competition just give these people an outlet for their emotions. And the people in the pharmaceutical factory, I also took the opportunity to clear away some of the thorns that were disobedient to discipline. Complete the reshuffle of pharmaceutical factories. If I'm not wrong, you don't hear anything about the inside of this pharmaceutical factory from the outside world. Do you? Yes, rumor has it that this place never comes back. Zhang Wei thought of all the people at the beginning. Don't even let him come to this place. Yes, before we came here, heard that too. It's actually the people who come here are all under control. People die every day in pharmaceutical factories. We also need to add some fresh blood. Some people died cleaning up zombies. Some people died in fierce battles in the ring. Some people died of hunger and cold. Some people died from the epidemic. Others died in mysterious circumstances. You shouldn't be here. As soon as it comes, then make it safe. Just play it by ear. Zhang Wei knows. Just now the painter Huafeng and others, after seeing that the people here are really doing something to them. I will definitely find a chance to fight against it, and he? As long as he takes away the grandchildren and grandchildren of Taixiong. As for the death and death of others, God is going to reign, Mother is going to marry, go with him. At this moment, 3 leaders of the pharmaceutical factory, I am also talking about what I discussed with the young lady. Not long after, they seemed to discuss the results. Mr. Su took a few steps forward, said, 3 people wins, we'll fight with the 3 of us next, 3 you step forward. Mr. Su finished, Overlord, Silver Fox, Dragon Tiger slowly stepped onto the stage. At this time, the painter, Fire Phoenix, although Chen Dongsheng and others were unwilling, but he could only be helplessly controlled by them. Mr. Su looked at Zhang Wei again. Zhang Wei had no choice but to step onto the stage. Shall the 4 of us decide the winner? Overlord looked at Long Suhu and Zhang Wei beside him. There is also a Silver Fox, who succeeded in promotion through abnormal means. No. No. No, you are wrong. Didn't I tell you the rules from the beginning? This guy was promoted directly. You 3, fight 3 of our men. Mr. Su raised his hand, signaling Zhang Wei to go down. Zhang Wei had no choice but to go down again. Let me introduce to you 3 people from our pharmaceutical factory. The first one, it's our workshop director Lu Menglong. He is also a champion of the ring competition, and the overall champion of the previous 5 arena competitions. Mr. Su pointed at Lu Menglong and said, who was the overall champion of the previous 5 arena tournaments? Zhang Wei asked Tiexiong behind him. 2 months ago, the pharmaceutical factory allowed the champions and runners-up of the previous 5 arena competitions to compete once again. Lu Menglong is the overall champion. Is this guy so good at fighting? Don't underestimate him. He used to do underground boxing. The second is the super police, our Mr. Prisoner. One person was pulled up. Both hands and feet were bound by chains. It was exactly what Zhang Wei and others encountered before, what Taipeng said. Uncle Rainy Day. Oh my god, it's him. Is he still alive? Right, it's him, nicknamed Prisoner. I heard he is still a policeman. That's right. Last time I saw him take down a dozen zombies with his bare hands. This guy is very capable of fighting. In order to capture him, the pharmaceutical factory. But many people died, but he seems to have lost a lot of weight. Such a sick person, I guess he is no match for Lu Menglong. People at the scene were talking a lot. The third one is the foreign aide our eldest lady found in the old city. This friend is an underground boxing champion, who has been in the limelight recently. He is the king of strength. Mr. Su finished speaking. A man in a windbreaker came to the door with his hands in his pockets. Zhang Wei and others were stunned. Lu Dolly. Chapter 366 returned with great force. It's Lu Dali, Lu Renjia said somewhat stammering. Who is Lu Dali? Ah Xing has never met Lu Dali. He is a master? Zhang Wei stopped Zhao Jinxiong, who was about to explain. With his eyes. You really shouldn't recognize Lu Dali at this time. At this time. In Zhang Wei's heart, but there was a moment of surprise and uncertainty. Lu Dali, who is rumored to be imprisoned with a stick, why are you here? I also heard that Lu Dali was a fellow countryman of Demingzi. He adopted him as a closed-door younger brother. I don't know if it's true or not. It's easy for Demingzi to recruit a younger brother. Hundreds of people throughout the old city call him Big Brother. But it's not easy to be a closed-down brother. Because Demingzi is the younger brother in the true sense, there are only two people. Mad Dog and Wood. And Lu Dali is a closed disciple. It is of the same generation as Rabid Dogs and Wood. In gangs, seniority means the right to speak. And after the end of the world, loss of the rule of law, things like status, more valued by most people. Mumu is the boxer invited by the eldest lady to help out. Ghost Hand has arranged for Ian, who to come here to seize the medicine. That big man probably won't send anyone here again. So, it's a coincidence that Lu Dali came here. This guy Lu Dali, I have been missing for nearly half a year. Where did it go? Demingzi has been secretly training him to no avail. Such an arena match, it was not something he could participate in as a student. Zhang Wei knew that Lu Dali was very skilled. Not just what he did. Chopstick killer. Skill, what's more is the ability to comprehend and learn. This was the reason why Zhang Wei tried every means to recruit him into his team. So at that time, in order to make Lu Dali trust him, he deliberately went to the faculty apartment to save Director Wang Jing's wife, and put himself in danger. But then when we were fighting in Walmart, because the rabid dog released a man wearing a helmet. Iron-headed zombie, Zhang Wei. Lu Dali and others got separated. Others met one after another, only Lu Dali has had no news. The only source I heard from, it was Lu Dali, who did this for a woman named Wang Rilin. He stabbed a young man named Wang Pinyuan in the eye. I heard that this guy is the only son of Wang Guangliang, the head of City Light. The following news, it was Lu Dali, who was arrested by Wang Yukun. I didn't expect it to show up here again today. When Zhang Wei and others were thinking, Lu Dali also walked slowly, until he raised his head and met Zhang Wei's eyes. Lu Dali suddenly walked half a beat slower. Zhang Wei shook his head. He signaled Lu Dali to keep quiet for the time being. Lu Dali glanced at Zhang Wei one by one, Lu Renjia, Zhao Jinxiong and others, but he still walked towards the eldest lady with an expressionless face. Depend on, boss, he seems to be deliberately pretending not to know us, Lu Renjia said softly. Don't talk nonsense, we recognized each other at this time. It will only kill us all. This guy Lu Dali, maybe it can be used as a surprise card next. Zhang Wei told this guy Lu Renjia to shut up quickly. Several leaders from the northern and southern communities, being called by name by people from the pharmaceutical factory to compete in a cage, Zhang Wei always felt that the pharmaceutical factory had arranged spies among them. Behind and around these people, except for Tiexiong and his grandson, the rest can't be trusted. Mr. Su walked next to Lu Dali. Lifting Lu Dali's right hand, he raised it into the air. Everyone, this one is the young boxing champion, who has been in the limelight recently. Although only those under the age of 25 can participate in youth boxing matches, however. The recent underground ring competition in the old city, he achieved a record of 13 games and 13 wins. The person who confronts him, 9 deaths and 4 injuries. Let us give a round of applause to welcome the ring boxing champion that the eldest lady invited back. I don't know if it's Mr. Su's explanation that is responsible for this. Just to give the eldest lady face. This time the audience on stage and off stage, everyone clapped. Mr. Su just finished speaking, then he said to the eldest lady flatteringly, Miss, are those 2 big shots still eating in the administration building? Should we wait for them? No need to wait, start directly, they'll be here later. They had a buffet of Western food, it should be soon. The eldest lady directly asked the people in the pharmaceutical factory to continue the game. What's the name of this young lady? Zhang Wei turned around and asked Tiexiong behind him. It seems to be called Lu Meiwei or something. I studied in Australia before. Tetsuo continued to explain. Australian students? So those 2 big shots, I think I can probably confirm who it is. Zhang Wei was thoughtful. And on the stage at this time, the police prisoner on the 3rd floor was also unchained from his feet and hands. The eldest lady took out a piece of bread and a piece of ribs of an unknown animal from a bag she brought. Thrown in front of the prisoners said, Yang Guang, I haven't had a full meal for almost half a month. you must be so hungry. This is some of the food we have left after you finish eating. Take a good beating. If you don't die today, I will let you go. Zhang Wei originally thought this was called Yang Guang. The rainy day uncle, he is also a proud person. I won't eat this food. Unexpectedly, he lay on the ground and started eating hungrily. A piece of bread and a big piece of pork ribs, killed by him in a few mouthfuls. Is there anything left to eat? Yang Guang stared at the eldest lady with beast-like eyes. I have another piece of bread here. Lu Dali pulled out from his chest. He took out something wrapped in a newspaper, passed it to Yang Guang. Yang Guang devoured it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls again. I haven't had enough food in a long time. If I hadn't eaten sweet potatoes given by several children recently, I've long since starved to death. Not so much. I know your abilities very well. That little devil's sweet potato, I also arranged for you to eat otherwise. You would think that in the ice and snow outside, where can this kid dig sweet potatoes from? I know. Well, you are also a sensible person. Today's fight, give me a good beating, if you win. I will feed you every day. Didn't you say you would let me go if I won? I changed my mind. If you win, I will let you have enough to eat every day. Okay, Yang Guang, just stop bargaining. The eldest lady is looking up to you when she gives you a bite to eat. Let me introduce you to the rules of the game. The rules this time remain the same as what I said before. Or 6 into 3. The losers are naturally the same as the 3 before. Let's feed the zombies together. In order to prevent people in our pharmaceutical factory from killing each other, or draw lots in 2 batches, I will arrange it directly here. From childhood to adulthood, they are number 123, the king of strength is the smallest, he is number 1, Yang Guang is 28 years old, number 2, I am 31 years old, number 3, the rules are the same as before, which of you comes first? Mr. Su is on the ground again, he picked up the chopsticks that the previous people had left behind after drawing lots. But I only picked up 3. I'll go first. Silver Fox said first. After saying that, he went straight up and took out a chopstick. I am number 2, then my opponent, he's the one named Yang Guang. The dragon-bearded tiger and the overlord did not argue. Everyone comes forward, they took away the other 2 chopsticks. Overlord looked at Lu Menglong. Longsuo looked at Lu Dali. Apparently the overlord got the chopstick with 2 scratches. Then, let's start our death game. Lu Menglong pulled out a pair of white gloves from nowhere, wearing it on his hand. Chapter 367 A Prisoner Yang Guang. Lu Menglong is like a magician. Put on a pair of white gloves, wear it on your hand. His opponent is the overlord. Unlike Huifeng in Bay community, who doesn't know how to fist and kick, bullies are almost always beaten from childhood to adulthood. This kind of fighting is not like the one in the movie where you use a machete and a steel pipe to kill people. But between offense and defense, victory and defeat are divided. And Longsuo faced Lu Dali. Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a little worried. No matter how hard Lu Dali can fight, he came out of school. It's only half a year. The arena of life and death, they are all killing techniques, rather than an endurance event like boxing, therefore. It has strong ability to withstand blows. It's not of much use either. And this guy long-bearded tiger, I don't know Lu Dali's true identity at all. Faced with this, the evil reputation spreads far and wide. Boxer, I will definitely do my best. These 2 pairs of opponents, Zhang Wei estimates that the winner will not be determined in a short time. But the other Yang Guang and Yin Hu made Zhang Wei feel a little unpredictable. One is an old man in his 60s. One was a prisoner who had been hungry for more than half a month. The painter fell into the hands of the Silver Fox. This already surprised Zhang Wei. It is inevitable that Silver Fox has other tricks up his sleeve. Why did the pharmaceutical factory invite all the bosses to play such a death game at this time? Is it to catch them all in one fell swoop? Catch them all with guns, it's all done in one go. Or do you regard us as a tool for fun? Looking at Yang Guang who was gradually approaching Silver Fox, Zhang Wei couldn't help but start to guess what Tai Peng said. Uncle Rainy Day. If he were Stick Wang Yukun's helicopter pilot, that's no ordinary police officer. Because ordinary police officers, I don't know how to fly a plane. And Yang Guang should be a special police force similar to SWAT or Flying Tigers. This guy Silver Fox, it is said that he lost the bet with Demingzi's ghost hand. That's why I stepped in here, because I was willing to admit defeat. Looking at it this way, he is the tentacles extended by Demingzi. So this time the grouping, what a coincidence on the surface. It is a competition between Yang Guang and Yinhu. Secretly, it was a confrontation between Demingzi and Stick. Zhang Wei knows, Big Mingzi and Stick will have a fierce confrontation in multiple dimensions. This confrontation has intensified in the years since the post-apocalyptic outbreak, finally with Rabid Dog was shot to death, towards a real climax. Demingzi and Gunzi had a complete showdown, and the entire old city attacked each other and fell into a huge civil strife. Zhang Wei would never believe that no one was fanning the flames. The reason why Zhang Wei kept deducing the direction of the whole incident was because he suspected that his death at that time might be related to this, the butterfly effect caused by the huge civil strife. Of course, at that time, the two camps of Demingzi and Gunzi certainly did not know that the old city would fall into a huge crisis of zombie siege. This is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After all, the old city is just a fourth-tier city, the kind that is almost forgotten. Now when I look at the field, Yang Guang had already walked not far away from Silver Fox. Yang Guang at this time, still barefoot in this cold winter, already covered with frostbite. Yang Guang saw that In who had no intention of taking action immediately, or making a sneak attack. Wandering around, I walked to a few corpses on the ground. Then, there was a burst of gestures. He took off the trousers from several of their corpses, down jacket, and a pair of snow boots. Wear it on yourself. A snowstorm is coming. Yang Guang looked at the window. There is no longer any slanting sunlight coming through. The entire pharmaceutical workshop was surprisingly bright. It was close to noon, direct sunlight, the diffuse reflection caused by shining on the snow surface. Many people won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Silver Fox replied thoughtfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Yang Guang. A spoon was hidden in his palm. Watch his knife. Lu Menglong not far away gave a kind reminder. To some extent, Yang Guang at this time, King Li, and Lu Menglong himself, it's a camp. Yang Guang was not present at all when Silver Fox fought with the painter. Unexpectedly, Silver Fox slapped his back. There was also a knife hidden inside. Silver Fox's knife is just a sharpened spoon. Yang Guang only felt a flash of silver light. There was an extra cut on his sleeve. Look at the palm of the Silver Fox again, it became empty again. I don't know which sleeve I hid the spoon in. This was because Lu Menglong promptly reminded Yang Guang to take off a piece of clothing from the corpse and put it on. Otherwise, his right arm at this time, in all likelihood, a foot-long opening will be opened. In the zombie apocalypse, if such wounds cannot be hemostatically sutured within a few minutes, the person will basically bleed to death. Yang Guang staggered to a stop. He was still very weak at this time, but he also saw the shortcomings of the opponent's movements. After all, he was an old man in his 60s, and his movements were still a little slow. When Yang Guang looked at his sleeves, he felt a little sorry for the new clothes. If the two of you were against Silver Fox, how would you fight? Zhang Wei asked Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiong next to him. This old man obviously lacks strength. If it were me, I will spend some time first, then don't let him get close. Find another opportunity to kill him, of course. It would be best if the weapon is a blunt weapon. Lu Rinjia analyzed. No, I won't fight like this, in one go, decline again, 3 and exhausted. As long as this old man is suppressed, there should be no power to fight back. His sword needs to be close, but it's also a risk. Fight the enemy with a short sword. It's best to hit hard. Of course my butcher knife can't do it, the weight is too much. His spoon knife is too flexible. Zhao Zhenxiong also has a thorough analysis. What you both said makes sense, but we really have to meet him. Still have to be careful. You can't hurt anyone if you stay far away. If you get too close, you might end up like the painter. My eyes were easily dirtied by the Silver Fox. The painter at this time, normal vision has long been restored, although being detained, but he was also watching the fight between Yin Hu and Yang Guang attentively. After Yang Guang and Silver Fox fought in the first round, just pause for a breath, the fight started again. Yang Guang knew that Silver Fox's knife was hidden in his sleeves, and the danger came from Silver Fox's upper body attack. So he changed his attack to attack Silver Fox's lower body. That is, the part below the waist. Fighting against Silver Fox with his bare hands. Yang Guang's fists and feet were so fierce that they attracted the attention of everyone at the scene. This guy is very good at fighting. Zhang Wei had heard a lot of rumors about this guy. Well, Yang Guang's skills are very powerful. Many people have seen him break the neck of a zombie with his bare hands. You know, that was when the zombies were besieging him. The reason why Yang Guang was captured was entirely because of us, the grandfather and grandson. At that time, he had the opportunity to fly a helicopter and lead directly. Tiexiong explained again. This guy. I heard that he is Wang Yuken's confidant. Wang Yukan asked him to drive a helicopter to the pharmaceutical factory. It shouldn't just be as simple as finding your son and daughter-in-law. Right? I know, it seems to be looking for other things. Is it the insulin drug you mentioned or something like that? I forgot the specifics. Wang Yukan seemed to be quite ill during that time. But I seem to have gotten through it later. This is Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Why does it give me the feeling of a mantis stalking a cicada and an oriole behind it? Just like that time at Walmart. Zhang Wei said to himself. Chapter 367b The Overlord Slays the Dragon. Yang Guang and Yin Hu are still fighting. After a few rounds, Yang Guang has slowly adapted to the rhythm. He can see, with his current physical condition, we need to deal with this old man. It's not something that can be accomplished in a short while. If it were him in his prime, maybe there is some possibility. Although Yang Guang kept attacking the old man's lower body, but the old man still discovered the secret. That was the man in front of me, who was dressed in ragged clothes at the beginning, seems very weak. However, Silver Fox didn't know whether the other party was pretending on purpose or not. Only tentative attacks can be made. The two people are still testing each other's bottom line, waiting for the subsequent evolution of the situation. Anyone with any brains, everyone noticed something unusual in the stands. 6 sofa chairs, there were only 4 people seated, 2 more are available. The sound of fighting once again stimulated the zombies in the iron cage. Part of the former Lierkon's body didn't let them eat enough, on the contrary. It stimulated their ferocity. Zhang Wei multitasks. He focused his attention on Bawang and Lu Menglong again. After Lu Menglong put on his gloves, he became the focus of most people, after all. He is a former 5-time champion. If it were not for the 6th champion A Biao, bitten to death by zombies, a 6-time champion is also possible. And his opponent? He is also the champion of many previous competitions. There probably isn't a simple role either. But this time, his opponent is the boss of the southern community, a person called Overlord. People working in pharmaceutical factories, most people have heard of this man after all. It's only 1 or 2 communities apart. But not many people are optimistic about this person called Overlord. Because Lu Menglong, he is an extremely cruel person. After Lu Menglong put on his gloves, the playful and smiling expression before was no longer there. His whole expression became very dull. The Overlord knows, he had a big challenge. This guy, since as a leader he dares to die personally, then there must be something different. Ba Wan approached slowly, learning to walk like a boxer, so that he could move forward and backward freely. Before Lu Menglong made a move, Ba Wang threw a punch, but Lu Menglong dodged it by tilting his head. Lu Menglong also threw a punch, directly toward Ba Wang's armpit, but Ba Wang also dodged it by leaning sideways. Both of them threw punches very quickly. If you didn't open your eyes to observe, you would almost think that neither of them threw a punch. Both sides used fists to test each other, and did not use kicks or other moves. In front of the fast boxer, the kicking movement is too slow. This time is enough for the opponent to punch multiple times. After several fights with Lu Menglong, Overlord finally noticed something strange about Lu Menglong's gloves. Because of his fingers, the skin has been scratched. Cut-resistant gloves? The Overlord was a little surprised and confused. Certainly, I never liked playing with knives. Lu Menglong made fists with both hands, and hit the Overlord's temple again. What are cut-resistant gloves? Zhang Wei asked Tiaxiong behind him. Cut-resistant gloves are a type of industrial work gloves, widely used in factories or workshops. Generally, it is high-strength and high-modulus polyethylene fiber coated with glass fiber. Spandex or steel wire, this kind of glove can hold a dagger with your hand, blades of bayonets and other sharp weapons, even if the knife is pulled out of the hand. The gloves will not be cut. It will not hurt your hands. These cut-resistant gloves are not expensive. But by the police, armed police, it is widely used by personnel in security and other industries. Pharmaceutical factory people use this kind of gloves to perform machine maintenance work. Lu Menglong is the workshop director. It's not surprising to have this glove. The service life of this cut-resistant glove is equivalent to 500 pairs of ordinary thread gloves. Worthy of being. One can stop 100. All I know is, this kind of gloves can be widely used for meat cutting, glass processing, metal processing, petrochemical industry, disaster relief, fire rescue and other industries. After hearing Tiaxiong's explanation, Zhang Wei really wants to get a few pairs of gloves like this. If nothing else, it can still be used to deal with zombies. You don't have to worry about being bitten by zombies. But at this time, Zhang Wei instead, he was a little worried about Overlord. Because he knows that the Overlord uses a sword. If the knife is ineffective against Lu Menglong, then the Overlord will defeat him. We can only win by relying on strength. After several fist fights with Lu Menglong, Overlord's fists had turned bright red. But sometimes, the Overlord has to resist the fatal attacks again and again. Lu Menglong's punches are extremely tricky. Sometimes it can't be simply avoided. This guy seems to be a natural fighter. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Menglong's move and said, "A thug is considered natural or not?" No, his attacks were very vicious, each time. It directly attacks the Overlord's joints in this way. As long as you are hit, the Overlord will most likely break his bones. In such a closed environment. As long as the Overlord is injured, there is almost no escape. When Overlord and Lu Menglong were in a head-to-head confrontation, Yang Guang's attack on Silver Fox, it has gradually gained the upper hand. Silver Fox is already older. The previous duel with the painter consumed a lot of energy. There is only a few minutes of rest in between. At this time, faced with Yang Guang's attack, already somewhat out of breath and exhausted. And Lu Dali, at this time. He slowly walked towards the dragon-bearded tiger. At this time, Lu Dali. It is no longer the youthful appearance it was at the beginning. My height has also grown a lot in the past few months. There is a master's temperament in his movements. For Lu Dali, who has no defeat, the strange dragon-bearded tiger deserves his serious treatment. Although the two met for the first time, but it is also a life-and-death fight. Are you the foreign boxer invited by that bitch? Long Suo looked at Lu Dali, who was several years younger than him. Lu Dali nodded, no words were spoken. That bitch killed one of our brothers named Biao, this revenge must be avenged. I don't think you need to get involved in this vortex. Bring it on! Lu Dali has no nonsense, hook his hand directly towards the dragon-bearded tiger. Dragon-beard tiger kicked out. Lu Dali caught it halfway with both hands. Throw it into the sky. The dragon-bearded tiger landed on the ground with a backflip, squatting on the ground. Before I had time to get up, Lu Dali kicked him in the chin. Long Suo had no choice but to do a backflip to dodge again. Juggling? Lu Dali couldn't understand. This guy's movements are very flexible, but it's like juggling. You need to know that the greater the range of movement of the body, the easier it is for opponents to find loopholes. These two moves of the dragon-bearded tiger, it seems that he is deliberately showing weakness to his enemy. Dragon-beard tiger's two backflips let the fight that originally belonged to the three corners. The two groups gradually got closer. Dragon-bearded tiger unknowingly approached Lu Menglong, who was fighting against the Overlord. Lu Menglong at this time is attacking crazily. The Overlord was pinned down near the fence by him. There is no room to move. Lu Menglong's fist was hit by the bully many times. Hit the fence. There was a loud sound of metal. At this time, the dragon-bearded tiger. But he slowly retreated to Lu Menglong's side. Lu Menglong glanced behind him warily. It was discovered that Lu Dali had forced the dragon-bearded tiger over. He didn't take it seriously. It was at this time, the dragon-bearded tiger took out a short dagger. The knife pierced Lu Menglong's waist. Lu Menglong suddenly felt pain and staggered. The Overlord also saw the opportunity. A crazy counterattack began. Immediately an elbow strike. It hit Lu Menglong on the temple. Then two consecutive knee strikes. It pressed against Lu Menglong's belly. Lu Menglong immediately fell to the ground. Can you still fight like this? Those who watched the scene were stunned. This seems to go against the rules of the game. Chapter 368 Violent Hammering. This. Zhang Wei was also a little stunned. It was agreed that there would be a duel between two. Why did the dragon-bearded tiger sneak attack Lu Menglong? And Lu Dali didn't seem to stop him. Until the Overlord attacked Lu Menglong crazily several times, Lu Dali continued to attack the dragon-bearded tiger. As the two chased each other, stay away from Lu Menglong, who is lying on the ground. Mr. Su and manager's son in the stands and the so-called Miss see it all. But he didn't stop it. Lu Menglong seemed to be silent as he looked at the ground. Zhang Wei always felt that something was wrong. The Overlord did not give up and continued to attack, still hammering at Lu Menglong's brain quickly and violently. Only in this way, only then can Lu Menglong truly lose his fighting power. After a dozen punches, Lu Menglong probably also turned into a pig head. The Overlord then stood up and slowly walked to the side. A student, one dies. Is this not against the rules of the game? The Overlord shouted to the eldest lady in the stands. He understands. This woman is the one in charge here. Did you think this was the end? Lu Meiwa looked behind Overlord with a smile. The Overlord slowly turned around. He saw a sight he would never forget. Lu Menglong, whose face was covered in blood after being beaten into a pig's head by him, struggling and slowly stood up again, grinning at him with a weird smile. Isn't this going to kill you? Lu Renjia, who was watching the show, was also stunned. Although he could not see clearly from a distance, but he could clearly hear the sound of the Overlord's fist hitting his flesh. Lu Minglong's face was swollen like a pig's head, which showed that Ba Wang did not hold back. Of course, Ba Wang also made a big mistake. What he should have done was to cut Lu Minglong's carotid artery with a knife. It was too late to do it again. After Lu Minglong stood up, he did not speak, but spit out a large mouthful of blood on the ground, and then stubbornly opened his eyes that were swollen like walnuts. He stared at Ba Wang. "So what if you survived? I can kill you again." Ba Wang turned around and ran towards Lu Minglong again, trying to knock him down again as quickly as possible. The fist went straight to Lu Minglong's forehead. Lu Minglong was unable to dodge it. But at the moment when it was about to get close, Lu Minglong dodged it with his head tilted. This guy seems to be uninjured. Zhang Wei saw Lu Minglong's swiftness. It was as if he deliberately exposed a flaw to Ba Wang. Lu Minglong's white gloves were covered with his own blood at this time. But when he punched Ba Wang, he was still strong and powerful. Ba Wang was hit by a punch accidentally, and although he had lost half of the force, he still retreated 2 or 3 steps away. Lu Minglong succeeded with one blow. It immediately stuck on like a dog-skin plaster. Another crazy attack without saying a word. And the Overlord, in an instant, only defense was left. Zhang Wei could see clearly. This is the true professional boxing style. The range of movement seems very small. Once it hits a place like the ribs, inevitably a few ribs will be broken. No wonder this Lu Minglong can become the ring boxing champion. He should not be a simple workshop director. Zhang Wei knows. Many people have secondary careers. This guy's secondary career may be a boxer. Just like the woman named Rejoice from the Doc Gang. She looks weak, but is proficient in everything from taekwondo to karate. 3 or 5 ordinary people can't get close to her. Lu Minglong seemed to be stimulated by Ba Wang's beating, and his whole body was in an extremely excited state. His momentum became stronger and stronger. Many times, his fists hit the fence of the surrounding iron cage. But it was like nothing. He, you are pretty good. Lu Minglong spit out blood again, showing his white teeth to Ba Wang. Stop talking nonsense. It was you who broke the rules of the game from the beginning. Overlord once again attacked Lu Minglong desperately. But this time, the Overlord has become much smarter. His attack on Lu Minglong's head, Lu Minglong easily blocked it with his hands raised in front of him. Seeing Lu Minglong's waist still bleeding, he immediately punched Lu Minglong in the waist. Although Lu Minglong moved and dodged several times, it inevitably involves the wound on his waist. He grimaced in pain. This is because Long Su's knife did not hurt his vitals. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lively and energetic. But after all, it was a knife wound that was deep enough to show the bone. Although the aorta was not injured, but blood is still inevitable. One of Lu Minglong's legs, already soaked with blood. Every few steps the shoes take, if you stay too long, will leave a bloody footprint. Lu Minglong turned his head, and glanced at the bearded tiger who had just stabbed him. He said to Lu Dali, "Kill him." And himself, he looked at the Overlord in front of him again. He must deal with this opponent as quickly as possible. Otherwise, his blood will not stop flowing due to constant movement, and he will eventually die from excessive blood loss. This guy is also a tough guy. Even in this state, he did not ask for help from Mr. Su and Manager Sun in the stands. Zhang Wei has been observing secretly. This guy Lu Minglong, from beginning to end, almost never looked at the people on the stage or outside the field. He really regarded this duel as a death duel between him and the Overlord. Overlord's attack was dismantled by Lu Minglong many times. Once, Lu Minglong almost grabbed his arm and broke it. However, certain results have been achieved. Many times his fist hit Lu Minglong's wound, and Lu Minglong only needs to be hit once. The strength of the fist will be reduced by 1 point. The Overlord is sure, within a controllable time, Lu Minglong was slowly consumed to death. I don't know who took the lead in shouting. There were hundreds of people watching the show. Someone is shouting, "Kill him!" Someone is shouting, "Beat him to death!" Listen to the source of the sound. The camps are clear. It seems that some people support Lu Minglong, some support the Overlord. Zhang Wei looked around for a week. I found that most people supported Lu Minglong. I just screamed in my heart that it was not good. He always thought that these people in the pharmaceutical factory, oppressed by Lu Minglong and others, as long as someone takes the lead and raises the alarm, maybe we can rise up, and he can also take advantage of the troubled waters to fish, call Lu Dali, Tai Xiong and others to leave. It seems now, people from this place, it's not cohesive at all. Maybe they can only win the support of Overlord and Fire Phoenix's troops, and some pharmaceutical factory employees. But in another high-pressure situation, where the gangsters watching the scene have guns, it is estimated that few people here would dare to rebel. Zhang Wei was thinking about everything nervously, looking for possible solutions. If it is at night, you could also set fire to fish in troubled waters, or something like that. But this is the day when the sun rises 3 times, that kind of result is simply not possible. Unless it can bring chaos to the entire pharmaceutical factory. That is to arouse the anger of all spectators. And this may bring Bawang and Huifeng to the verge of death. Zhang Wei knows these 2 heads, but a lot of people were secretly arranged. Chapter 369 Powerful Boxer. Even if Zhang Wei wants to provoke a riot here, it is also powerless. Because the people here almost didn't recognize him. In the eyes of these people, he looks very young, just equivalent to a passerby. Zhang Wei looked at the woman in the stands, thinking about whether it would be effective to capture the thief first and capture the king first. Although he had no chance to get close to that woman. But Lu Dali has a chance. But at this time, Zhang Wei still didn't understand what Lu Dali was thinking. Because Zhang Wei hasn't found a chance to talk to him yet. As the fight between Lu Menglong and Ba Wang gradually reached its climax, the scene became noisy. Some were shouting. Some were cheering and shouting. Some were cheering. Although Lu Menglong was bleeding, his fists were still fierce. Although Ba Wang was a bully in the community. After several fights, he was not a match for the injured Lu Menglong. At first, Ba Wang could still attack Lu Menglong's wounds. But after Lu Menglong was prepared, Ba Wang's attacks, whether long fists or fast legs, were almost always intercepted halfway. Your effort, that's all. Lu Menglong suppressed the overlord firmly. And Lu Dali next to him, after Lu Menglong told him, "Kill him. After, I will no longer hold back the dragon-bearded tiger, start an all-out attack." Zhang Wei carefully observed Lu Dali's every move. I wonder how much he has changed during this time. Because of boxing and kicking skills, it is a process of long-term accumulation since childhood. And Lu Dali undoubtedly became a monk halfway. Lu Dali half a year ago, he's just a helper in the kitchen of a high school outside the old city. At most, he is just stronger. Even if someone trains him day and night, it is impossible to make much progress in a short period of time. If you want a person to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, you can't rely on the training of Demengzi, neither can training with a stick. Unless you are training in the arena of life and death every day. After Lu Dali sneaked into Lu Menglong with a bearded tiger, only then did he realize that he and Lu Menglong were in the same camp. In fact, it was also the first time that he and Lu Menglong met. Looking at the woman in the stands, Lu Dali remembered what happened in the underground arena of the Big Mingzi Powerful building a few days ago. "Go have a boxing match with me, I will reward you tenfold," the woman said in Lu Dali's ear. "I'm not going." Lu Dali refused directly. "It has something to do with the brother of the woman you like," the eldest lady Lu Meiwa said in Lu Dali's ear. Wang Roland's brother. When Lu Dali heard the eldest lady talking about the brother of the woman he liked, I just followed him without thinking. I thought it would take a few days to travel. Unexpectedly, I boarded a helicopter directly in the countryside. And then it showed up here. Just came in after breakfast, he took part in the arena of life and death. What shocked Lu Dali was that he also met several former friends here. But Lu Dali knew, your primary goal, we still need to deal with the opponent named Longsuhu as soon as possible. Because he discovered, the young lady who hired him to come here, there seemed to be some disappointment in his eyes. This is not what he wants to see. And, when Dragon-Bearded Tiger was dueling with him, sneak attack on other people, this made Lu Dali feel a little shameless. Winning or losing is irrelevant. Everyone lives by their true abilities. This method of sneak attack, it is to be looked down upon by most people. In Lu Dali's eyes, Longsuhu is already a low-level person. So when Lu Menglong asked him to kill people, he really doesn't hold back anymore. An all-out attack began. Only then did Longsuhu realize how powerful his opponent was. The power of his fists is just as strong as that of his boss. Overlord. When the dragon and the bearded tiger are free, I also had sparring sessions with Overlord, and the dead A Biao. Longsuhu even had fights with painters and others. But Lu Dali's power, just like his name, surprisingly big. Every block, both the dragon and the bearded tiger felt like their bones were cracking. The boxing skills of dragon-bearded tiger, a little bit more like Muay Thai's jumping and dodging, then come out quickly and close quickly. So he has been taking advantage of his flexible body to avoid Lu Dali's attack. Such a body technique, when facing a muscular man or a big guy, often with great effect. But Lu Dali is also a thin person. Moreover, his movement skills are as fast as that of a dragon-bearded tiger. It took the two men several rounds to fight, found it to be almost half a pound. Compared to the dragon-bearded tiger who tries his best, Lu Dali seemed to be doing it with ease. Finally, Long Suo couldn't bear it and touched his waist. Pinder is a special weapon made by a dragon-bearded tiger, finger buckle. This weapon looks small and compact, but it can be disemboweled. Dragon-bearded tigers generally do not use it easily. But just when the dragon-bearded tiger touched his waist, he saw Lu Dali touching his waist. Then he took out a chopstick stealthily. Long Suo used the corner of his eye to confirm again and again that it was indeed an ordinary chopstick. Before he could laugh, Long Suo found that Lu Dali was holding the chopsticks, and was rushing towards him like he was holding a sharp knife. After a few random strikes, 3 blood holes appeared on Long Suo's body. This was the result of Long Suo wearing thick winter clothes and his crazy counterattack with his finger knife. Otherwise, there would be more blood holes on his body, or the wounds would be deeper. Lu Dali glanced at the chopsticks he had just used. The tip of the chopsticks has been broken. I don't know if it was left in Long Suo's body or where. The tip of this chopstick, it was shaved as surprisingly thin as a toothpick, so he can easily penetrate through clothes. It is also easy to break the tip. The tip was broken off. It's of no use anymore. Lu Dali took 4 or 5 steps back. He thrust the chopsticks into the eye socket of a zombie in the iron cage at the back. Although this zombie did not die immediately, but it gradually became quiet, probably brain dead, even the instinct to scream at people is gone. In Long Suo's shocked eyes, Lu Dali took out the second chopstick from his waist. Come again? Long Suo found himself defenseless against this weapon. There are so many, 12. Lu Dali casually opened the corner of his clothes. There are 12 chopsticks neatly mounted on a metal waist rest. This special metal lumbar support can effectively carry chopsticks. It can also prevent people from running or fighting. I was accidentally injured by my own sharp chopsticks. You go to hell. The dragon-bearded tiger also came to the real fire. He knew that Lu Dali had made several moves. They all go straight to his heart, but he escaped in time, injured to other parts of the body. Since the other side no longer holds back, he also wants to survive for himself. Try your best. Lu Dali took out his chopsticks again, in between fist fights. When stabbing the dragon-bearded tiger in the neck, he was caught halfway by the fingers of Long Suo. Long Suo pulled hard, and the chopsticks broke into 2 pieces. Just when Long Suo was happy, he felt a piercing pain in his thigh. It turned out that Lu Dali used his left hand to stab another chopstick into his thigh. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. I also have 12 chopsticks on my left waist. And to some extent, I am more used to using my left hand. Lu Dali kicked Long Suo away, stepped on him on the ground, and then used a chopstick to push against his throat. You are a left-handed person. Long Suo was speechless. I lost. Long Suo threw the finger ring on the ground. Chapter 370 Overlord's Elegy. When Lu Dali won, subconsciously, he glanced in the direction where Zhang Wei and others were. Zhang Wei shook his head at him. This made Lu Dali stop his urge to kill the dragon-bearded tiger. Lu Dali put away his chopsticks. He threw a piece of white cloth from his pocket. The dragon-bearded tiger picked it up and took a look. What was found was a hemostatic bandage folded together. After knowing that Lu Dali no longer had murderous intentions, the dragon-bearded tiger also relaxed instantly. He hurriedly tied a hemostatic bandage on his leg. He collapsed on the ground. The 3 bloody wounds on his body. The total amount is not as serious as the one on his leg. The wound on his leg was probably pierced by a blood vessel, and the blood kept flowing out. But after being tied with a hemostatic bandage, the bleeding has stopped. This kind of wound, with some trauma medicine such as Yunnan Baiyao, can still recover within half a month. After Lu Dali defeated Long Suo, he did not join the other camps. Instead, he sat cross-legged in a corner nearby, seemingly thinking about something. The fight between Lu Menglong and Ba Wang was almost over. It was thought that Ba Wang, who had seriously injured Lu Menglong, would win. But Lu Menglong adjusted his rhythm in time and started to fight back again. This guy seems to have recovered. Zhang Wei, a bystander, naturally saw that Lu Menglong had gradually become excited from his initial depression. Ba Wang, who was not injured at all, was gradually losing. When Lu Menglong broke through Ba Wang's defense with a punch and hit Ba Wang in the stomach, Ba Wang spit out a mouthful of blood. This blow obviously hurt his internal organs. The overlord retreated 5 or 6 steps in succession, and gasped violently while holding the guardrail, and then began to cough, and spit out blood again. Is the injury so serious? Jiang Wei saw that the blood spit out by the overlord seemed to have coagulated into blood clots. The overlord has a hidden injury, which has not healed at all. This time, he was arrogant and rushed into battle. The voice of the painter not far away came, and the fire phoenix next to him also nodded in understanding. Both of them were losers in the first round of fighting. They are all very embarrassed now, still bound hands and feet, waiting for people from pharmaceutical factories. Fa Luo. Hidden injury. Jiang Wei understood instantly. It's probably an injury from the past. To hurt this thing secretly, it sounds a bit mysterious. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, any physical injury, they can all be detected through medical equipment such as CT machines or MRIs. This can also provide appropriate treatment. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, not to mention activating the high-power medical equipment in the hospital, people who probably know how to operate those machines, none. So a lot of internal injuries, they can only recuperate slowly. After being hit in the stomach by Lu Menglong, the overlord behind has been on the defensive. There was no more powerful attack, and Lu Menglong seemed to have deliberately slowed down his pace, consuming the overlord. Finally, during a gap, Lu Menglong punched Ba Wang in the temple. Overlord made a 180-degree flip in the air. The other side hit the ground face first. Lu Menglong walked over slowly. He strangled the overlord's neck with his elbow, attempts to suffocate the overlord to death. Ba Wang's legs kicked wildly on the ground. Veins on his neck bulged, and his face turned purple like an eggplant. Don't kill. We admit defeat. Long Su shouted loudly. Lu Menglong laughed grimly, but didn't say anything, still clamping his elbows tightly. Ba Wang struggled to attack, but he was held in the opposite direction by Lu Menglong, and couldn't attack Lu Menglong at all. In the chaos, Ba Wang grabbed the wound on Lu Menglong's waist, and finally made Lu Menglong grimace. Lu Menglong made a brutal collision. He slammed the overlord against the wall of the outer iron cage. Suddenly there was a metallic sound. The dragon-bearded tiger struggled to stand up. Seeing Lu Dali did not stop him. He immediately rushed towards Lu Menglong. Lu Menglong pretended not to see it, but at the moment when the dragon-bearded tiger was about to approach, kick it out hard, it hit the dragon-bearded tiger right in the face. The dragon-bearded tiger suddenly lay on the ground like a toad. Seeing that Lu Menglong still planned to continue to kill the overlord, the dragon-bearded tiger crawled over on the ground. He grabbed Lu Menglong's calf and bit him. This time, even through pants, Lu Menglong couldn't help but scream, finally let go of the overlord, pushed the dragon and the bearded tiger to the ground. The fist was punched towards the head of the dragon-bearded tiger one after another. Only 3 punches, Long Su fainted completely. There was no more resistance. Lu Menglong didn't care about the dragons and tigers lying on the ground like dead corpses. Continue walking towards the overlord. The overlord has no strength to stand up, struggling to retreat. Until there was no way to retreat. Because on his retreat, there was a Lu Dali sitting. Why hurt someone's life? Lu Dali looked at Lu Menglong, who was approaching slowly. Who do you think you are? The young lady found a rubbish to fill the number. Lu Menglong didn't care. If you want to kill him, I won't stop you, but is this the end of the game? Lu Dali stood up, patted the dust off his butt, and was about to go out. Because at this time, Yang Guang also dealt with Silver Fox. Silver Fox was lying on the ground, breathing out more than breathing in. However, Yang Guang's steps were also a little staggering. It was estimated that he had suffered a lot when dealing with the old man Silver Fox. If Silver Fox had not used some of his dirty tricks on the painter, Yang Guang might not be standing intact at this time. Lu Menglong originally planned to deal with the overlord as soon as possible, but as soon as he took a step, he grimaced in pain again. It turned out that the overlord's struggle just now caused secondary damage to his wound. Lu Menglong opened the clothes around his waist and took a look. An averted wound, blood is pouring out. Lu Menglong used his trembling hands. He took out a small metal box from his pocket, then he took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he turned on his windproof lighter, aiming at the wound on the waist, while baring his teeth, changing different angles on one side. Jiang Wei knows, he was trying to stop the bleeding. Just like he once was, use red-hot cans for broken arm wounds, same as for hemostasis. Only Zhao Zhenxiong next to him, pointing at Lu Menglong with a trembling finger. He said, "Smoke cigarette?" Lu Renjia said somewhat speechlessly, "You fight him, after killing him? The cigarette is yours." "Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhao Zhenxiong said excitedly, but his eyes still stayed on Lu Menglong's hand. Jiang Wei knows, Xiao Zhenxiong probably fell in love with Lu Menglong's metal cigarette case. Lu Menglong was handling the muzzle of his gun while smoking a cigarette. When 2/3 of the cigarette is left, he put away his lighter. Then he took a deep breath, smoked the whole cigarette, and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. Then he continued to walk towards Bao Wang. I said, this game is life-threatening. If you lose, you must be prepared to pay the price. Seeing Lu Menglong getting closer and closer to Bao Wang, an ambiguous voice suddenly came from outside the door. Darling, where are you? Huh, foreigner? Where did the foreign devil come from? The crowd was talking. Chapter 371 Buffalo Kangaroo. There was a sound of a metal door opening and closing. A gust of cold wind blew in. And what follows? It's a silence that can be heard as a needle drops. Because two foreigners slowly walked in, one of them was also wearing a pair of sunglasses. One of them, whistling, seems a bit careless. Come here. Lu Meiwei waved happily to the two people. Viagra, it's those guys. Lu Renjia's voice was trembling. These two people who came in, it was not long ago that the helicopter landed on the school playground of Old City High School. The two people who came out of it. According to Pei Wu's real-time translation at that time, these two guys, one called Bison, the other one is called Kangaroo, they mean bison and kangaroo respectively. I know no nonsense. Zhang Wei's eyes were fixed on these two guys. But in my heart, I thought of the time when Wang Jing died again. Those who fought against them. Ape. It's a pity at that time. The strength is really too weak. If it were him now, plus Xiao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia, and now Lu Dali, in such a small space, if you fight to the death, it may not be impossible to defeat. And the killer. Ape, Zhang Wei had already learned from their conversation. I heard that they are from the same organization. If these two guys showed up here, maybe that man-ape guy is around here too. When Zhang Wei looked at these two guys, Zhang Wei found that Lu Dali was also staring at the two people with doubtful eyes. When the helicopter landed at the playground, Lu Dali has been separated from Zhang Wei and others. It's possible that you don't know the relationship between these two guys and Black Sun. Organization related. Then Lu Dali might not know Killer Ape. Also closely related to them. Zhang Wei knows, since Lu Dali is the person brought in by the eldest lady. Then 9 times out of 10. You should have met these two guys before. After all, they all came after the sound of helicopters appeared. They should all come by plane. Zhang Wei looked at policeman Yang Guang again. I found him staring at these two guys equally. Then, everything makes sense. This group of mercenaries, it is impossible to cross the ocean and fly a helicopter from North America or Australia. Their planes, it can only be obtained within the country. That is to say, what they grabbed was Wang Yukan's police helicopter. After the kangaroos and bison came in, his eyes casually scanned the building of the pharmaceutical factory. Even in Lu Meiyu's body, also a short stop. But after seeing the 2 partitioned iron cages in the middle of the pharmaceutical factory workshop, finally, he showed interest. What a genius design. The foreign man wearing sunglasses sighed. Zhang Wei knows, this guy is a kangaroo. I want to play this game. Come on, bison. The kangaroo finished speaking. They circled the big cage as excitedly as a child. What are they talking about? Boss? Lu Renjia asked quietly. How should I know? My English is worse than yours. If you don't know. But I can understand the second half of the sentence. This guy seems to want to play this game too. Darling. How about the dinner? Lu Meiwei walked down from the stands. First, she hugged the kangaroo. Then kissed the American bull. Finally, she jumped up and clamped the American bull with her legs. Hanging on the American bull. People at the scene looked sideways. The American bull just carried Lu Meiwei and slowly walked to the stands. Mr. Su and Manager Sun, who were just sitting above, he immediately stood up and nodded happily. He motioned for the American cow to sit on the sofa in the middle. When Zhang Wei was still thinking, he found someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. Zhang Wei turned around and looked. It turned out to be this guy the painter. She turned her back to him and pulled the corner of her clothes. I don't know when, from about 5 or 6 meters away, went around behind him. Painter. This guy, he was the loser in the last round of arena competition. At this moment, his hands are still tied behind his back, but the 2 men who detained him, it seems that some are busy watching the fighting in the field. Regarding the painter's random movements, not impressed either. Zhang Wei winked at Lu Renjia next to him. Lu Renjia didn't understand what it meant for a long time. Idiot! Zhang Wei had no choice but to repeat his old tricks. just like giving a hidden weapon coin to the imprisoned Yang Guang before. Take a sharp coin. It was stuffed into Shirja's hand. Shirja calmly cut the rope, but still pretended that it was not cut, and was tied up. Do you know these guys? The painter pointed at the bison and the kangaroo. Well, these two guys are members of a killer organization. Not simple people. Zhang Wei had heard that the painter was a criminal profiler, so he did not hide it. Hey, painter, do you understand what they are saying? Zhao Zhenxiong asked. The painter nodded. This made Zhang Wei and the other three excited. Another translator like Pei Wu appeared. When the kangaroo looked around the iron cage, Lu Menglong was still not idle. He knocked the overlord unconscious with 2 punches. Then one hand dragged the overlord, the other hand dragged the dragon-bearded tiger, pulled the 2 of them toward the iron cage in the middle. This is obviously an attempt to feed the 2 of them, who fainted to the zombies. Wow, what are you doing? The kangaroo stopped him outside. They are loser, Pao Shi, you understand no? Miss, you can translate it for me. Workshop director Lu Menglong. Obviously English is also the level of Zhang Wei. Zhangko said for a long time, there will be a word. The meaning is probably the loser to feed the zombies. Lu Meizhen walked to the edge of the stands, speak in fluent English. Mr. SK, this is the game rule. This who fail will face the payment of death. The painter hearing, immediate translation to Zhang Wei and others. Mr. K, this is the rules of the game, those who failed, it will be punished by death. How about I punish them? Great. The painter hasn't had time to translate. Lu Meizhen Lu Chon Lu Menglong and he said that he asked him to punish these losers. It doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. Lu Menglong this time, I was thinking about killing these 2 guys as soon as possible. How do you know what flowers this foreigner wants to play? But then he thought about it, these 2 foreigners, it seems to be playing more perverted, it's not cheap either. Overlord and dragon-bearded tiger, there was no rejection. Instead, he dropped the 2 people in his hands. Take off your gloves. I just want to get out of the cage. How about the 2 of us hitting 10 of you? He said. How about the 2 of us beat 10 of you? The painter frowned and translated. Chapter 372 2 verses 10. 2 against 10? Do these 2 guys think they're Ip Man? Lu Renjiao said loudly. Zhang Wei continued to look at Lu Meiwei who was communicating with the kangaroo. The voices of the 2 people are relatively quiet. I couldn't hear what was said either. Then look at the painter Shirja behind. He also looked confused. And between Lu Meiwei and foreigners. Kangaroo. After a while of discussion, Lu Meiwei said something to Lu Menglong again. Not long after, Lu Menglong asked a younger brother to approach the iron cage. Then let him leave. When the little brother appeared again a few minutes later, came over with 2 buckets of water. Looking at the ice cubes on top that have not completely melted, Zhang Wei knows. Some people are afraid that they have suffered. Really, that little brother is across the bars of the iron cage. He poured the ice water in. He fell on the overlord and dragon-bearded tiger. Both of them were excited. He immediately woke up from his slumber. Looked at each other. I knew it was this guy Lu Menglong who was responsible. He couldn't help but glare at him. Alright, dear friends, our foreign adults, I also want to participate in this game, of course. The adults will probably stop clicking. So you losers, maybe there is a way out. Counting these 2 guys, we should have almost gathered the people. Lu Menglong was there counting with his fingers. Miss, there are almost enough people. I did the math. The people on our side are me, the foreign boxers you invited, and this bitch. Zhang Wei knows, foreign boxers, it's Lu Dali. The lowly bone should be Yang Guang who eats the food that comes from his mouth. What Zhang Wei didn't expect was that Lu Menglong also plans to play in person at this time. Because he has been seriously injured. Are you siding with those 2 foreigners? Then this kid who stood up for Old Man Tai is also considered one. Lu Menglong pointed at Zhang Wei again. In order to save Tiexiong and his grandson, Zhang Wei killed the people arranged by manager's son. Zhang Wei nodded to Lu Menglong, indicating that he agreed with Lu Menglong's selection, because he was directly selected as one of the top 4 at the beginning. However, when Lu Dali heard that Zhang Wei would also play, he seemed a little surprised. Then, there are these 2 guys who were killed by me. They were doomed to die. Now I will give you 2 a chance. Lu Menglong said to Ba Wang and Long Xiuhu. Now there are 6 people, plus Wufeng. Are you not dead yet? And that kid from before, are you not blind? When Lu Menglong talked about Fire Phoenix, Wufeng is covering his waist. He had 3 bloody holes stabbed by a dragon-bearded tiger before. At this moment, my subordinates had just finished bandaging her. When Lu Menglong asked her to play, his face suddenly turned pale. And the painter behind Zhang Wei, when Lu Menglong asked him if he was blind, but he responded loudly, "I'm fine." At this time, there is no need for the painter to hide anymore. Walked out from behind Zhang Wei, take away the rope that binds him. It was thrown to the ground generously. "Then just one is fine," the painter said nonchalantly. "8 already, there are still 2 people left. Let me think about it. Let one of you come up again." When Lu Menglong was still thinking, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong took half a step forward in unison. However, Zhang Wei stopped him with his eyes. "Boss, we are with you. Don't go up, just take care of things inside. Lu Dolly and I take care of each other. Plus this guy the painter, even if those 2 foreigners are as capable of fighting as apes, there shouldn't be much of a problem." "Then aren't you too dangerous?" Zhao Zhenxiong was still eager to try. "No, I always feel that this matter is not that simple. We really want to all go into this cage. Something happened, but they were all served in one pot. You are observing from outside, if there is any situation. Promptly remind you, if confusion arises, just go catch that bitch." "Which girl?" "The one who hooked up with those 2 foreigners." "Boss, the eldest lady you were talking about?" This woman looks like the lover of those 2 foreigners. Something really happened. So you captured him and used him as a hostage. Can Lu Dolly and I come out alive? It's up to you too." "Okay, don't worry. Boss, I just fight my way out. I will catch that woman too." Be safe. If there is a chance, we can take advantage of the chaos to deal with those 2 guys. Manager Sun and Mr. Su. With these 2 guys in command, this pharmaceutical factory cannot be in chaos. If they die, they are leaderless. Zhang Wei knows, regardless of the purpose of these 2 foreigners proposing to play this arena game. But as the game progresses and comes to an end, everything about here, there should also be a result. Zhang Wei turned back to Tiexiong behind him and said, "If something happens later, you 2 just find a safe place to hide. I don't think anyone will do anything to you. An old man and a child. As for whether you can get out of here alive, I don't know anymore." Zhang Wei had previously planned to ask the old man to help make the blade. But in Kangaroo and American Cow, after these 2 guys appeared, it felt like he had encountered the biggest challenge ever. The old man nodded. Lu Menglong thought for a long time, but he couldn't find anyone, so he looked around. Suddenly he found Inhu and Chen Dongsheng lying on the ground not far away. Inhu's chest was still rising and falling, but Yang Guang didn't kill him. Chen Dongsheng, after being knocked down by the overlord, had been lying on the ground without making any sound, as if he was dead. Playing dead? Lu Menglong stepped on Chen Dongsheng's palm and rubbed it on the ground. Still no response. He must be really dead. Lu Renjia said softly. He also saw Overlord stepping on Chen Dongsheng's hand before and walked over, however. Chen Dongsheng didn't make any sound. "In that case, I have no choice but to feed you to the zombies." Lu Menglong smiled and said, at the same time. He put his hand on Chen Dongsheng's ankle, planned to drag him over. Ouch ouch. Just took 2 steps, Chen Dongsheng woke up with an ouch. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. It turns out this guy has been pretending to be dead. Although Chen Dongsheng was pretending to be dead, but it also made everyone admire him. Because at this time, it's really possible to play dead and get away with it. Under the condition that the zombies in the iron cage are not released, the area between the 2 iron cages is actually the safest. Those who participate in the game of death, no one cares about a person lying on the ground who does not know whether to live or die. The vanquished. Interested? Alright, miss, I've got the people together. Lu Menglong said happily. Zhang Wei looked over one by one. These 10 people are Lu Menglong, Lu Dolly, Prisoner Yang Guang, Overlord, Dragon-Bearded Tiger, Painter Shirja, Silver Fox, Fire Phoenix, Chen Dongsheng and Zhang Wei himself. In the previous rounds of the game, although there is victory or defeat, but no one died. Only Lu Menglong, Overlord, Longsuhu and others were seriously injured. Yang Guang, the 2 Silver Foxes were in poor condition. Shirja, Lu Dolly and others suffered slight losses. Fire Phoenix, Chen Dongsheng's combat power is almost 0. And Zhang Wei himself, unscathed. But with such a team, some people still don't know whether they are enemies or friends, or in the case of mutual calculation, in a confined space, to win over these 2 foreigners, it's just as difficult as climbing to the sky. Chapter 373 Fatal Intent. What do you think? Zhang Wei asked the painter behind him. This guy the painter, Zhang Wei has never been able to see through it. If Lu Dolly is someone who can trust his back, so what Zhang Wei wants to confirm now is, is this guy the painter really reliable, after all? Compared to Overlord and Dragon-Bearded Tiger who met later, this guy the painter has always kept his promise and brought Zhang Wei and others here. What Zhang Wei heard from Alu before was, this painter guy might be a psychopath. In other words, it is somewhat similar to a split personality. Zhang Wei feels that the painter is very similar to another person. That is the priest of Antioasis. Wilson Zhang is no better than the Overlord and the Dragon-Bearded Tiger, but I can't be sure about the painter and Yang Guang. In the last days, people's hearts are separated from their bellies. All brothers kill each other. You asked me what I thought. What about you? The painter asked Zhang Wei in turn. I heard you were a policeman, and it is a special profession. If I guess correctly, you should know the guy Yang Guang, after all. The old city is so big. Since you are from the same system, they should also know each other's details. You seem to know quite a lot. To be honest, I came here. There are other tasks. That is to help Wang Yukan find some medicines. He was your former head. You should have heard something. That guy named Yang Guang. He is also from Wang Yukan. Tell me your plan. I have no plan. Fighting in a place like this, plans simply cannot keep up with changes. I'm just telling you, you and I are not enemies. Our real enemy, maybe it was just the two foreigners. Only two? Doesn't the rest count? The painter asked with some suspicion. Zhang Wei knows. He was alluding to Lu Dali and Lu Menglong. This guy Lu Menglong, Zhang Wei had long regarded him as an enemy. But since this guy has been injured, and there seems to be some excessive blood loss, so Zhang Wei only regarded him as half a person. This guy, when not injured, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali teamed up to. It may not be his opponent. But since he has been injured, if we fight a war of attrition, anyone can hold him back. That old man and that woman, I don't really understand. Zhang Wei knows. The painter should have understood that he was talking about the Fire Phoenix and the Silver Fox. I don't know much about the old man either. Not from this area, but this guy Woofing, I have dealt with her for many years. At this stall, she won't mess around. Are you sure she won't betray us? Zhang Wei always remembers what Demingzi said. After her husband Huang died, Woofing became very extreme. That is to say, she is a stubborn person. He fought with a Dragon-Bearded Tiger before. The reason why the Dragon-Bearded Tiger did not kill him painfully, it is probably because Dragon-Bearded Tiger's eldest brother Ba Wang and Wufeng should have reached some kind of cooperation and compromise in secret. At this time of Fire Phoenix, he shouldn't take action against his own people, otherwise the northern and southern communities will fall into confrontation. She is a prostitute. In a place like this, I can't stand the flag at all. Do you know why the Fire Phoenix appears here in the northern community? Why? Because she made a big mistake. I had a conflict with someone in the old town before. Many people in Fengqihuting were killed. Rather than developing her own power here, it would be better to say that she was given by Fenghua exile. Exile? Compared with high-end residential areas like Fengqihuting, this kind of suburban place, it's almost a slum. But this woman also has many secrets. The reason why she came to this place, it seems like she chose it herself. What secret? I heard Bawang and the others say, a large supermarket in a northern community has an underground freezer. This guy Woofing, he asked for compensation and borrowed the phone from his former enemy Demengzi. After pulling the strings, started the refrigeration system of the freezer, but what exactly is in that? No one knows. Woofing has never let anyone in except herself. Freezer? Big fierce guy? Demengzi caused heavy casualties to Fenghua's people. How could Woofing borrow the phone? I see. In all likelihood, she surrendered to Demengzi. Demengzi wants to set up a gang in the old city. We need the support of people from 8 major communities. Although Fenghua is weak, but I still have a lot of say. But what is in that freezer? Meat products or food? Or are they medicines that need to be kept refrigerated? No reason, it's winter now. Then I don't know. Did you see the metal hairpin on the Fire Phoenix head? I heard that's the special key to that cold storage room. Zhang Wei looked over. Suddenly I remembered the time when Fire Phoenix and Dragon-Bearded Tiger fought before. Also used this weapon. Unexpectedly, she put it on her head again. Well, then forget about Huafeng. We will concentrate our efforts later, and deal with those 2 foreigners first. But there is one thing I have to tell you. These 2 guys are not simple. They are professional mercenaries. Killing people is a common thing, and we can't kill them before we completely control this place. What do you mean? The painter was confused. The 2 rifles are still there. Zhang Wei signaled the painter to look at the stand. The 2 gangsters were still carrying guns. One on the left and one on the right stood in the stands. The painter also understood. Before the 2 guns were taken away, can't lose the game. But you can't win the game either. Once the wind enraged the two foreigners, if 2 rifles were fired on their orders, inside the entire iron cage, no one will survive. These 2 guns, it's inside this pharmaceutical factory, the deadliest murderous intention. The zombies inside, and the 2 foreign mercenaries visiting here, it's all secondary. Dialogue between Zhang Wei and the painter, it was passed word by word into the ears of Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. If the 2 of them realize something. It seems that before kidnapping the eldest lady, we still need to find a way to get rid of these 2 guns. Not long after, Lu Menglong finished his rest. Taking advantage of the gap before the fighting started, Lu Menglong found many bundles of gauze. It was wrapped around his waist many times, like a large white belt. Then a boy handed Lu Menglong a few bottles. Lu Menglong poured out the medicine in a familiar manner, swallow it in one gulp. Zhang Wei knows, that should be analgesic or anti-inflammatory drugs. After all, in this pharmaceutical factory, the most indispensable thing is medicine. Overlord and Dragon-Bearded Tiger, when Lu Menglong was adjusting, also look for opportunities to take off your outer clothes. Then from the corpse on the ground, pull out your clothes and put them on. Such cold weather, they were doused from head to head with ice water. Although I wear a lot of clothes, the lower body is not very wet, but there is no room for drying the upper body. If your clothes are wet, I guess the fight hasn't started yet. He was already frozen to death. Lu Menglong turned a blind eye to them changing clothes. Just like Yang Guang, who was barefoot before changing shoes, he didn't stop either. Miss, please translate it for these 2 distinguished guests. I'll find them the 10 most capable people. Come play this game. Lu Menglong said happily. Chapter 374. The war begins. Lu Meiwa nodded, then he whispered a few words to the kangaroo. The kangaroo nodded while listening, then he asked Lu Meiwa to translate and convey something. You chosen ones, please take a few steps forward. As soon as Lu Meiwa finished speaking, Lu Menglong happily walked up. Then, there is Lu Dali, Yang Guang, Zhang Wei et al. Then, there are the others. Only Huifeng and Chen Dongsheng seems a little reluctant, seeing that Lu Menglong was also there. American cow. Some people sighed in surprise. You are one of them? Yes, yes. I also participate. Mr. Bison, can you take me with you when you leave? Lu Menglong said to Bison. But the American cow didn't know what Lu Menglong was talking about. He simply ignored his words. Others didn't pay much attention, however. Zhang Wei had great doubts about this sentence. Lu Menglong hopes these 2 foreigners will take him away. Left the pharmaceutical factory. Where else could they go? But they have helicopters. You can probably go wherever you want. Lu Menglong expressed himself so hard, just for a chance to leave, in order to catch the eyes of these 2 foreigners? Zhang Wei seemed to understand somewhat. Why does Lu Menglong also want to include himself? Come join this game. When 10 people slowly walked into the iron cage, Zhang Wei obviously saw Lu Dali's eyes lingering on him. The 2 people's eyes met. They all stay for a moment. This kind of tacit understanding, it is destined to be used in later games. Zhang Wei has a feeling, he and Lu Dali, maybe everyone can survive this death game. Zhang Wei looked at Overlord again. The Overlord's steps were a little unsteady. He didn't take Zhang Wei seriously. But after the Overlord saw the painter entering the iron cage, seems to be cheering up again. The Overlord seems to be very optimistic about the painter. It seems that the painter's ability, maybe not as ordinary as he appears. The previous fight with Silver Fox, either he was attacked by a Silver Fox, or maybe he is hiding his stupidity. Lu Menglong, what are the rules this time? Among the 2 foreigners, also walked into the big cage, and after the eldest lady locked the lock, Yang Guang finally couldn't help but start asking. If those 2 foreigners used weapons, and they were all barehanded, there is no difference between that and death. Certainly, if everyone is fighting here with bare hands, it couldn't be better. Fight as you please, but Mr. SK and Mr. SB will not show mercy. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I heard that K and B were both members of the Marine Corps. Mercenaries are mercenaries. Return to the Marine Corps. It's probably a lie that embellishes one's own. Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter. But the strength of these 2 people, probably not inferior to the apes. It's their leader, the alligator. Don't know what your skills are? And this organization, I heard there were 12 or 3 people. Where are the rest of them? When Zhang Wei was thinking, outside the pharmaceutical factory, there was the sound of a helicopter again. What are you doing? Why did you start the plane at this time? Not long after, a cold wind blew. Only then did Zhang Wei discover a forklift in the workshop from a pharmaceutical factory, transporting things outside. Look at the big box on the forklift. It should be drugs produced by pharmaceutical factories. Kangaroos and American cattle are here. Who is starting the helicopter? That tattooed guy who came to the school playground last time. Miss, Kangaroo and others did not pay attention to the sound of the plane. It seemed like they expected it. These guys, by default. Drugs are shipped from pharmaceutical factories to outside. It looks like we're going to pull up a helicopter. Where are these medicines taken? Is it Binhai City? Zhang Wei felt that his guess was very likely to be correct. Only people from Binhai City. That's why it takes so much trouble to transport medicines from the old city. Because Hansen Pharmaceutical moved from Binhai City back then. And the number of survivors in Binhai City, it is estimated that there will be many more than those in the old city. Because there are many high-rise buildings there. Residents of those high-rise buildings, as long as you don't drink unhygienic water, or get bitten by zombies, they should be able to survive the first round of zombie crisis. So, in the cold winter, they lack medicine. That is what is inevitable. Zhang Wei reasoned everything out. Although Zhang Wei also wanted to take this batch of medicines, but he knew it wasn't possible at this time. No manpower, no transportation, there is no way to get out of this place. Unless the plane is taken back again, then see if Yang Guang can drive. But at this time, he couldn't stop these people from transporting medicines. We can only let it go. The eldest lady communicated with two foreigners there again. Finally he said, the two distinguished guests said, the rules of the game are simple, that's 10 of you. Beat them both. Whatever weapons you use, of course they'll use everything at their disposal, but don't worry. I don't have a pistol, alright. It depends on how you carry out the final death struggle. Miss, it's not certain who will win. Huifeng couldn't help but interrupt. Damn fat woman, I guess the first one to die is you. I'm waiting to see your good show. The eldest lady said, on the other hand. He hooked his hand behind him. A boy moved the big sofa over. Near the edge of the stands. Obviously, the eldest lady wanted to have a closer look. This actually made Zhang Wei feel happy. Because of this opportunity for Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiang, it will be much bigger again. Alright, everyone, start your show. The eldest lady took it from her pocket, take out an apple, he wiped it on his clothes casually, just started to bite. This woman, it's like I'm delaying time on purpose. The painter behind Zhang Wei whispered. They're moving medicine. No, Zhang Shizi, you are wrong. I don't think it's that simple. They have already controlled this place. They could have finished transporting the medicines long ago. There is no need to create such an arena. And those two foreigners, as if I knew there would be a game today, came so timely. But judging from what Lu Menglong just said, he didn't seem to have thought that these two foreigners would participate in this game. Painter, what exactly do you want to say? I have no idea. I have an ominous premonition, but as long as we keep these two foreigners here completely, it will be relatively safe. These guys, I will never risk my life. Comment on, guys. When Zhang Wei was still communicating with the painter, the kangaroo has already extended his index finger to challenge. Zhang Wei will naturally not be the first to take action now. I still understand the principle of shooting the first bird. Unexpectedly. At this time, Lu Dolly rushed over like a gust of wind. Chapter 375. Four people work together. Although Zhang Wei didn't know why Lu Dolly was out in such a hurry, but we also know that there is no turning back when shooting a bow. At this time, one by one, they will only be defeated one by one. I saw Lu Dolly running towards the man called Kangaroo. People, Zhang Wei immediately looked at the American cow next to him. Seeing American cattle did not stop me, Zhang Wei was relieved. After Kangaroo saw the student-looking Lu Dolly rushing toward him, showed a playful smile. Although Zhang Wei slowly approached, but he had to act like he didn't know Lu Dolly. So as not to be Kangaroo. To take advantage of. When Zhang Wei also approached the kangaroo, the painter followed without hesitation. The three people divided into three directions. Kangaroo. Caught in the middle. Great. The kangaroo clenched his fists. There was a crunching sound of bones. This guy is a mercenary, using killing techniques. No matter who is controlled by this guy or is in danger, the two of us left, they have to take action without reservation, otherwise there is a possibility of being killed by him instantly. Zhang Wei said this to the painter, because he knows Lu Dolly will take action without reservation. Facing powerful enemies, the three of them only stood for a moment. They attacked in unison. Lu Dolly directly attacked the kangaroo's eyes. The painter attacked the kangaroo's chest. Zhang Wei originally planned to attack this guy's private parts directly. But when I think about the consequences of doing so, Zhang Wei had to change direction temporarily. Because once he succeeds, the foreigner will also be completely outraged when the time comes. This guy will not follow the rules of the game when using the two guns outside. And once you don't succeed, kangaroos may also do the opposite. Come and attack the private parts of 3 people. Maybe the 3 of them will die here today. The movement now shifts from the lower body to the kangaroo's knees. This kicked out. Even if there is not much harm, it can also buy time for the painter and Lou Dolly to take action. A person with an unstable bottom plate, it is absolutely impossible to block the 2 attacks coming at the same time on the upper body. But when Zhang Wei attacked this guy, the kangaroo almost noticed it. The kangaroo took a small step back, used 1 foot as a support, kicked out. He intercepted Zhang Wei's foot halfway. Zhang Wei only felt that he had been kicked on the iron plate. A heartbreaking pain came from my calf. He could only limp and jump away first. However, Lou Dolly and the painter's attack at this time also came at the same time. Lou Dolly didn't even think about it. Poke the kangaroo directly in the eye. This is the weakest point of this guy kangaroo. Lou Dolly's move was not wrong. But how could kangaroo not understand Lou Dolly's thoughts? After forcing Zhang Wei back, tilt your head back slightly, he avoided Lou Dolly's first attack. Lou Dolly saw that the painter's fist had hit the kangaroo's chest. Naturally, he refused to give up this rare opportunity. Touching his waist again, a chopstick appeared in his hand. Too far from the kangaroo's head, Lou Dolly poked the kangaroo under the arm without hesitation. These sharpened chopsticks, with the support of Lou Dolly, I guess no matter where I poke it, it's all a bloody hole. The kangaroo was hit in the chest by the painter, again. Take a half step back, 80 or 90% of the strength was relieved. This punch of the Overlord, it's like hitting cotton. The Overlord punched again, was intercepted by a kangaroo. The kangaroo drags the painter's fist, pulling it towards his own armpit, blocked Lou Dolly's long chopsticks. Although Lou Dolly stopped in time, but it still hurt the painter's arm. But the painter's injury, it's a minor injury that can be ignored. Zhang Wei plus Lou Dolly and the painter's joint attack, while the kangaroo guy, forced to retreat continuously. And behind the kangaroo, there is only 2 or 3 meters of space. Zhang Wei immediately jumped, blocking his escape route. It was different from the previous 3 people surrounding the kangaroo. At that time, the corner of the kangaroo's eyes, the movements of 3 people can be observed at the same time. At this time, Zhang Wei, standing position, it is a visual blind spot for kangaroos. And at the same time, the kangaroo's escape route was blocked. Superior. Now let out a low drink. Lou Dolly and the painter attacked at the same time without hesitation. After Zhang Wei saw the actions of the 2 people, he rushed out from behind without hesitation. The meeting point of 3 people, gather again in. Kangaroo. On the body. The kangaroo licked his lips with his tongue. He turned around and attacked Lou Dolly, who was coming. Lou Dolly wiped the kangaroo's neck with his chopsticks. The back of my hand was grabbed by a kangaroo. The kangaroo took advantage of the situation and tried to break Lou Dolly's arm. Lou Dolly had no choice but to turn his body in the direction of the kangaroo's twist. Unexpectedly, the kangaroo's kick. An inner ring kick like a shuttlecock came up. To avoid having your arm broken, Lou Dolly had no choice but to use his face. He took this kick forcefully. Fortunately, the kick in the inner ring doesn't have much force. Although Lou Dolly felt a little bit in pain, however, under the coordinated attacks of Zhang Wei and the painter, saved his arm. Lou Dolly's attack was neutralized. I was still soothing my sprain for a while. No effective attack was launched again. And the kangaroo at this time, facing only Zhang Wei and the painter, it seems a little more comfortable. Zhang Wei's attack, whether it's fists or quick kicks, they can be easily dodged by kangaroos. Even if you collide with a kangaroo once or twice, Zhang Wei also felt that he suffered a greater loss. Kangaroo guy, definitely trained to take hits. Anti-hit training, many special forces have this training program. This kangaroo guy must have been trained. I can't confront him head on like this. Zhang Wei touched the knife at his waist. No, I still don't know what kind of trump card this guy has. Now use the knife. A little too early, and if the knife is taken away, there might be a river of blood here. When Zhang Wei was stunned, the kangaroo kicked Zhang Wei in the neck. Zhang Wei instantly felt as if his neck had been broken. When I stood up again, seeing stars, the body almost fell to one side. Zhang Wei knows. This is caused by a temporary lack of oxygen to the brain. Like a slap, chopped on the back of the head, it can make people faint instantly. But when Zhang Wei was attacked by a kangaroo, the kangaroo was also attacked by the painter. The painter also kicked the kangaroo on the waist. Make the kangaroo roll on the ground. Zhang Wei knows. This is not how powerful the painter's kick is. But while this guy kangaroo was relieving himself, also avoiding the painter's backhand. Just as the kangaroo stood up, when preparing for a good fight with the painter, a shadow on the side, the kangaroo was knocked to the ground again. Yang Guang. At this time Yang Guang, who has been watching from the side, also joined in the siege of the kangaroos. Is you, the policeman? When I saw that Yang Guang was the one who made the move, the kangaroos seemed a little happy instead. This guy, it's not something you guys can solve. Yang Guang looked at the kangaroo and said, You can't do it alone. Right, Officer Yang? The painter stopped what he was doing. You perverted guy, why are you here too? I heard that your hypnosis is very powerful. Bureau Wang has handled many major cases in the past. You have participated in criminal investigations. Stop reminiscing about the past, Yang Guang, waste no more time. You and I and these two brats are going to die here. Stop talking, this guy can't understand Chinese. Four of us fight one, I don't believe I can't beat him. Come together, discuss countermeasures while fighting. Zhang Wei shook his head. I feel like my head is not as dizzy as it was at the beginning. Chapter 376 Fighting Kangaroo Again. Yang Guang, Shizhe, Lu Dali looked at each other, but they all had to agree with Zhang Wei's statement. That's when, they must work together to deal with this difficult foreigner. You should understand what the helicopters outside are doing. There was already a forklift transporting medicines just now. We don't have much time. Zhang Wei's meaning is very clear. When all the medicines have been shipped, this means that these people have no use value. There are hundreds of people in this pharmaceutical factory. They are all assembly line workers, but the raw materials have been used up. No more medicines can be produced here. These people have no use value. For these foreigners, people here, but it's all on the assembly line. Consumables. That's all. I remember Manager Sun said, 10% of production, we'll use it as a gift for the tournament. 10% is about 30 boxes, in other words. There are at most 300 boxes of goods here. Even if all shipments are completed, depending on the transport volume of the helicopter. There may be several round trips. Just more than half an hour and we don't know where the drugs were transported. Not all the medicines may have been transported. There may not be as much time as you think. The painter took over Zhang Wei's words and said. Only then did Zhang Wei realize a detail. That's what Manager Sun said before. There are some batches of medicines. The quality is not great. He plans to use that batch of medicine as a result of this competition. Prize. The medicine that is being transported now. The efficacy of the medicine is definitely the best. Hateful. Zhang Wei just hates that this is not a place he is familiar with. Otherwise, we can secretly arrange manpower, find a way to intercept that plane. Guys, what are yours talking about? The kangaroo paid no attention to the conversation between Zhang Wei and others. Also taking advantage of this gap, tighten your shoelaces. Fake oil. Yang Guang flew over with one leg. A distance of 3 to 5 steps, arrive in a flash. The kangaroo takes a step back, easily escape, but he didn't forget to use his own hand to catch Yang Guang's backhand. Yang Guang's backhand was simple and crude, hit the kangaroo directly on the back of the head with both fists. But he was intercepted halfway by a kangaroo. The two of them pulled for a while, but Yang Guang was kicked away again. Yang Guang's sneak attack was too fast. As a result, Zhang Wei and others had no time to cooperate. But at the moment when Yang Guang and kangaroo fought, Zhang Wei and the other three also seized the opportunity, head straight for the kangaroo. This time it was Lu Dali who attacked the kangaroo's lower body. The painter kicked the kangaroo in the calf. Zhang Wei directly attacked the kangaroo's chest. The attacks of the three people are just the most convenient direction for them to succeed. Not much damage was sought. There is not much time to think at this time. Lu Dali's attack was simple and crude. Kangaroo is so big, although it is not the abnormal height of apes, but it is also close to a height of 1.9 meters. His lower body is empty. When Lu Dali's attack came, the kangaroo could only bend down to block it. And as soon as I bend down, the strength of the upper body also weakened. This gave Zhang Wei an opportunity. Zhang Wei's fist was blocked by kangaroos many times. But there were also several punches on the kangaroo. However, such damage to kangaroos is almost zero. Zhang Wei's purpose, it is not effective in killing kangaroos. But it is the hand that restrains the kangaroo. In this way, he could only use his own legs to deal with the attacks of Lu Dali and the painter. Such a strategy is undoubtedly effective. Lu Dali attacked the lower plate of the kangaroo, dodged easily by kangaroo. The painter's sliding shovel kicked into the kangaroo's calf has achieved good results. Kangaroo instantly slipped due to the imbalance of the body, and Yang Guang, who has just been kicked by the kangaroo, saw the machine, rightly flew over, pressed the kangaroo and mouse underneath. Zhang Wei knows the opportunity is rare at this time. There is sunlight on it. He can be on Yang Guang's body. Let's have another taisha on top. So he rushed over without hesitation. Combining the strength of two people finally. The kangaroo was suppressed. Zhang Wei immediately stretched out his hand, hooked the kangaroo's neck. It is not necessary to kill the kangaroo at this time. Let the kangaroo suffocate briefly, it can also make him lose his fighting power. This is the famous chokehold in the wrestling ring. This method works when two people have equal strength. Almost unsolvable. Because people who are locked up can't find a place to borrow strength from, there is no way to break free. When Lu Dali and the painter saw this, they both kicked the kangaroo hard under its armpits. The kangaroo grunted, obviously he suffered a lot. After a struggle, kangaroo puts his hands on the ground. He directly pushed up Yang Guang and Zhang Wei from the back. Zhang Wei didn't expect kangaroos to have such great power. The combined weight of him and Yang Guang is estimated to be nearly 300 kilograms. Coupled with the power of the two people pressing down with all their strength, 500 or 600 pounds is just a lot more. When being pushed up by a kangaroo, Zhang Weizhen wanted to let go immediately, unexpectedly. The kangaroo grabbed both hands severely. This tug, together with Yang Guang in the middle, it was almost turned into a meat bun. That's what kangaroos are like. He pushed the two of them back desperately. The iron cage was hit. Bang. There was a loud bang. Zhang Wei almost fainted from this pressure. Yang Guang sandwiched in the middle, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy can't have internal injuries, like Overlord. Zhang Wei just said it was bad. If this continues, Yang Guang in the middle will die sooner or later. Fortunately, Lu Dali and the painter also rushed up at the same time. Lu Dali took out another chopstick, hidden in one's hands, when getting close to a kangaroo, but she stabbed him in the abdomen without hesitation. The kangaroo kicked, and the chopsticks pierced the sole of the kangaroo's military leather shoes, breaking into two pieces. It's useless. This guy has been on guard since the first time you used chopsticks. Zhang Wei kindly reminded. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, he was hit by the metal fence again. Several stainless steel pipes of the metal fence were slightly deformed by the two collisions. But Zhang Wei also felt the solidity of this cage from these two collisions. Without a big hammer, it would be almost impossible to break it with bare hands. The painter's attack came immediately after Lu Dali's failed attack. He is not as indecisive as Zhang Wei. He kicked the kangaroo directly in the vagina. The kangaroo adjusted its position urgently. This kick just hit the kangaroo's thigh. Although it didn't cause much damage, but it allows the painter to draw on his strength. With the help of kangaroo's thighs, the painter's other foot rose into the air, kicked directly to the kangaroo's chin. This time the kangaroo finally fell to the sky, leaving behind Zhang Wei and Yang Guang who were locked by him. The two of them also had a chance to breathe. Yang Guang immediately rolled to the side and gasped, but Zhang Wei touched the back of his head. The hand is bright red. When I was just smashed against the fence, the scalp was smashed. No wonder it hurt so much. The combined strength of the four of them fight again, neither side gained much benefit. Kangaroo, do you need some help? The friendly greetings of American cattle came from the side. No, it's my show time. The kangaroo spat out a mouthful of blood, unbuttoning his leather jacket, he took it off and threw it on the ground. Zhang Wei only said that it was not good. I'm afraid this guy is going to be serious. Chapter 377 Fighting Bison. Are you still watching the show? If we lose, you guys will definitely die too. Zhang Wei said to the other people who were still watching the show. And at this time, more than 30 zombies imprisoned in the middle, they also let out crazy roars in cooperation. I don't know if it was Zhang Wei's words that made people wake up. It was the roar of the zombies that stimulated people. The silver fox next to me, finally I couldn't help but slowly move towards. American cow. Go. And seeing the silver fox in action, Chen Dongsheng also slowly approached. American cow. Overlord. Long Su and others also followed Zhang Wei's example, and blocked the retreat of American bull. Huafeng stood still, but stared at Lu Menglong. Her message was very simple. She didn't have the courage to fight against the foreigner. But it wouldn't be a big problem to drag the injured man in such a narrow space. It was actually good for Chen Dongsheng and Huafeng who were not good at fighting, because the side with more people would have the advantage no matter what. In that big square, it will only give them a chance to defeat them one by one. Seeing Chen Dongsheng and Inhu slowly walking towards him, the American cow bison gradually showed a disdainful smile. Especially Silver Fox. An old man with some gray hair, it felt like an insult to him. American cow glanced at Lu Menglong and Huafeng suspiciously. It means these two. Goods. Is he also the master you found? Lu Menglong smiled awkwardly. I accidentally involved my own wound again, he grimaced in pain. The American cow looked at Lu Meiwei in the stands. I found that the woman was looking at me with obsession, staring at him and the kangaroo. Finally he showed a satisfied smile. Come on! The American cow clenched its fists, just planned to make a quick decision. It happens to be here too. Oriental beauty. Show off your skills in front of me. The overlord knew this guy was serious. He and Long Su, in the previous fight with Lu Menglong, he had already been severely injured by Lu Menglong. After falling into coma, he was woken up by being poured with cold water. Overlord directly showed his knife, which he had dropped on the ground when he was fighting with Lu Menglong and fell into coma. Now, he picked it up again. Long Su's weapon was still the finger knife that he had hidden well. It was hidden on his finger, like a ring, but it could open the stomach. Silver Fox took out his glowing spoon. As for Lu Menglong, he was much shabby, with his bare hands and no weapons. Superior! Silver Fox shouted lowly. He rushed over first. A cold light flashed. White spoons were flying in the air. Just run straight away. American cow. Neck and go. Although the American cow didn't see clearly what the Silver Fox was using, but it's a metal weapon anyway, he was still aware of his risk awareness. American cows hide subconsciously. And when the Silver Fox's hand touched his cheek, the American cow grabbed the Silver Fox by the hair. A knee bump goes up. This almost made Silver Fox spit out the gully water. I didn't have much hair, and let the American cattle eat up a big handful. The American bull pulled the Silver Fox's hand over to take a look. What was found was a metal spoon with a sharp edge. He originally planned to take this weapon away, instantly lost interest. Grabbed the Silver Fox by the neck, he immediately threw the Silver Fox out. This time I am impartial. Just dumped on the iron cage inside, the zombies inside stretched out a dozen hands. Those who are waiting for food must catch the Silver Fox falling from the sky. I know if I am grabbed by these hands, I'm afraid my fate will have to be dealt with here. The Silver Fox immediately kicked one of the bars of the iron cage. Intercept the force of rebound. Accelerate the landing. This left him just a little bit behind. Then the zombie hugged his thigh, however. Due to excessive force, he was almost hit hard to the ground. Silver Fox touched his waist. I didn't stand up for a long time. The moment Chen Dongsheng took action from Silver Fox, he rushed over directly, just hugged her. American cow. Thigh. Shouting. Kill him quickly. The American cow saw this, and hugged its thighs with both hands. The guy who didn't make any attacks was also stunned. He punched Chen Dongsheng hard twice. Chen Dongsheng still didn't let go. At this time, the Overlord and the Gecko also killed both. The Overlord didn't even think about it, directly pierced the heart of the American cow with a short dagger. He has confidence. If this guy Chen Dongsheng could hug the thigh of an American cow, delay him for a minute and a half, he can completely eliminate the American cattle. But just when the Overlord was about to approach the American cow, he saw the American cow smile triumphantly. The Overlord just said bad words. He glanced to the side out of the corner of his eye. Two white things are approaching. It turned out to be this guy Lu Menglong, wearing white gloves. He sneaked over again. The Overlord knows. It's not certain whether his knife can hit an American cow. But if Dragon King Lu Menglong was attacked again, the body that was already seriously injured, I might as well explain it thoroughly here. So I had to take back my knife, turn the direction towards Lu Menglong. Lu Menglong also didn't expect that his secret sneak attack could still be detected. Because even the Fire Phoenix standing opposite him, at this time, I was still in a daze. However, Lu Menglong also acted according to circumstances. Seeing the Overlord's knife coming, just reach out and grab it. Overlord's blade. When Lu Menglong held it in his hand, only then did he realize Lu Menglong's white gloves. They seemed to be the kind of workshop gloves that would prevent cuts from sharp edges. If the behavior is an ordinary glove, at this time, the entire palm has been completely broken. But he didn't give up either. After several pulls, seeing the knife, I can't break free, he immediately let go of his hand. He allowed the knife to be snatched away by Lu Menglong. Lu Menglong was also stunned. I didn't expect to get the Overlord's weapon so easily. However, he is not good at using short weapons. After thinking for a moment, he shouted at the American cow, as if he was showing hospitality. Basin, the knife is for you. The dagger flies through the air in a parabola. The moment Zhang Wei was thrown out of the knife, without thinking, he took out a chopstick from his waist and threw it out. The chopsticks hit the dagger in the air, fall down. It happened to fall in front of the bearded tiger, who was about to attack the American cow from behind. The dragon-bearded tiger gave it a kick without hesitation, kicked the knife towards Overlord. So this short knife, after passing through Overlord one after another, Lu Menglong, Zhang Wei, after the hands of Long Suhu and others, it was back in the hands of the Overlord again. For such a result, Lu Menglong was also a little surprised. But after seeing Bison, after Mr. S' indifferent expression, Lu Menglong was relieved. This was his initial plan. On the surface, 10 people were beating these 2 foreigners. But he is such a rebellious boy, at the critical moment, show your kindness to 2 foreigners, leave some good impressions. Seeing the Fire Phoenix slowly walking over, Lu Menglong had to be careful. Because at this time, he faced both Overlord and Fire Phoenix at the same time. You guy, do you have to be a helper? Overlord looked at Lu Menglong and said. If he could still accept the stalemate between Lu Menglong and Huafeng at the beginning, then Lu Menglong just attacked him sneakily and threw away his weapon. This clearly shows that Lu Menglong plans to rebel. Lu Menglong was chosen like this. 10-man camp, it's just a joke. That is to say, the current situation, it's 9 against 3. Chapter 378 A Bison Injured. Aiding the evildoer? Do you think you guys can get out of here alive? Lu Menglong smiled. He didn't take the Overlord's words seriously. Then you go die? The Overlord knows, at this point, nonsense is no longer useful. He asked the previous question. I want to slow down the rhythm a bit, and determine what Lu Menglong wants to do. At this time, in such an environment, for every enemy missing, the odds of winning are even better. He will kill Lu Menglong to avenge a Piao, but when these 2 foreigners appeared out of nowhere to participate, he can let go of his hatred for the time being. It would be best if Lu Menglong could just stand by and watch. Since Lu Menglong still wanted them dead, there was no reason for the Overlord to talk nonsense. As soon as the Overlord finished speaking, Huafeng attacked directly, pulling out her hairpin and stabbing Lu Menglong. Although Lu Menglong was injured, he was not someone Huafeng, who had no martial arts background, could handle. Huafeng's hand holding the weapon was intercepted by Lu Menglong halfway, and Lu Menglong pulled in the direction of Huafeng's stabbing, and Huafeng fell to her knees. Lu Menglong followed up with 2 punches. It hit Huafeng's temple. The fist is strong and powerful, relying on the instinctive conditioned reflex of the body. Huafeng dodged the first punch. The second punch hit the back of her head. It can be considered as a partial hit. Suddenly Huafeng lay on the ground and twitched. The Overlord knows. This girl Huafeng has no abilities. It would be good to be able to contain Lu Menglong. The dagger is in my hand again. Stabbed directly towards Lu Menglong. Lu Menglong let go of Huafeng, rolling on the ground, escaped the Overlord's fatal blow. Then he started to dodge and move around. Neither of them moved very quickly. This is because both of them were injured. And the American cattle next to it, facing the attacks of long-bearded tiger, Silver Fox and Chen Dongsheng, it seems to be easy. Dragon-beard tiger's previous attack, discovered by the American cow instead. They were targeted by American cattle. The American bull began to attack the bearded tiger with all its strength. Because of the sharp blade of the dragon-bearded tiger's thumb, an American cow's leather jacket was accidentally cut open. This made him extremely angry. What the heck? America took a look at his cut clothes, and he finally figured out that the ring-like thing in Long Su's hand was a knife. Such a thing looks very casual, but once it cuts the carotid artery on the neck or the aorta on the leg, the injured person will almost die in a short time. The zombies began to roar wildly, and the 3 waves of people fought in a group. The most intense ones were Lu Dali, Zhang Wei, Painter, Yang Guang, and the 4 people cooperated very well. Although most of the time, they are all ineffective attacks, but after a few rounds of fighting, the 4 of them have gradually developed a tacit understanding. When a person is in danger of life, the remaining 3 will attack with all their strength. This makes the kangaroo lose the opportunity to defeat them one by one. But this guy kangaroo, still able to survive the siege of 4 people with ease. The kangaroo didn't stalk a few people either. The second wave of troops is Silver Fox, Chen Dongsheng, the bearded tiger's attack on the American cattle. Chen Dongsheng had been holding the thigh of the American cow before. Give a few. Teammate. Stall for time. After Lu Menglong's sneak attack on Overlord, the situation changed instantly. The American cow kneels down, pushing Chen Dongsheng to the ground. 2 punches down, Chen Dongsheng let go of his hand. Fortunately, the bearded tiger's sneak attack attracted the attention of the American cow. Otherwise, Chen Dongsheng would have confessed here. Chen Dongsheng rolled and crawled away from the battlefield, touched his nose. The nosebleeds couldn't stop. I wonder if he was just injured by an American cow. But Mei Chen Dongsheng also knows. No one can be alone at this time. Although he Silver Fox and Dragon-Bearded Tiger don't trust each other very much, but if Dragon-Bearded Tiger and Silver Fox die at this time, he probably won't be able to get out of this cage. Qin Dongsheng gritted his teeth and rushed over again. When Silver Fox and Dragon-Bearded Tiger took action, he once again hugged the American cow's thigh tightly. Seeing the blood on his face, the crazy Qin Dongsheng, Silver Fox knows, if you don't come up with something to look after, everyone is going to die. Silver Fox groped around his waist without leaving any trace. Grab the special spoon again and kill him. Long Suhu also took a few punches on his shoulders. It almost cost him a broken collarbone for a moment. Therefore, opportunities were created for both Silver Fox and Qin Dongsheng. Silver Fox went up and entangled the American bull's right hand to fight. However, the spoon flew up and down, but still failed to effectively cut the American bull. Just when everyone thought that the old man Silver Fox was surprised because of his blurred vision, a scream of the American bull came from the cage. F*******. When he looked again, the American bull had already covered his hand and retreated several steps. Qin Dongsheng was kicked away by him. And the Silver Fox pulled his own spoon, retreat quickly. What? People outside are far apart, I can't see the details inside at all. It's fishing line. Someone with sharp eyes shouted. No, not a fishing line, it is impossible for fishing line to cut through such thick clothes. It's a tightrope. After America took a few steps back, he violently waved his right hand in the air several times, stretching and contracting again. Suddenly a small thread in the air was stretched straight. Then the left hand of the American cow, touching his waist, pulled out a dagger with a thick blade. Military dagger. Zhang Wei only glanced at it. You know how extraordinary that short sword is. This weapon is different from the fruit knives or homemade knives used by most survivors. Instead, it is forged from high-strength steel. The American cow was picked with a knife in the void. Only the sound of a bowstring breaking was heard. The connection between the Silver Fox and the American cattle was severed by this knife. The American cow shook his right hand, then pulled out a thin metal wire. Blood dripped from his fingertips to the ground. Undoubtedly, he was injured when Silver Fox used unconventional weapons again this time. Are you okay? Lu Meiyue's cordial greeting came from the stands. I'm okay. Honey! Although the American bull responded that he was fine, his voice was very cold. There was no more joking tone. It was obvious that he was really angry. The American bull glanced at the dragon-bearded tiger who was fighting with the tyrant, and then at the kangaroo who was being held by Zhang Wei and the other four. He shook his head speechlessly. And Qin Dongsheng, after seeing the American cow draw its dagger, just keep retreating quietly to the back until there is no retreat. He finally figured it out at this time. You can no longer hug the thighs of the American cow. This knife cuts easily, just wipe his neck. Old man, it's time to send you to see God. The American cow smiled and said to the Silver Fox. Chapter 378 Be the Death of Dragon and Tiger. Silver Fox doesn't understand English, although he didn't know what the American cow said to him, but the American cow's eyes never left his body. Bring your horses over here. Silver Fox raised his weapon. At this time, most people can see Silver Fox's spoon weapon. There is a small hole at the end. Metal wire before, it was probably passed through from the inside. Although I don't know what material this metal wire is made of, but since it can cut people, that's not something ordinary. Silver Fox probably hid this filament inside his clothes or sleeves before. Then I don't know what method to use, trap the hand of this American cow. Old man, he said he would send you to see God, be careful. The painter's voice came from not far away. This time, the painter also acted as an excellent translator. I am 60 or 70 years old. It wouldn't be a loss if I could go see that Sui of yours. It's Jesus. The dragon-bearded tiger next to him quickly corrected himself. Except for Zhang Wei's people fighting in another corner. The scene fell into a strange stalemate. Bao Wang kicked Lu Menglong away and shouted, Go! Then he ignored Lu Menglong and turned to kill the American bull. Long Suhu, who had been following Bao Wang's orders, also cooperated well and turned to attack. The two of them sandwiched the American bull in the middle. Just when Lu Menglong reacted and was about to attack again, Bao Wang turned around instantly and killed Lu Menglong, kicking him in the chest, catching him off guard. And the dragon-bearded tiger also turned around instantly. The attack on Lu Menglong began. The two had a fierce fight with Lu Menglong before, almost beaten to death. And this time, the cooperation, obviously out of revenge. After Huifeng saw the actions of the two people, he also climbed up shakily. He clenched the hairpin in his hand tightly, slowly approaching Lu Menglong. At this time, Silver Fox, he couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Not just because Tyrannosaurus Rex and Bearded Tiger sold him out, but the American cow didn't pay attention to the departure of the two people. Instead, he held the knife, walked towards him slowly. Silver Fox knows, by this time, he had become a thorn in the side of American cattle. However, he is not one to sit back and die. The American cow moved towards him, then he stepped back, until there is no retreat. Lu Menglong faced the attack of three people, still very serious. His leg on the side of the waist where he was stabbed, barely moved. Even if you occasionally make some movements, it's also a very small margin. Long Su had noticed this weakness, immediately began to attack Lu Menglong from the side. He punched Lu Menglong on the shoulder. Lu Menglong almost fell to the ground, at this time. The Overlord also came up, without hesitation. He punched Lu Menglong in the face with two fists. Lu Menglong kicked the sky to resist the Overlord's pressing body. Although the Overlord's fist still hit him, however, I was not sure, it didn't do much damage. Lu Menglong tilted his head, evading the hairpin that the Fire Phoenix sneaked towards. The hairpin is stuck on the ground. There was a metallic sound. Even if the Fire Phoenix's attack was in vain, Lu Menglong did not forget to take care of the Fire Phoenix. Pulling Huifeng's long hair was a tug. Let the Fire Phoenix fall to the ground in pain, another kick in her stomach, losing her ability to continue attacking. The Overlord has been unable to attack for a long time, directly grabbed one of Lu Menglong's legs, learned from Chen Dongqing's previous actions, control Lu Menglong's dodge space. Do it quickly. The Overlord urged the Dragon-Bearded Tiger to attack quickly. But at this time, the Dragon-Bearded Tiger also had too much to worry about. His head was clamped under Lu Menglong's armpit, face to the ground, barely able to move. In the end, the Dragon-Bearded Tiger doesn't care whether it kills or not. He hammered Lu Menglong crazily with the hand that could still move. As for his other hand, all his strength was used to break free from Lu Menglong's shackles. Otherwise, his neck would probably be broken by Lu Menglong like this. Fortunately, the Dragon-Bearded Tiger's frantic hammering. Lu Menglong's wound was accidentally injured again. Lu Menglong could still bear it once or twice. After many times, I finally couldn't bear the pain anymore. Let go of your hand. At this time, in order to make Lu Menglong let go, the Overlord, regardless of the rules of the game, he bit Lu Menglong's thigh directly. The bite force of adults is so amazing. Lu Menglong suffered from pain in two places. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. After giving Dragon-Bearded Tiger two crazy punches, kicked the Overlord away with one kick. This kick hit the Overlord in the forehead. It caused blood to flow from the corner of his mouth again. But he also kicked the Overlord a few steps away, and the Dragon-Bearded Tiger, they were also thrown away by Lu Menglong. The three of them once again fell into a stalemate. The Silver Fox was forced to a point where there was no way out by the American Bull. Behind them are snarling zombies. Some of the zombies' outstretched fingers. It was less than 10 centimeters away from the Silver Fox. Silver Fox looked at Overlord and Dragon-Bearded Tiger, plus the Fire Phoenix, gathering the strength of three people, nor did he completely kill Lu Menglong. I just screamed in my heart that it was not good. He slowly retreated towards the zombies, the most dangerous place at this time. On the contrary, it is the safest. If the American cow wants to deal with him here, then American cattle are also at risk of being scratched by zombies. This place, he is the only one who can wait for change, a place to die and live again. However, American cattle were not frightened by zombies. Instead, he continued to approach the Silver Fox, trying to force him completely into the hands of the zombies. Silver Fox knows, as long as I get close to these zombies, even if I don't get caught by the dozens of hands stretched out, you will also be scratched on the neck or head by these zombies. Try your best to fight the American Bull and still survive. If you are scratched, it is completely hopeless. He has not heard of any survivors who were bitten or scratched by zombies and survived. Thinking of this, Silver Fox's spoon slid towards the American Bull again. And at the same time, he waved his hand violently. Suddenly, a ball of silver powder scattered on the head of the American Bull. This guy actually is powder. Silver Fox. This old man has a trick up his sleeve. I told you he's an old fox. The crowd watching was talking about it. Because Silver Fox had used this powder to attack and beat the Painter Shirja before. Even if he was in danger later, he never used this thing again. Unexpectedly, he still had reservations. I just don't know if this is his last trump card. The American cow obviously didn't expect the Silver Fox to come like this. When the Silver Fox waved his sleeves towards him, he felt the wind and dust blowing against his face. I closed my eyes, like a conditioned reflex. The silver powder did not cause much damage to his eyes. But it also confused his eyes to a certain extent. Silver Fox found the opportunity. Immediately the spoon moved towards the American cow. Just a few times, the American cow's leather jacket was scratched to pieces. The dragon-bearded tiger not far away thought that the Silver Fox's attack was successful. He rushed over immediately. The finger knife slashed hard at the American cow's back. If this were an ordinary person, his back had been disemboweled a long time ago. However, American cattle are also very responsive people. Immediately bent down slightly, took a defensive posture, regardless of the attacking Silver Fox, then he grabbed the dragon-bearded tiger by the neck. The dragon-bearded tiger struggled wildly, but to no avail. He was actually lifted up by the American cow with its toes off the ground. Crack! There was a sound. The Adam's apple of the dragon-bearded tiger, it was torn apart by an American cow. The dragon-bearded tiger was thrown to the ground by the American cow, only a twitch, there will be no more interest. Ahoo! The overlord shouted anxiously, but Long Suhan never responded. Everyone present was astonished. It is normal for a dragon-bearded tiger to die. He almost died once before. And everyone was shocked. The American cow gently lifted a man weighing more than 100 pounds and broke his neck. Just when everyone thought that the American cattle should also be attacked and seriously injured by the Silver Fox and the bearded tiger, American cow slowly took off his leather jacket with mink velvet lining. Dropped on the ground. Worn underneath, it was a thick camouflage green vest. Except for the injury and bleeding on his right hand, the American cattle were not harmed in any way. Only Zhang Wei was shocked and speechless. Because of the clothes this guy is wearing, same as the one on him. Avoid bulletproof vests. It's a bulletproof vest. No wonder these two guys dared to shout arrogantly, I'm going to fight 10. Chapter 379 Dragon King Surrenders. Ahoo! The voice of the Overlord's grief came immediately. The Overlord ran over in 2 steps and helped Long Suhu up. Long Suhu occasionally twitched once or twice, but white foam kept overflowing from his mouth, mixed with blood foam, and his head drooped to one side. Everyone knew that Long Suhu could not be saved. His throat had been broken by the American bull. After seeing Long Suhu's death, Zhang Wei and others were also a little sad. Although we have only known this guy for a few days, however, he is usually quite enthusiastic when dealing with others. Zhang Wei still remembers what Long Shuhu said not long ago, my name is Long Hu. I just watched a cartoon called Neza when I was a kid. There is a monster in that one called Dragon-Bearded Tiger, that's why I was called that nickname by others. And the cartoon Neza? Zhang Wei also watched it when he was a child. Looking at the American cow taking off its coat and jacket, Zhang Wei has no doubt. The kangaroo also has such a vest inside his yellow jacket. They are all professional mercenaries. It is normal to have bulletproof vests. Especially in the last days. A place where danger is everywhere. But, they who put on these clothes, he is now in a completely invincible state. Not to mention 4 people. Just the same people again, it is also difficult to cause effective damage. If it weren't for those 2 rifles, but we can take advantage of the number of people, let Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others come in, I have to push these 2 guys to the ground. If you can get a gun, I can give these 2 guys a headshot. Pity! Although Zhang Wei was thinking about other things, there was no relaxation in the hand. He finally understood that the 4 of them joined forces. Why can't I defeat this guy kangaroo? Because they hit the kangaroo's upper body, damage to kangaroos is almost 0. Lu Dolly's chopsticks, it has completely become a joke. You guys played wonderfully, come on, little darlings. Lu Meiwei in the stands, I saw a dragon-bearded tiger being killed by an American cow, he clapped his hands happily. And many people, they all glared at him. It seems that this woman Lu Meiwei, many times in this manufacturing plant, organized this kind of arena killing game. Zhang Wei glanced at Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, found them both. They all stared at Lu Meiwei with malicious eyes. Very good, I'll catch this woman later. The first one to be attacked is her. Zhang Wei really wanted to kill Lu Meiwei in front of these 2 mercenaries. So that they know some principles of life. Kangaroo offense and defense, it works with ease every time. Zhang Wei knows, this guy should be at the top level among mercenaries. The people he has met, maybe only the big men and mad dogs in the old city can fight him one-on-one. And it is estimated that the outcome is still undecided. As for Wang Yukun, Zhang Wei has never seen him take action. Although kangaroos are very relaxed, however, it did not cause much damage to Zhang Wei and the 4 others. On the contrary, due to the narrow space, the encirclement by Zhang Wei and others, sometimes it doesn't have much effect. After the American cattle defeated the dragon-bearded tiger, finally he showed a satisfied smile. Regardless of the overlord, who was still sad, he slowly continued walking towards the silver fox. And Lu Menglong also licked his lips. He rubbed his white gloves. Started walking slowly towards overlord. The fire phoenix next to him shouted, "Overlord, forget about mother-in-law and mother-in-law, just avenge him." When the overlord heard this, he raised his head and looked at Lu Menglong with red eyes. Yes, this guy is the culprit. The so-called contestants, it was all arranged by this guy. Go to hell. The overlord dropped the body of the dragon-bearded tiger. He immediately rushed towards Lu Menglong. You have to pay the price for the death of a Biao and a Hu. A few days, overlord's two best friends, a Biao and Long Shu, who both died in this pharmaceutical factory inexplicably. How could he not be angry? Overlord's fist. He punched Lu Menglong again. Even if he is occasionally hit by Lu Menglong, the overlord also stood up again indifferently. Seeing that the American cattle are planning to continue to take care of the silver fox, Fire Phoenix also gritted his teeth and rushed over again, and shouted towards Chen Dongsheng, who was farther away. You don't want to avenge your son. I want to survive from here. Do it quickly. Chen Dongsheng, who was at the door lock pretending to be defeated but actually trying to unlock it, suddenly. He found that many people's eyes were focused on him. I had to leave the door lock behind. He gritted his teeth and rushed over. The eldest lady saw Chen Dongsheng, who was trying to unlock the door secretly. So he said loudly to the two men carrying guns next to him, "If anyone doesn't give permission later, forced out through the locked door, you two, just shoot with me." "Okay, lady." "Yes, miss." This completely stopped everyone's thoughts of escaping. Chen Dongsheng was secretly trying to unlock the door. Many people inside noticed it. However, they all remained tacitly silent. Because of the fight in the iron cage. No matter who wins, I guess except for those two foreigners, none of the remaining people could get out of the iron cage. The so-called arena game, it should be aimed at the leaders of all nearby forces. Plan of clearance. As for me, I was only involved because of Tai Peng and his grandson. Zhang Wei knows, this manufacturing plant has already, thanks to his intervention, and the butterfly effect happened. As for the original direction, he no longer knows. But in the past memory, he had never heard of Overlord, Dragon-Bearded Tiger, Painter Shizhe, Prisoner Yang Guang and others. Then these people, 9 times out of 10. Everything will be lost in this pharmaceutical factory. Prison. I just don't know if I can survive from here, change all that. When Chen Dongsheng and Huifeng rushed over again, Lu Menglong finally showed a hint of panic. Because he found that Overlord was really crazy. Many times Lu Menglong was convinced that he had hit the key point of Overlord. But the Overlord took action again and again without hesitation. Lu Menglong was confident that he could kill the Overlord. But he will also be seriously injured by the Overlord. Because the Overlord has a knife in his hand. In Lu Menglong's view, it doesn't matter if you hurt your muscles or bones, but you can't become a useless person. With a shovel on the Overlord's ankle, immediately afterwards. A brutal collision knocked the Overlord away. Lu Menglong kicked away the Fire Phoenix again. The hairpin in Huifeng's hand also came out. A parabola is drawn from the sky. He fell into the crowd outside the cage. As luck would have it, the hairpin just fell between Lu Ringjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. Huifeng was kicked away, fell to the ground, and just fell on the body of Long Su. Huifeng, with disheveled hair, looked a little panicked after losing the hairpin. She subconsciously fumbled around Long Su. Suddenly, she felt something bulging on Long Su's body. Huifeng quickly took it out and saw that it was a piece of gauze wrapped in 2 pebbles. No, this weapon is that stocking. Huifeng remembered that Long Su had used this elastic death stocking filled with pebbles to deal with zombies, which could almost achieve the same effect as the meteor hammer. Thinking of this, Huifeng lifted the weapon in his hand. The upper part of the stocking was wrapped twice. Huifeng waited casually, probably when the elastic force opens, more than 1 meter in length. Seeing Lu Menglong squatting on the ground and beating Chen Dongsheng to death, Fire Phoenix touched it. He threw it hard at the back of Lu Menglong's head. Stocking's pebbles a twirl. Lu Menglong was hit in the back of the head. Lu Menglong covered the back of his head in disbelief, slowly turning his head. Huifeng threw another sock over. Lu Menglong obviously wanted to dodge. But he didn't know if it was because of the first hit. His movements became slow. He didn't dodge again this time. The pebble hit Lu Menglong's temple, and his skin and flesh were torn apart. At this time, Chen Dongsheng, like a chicken blood, hugged Lu Menglong from behind, and shouted, "Ba Wang! Kill him!" After Ba Wang was kicked away, He didn't get up for a long time. When he heard the shout, he looked up. He found that Lu Menglong seemed to be dying. So he immediately picked up the knife on the ground and struggled to crawl over, slowly approaching Lu Menglong. "Stop!" the eldest lady outside shouted. "Kill him! Kill him!" Theatergoers outside shouted wildly. "Help me, cousin!" Lu Menglong crawled towards the door. However, Huafeng still strangled his neck with stockings. And the overlord who came over, a sharp blow without hesitation, it plunged into Lu Menglong's neck. The knife penetrated Lu Menglong's back of the neck, extending from the Adam's apple. The overlord sat on the ground and laughed. Both Huafeng and Chen Dongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. And this guy Lu Menglong, not yet exhausted, while spitting out blood, while saying vaguely, "Cousin, let your two foreign friends take me on the plane. I can fight very well. I know the seats are limited. I am your cousin. Our surname is Lu. I am more valuable than manager's son, and Mr. Su." Lu Menglong hasn't finished speaking yet. He fell to the ground with his eyes open. Chapter 380. Cousin is furious. Cousin? Everyone was stunned. Most people were looking in all directions. In the end, I found out that only the eldest lady seemed to be the only one in line with the so-called cousin image. There are also dozens of other female employees in pharmaceutical factories, but those people are downstairs watching the show right now. If my cousin is among these people, you should have heard about it a long time ago. Sure enough, the people watching the battle saw the eldest lady slowly walking down. He covered his mouth with an expression of disbelief. "Kill them all!" the eldest lady shouted to the American cows and kangaroos inside. The American bull just saw the fire phoenix and went to sneak attack Lu Menglong. But this guy's jabbering is very annoying. He didn't remind him. And now it seems, this is the subordinate of his honey. It seems to have something to do with his honey. So the American cow turned its attention to the overlord. After all, he was the one who made the final stab. At this time, the overlord was already at the end of his strength. When I heard Lu Menglong calling his cousin to save him before he died, the overlord made a guess. Faced with the eldest lady's anger, the overlord showed a smile come out of mouth. Hey hey hey. Laughter. And the fire phoenix, after hearing the news, Chen Dongsheng and others. Then his face becomes pale. Because at this time, they are in the iron cage. All of them are man-made swordsmen. I'm for fish. After Lu Menglong and Long Suhu both died, only the last 8 people remained. The overlord was still there giggling. The silver fox is still avoiding the pursuit of the American bull. Huafeng and Chen Dongsheng were at a loss. And Zhang Wei, Lu Dali, Yang Guang, the 4 of them, Shirja, were still fighting with the kangaroo. Although the eldest lady let the American cows and kangaroos kill everyone. However, the two did not do this. In their view, this so-called cat and mouse game has just begun at this time. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, the American bull must not be allowed to deal with the silver fox and overlord. Otherwise, only 2 losers, Huafeng and Chen Dongsheng, will be left. It will be instantly killed by American cattle. And when the time comes, the remaining 4 of them will face simultaneous attacks from American cattle and kangaroos. For against 1 is a stalemate. If 4 against 2, I'm afraid the 4 of them will have to confess here. Especially if both enemies have bulletproof vests. As long as Overlord and Silver Fox don't die, in any case, it can be used as a diversion. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, we can only wait for changes. Overlord, don't die here. The painter's voice sounded at the right time. Shirja, why don't you go help him? Zhang Wei said. For the Overlord, the person who knows him best in the scene, except for the dead dragon-bearded tiger, probably only painters. If we talk about back-to-back battles, Zhang Wei can trust Lu Dali, but the Overlord cannot be trusted. And at this time, it would be best to separate the painter. First of all, he was only injured by the Silver Fox's silver powder at first. He was not seriously injured. Secondly, Zhang Wei also wanted to take advantage of American cattle. Look at what this guy is really capable of. A pervert who can turn dozens of adults into ice sculptures of so-called zombie art. It can never be as weak as it appears. Painter Shirja heard Zhang Wei's reminder. He immediately ran over without hesitation. The Overlord was still sitting on the ground without speaking. The painter went straight to the American cow. This made Silver Fox, who was in trouble, suddenly feel happy. What a lifesaver. After the American cow saw a new opponent, his complexion didn't change much. The Silver Fox's silver powder did not cause much harm to him before. Instead, the wire cut him. So he looked at the old man who was the only one who heard him. I feel very uncomfortable. So he wanted to deal with the silver fox. After the painter Shirja left, Zhang Wei, Lu Dali, Yang Guang and the other three attacked together again. One less person did not fall into a disadvantage, on the contrary. They cooperated even more tacitly. This guy Yang Guang, imprisoned here, so hungry that I only have half my life left, his attacks are feeble, most of the time it's a feint. This actually gives Zhang Wei and Lu Dali more time. Let the two people cooperate and understand each other. After stabbing the kangaroo with chopsticks many times and breaking it in two, Lu Dali finally understood. Use your own chopsticks to hurt the kangaroo's chest and back. Almost impossible. This guy should be wearing the same thing as the American cow. So Lu Dali used his own chopsticks instead. Attack the kangaroo's armpits or the crook of its knees. But kangaroos have so much fighting experience. Lu Dali's attack, in his eyes, they are all subpar offenses. Just use the knife. Zhang Wei knows. We can no longer hide it at this time. The reason why no weapons have been used is, on the one hand, this is because the enemy did not use weapons. On the other hand, it's like using a knife in front of a real knife master. It's like using a sword in front of Guan Gong. Not only will it not necessarily kill people, but it will also make it easier for someone to steal your weapon. However, after Zhang Wei discovered that the American bull used a dagger to cut the silver fox's wire, he found that the American bull didn't seem to be very good at using a dagger. Many of his attacks were mediocre, and he used them more for defense. Then, the kangaroo may not be good at using knives either. While thinking, Zhang Wei took out the familiar butcher knife from his waist. Zhang Wei was very used to using this knife. As soon as it appeared in his hand, he jumped directly and stabbed the kangaroo's chest. Zhang Wei made a random stroke, but the kangaroo easily dodged it. And Lu Dali took out a kitchen knife from nowhere. A slash was made directly towards the kangaroo's waist. Zhang Wei was stunned. Unexpectedly, Lu Dali still hasn't changed his true nature as a chef after so long. Even the weapon used is a kitchen knife. The kangaroo dodged Zhang Wei's butcher's knife, but he didn't avoid Lu Dali's kitchen knife. Just because Lu Dali just did that. Cut the knife to cut off the water. The action was really too fast. The kitchen knife sliced open the kangaroo's jacket. It made him angry for a while. Zhang Wei felt a little sorry. The two guys were dressed like cowboys. The two clothes they wore were really nice. I didn't expect that they were all damaged in the fight. If there was no damage, it would still be a good trophy. The two people's coordinated attack made Yang Guang's eyes light up. So Yang Guang worked harder to create opportunities for Zhang Wei and Lu Dali to attack. The Overlord, who was not far away, finally recovered slowly. Suppressing the huge pain, the Overlord looked outside the field. His eyes seemed to be searching for several younger brothers. Then there seemed to be some definite answer. Overlord nodded towards Woofing without leaving any trace. Woofing nodded again towards the people outside. A boy threw something directly towards the iron cage. The Overlord held it firmly in his hand. Many people took a closer look, then I realized it was a claw hammer that was about a foot long. This is another old weapon. Overlord used this thing to deal with zombies before. But when fighting in a cage, the Overlord did not carry this bulky weapon. Zhang Wei glanced casually. The corner of his eyes slowly looked towards the iron lock of the fence gate. An iron gate is an iron chain similar to a metal dog chain. A metal top lock was attached. Before, Chen Dongsheng leaned against the door and groped for a long time. But there is no way to open it. Zhang Wei knows. That's because Chen Dongsheng is a so-called corporate elite in a suit and leather suit. I don't understand this kind of nonsense at all. And Zhang Wei only needs an ear pick. The lock can be pried open from the keyhole in 3 minutes. And a faster way than this, it's this claw hammer of Overlord. Lock-picking is just a one-time deal. But now, it only takes an opportunity to open the lock. Zhang Wei couldn't help but look at Lu Ringjia and Zhao Jinxiong, and those two rifles. Chapter 381 Burn the Boats. Lu Ringjia and Zhao Jinxiong saw Zhang Wei looking at them, and nodded at the same time. But Zhang Wei knew that, to truly grasp the overall situation now, an opportunity was needed. But the attention of the woman called Miss had been attracted by the fight in the cage. They had more opportunities. After Ba Wan caught the claw hammer, I stood up again. And Zhang Wei felt that this guy was the best fighter. Or the best fighter. After the painter left their camp of 4, the kangaroo's offense became very fierce. Zhang Wei knows, this may be because he and Lu Dali both used weapons. Before using weapons, kangaroos still have a bit of a game about the world, but after using the knife, kangaroo attack, suddenly became unpredictable, because while he was avoiding the blade, also trying to attack. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali performed well. By hunting a large number of zombies, he also knows how to cause maximum damage to the human body. So when using a knife, it can be used for both attack and defense. If it is used against ordinary people, it is probably just chopping melons and vegetables. Unfortunately, Kangaroo is also a person with rich practical experience. The cooperation between Zhang Wei and Lu Dali made it impossible for Kangaroo to completely eliminate the two people in a short time. And the weak Yang Guang became the weakest link among the three. Inadvertently, Yang Guang was kicked away by Kangaroo. Yang Guang rolled on the ground 3 times with the force of inertia, and staggered to stand up again. Zhang Wei knows, this guy Yang Guang has been locked in an iron cage by people from the pharmaceutical factory, racked by hunger and cold. This guy Yang Guang, it's pretty good to be alive at this time. You two attack his lower body together. After Yang Guang got up, the command began. Although Zhang Wei doesn't know what Yang Guang wants to do, but I tried to do the same at this time. Lower body, it's just below the belly button. Kangaroo is also tall, attack his lower body, just waiting to avoid his punch. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali cooperated well, and started to attack from the front and back. Yang Guang searched the dragon-bearded tiger for a while, but did not find anything useful. When he stood up, he saw Lu Minglong's body not far away, lying next to him, and the white gloves were particularly eye-catching. Yang Guang took them out and put them on his hands without thinking. These gloves can prevent cuts. After putting on the gloves, Yang Guang decisively attacked the kangaroo. Unlike the previous feint, Yang Guang started to attack the kangaroo's head at this time. Just like this, he made both offensive and defensive moves. Time is slowly wasting away. Another overlord of the battlefield, after receiving the claw hammer, he killed the American cow with a hammer. See such a brief blunt weapon, the American cow seems a little curious. After trying several collisions with the overlord's hammer with a knife, American cattle did not benefit much either. American cattle have a way, within a few rounds, with his knife, completely solve the problem of overlord. But the painter suddenly appeared, always wandering behind him. That was a blind spot, but it made him feel like a thorn in his side. After seeing the painter coming, Huafeng picked up the stockings again without hesitation. When the overlord attacked with the hammer, Huafeng's stockings also hit the American bull's head. Under the inertial force, the stockings flew out like a rope. Huafeng was about 2 meters away from the American bull, and the pebbles in the stockings were close to the American bull's cheek. The American bull had seen Huafeng use this thing to hurt Lu Minglong before, and then the overlord found an opportunity to poke his neck. The American cow immediately tilted its head and flashed past. At this time, Silver Fox also saw the rare opportunity. He raised his spoon again and rushed forward. At that time, the attention of American cattle was attracted by stockings and weapons. Silver Fox immediately took a spoonful without hesitation, paddling towards the American cow's thigh. American cattle react quickly. He immediately kicked Silver Fox on the wrist. The Silver Fox spoon came out of his hand, but it was pulled back with a thin thread. It turned out that he used steel wire. Tie the spoon in your hand. This and the stockings tied with pebbles in Huafeng's hand. There are different approaches, but the same effect. Qin Dongsheng watched from the sidelines as several people fought back and forth. I really want to jump in and launch an attack, but after seeing an American cow's military dagger dance tightly in his hand, finally lost the courage to attack. We can only skim the formation aside. A painter who is always looking for opportunities, after seeing Overlord and Silver Fox taking action one after another, finally found an opportunity to attack. A short-range charge kicked the American cow in the side. American cattle cannot dodge. He was kicked to the ground instantly. The American cow immediately rolled on the spot. When you get it, it will be transformed into nothingness with one knife. The painter who was about to launch a combo of attacks narrowly avoided it. However, the painter is not afraid of the knife in the hand of the American cow. Instead, he fought with bare hands. And whenever American cattle are suppressed by weapons, painters are all under the control of Silver Fox and Overlord. Use your leg skills, attacking the American cattle's feet again and again. The American cow cannot beat 6 hands with 2 fists. I had to slowly retreat towards the fence. After his back touched the fence, American cattle finally no longer worry about being attacked by sneak attacks. Only respond to the attack of the entire front group. For a moment, his sword had the upper hand. And Zhang Wei et al., after seeing Overlord and Silver Fox being rescued by the painter, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 people surrounded the kangaroo. A back-and-forth attack. Yang Guang said slowly during the fight. This guy can't understand English. I will tell you directly. There's no point in spending it like this anymore. These two guys, I have had fights before. Even in my heyday I couldn't defeat one of them. Now they're not using their full strength at all. Then how do you want to fight? Lu Dolly said angrily. Fight here. No matter what. None of us can win. Those two guns, it was moved from my helicopter. There is only one wooden box of bullets. Calculate it. It's 180 rounds. Are you really that good-for-nothing policeman whose plane was robbed? Lu Dolly interrupted. Lu Dolly seemed to have gotten the gossip from somewhere. Knowing that their plane was stolen. 180 rounds. Calculate it. At least 5 or 6 magazines. Even though they used half of it, there are enough bullets left to kill us 10 times. Zhang Wei said as he said, while sneaking into the kangaroo's vagina. I almost succeeded. Turn the kangaroo into a kangaroo father-in-law. Keep fighting like this. Sooner or later we all die. That woman won't let us go. Yang Guang glanced at the eldest lady. At this time, the eldest lady was watching the fight between American Bull and Overlord and others attentively. I have a plan to save the ship. Maybe we can have a chance. You say? Lu Dolly's kitchen knife was almost knocked off his hands. Guys, what are you talking about? The kangaroo only heard the 3 people chatting there. Don't know what they are talking about. I have an idea. We use the Overlord's hammer. He broke the lock on the chain. In such chaos, there's a glimmer of hope. You're crazy. Have you forgotten what that woman said? Both guns are there. Whoever breaks the lock will surely die. Lu Dolly said speechlessly. Zhang Wei made several severe cuts with his pig-killing knife, forced the kangaroo back a few steps. Saved Lu Dolly, who almost had his kitchen knife taken away. No, I'm not talking about unlocking the exit door. I'm talking about the lock of the cage inside. Broke the lock. Can release more than 30 zombies, who will win when the time comes? But you really can't tell. Chapter 382 Chaos begins. You're crazy. We probably won't survive this. Before Lu Dolly responded, Yang Guang couldn't help but retort. As Yang Guang responded, he was suddenly hit on the shoulder by the kangaroo with a whip kick, and flew out again. Zhang Wei and Lu Dolly immediately followed him. If the kangaroo had time to free his hands, Yang Guang might be killed instantly. The previous dragon-bearded tiger was killed by the American Bull, whose Adam's apple was instantly twisted off. I'm talking about extreme situations. There are only about 30 zombies in total. But when we add those 2 foreigners, there are 10 people in total. It is impossible for zombies to swarm over in a short period of time. Each person killed 3 to 5 zombies, no problem. Zhang Wei continued to explain. That's also risky. These zombies, they are all the most ferocious and violent ones. Lu Dolly said. So, we need to look for an opportunity, a chaotic opportunity, but there is only this kind of confusion. Only then can the 2 gunmen not dare to shoot, to avoid accidentally injuring those 2 foreigners. Zhang Wei's butcher knife struck the kangaroo's neck again. However, he was kicked to the knee by a kangaroo in advance. Suddenly his whole body fell to the ground. Zhang Wei rolled over again non-stop, slashed at the kangaroo's ankle. At this time, there are only some such weak links, can produce maximum damage. At this time, Zhang Wei knows, it is simply impossible to kill these 2 guys with one fatal blow. But we can only treat the apes as we did before, or the 2 leaders of the old city prison. Scorpion and Centipede, let them get hurt first, then slowly bleed. Helicopter sound, it appeared again from far to near. Zhang Wei just said bad. Although I don't know how many trips it will take to move the medicines from this pharmaceutical factory, but when the medicine is emptied, this is probably the time when these people will die. Zhang Wei even suspected the reason why the heads of pharmaceutical companies go to such great lengths to organize such a competition is because the purpose is simply to divert drugs. But according to the sound of the helicopter, the flight time interval of the helicopter can be roughly calculated, minus loading and unloading time. That is to say, this batch of medicines, it must have been transported to a nearby place and hidden, or a high-rise building platform, or deep in a forest. Considering this extreme weather, the ice and snow have not completely melted yet, it should be more likely to be built nearby. In the wilderness, medicines lose their effectiveness when they get wet. Zhang Wei deduced everything carefully. The forklift continues to transport medicines. As for Mr. Su and Manager Sun, he didn't seem to take Lu Minglong's death seriously, still directing most of the people to deliver medicines in an orderly manner. Forklifts are still going in and out. Those medicines in cardboard boxes, all were stapled into wooden containers. Then, he was carried out of the door by a forklift. Zhang Wei wanted to know where these medicines were shipped. then find an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The reason why these guys transported this batch of medicines so quickly, or they have a huge demand for medicines, either rely on their ability, these medicines cannot be safely taken away. After all, there are hundreds of survivors of various forces nearby. The reason why the pharmaceutical factory has not been taken away is that it is completely controlled by others. On the other hand, it is estimated that all forces are secretly observing the situation here. Zhang Wei believes Fire Phoenix, Overlord, Silver Fox, Chen Dongsheng, Painter, Yang Guang, even Lu Dali, and the eldest lady, Bison, Kangaroo, these people who appear here one by one, it shouldn't be as simple as participating in a meaningless apocalyptic arena match. Their ultimate goal, it should still be medicine. In the last days, you want to recruit troops and horses to expand our strength. To survive, medicines are more important than food. After all, food is something produced naturally. It can be obtained through various ways, but medicines, it is chemical purification. It's not something that ordinary people can match. Therefore, an old Chinese medicine doctor like Lin Xinqing, whose neck is half buried, no matter where you go, they will all be very popular. After the door of the pharmaceutical factory was opened, the howling north wind immediately poured in. This made everyone inside excited. The cheers and shouts inside, it also instantly became much smaller. At this time, some employees of the pharmaceutical factory inside, that just didn't feel right. Because Mr. Su promised them before, distribute some of the medicines to them, as a person who has spent more than half a year salary of this method of distributing medicines as physical objects, it has the support of most people. Because since the end of the world, money has no use at all, medicines are produced by them, visible and tangible. In the past few months, when these hundreds of people are producing medicines, everyone is frugal, suffer hunger and cold, just to finally get what you deserve. So when these people were fighting in the iron cage, there are many people who support Lu Menglong, because they already have a sense of belonging to the pharmaceutical factory, by default. Lu Menglong is one's own people. And Tyrannosaurus Rex, bearded tiger and others, only. Invasion. Or steal medicine of foreign visitors. When a biao was thrown out to feed the zombies, no one stops me. This is also the reason. When I saw that the medicines in the warehouse were getting less and less finally, most of the people couldn't sit still. Because seeing only 1/3 of the medicine left, many are defective products. This third, it is estimated that another 30% will be used as rewards for this arena competition. Although no one took the lead in speaking, but many people have become a little anxious. If it weren't for the two men holding guns, the guns were pointed at them in the audience. Most people would have rushed to the stage and grabbed the eldest lady by the collar and asked her why she did this. The eldest lady also felt something strange, but those who obey his orders, there are dozens of cronies. For the following waste, being locked up in the workshop of a pharmaceutical factory again, there are fences everywhere, there are constraints everywhere. She didn't take it seriously either. After Mr. Su went back and forth several times, he ran over and whispered in the eldest lady's ear, "It's almost done." Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong also quietly touched their swords with their right hands. I saw a forklift continuing to transport things outside. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Have all these medicines been transported away? Didn't you say you would leave some for us?" Stop talking nonsense. Although the eldest lady's methods are a bit cruel, always keep your word. Credibility is the foundation for standing in the last days. The eldest lady simply cannot afford to lose this person. That too, Hansen Pharmaceutical was originally the eldest lady's family company. She shouldn't mess around. You idiots, I was still helping count the money after being sold. The medicines have probably been subcontracted and shipped away long ago. The rest, either it's inferior quality, or it's an empty box. A man in the crowd wearing the clothes of a pharmaceutical factory employee suddenly said loudly, "Hey, who is he? It seems that he was newly recruited 2 months ago. It seems like someone from around here, lives near the southern community." It seemed so during that time. In order to rush to work, the pharmaceutical factory attracted more than 20 people. But what he said seems to make sense. Yes, it doesn't matter if it's a defective medicine. They're not really empty boxes. At this time, Lu Renjia also interjected, "You may not believe it. At that time, our boss advanced to the top 10 in qualifying. The prize is 2 backpacks of medicine. When we went to search, I didn't find anything useful." Lu Renjia deliberately added fuel to the fire. In fact, he found all the medicine he needed. For example, the insulin medicine the old man mentioned and Zhang Wei's instruction to find some cough medicine. These words finally made most of the people commotion. Someone took the lead and said, "Let's see the remaining medicines." After saying that, they walked into the nearby warehouse in small groups. However, he was blocked by the eldest lady's people. "What do you mean? Our pharmaceutical factory employees, you can come and go freely here at any time." And the people in the previous crowd, who had only been recruited in the past 2 months, shouted loudly again, "Brothers, let's rush out together. Get your own medicine first. We don't take more. Just take your own share. The eldest lady has made arrangements in advance. Why don't these 2 foreigners give it to us?" This sentence, completely draining the firepower, the hatred was directed at the 2 foreigners again. The eldest lady seemed to have just succumbed to the power of the 2 foreigners, and had to transport medicines out of the country. Suddenly the crowd became bustling. Hundreds of people jostle each other in the cramped space of a pharmaceutical factory. Only Zhang Weikai calmly said, "People from the southern community, it turns out that Overlord had already arranged for an undercover agent to lurk in. It seems that a Biao is not the first one. So, the reason why Fire Phoenix intervenes here is, there should be some inside information. It is estimated that the entire pharmaceutical factory, it has long been penetrated into a sieve. That being said, I also understand, why did the eldest lady let all these bosses compete here, and let the helicopters be busy transferring medicines? She must, before a Biao died, something was pried out of his mouth." Chapter 383 Battle Stalemate. Many things, although not close to the final truth, Zhang Wei knew. He should have already reasoned a lot. This pharmaceutical factory, it is the only pharmaceutical company within hundreds of miles nearby. It turned out that it was also moved here from Binhai City. Kangaroos and American cows are members of the mercenary organization Black Sun. They come here. If the purpose is to bring medicines to Binhai City, it becomes reasonable. Although I don't know what deal the mercenary organization has reached with the people or forces in Binhai. But where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. There are many high-rise buildings along the coast. The population is also 10 times that of the old city. Number of survivors, even 20 times is possible. Drug, for all the forces in Binhai City, it is the right to speak. We must not let this batch of medicines fall into the hands of people in Binhai. After the spring, ice and snow thaw. If not, a large-scale epidemic may break out. These medicines, although many are common antibiotics, but at least it can control the outbreak of influenza or the spread of plague. Let more survivors in the old city survive. Certainly, Zhang Wei also has selfish motives. The power he was slowly building secretly had already taken shape. In the city center of the old city, Yi Xiaobai, Qian Baohua, and Aqiang from Mishuai City are setting up businesses. The old city high school and the old city prison in the suburbs are easy to defend and difficult to attack, and can be used as their base and headquarters. After absorbing the group of people from Nongfu and Zhuangcha, Zhang Wei no longer worries about food. There is also the Chinese herbal medicine garden on the back mountain of the school, where Old Man Lin can grow medicine. If he can get this batch of chemical drugs, and take Tiexiong and his grandson out safely, there will be no shortage of medicines and high-quality weapons. In addition, Zhang Wei made friends with Demingzi's subordinates, such as Rejoice, Crazy Dog, Iron Tower, etc., and was familiar with Pastor, Mountain Cat, Yan Guang, etc. Zhang Wei felt that in this place in the old city, at least he could settle down. Compared with the original lone wolf, he did not have many friends. Zhang Wei has been working hard to manage his own power. However, he is too young, so he can't get the right to speak. By binding the interests of various forces, or sharing weal and woe together, the power has gradually developed invisibly. But Zhang Wei knows, you must set up a flag like a big man. We must do something earth-shattering. For example, participating in the previous power plant operation, for example, wipe out all the escapees from the old city prison. And now, what Zhang Wei wants to do, just survive the Shura field of Hansen Pharmaceuticals. It would be great if we could deal with these 2 foreigners together. The 2 foreigners were also obviously aware of the commotion in the entire pharmaceutical factory. But they didn't take it seriously, still continuing to swim slowly with the people in the iron cage. The intervention of the painter, it didn't change the situation much. American Cow's dagger, it never left his hand. Although the range of movement of American cattle is very small, but the painter knows, the more this happens, the more dangerous it becomes. Small movements mean that the American cattle can launch a large attack at any time. Fire Phoenix's stocking's weapon, after ejecting together finally, the American cow found the opportunity and grabbed it. Then it was easily cut into 2 pieces. Stones wrapped in stockings, being pinched by the American cow, then he smashed it out hard, hit the fire phoenix right in the face. When Huafeng stood up again, one of his eyes was almost swollen like a walnut. Huafeng covered his eyes, and rolled to avoid it. If it weren't for the Overlord's hammer, Huafeng's throat would have been cut by the American bull's dagger. If this goes on, I'm dead. Silver Fox sighed. No matter how he attacked with his spoon, he could hardly get close to the American bull. It was too difficult for him, a man in his 60s, to deal with a mercenary in his prime. It's pretty good that Silver Fox, an old man, can survive to this point. Old man, you really want to die? Also bite off a piece of flesh from this guy and die again. Overlord said seriously. Fire Phoenix, if I really die here, what we said still counts. Right? You promised to let mine go into the freezer too. Silver Fox spoke a little vaguely, but most people still heard what he said. It seems to be going into the freezer. Why does Silver Fox want to go into the cold storage? By refrigeration oil. This is everyone's first thought. It is rumored that Huafeng has a mysterious freezer. There is still an area of 20 to 30 square meters inside. I think I heard Overlord say this. The Fire Phoenix's hairpin is the key to the door. Zheng Wei remembered what he heard before. Today's locks are either mechanical locks, either a password lock. If the hairpin of Huafeng is really a key, that's too weird. But if it's true, then, that cold storage, it's also a bit fishy. I don't know if I can get out alive. Stop talking nonsense. Huafeng responded weakly. However, Huafeng still subconsciously glanced in the direction of Lu Renjia and Zhao Xinxiong. Because before, Fire Phoenix's hairpin was knocked away in this position. Lao Lu, have you hidden yourself? Zhao Xinxiong asked quietly. In Ah Xing's backpack, go back and find that woman to blackmail you. Lu Renjia responded softly. Get ready to work. According to what the boss said, once there is a problem, let's deal with the eldest lady first. How to do it? You yelled to protect the eldest lady, then the two of us rushed up together, put the knife to his neck. Lao Lu, please talk about cross-talk. Zhao Xinxiong was speechless. Aren't you my admirer? I'm your dad. I ex your second master. The two fell into endless arguments again. Ari next to him gave a wry smile. After the Overlord's hammer is in hand, he has obviously become much stronger, because this hammer can not only be used for offense, can also be used to block. Claw hammer. Sheep's horn. Part, it was originally used to pull out nails. But the dagger of an American cow, it's only as long as the palm of your hand. When the painter faints, often gets stuck by Overlord's claw hammer. Overlord relies on the power of inertia, move the dagger in other directions, trying to take away the dagger. But after the American bull pulled back the Silver Fox, the Overlord had to let go, because once he takes the blade astray, the blade will also cut the Silver Fox's neck. And when the Overlord's hammer untied the American cow's sword, the Silver Fox was also deliberately kicked in the butt by the American cow. If you fall, you will eat shit. F you, old man. The American cow also did not forget to raise its middle finger towards the Silver Fox. Old man, do you still have that fluorescent powder? The painter asked. It's not fluorescent powder. It's asbestos powder. It's all gone. Asbestos powder? I was wondering why my eyes were so uncomfortable before. When I was a kid, I touched asbestos tiles, and my whole body was red. But it's a pity that you didn't prepare more of this stuff for Mr. B. The painter was joking. He knew that even if the Silver Fox was carrying a basket and scattering flowers in the air, the American cow would not be affected. The painter couldn't help but look at Chen Dongsheng, who was nervous but had not joined the battle. Accountant, you are the one with the most free time. Don't stand there stupidly. Think of a way. Either think about how to get out, or think about how to die without pain. Chapter 384, Fighting Kangaroos. Chen Dongsheng has been looking around furtively. Suddenly, he heard the painter calling him there. Although it is ironic that a CFO is called an accountant, but Chen Dongsheng still responded promptly. There is no way. You can't get out of this place at all. Even if there is no one here, it would be difficult for us to open this place with our bare hands. Chen Dongsheng's meaning is very simple. That means I want to get out of here. Almost impossible. Because of these two big cages, it was originally designed to prevent people inside from escaping. The person I arranged, they were all blocked outside the pharmaceutical factory. Chen Dongsheng added. City Light is also a big force. It is impossible for Chen Dongsheng to be just a polished commander. Dear bosses, if you have any trump cards, it can also be used at this time. Don't regret it until it's too late. Zheng Wei also had to give a kind reminder. Others don't know, But these two guys, Fire Phoenix and Overlord, there must be other plans. Zhang Wei knew this. This kind of force that has been camping in the local area for many years. You probably already know this pharmaceutical factory well. When Zhang Wei spoke, Kangaroo was distracted when he saw Zhang Wei, so he immediately pressed forward. Lu Dali's kitchen knife was instantly dodged by him. And Yang Guang's offense, most of the time it's useless. Almost ignored by the kangaroos. But after Yang Guang put on Lu Minglung's gloves, he also gradually let go of his hands and feet. Because he found that the kangaroo did not dare to confront him head-on with his fists. Before, he and Lu Minglung, who was wearing gloves, high-strength fiber gloves, it can instantly tear open the skin of a person's fist. Especially when two fists collide. The reason why the kangaroos attacked Zhang Wei was because he found Zhang Wei mumbling something, and he doesn't understand Chinese. This made him angry. It made him feel a little ignored. Zhang Wei's knife is just an ordinary thing to hold in his hand. It is not tied to your hands, like you usually hunt zombies, or take care of enemies. One is that there is no time. The second reason is, facing a master like Kangaroo, the knife must be able to turn flexibly in your own hand. Otherwise, the kangaroo would just pull it around at will. The knife might hurt Zhang Wei himself. And this time the kangaroo attacked, just grabbed Zhang Wei's hand, directly pulled with traction. Zhang Wei had no choice but to let go of the knife in his hand. Let it fall to the ground. And the kangaroo's other hand? He also touched his waist. He pulled out a pair of chopsticks, and pulled out a 3-edged military thorn. See this weapon? Zhang Wei just said bad. This thing is much more dangerous than the American cow's dagger. The greatest effect of the triangular spur is, not just killing, and it's bloodletting. This kind of weapon has a pointed head and a wide tail. Once it stabs someone, it is equivalent to opening 3 blood slots at the same time. And the blood will never stop flowing. Zhang Wei touched his waist without thinking, pulled out a chopstick. The chopsticks wiped the kangaroo's cheek and left, but he was still avoided by the kangaroo. Seeing that the 3-sided military thorn was about to pierce Zhang Wei's neck, a pair of white hands immediately grasped tightly, preventing the further advance of the triangular army thorn. Quick, knife! It happened suddenly. Yang Guang could only barely spit out 2 words from his mouth. Talking too much can easily drain your energy. Zhang Wei immediately rolled on the ground. Pick up the butcher knife that just dropped. The knife was slashed towards the kangaroo's knee. But the kangaroo dodged easily. The kangaroo's 3-edged spines were thrust into Yang Guang's body. Zhang Wei knows, Yang Guang is not like him, wearing a bulletproof vest. This military thorn only needs to penetrate 1 or 2 centimeters. Yang Guang is hopeless. It was at this time, Lu Dali immediately let go of the kitchen knife in his hand. The kitchen knife is parallel to the ground, spinning in the air towards the kangaroo's chest. Kangaroo quickly threw Yang Guang to the ground. He used his 3-edged thorn to drive away Lu Dali's kitchen knife. Lu Dali, who has no kitchen knife for the time being, he had no choice but to pull out another chopstick as a weapon. Toothpick? A word came out of the kangaroo's mouth. Zhang Wei didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't take it seriously. But Zhang Wei told, in these rounds of fighting, at least half of Lu Dali's chopsticks have been reimbursed. Perhaps we should create a weapon similar to the triangular spur, used instead of chopsticks. Zhang Wei knew that Lu Dali should also be aware of this problem, because he was staring at the 3-edged military dagger in Kangaroo's hand. Kill him. And you can use this weapon? Zhang Wei suggested. Lu Dali shook his head, not knowing whether he disagreed with Zhang Wei's statement or did not want to use this weapon. However, although the 4 people did not gain any advantage in the past few rounds of fighting, they did not change the situation much. However, Miss Lu Meiwa looked at the increasingly anxious crowd and suddenly became a little anxious. Kill them all. Mr. Kangaroo. Lu Meiwa paced back and forth on the stands again, yelling. Stop yelling. Gossip. The painter in the distance responded. Yang Guang looked at the eldest lady with a complicated expression. After all, it was this woman who imprisoned him. But it was also this woman who did not kill him. Now is not the time to be gentle with women. Lu Dali looked at his kitchen knife, which fell to the ground 3 or 5 meters away. If you pick it up rashly at this time, it is still easy to be attacked by kangaroos. I can only find another chance. Have you never thought about capturing the thief and the king? Yang Guang also gradually realized that something was wrong. If the fight continues like this, someone is definitely going to die, and there is a high probability that it is one or all of the 3 of them. I've already arranged it, Zhang Wei said calmly. Good, superior. Yang Guang rushed forward again. And after Zhang Wei took out the 3-edged thorn from the kangaroo, I never dared to fight him hand to hand again, I had to fight from a distance. But the butcher knife opens and closes widely. It's not something that the kangaroo's three-edged spines can block. Both weapons have their own advantages. They also have their own shortcomings. In the narrow space of this iron cage, without any obstacles, everyone has room to move and dodge. It was only a few steps. Yang Guang tried several times with bare hands. None of them had any effect. Instead, it was Lu Dali's chopsticks. It hit the kangaroo's chest several times. However, due to the obstruction of that special vest instead, Lu Dali broke 2 more chopsticks. Gradually, the kangaroo ignored Lu Dali's chopsticks. This made Zhang Wei gradually give up the idea of using chopsticks. The combined attack of 3 people, after the kangaroo took out the 3-edged spur, it loses any effectiveness. Only Zhang Wei desperately launched an attack. Because Zhang Wei has his own confidence. Under his thick cotton coat, there is also a similar dress. But Zhang Wei has never been exposed accidentally. This is his biggest trump card. Zhang Wei's figure, more than half a head shorter than a kangaroo. This also allows him to attack the kangaroo's lower body. On the contrary, it is more convenient. The kangaroo can only respond by hunching slightly. And this gave Lu Dali and Ba Wang an opportunity to attack. The 2 of them killed each other in unison. One on the left and the other on the right. They all attacked the kangaroo in the face. The kangaroo waved his weapon to block. Finally the middle door opened wide, and Zhang Wei found the opportunity. He yelled, "Come on!" He immediately pushed the kangaroo out with his blade. This one, it was pushed out 3 or 4 meters away. The kangaroo was also hit on the iron cage again. But Zhang Wei's knife, no matter how hard you try, no progress can be made. This was something Zhang Wei expected. A bulletproof vest that cannot be penetrated by bullets. How could his knife penetrate it? At most, some of the fibers on the surface of the bulletproof vest will be cut. The kangaroo laughed ferociously. One hand clamped Zhang Wei under his arm. The other hand, I just lifted up the triangular thorn. He was grabbed by Yang Guang's hand again. Lu Dali's chopsticks were deflected by the kangaroo. And just when Zhang Wei felt that in this stalemate, he could. When a kangaroo is injured, kangaroo left hand touched his back. Then he stabbed Zhang Wei hard in the chest. Zhang Wei's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. These triangular spurs are a pair. Lu Dali punched the kangaroo on the temple with all his strength. The kangaroo also let go of his right hand in pain. The 3-sided military thorn in his right hand was finally taken away by Yang Guang. The kangaroo's grin has not dissipated yet, but he looked at his thighs in disbelief. A chopstick was dug deep into my thigh. Is you? Kangaroo looked at Yang Guang with red eyes. Zhang Wei originally thought that Lu Dali stabbed the chopsticks. Suddenly I remembered when I passed the place where Yang Guang was imprisoned not long ago, gave him a chopstick. At that time, I gave Yang Guang this thing. It has 2 meanings. First, I hope Yang Guang can use this thing to protect himself. Second, Zhang Wei wanted to test, is he actually a member of Police Chief Wang Yukun, because of Wang Yukun's nickname, just to be called Stick. Certainly, what surprised the kangaroo even more was that Zhang Wei, who was holding his stomach just now, and was about to die, he stood up again as if nothing was wrong. Kangaroo can be sure, his blow, it hit Zhang Wei right in the stomach. I'm sorry, you stabbed the noodles. Zhang Wei dropped a strip on the ground. It was just a tube of noodles that I picked up from the painter's place. At this time, if the bulletproof vest cannot be exposed, then we should continue to hold on. Because of those 2 guns still there. Chapter 385 Kill the Gunman. Looking at the thing inserted into his thigh, the kangaroo's brow jumped very high. He didn't expect, he was still hurt by a few inconspicuous guys. And unbelievably, what hurt him turned out to be a bamboo chopstick. This is the weapon he despises the most. Even the spoon that Silver Fox showed before, he also took a high look. This chopstick is really something that I don't get started with. Yang Guang dropped something in his hand on the ground. That's half a chopstick, as for the other half, already stuck on the kangaroo's thigh, deep into the muscles. Zhang Wei regretted that he set off in a hurry. There is no zombie saliva on these chopsticks. Otherwise, you can just kill the kangaroo guy invisibly. Looking at the 3-edged military thorn in Yang Guang's hand, the kangaroo changed the triangular spurs from his left hand to his right hand. Then he gritted his teeth and pulled out the half of the chopsticks. There was no rush of blood as Zhang Wei had expected. It seems that the chopsticks did not damage the kangaroo's aorta. Kangaroo guy, just a minor injury. Kando, are you okay? The sound of American cattle came from the side. It is estimated that the American cattle are also paying attention to the movements here. Kill them, bison. I test the time to over the game. Kangaroo said coldly. Be careful, he said it was time to end this game. Looks like we're going to get serious. The painter's voice came. Having been playing for so long, is this just a warm-up game? Zhang Wei only felt that these two guys were too arrogant. But compared to the cut on the American cow's arm and the injury on the kangaroo's thigh, in the eyes of professional mercenaries, this kind of injury can really only be described as a minor injury. This kind of injury is just like an ordinary person cutting his hand while cutting vegetables or being pricked by a needle. Lu Dali slowly took half a step back. Then he picked up the knife that fell on the ground. At this time, Yang Guang also had a three-edged military thorn in his hand. Zhang Wei's confidence became even greater. All three men have weapons. It would definitely be better than fighting a kangaroo with bare hands before. During a lull in the fight between the four, the painter finally succeeded in attacking the American cattle, although it only made the American cow almost stumble. However, this gave Silver Fox and Overlord the hope of winning. Hua Feng's eyes looked around, looking for opportunities to sneak attack. But after his stockings were cut off by an American cow with a knife, like Chen Dongsheng, she no longer dared to step forward. As the leader, Hua Feng clearly knows his own weight. Rushing forward at this time will only lead to death. Hua Feng looked around at the messy pharmaceutical factory outside. Many people. After seeing two foreigners injured and deflated one after another, I couldn't bear it anymore and squeezed outside. More people stopped the forklift, rushing to the room where the medicine is stored. However, he was stopped again. At first, she just succumbed to the lustful power of the eldest lady and Lu Menglong, but the eldest lady has been watching the fight. The cruel Lu Menglong had already died. These people no longer had any scruples for a while. The entire pharmaceutical factory was in chaos. Certainly, there must be someone among them who is adding fuel to the flames. Leave them alone, the eldest lady said to a gunman next to her. The gunman nodded, take a few steps forward, pull the gun's safety. It's a shuttle towards the crowded crowd. Da-da-da-da. The sound sounded. Suddenly a dozen people fell down in groups. For a moment, the whole place was silent again. Hua Feng nodded slightly towards whoever was outside the cage. Immediately, someone took the lead and said, brothers, everyone here is crazy. They're not going to give us medicine. He also plans to kill people and silence them. They only have 2 guns. There are 300 to 500 people here. Come and kill with me. The voice of the speaker, in the silent place. It was heard far away. Almost everyone can hear it. Zhang Wei also shouted loudly at this time. Brothers, come together. Kill these 2 foreigners. There is no place in our land for them to take human life lightly. Zhang Wei said to kill. He really immediately led his people to rush forward. Lu Dali, Yang Guang followed immediately. Catch the arrogant one, just peeling and cramping here. The eldest lady pointed to the distance and said. Immediately, the crowd automatically gave way to a path. The person I provoked before was exposed. What a bunch of trash. This person whispered, crazy squeeze to the place with the most people. One of the eldest lady's gunners is changing the magazine. Another gunman started shooting in the direction where the man was running. Ta-da. The voice just came. The gunman was suddenly struck by something flying through the air. Hit right in the face. He fell to the sky and fell down. The eldest lady came over to take a look. Suddenly I felt cold, because it was a huge butcher knife. At this time, the butcher Lu Rinjia rubbed his wrist. He shouted loudly. The gunman is dead, brothers. Come together, take the medicines you need. People who don't want medicine also contribute. Kill these guys. Let's go out first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhenxiong had already touched the front desk. Amidst the screams of the eldest lady Lu Meiyue, he kicked the eldest lady in the face. The gunman next to him had just finished changing his magazine. He was about to shoot at Zhao Zhenxiong, but he was hit in the face again by something like a stone. Zhao Zhenxiong took a look. It turned out to be a big piece of iron. Upon closer inspection, I discovered, it turns out that this was what Zhang Wei gave to Tai Peng before. Let him give the blade fragments of the TBM to his grandfather Tetsuo. It's really unintentional to insert willows into the shade, Tiexiong. The old man, in an emergency, throw out the iron block, saved Zhao Zhenxiong's life. Zhao Zhenxiong rushed to the stage. The backhand is a knife. He slashed the guy who had just shot him in the neck. The man was caught off guard by the big iron block. Before I had time to stand up, his life was ended by Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong remembered what Zhang Wei said at this time. It is most important to have a hostage in hand. He immediately grabbed the eldest lady, who had just been kicked in the face, and fell to the ground. Then he shouted to the audience, "Your boss is already in my hands, if you want her to survive. Don't act rashly." Zhao Zhenxiong shouted for a long time, found no use at all. Because the entire pharmaceutical factory is in chaos. No one cares about the fight to the death in the cage anymore. No one cares about the life or death of the eldest lady. But this guy Lu Renjia pulled out the butcher knife from the face of the previous corpse. He ran over excitedly and said, "Rescue the boss first. Force this woman to open the door to the fighting arena, otherwise I'll kill her." While talking, while holding the knife to the woman's neck. "I don't have the key to the lock. The key is with Manager Lu." Lu Meiyue's beauty suddenly turned pale. "Are you fucking kidding me? Will Lu Menglong lock himself in with the key? Everyone is dead now. How about a death without any evidence?" Zhao Zhenxiong said while saying on one side. A big ear scraper fanned over. Lu Meiyue's entire face suddenly swelled. "Say it quickly, otherwise I will kill you." Zhao Zhenxiong put his knife on his neck. With a gentle pull, blood flowed down the blade. Yes. There are spare keys in Manager's Son," Lu Meiyue said hesitantly. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong looked outside. At this time, there is no trace of Manager's Son anywhere. Manager's Son and Mr. Su didn't know where to hide while they were running around. And at this time, I don't know if what Lu Meiyue said is true or false. Ari axing, "You two protect the old man, go directly to the second floor. This floor is so messy, easily injured by accident. Let's keep an eye on this woman first. The boss will be in danger by then. Just use it to threaten those two foreigners." Chapter 386 Workshop Fight. Zhao Zhenxiong said while keeping an eye on Lu Meiyue, while dragging her into a corner where no one is paying attention. If we talk about the beginning, people in pharmaceutical factories still have moderation. After the two gunmen died, everyone became crazy. Especially when the two foreigners are still trapped in an iron cage. Manager's Son and the others are there. Sharp-eyed Lu Renjia. Suddenly a sneaky figure was spotted. It turned out that Manager's Son was squatting behind the sofa chair. Wait until the chaos in the stand subsides. Start organizing manpower to prepare to control the situation. Mr. Su also showed up soon after. He shouted loudly to Manager's Son, who was relatively close to the stands. "Gun! Get the gun!" Lu Renjia took a look, although the two gunmen died, but their guns were still on the ground next to their bodies. As the saying goes, the one who is near the water and the tower first gets the moon. Lu Renjia immediately handed over Lu Meiyue to the custody of Zhao Zhenxiong without hesitation. He picked up the gun and carried it on his body. Seeing enemies from all directions coming to seize the gun under the command of Manager's Son, Lu Renjia immediately raised his gun and fired, shooting out the bullets that the previous gunman had not used up. As a result, all the people fell to the ground. A few seconds later, Lu Renjia looked and saw that the previous round of shots had only killed one person. "I have no bullets," Lu Renjia shouted excitedly. "Idiot, you can shout louder." Zhao Zhenxiong was speechless. Lu Renjia finally reacted, and hurriedly fumbled on the body just now, and just took out a magazine, and was about to load it. As a result, my hand shook due to nervousness and fell to the ground. I have never actually operated this gun. If I hadn't met you when I played double act in school, I don't even know how to shoot. Didn't you play with toy guns when you were a kid? The recoil isn't that big. Although the two people are arguing, but the people around me observed for a while, after discovering this guy Zhao Zhenxiong, after it seemed like he really didn't know how to use a gun, they slowly gathered around again. "Take another step forward, I will kill this woman," Zhao Zhenxiong said fiercely. He put the knife on Lu Meiyue's neck. It's better not to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, more than a dozen people climbed onto the stands. Only then did Zhao Zhenxiong realize, I underestimated this group of people in the pharmaceutical factory. To achieve absolute control over hundreds of people without being eaten by other forces, that explains the eldest lady's organization. There is also the same elite manpower. Seeing that these people were only staring at the guns in their hands, Lu Renjia suddenly panicked. Even if he shoots and kills one or two, he will also be knocked down by most people. "You want a gun, right? Good, that's all for you." Lu Renjia raised the gun in his hand, then he threw it fiercely to the side. Everyone looked in the direction where the gun fell. I couldn't help but feel speechless for a while. It turns out that Lu Renjia got wise out of desperation. He threw the gun into the small iron cage in the fighting cage. There are dozens of zombies locked inside. To get a gun, the zombies must be dealt with. And to deal with zombies, the iron cage outside had to be opened again. This can indirectly save Zhang Wei and others. Well done, Lao Lu, Zhao Zhenxiong said happily. While talking, just drag Lu Meiwei down the stage. Lu Meiwei is still struggling, trying to wait for someone to outflank the rescue. Zhao Zhenxiong took out a chopstick. It stabbed Lu Meiyang's thigh hard. Suddenly there was a shrill scream. Ms. Lu, you should understand, before those people come near me, I will definitely kill you. This is called killing just one person. Back off, don't come here. Either of you. The eldest lady quickly stopped him. Manager's son, throw the key over, open that iron door, and let our boss go. We just let this woman go. When manager's son saw that he had not got the gun, the eldest lady had a knife held to her neck again. Look at those two foreigners again. I was also dragged away. No response yet. I had to take out a bunch of keys from my pocket, then slowly pick one off. Throw over the other keys first. Zhao Zhenxiong continued to threaten. Manager's son had no choice but to do so. The key flies through the air in a parabola, then it fell into Lu Renjia's hands. Lu Renjia didn't even look at it, just throw it at the survivors behind. After several survivors received it, distributed immediately, then used various keys to open the doors and fences on the first floor of the entire pharmaceutical factory, and various obstacles. The stalemate continued like this for another minute or two, after Zhao Zhenxiong saw that all the passages and large and small doors were almost opened. He continued, throw over the last key. No, what if I throw him over, and you don't let me go? Then don't throw it away. Zhao Zhenxiong was about to chop Lu Meiyue's neck. So manager's son had to change his words. Then count 1, 2, and 3. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3. The 3 words were just exported. The key flew into the air. Then just like the previous gun, fell into the iron cage. You're kidding me? The eldest lady started running away as soon as the key was thrown out. And the eldest lady had just taken 2 steps. Lu Renjia, who also reacted, was thrown to the ground. Zhao Zhenxiong rushed forward immediately. He used the knife to seal Lu Meiyang's neck again. I love you, Ma. The honest man Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't help but utter a curse word. This group of desperate people are really brave and deceitful. Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, and the 2 men held the eldest lady hostage and retreated in a panic. Manager's son and Mr. Su led a team of 30 or 40 people. He followed behind rather shyly. And in the middle, it's a flow of people running and escaping in all directions. In such a chaotic situation, Ah Ri and Ah Xing, carrying 2 large backpacks of medicine, the retreat towards the second floor of the pharmaceutical factory had already begun. Zhang Wei looked at the direction in which these people were retreating. I just said something bad in my heart. Because at this time, you should run outside. Even if I ran to the second floor, undoubtedly still a turtle in an urn. Just blame it, the passages and doors at that time, none of them were opened by keys. He didn't run outside. And now, Zhang Wei felt that things had become much more difficult. We need to leave with Tai Xiong, his grandson, and a few backpacks of medicines. I'm afraid this pharmaceutical factory will have to be taken down. However, Zhang Wei also has some expectations for Ah Xing and Ah Ri. These 2 guys, good at extreme climbing, from the height of the second floor, find a way to take an old man and a child away. There shouldn't be much of a problem. The entire pharmaceutical factory became very chaotic. People who really go out for a run, not much. Most people, they all had the idea of getting some medicine before going out. Still looking for things everywhere. Some people had fierce conflicts with their former coworkers. It is estimated that the conflict that has been building up for a long time finally broke out at this moment. These people dare not go into the arena of life and death, but he dared to do evil things to people he knew. For a time, all kinds of screams, cheers, discussion, metallic sound, ringing in every corner of the pharmaceutical factory. Zhang Wei only felt as if the Japanese had entered the village. It is in this chaos, the manpower Woofing had arranged before. I don't know where I took out the knife. Dozens of people gathered together. I took off my bloated coat. Then he shouted in the direction of manager's son and Mr. Su. Come on, kill these bastards. Avenge your brothers. As for their brothers, after all, it is the dead A Biao, or a dragon-bearded tiger, or those who were shot to death, or the younger brother of Wufeng, it's unknown. That is, in such a predicament, Zhang Wei and others also fell into a fierce fight. Chapter 387. The knife is sharp. Because after American cows and kangaroos were injured one after another, the 2 of them also began to risk their lives. Chaos outside, they were ignored by the 2 of them. Zhang Wei thought 3 against 1, slow consumption can eventually turn the tide of the battle. However, Zhang Wei overestimated the physical strength of Bawang. Yang Guang and others. One after another was seriously injured, a body was extremely damaged. Fight with all your strength in a short period of time, almost all the body's potential has been exhausted. This kind of overdraft, I don't think I'll have a month or two to recuperate. It cannot be recovered. Overlord's hammer finally. He got away, after being hit in the side by an elbow from an American bull. And he himself, I was thrown over the shoulder again, he fell hard to the ground. The American cow's knife followed closely without hesitation, he was about to pierce the Overlord's chest. The painter desperately resisted, let Silver Fox find an opportunity, drag the heel of the Overlord, drag the Overlord away. But the painter's hand, because of this, he was pierced by a dagger. When the blade was drawn out again, the entire blade is already bright red. The painter kicked the American bull in the chin, rolling away with the help of elastic force, but his palm also injured the blood vessels, leaving a wound half a finger long, bleeding unstoppably. It seems that this hand can't be used for painting. The painter used his bloody hand, randomly wiped his chest, searched around for a while, and finally found the half of the stockings that Huafeng had cut off by the American bull, which happened to be stepped on by him. So the painter picked it up, wrapped it around his injured right hand 4 or 5 times, and finally bit it with his teeth, tying a knot. The American bull watched all this coldly. After the painter finished all this, he placed the dagger across his chest, meaning that he wanted the painter to come over. "Teach my penknife." The painter took out a small knife with a sandalwood handle from the lining of his clothes and communicated with the American bull in fluent English. "Your English is good." The American bull took a step forward and touched it again. With a small dagger, the American bull performed various moves such as push, pull, cross, and block. But he can hit the opponent's vital points almost every time. The painter is always in a state of dodging and moving. Painter's knife, it is a small knife similar to a paper knife. This knife is very sharp, to cut a person's throat or disembowel him, just for a moment. But this kind of knife also has fatal shortcomings. Its hardness is very high. Knives with higher hardness are more brittle, the blade cannot be deformed when shooting horizontally. Breakage will occur. The painter knows, is a knife a good knife or a bad knife? From the hardness, toughness, degree of wear, the sharpness. Material and steel fire are weighed in several aspects. The painter understands the knife, so he did not dare to use his own knife to catch the American cow's dagger. However, the painter has always been a person who likes soft knives. Many people who don't understand knives blindly pursue hardness. Superstitious hardness, I feel that hardness is omnipotent, this idea is very one-sided. High hardness, the blade is very sharp, it's certainly a good thing, but at the same time the toughness also increases, there is no way to balance hardness and toughness. The harder it is, the brittle it is, the tougher it is, the softer it will be. What painters like are weapons with good toughness, just like the soft sword in martial arts novels, can be hidden like a belt. When using this weapon, the painter feels like holding a paintbrush in his hand. The ice sculptures of human bodies he made were all meticulously carved with this weapon, so they look perfect. The painter remembered his sculpture of the cross, which seemed to be missing something. So he said to the American bull, "My sculpture needs a Jesus." At the same time, Lu Rinjiao once again put the knife to Lu Meiyua's neck and asked, "Translate quickly. What did the melancholy guy of the painter say? He wants a Jesus? Jesus is a man. Right? I have long suspected that this guy has a problem with his sexual orientation. No wonder boss Zhang Wei has always deliberately kept a distance from him." He said his sculpture still needs a Jesus. Lu Meiyue translated tremblingly. "A sculpture? I thought he wanted that foreigner to be his Jesus. If you have anything, just translate it for me directly. We might be able to let you go later." Really? Of course. Did you see the guy holding the butcher knife? That's our boss. He believes in Buddhism. Lu Meiyue nodded in disbelief. When the American bull stabbed the painter, Yang Guang on Zhang Wei's side was also stabbed in the calf by the 3-edged military bayonet. But Yang Guang dodged in time, and the injury on his leg was not serious. It's just him who was injured in the calf, and the kangaroo who was injured in the thigh, both had some limp. It looks a bit nondescript. After Yang Guang got the triangular military thorn, I don't seem to be used to using this weapon, he threw it directly to Lu Dali. Lu Dali used the new weapon of the triangular army thorn to fight against the kangaroo. Suddenly his eyes lit up. This weapon is so easy to use, so Lu Dali threw the kitchen knife to Yang Guang. The two exchanged weapons. After having military thorns, Lu Dali's offense became much more effective. The kangaroo obviously knows the huge damage of his weapon. have to be on guard at all times. Lu Dali almost succeeded several times. However, it was resolved by the experienced kangaroo. After the three people used weapons, the pace is much faster. Between each breath, they have to fight many times. Zhang Wei was also stabbed several times by the triangular army thorn. But they are all shoulders, the back of the hand and other places. The wound is not very deep. But this guy Yang Guang, the lower abdomen was scratched. The subsequent fight was almost full of paddling. In this way, the pressure from Zhang Wei and Lu Dali, much bigger. A fight between two groups of people, unconsciously, slowly moved closer to the middle. Zhang Wei only felt that something bad was going on. These people, they were originally covering each other, only then can we barely draw a tie. But once the two guys, the kangaroo and the American cow, are put back to back, then it is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve an effective attack. Zhang Wei's guess was correct, although the two foreigners did not communicate, but gradually it came together. Zhang Wei, Lu Dali, Painter, and Yang Guang could not achieve much success. Overlord, Fire Phoenix, and Shen Dongsheng were all useless, and could not protect themselves. Zhang Wei, who was standing back to back with Lu Dali, could not help but ask, "Since you came with these people, don't you know where they came from?" "Where they came from? They seem to be from the other side of the river," Lu Dali replied. "These two guys. One is called Bison. The other is called Kangaroo. They are from an organization called Black Sun. The leader is called Alligator. In Chinese, it means bison, kangaroo, and crocodile." Zhang Wei's English is not very good. But when he spoke these English words, he spoke them clearly. The most accurate translation of these three words is American bison, Australian kangaroo, and North American alligator. "Did you rob the zoo?" Lu Dali didn't care. "There is one thing I haven't told you yet. The man who killed the disciplinary director Wang Jing is called Ape, and he is also a member of this organization." Chapter 388 The Silver Fox is Dying. Wang Jing. Lu Dali showed an expression of disbelief. But he didn't question it. In this place in the old city, living alien survivors, you can count them on one hand. The attack methods and behavior of these two guys, kangaroo and American bison, it does look a lot like apes. That guy, the ape, is it also around here? This was Lu Dali's first thought. Have no idea, these two guys. The kangaroo and the bison, he also appeared on the playground of our high school. At that time, they mentioned orangutans. Even if the apes are not around here, it's probably within 10 kilometers from here. These guys came by helicopter at this time. There are unknowns everywhere. The helicopter definitely doesn't dare to drive too far. Then from the mouths of these two guys, pry out the whereabouts of the orangutan. Lu Dali gritted his teeth. He didn't care about the kangaroos and American bulls standing back to back, and just attacked with a three-edged military bayonet in hand. Lu Dali's move affected the whole body. Zhang Wei, Yang Guang, and the painter immediately linked up and attacked from different directions. Zhang Wei cooperated with Lu Dali to attack the kangaroos, and Yang Guang turned to attack the American bulls with the painter. Although the kangaroos and American bulls were cooperating, they did not slack off when faced with the attack of four people with weapons. Lu Dali's three-edged military bayonet was actually used for the first time, but Lu Dali felt it was surprisingly handy. The first is the weight of the triangular spurs. It weighs almost 15 times more than chopsticks. Such a weapon, when you hold it in your hand, there is a kind of gravitational potential energy. When used, there is also a kind of inertia. Secondly, the protruding part at the handle, so that when assassinating, it won't slip off easily. Lu Dali only used it a few times. That's how you mastered it. Kangaroo hands, it's the other one of the pair of three-edged spurs. When watching Lu Dali stab him, the kangaroo had to fight with its blade. Kangaroo's arms are inherently longer than Lu Dali's. He is also taller than Lu Dali. When two people attack in the same direction, it was obviously Lu Dali who was stabbed into bloody holes first. Lu Dali had to break suddenly halfway to avoid being stabbed by kangaroos. Zhang Wei's offense is different. Zhang Wei attacked from the side of the kangaroo. After Lu Dali restrained him from the front, the kangaroo's profile is empty. But Zhang Wei knows, kangaroo's reaction is particularly flexible, and the upper body is invulnerable. There's no way his offense would be of much use. His attack was just a remedy for Lu Dali's blind group start. Otherwise, Lu Dali would face attacks from two kangaroos and American oxen. There is definitely no return. The kangaroo's thigh was stabbed by Yang Guang's sneak attack before. The reaction at this time is obviously slower. But he used a three-edged sword, a direct reverse thrust. He just narrowly blocked Zhang Wei's attack. Zhang Wei immediately changed direction, slashed the kangaroo's thigh. Unexpectedly, he was blocked by the kangaroo's three-edged spines again. This is how the attack is blocked. I can only stop reluctantly, because once you choose to continue attacking, there is also a possibility of being injured yourself. The first principle Zhang Wei has set for himself is not to get hurt. Not even a minor injury. One is easily infected. Another reason is that as long as there are minor injuries, in a duel with a master, weaknesses will be infinitely magnified. Because many times, it's not that people's will is not strong enough, it's the body's instinctive stress response to the wound. Just like the knee-jerk reflex, when touching a painful wound, the body will have an unconscious reaction. This makes it easy for the enemy to find a breakthrough. The cooperation between Zhang Wei and Lu Dali seemed a bit hasty, so it was expected that they did not achieve much success. The painter and Yang Guang were in a worse situation. The painter's injured hand was kicked by the American bull again, and he almost dropped the pencil sharpener without holding it firmly. Fortunately, Yang Guang used Lu Dali's kitchen knife to make up for it. Yang Guang leaned over and attacked directly, cutting the American bull's ankle directly, which was the most suitable direction for Yang Guang to attack. His abdomen was cut by the dagger of the American bull not long ago, and leaning forward to attack was actually a semi-defensive state. However, when the American bull kicked the painter's hand, it also borrowed the force to a certain extent, so it bounced half a step away. This made Yang Guang's attack miss. Yang Guang's hair was grabbed and pulled by the American bull, and he was about to be cut on the neck by the American bull. Unexpectedly, Silver Fox picked up the claw hammer that the Overlord had dropped before, and hit the back of the American bull's hand with a hammer. The American bull immediately retracted his hand, as if he had been electrocuted. Seeing that the guy who cut his arm before ruined his good deeds again, the unbearable rage of American Newton, he immediately turned around and killed the little old man Yin Hu. Yang Guang and the painter immediately followed him. The three people surrounded the American cattle in the middle. A separate cut was completed between the American cow and the kangaroo. After the Silver Fox has a hammer in his hand, I also have some confidence. After seeing Yang Guang and the painter coming over, a long shout, "Target this guy in the corner." Silver Fox hit himself on the head, attracting American cattle toward corners. This is using one's body as bait. Because I was stuck in a corner, Silver Fox no longer had any way out. Sure enough, the American cattle followed. Yang Guang, the painter, came forward with his knife in hand. The four of them moved like a mandarin duck formation. Silver Fox, Yang Guang, the three painters took action at the same time. The American cow first pushed the Silver Fox against the iron cage. Silver Fox's hammer was ignored by him. The American cow stabbed it out directly, being held by Silver Fox with one hand. Blood seeped directly from the Silver Fox's fingers. Yang Guang immediately rushed forward with a kitchen knife. The American cow is lifted casually. Silver Fox's hand, holding the hammer, was hanging on his shoulder, and Yang Guang's kitchen knife happened to be impartial. Cut on the claw hammer. Suddenly sparks appeared everywhere. The kitchen knife also left several gaps. In this persistence, the Silver Fox finally failed to withstand the attack of the American bull. He stabbed his dagger into his lower abdomen. And when the painter rushes over, attacked the neck of an American cow with a pencil sharpener. When forcing him to retreat, Silver Fox was already clutching his stomach and fell into a pool of blood. "I'm afraid it won't work." The Silver Fox spat blood from its mouth. "Hold on a little longer, maybe you can survive." The painter can only comfort. In fact, everyone knows, there is a high probability that the Silver Fox will not survive. However, the Silver Fox didn't care about his injuries. Instead, he looked at the Fire Phoenix. He hesitated to speak. It was at this time, Zhang Wei's butcher knife finally injured the kangaroo. Although it only scratched his cheek, but it's enough to inspire people. Regardless of the Silver Fox's life or death, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali once again joined forces to kill the kangaroo. Zhang Wei has been training his sword skills hard. After this period of time, grip strength and flexibility have improved a lot. When the butcher's knife is in hand, it is also worthy of the three-edged military thorn. Because the triangular spur cannot be used for chopping, can only be used for forward stabbing. In this way, Zhang Wei only needs to be careful of frontal thrusts. Just try to provide cover for Lu Dali, who is attacking with all his strength. Chapter 389 Zombie Outbreak. When Zhang Wei and Lu Dali took action, Yang Guang, the two painters, and the American cow were fighting in the corner. Compared to Zhang Wei and Lu Dali's wild ways. Both the policeman turned painter and Yang Guang seemed to have received professional training. Although both of them were seriously injured, but it can barely resist the attack of American cattle. And when the Silver Fox was seriously injured, the two of them knew the hope of defeating American cattle a little smaller again. The old man Silver Fox, rumored to be a pedophile, and using some treacherous hidden weapons at first. Everyone looked down upon him. But after this life and death fight in the arena, everyone had to look at him with admiration. In Zhang Wei's words, that is, "If you survive, I think we can be friends." Zhang Wei didn't know why this old man got involved in such a fatal conflict because of a bet with Guizhou. But when I saw this old man on the verge of death, I still feel some regrets. Facing the mercenary members of Black Sun, all people can let go of their prejudices, turn enemies into friends at this moment. The Fire Phoenix struggled to climb to the side of the Overlord, helped the Overlord stand up, eyes swollen like pandas, still watching the situation outside. Although Mr. Sun and Manager Su did not fully control the overall situation, but he slowly took control of the situation. The men and horses secretly arranged by Huifeng and Overlord, as well as Lu Renjia, Zhao Jinxiong and others, fight and retreat at the same time, already retreated to a corner, defending with some machines and boards. Because most people are busy running away, nor did he form a life-or-death feud with Manager Sun and others. Therefore, he did not directly participate in this conflict. More people are waiting and watching. There are also some wall grasses among the people of Manager Sun and Mr. Su. While suppressing those brought in such as Fire Phoenix and Overlord, he turned around and joined the pharmaceutical factory camp. Although Huifeng and others arranged undercover agents, we also brought in dozens of people, but there are no powerful knives. When fighting, it has always been at a disadvantage. After all, dagger, short stick, it is impossible to fight with the sword of Zhanma against weapons such as spears. If Lu Meiwei hadn't been held hostage by Lu Renjia and others, people from northern communities and southern communities at this time, it is estimated that the group has been wiped out. Things turned out like this. It seems that it was also within Huifeng's expectation. She tried hard to open her only eye that could still see objects clearly. He nodded towards the Overlord. Overlord did not respond. That is equal to the default. Huifeng took out a lanyard from his neck. A metal whistle hung from it. In the iron cage, Huifeng blew the whistle without hesitation. A breath of time, there were whistles coming from everywhere outside. Zhang Wei is very familiar with this whistle. Not long ago, when he entered the northern community of Huifeng with the painter Tyrannosaurus Rex and others, those who were on duty, this is the tool used to spread the news. And after this whistle appeared, the sound of breaking glass sounded from all directions. Pharmaceutical factory building, they are all large glass with an area of 1 or 2 square meters. For a moment, the bricks thrown and smashed it into pieces. Then, there is the unknown metal bucket. It's filled with stuffing. Incomplete combustion begins at one time. The entire pharmaceutical factory. Thick smoke billowed under the blowing cold wind. Shouts of beating and killing. It came from all directions. Zhang Wei knows this should be the manpower that Huifeng and Overlord secretly arranged before. The reason why these people have not been dispatched is, it's because the pharmaceutical factory is not completely in chaos. Attack a well-defended place, a large workshop with hundreds of people, undoubtedly. It is an egg hitting a stone. At this time, attack when the chaos in the pharmaceutical factory is about to end, able to achieve maximum results. Manager Sun looked at all this coldly. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and covered his mouth and nose, just talking to a few men next to him. And Zhang Wei et al., since the fighting cage is built in the middle of the pharmaceutical workshop, it was not affected by the thick smoke for a while. When Chen Dongsheng saw the sudden chaos, suddenly his face showed ecstasy, pulled the hammer from the Silver Fox's hand, then he started pounding crazily on the big lock of the outer iron cage. When hit for the third time, the big lock finally popped open. Chen Dongshi immediately untied the chains. He ran out rolling and crawling. The Overlord was supported by the Fire Phoenix and moved slowly. When I was about to get out of the iron cage, he turned around and shouted to the fighting people, "Painting Zhang Wei, walk." Overlord is quite loyal. He remembered that Zhang Wei and the painter were invited by him to participate in the group competition. However, at this time, the Overlord was seriously injured and had no time to take care of himself. It can only be reminded for a while. Zhang Wei heard the Overlord's voice. He wanted to leave, but if he left, Lu Dali would definitely die. Yang Guang and the painter Zhang Wei don't care. It was just a chance encounter. But Lu Dali, Zhang Wei didn't want him to explain it here. This powerful boxer who he has been trying to recruit into his team, there should be greater deeds. And, at this time, Zhang Wei, I can't leave at all, as long as you show the movement of going. Kangaroo guy will immediately hold the three-pointed military thorn, stab him from behind. The people of Overlord and Fire Phoenix, it is estimated that dozens or hundreds of people climb in from every window, a mass of black heads. As soon as these people come in, the entire pharmaceutical factory suddenly became a mess. Manager Sun and Mr. Su discussed for a while. He didn't even care about the life or death of the eldest lady Lu Meiwei. Then he and dozens of subordinates slowly retreated to the second floor. Zhang Wei initially thought that these guys couldn't defeat Fire Phoenix and Overlord's reinforcements. After a few minutes, Zhang Wei suddenly realized something was wrong, because the roars of zombies came from all directions. What's going on? The people inside were shouting crazily. Something bad is going on. The zombie army is coming. Everything outside the pharmaceutical factory is safe. Where did the zombie army come from? Coming from further afield? A piece of darkness. I'm afraid there are hundreds or even thousands. There's no end in sight. The crowd was talking a lot. People outside were rushing inside crazily. However, some non-flammable substances that create thick smoke were thrown into it. It was a mess for a while. Fire Phoenix, did your people do it? Overlord asked weakly. How is it possible? I thought your people let the zombies in. It's over. We were plotted by people from the pharmaceutical factory. They were not targeting us leaders from the beginning, but for all our survivors. The Overlord suddenly came to his senses. Because he suddenly wanted to understand why these people, they all went to the second floor without hesitation. The door and windows had been smashed at this time, and various fences and barriers opened with keys. On the contrary, it facilitates zombie raids. Hold. Don't let zombies in. Once someone is bitten, everyone here will be done. The Overlord shouted loudly. Work together to keep the zombies out. Maybe we can keep it. Once the zombies come in, everyone only cares about themselves. Stampedes also occur here. The survivors are not united. This kind of place is well ventilated from all sides. It's impossible to hold on to it. And at this time, the fighting cages throughout the pharmaceutical factory, they are all welded with large steel bars or iron bars. It seems to have become the safest place. The silver fox, who is not completely dead yet, slowly crawled over, wrapped the chain around again, then aligned the U-shaped lock. Then he collapsed to the side, breathing heavily. Zhang Wei knows, although the lock has been smashed, but with the zombies' IQ, even if the entire pharmaceutical factory falls, this lock cannot be opened by zombies. Chapter 390 Survival in a Desperate Situation. Lots of zombies began to appear in the window on the first floor of the pharmaceutical factory. Fortunately, the foundation of the pharmaceutical factory. It's half a meter higher than the flat ground outside. The windows are several meters higher. So most zombies, when emerging from the window, only above the shoulders, some even have only half their heads outside. Although the zombies roared crazily, I couldn't get in for a while. But on the first floor of the entire pharmaceutical factory, it is a structure similar to a school cafeteria. It's even 4 times the size of a cafeteria. These zombies are gathering more and more. It's only a matter of time before we can break in. After Manager Sun's people retreated to the second floor, the remaining survivors on the first floor finally stopped fighting among themselves. Instead, defend against zombies. Fortunately, Fire Phoenix Overlord's troops came this time. They all come with prepared high-quality weapons. Almost all the zombies that show up can be killed. But Zhang Wei also knows, as zombie corpses accumulate, finally the zombies came in through the window. It will also be like walking on flat ground. Where did so many zombies come from? Overlord saw more and more zombies gathering outside. I couldn't help but feel frightened. Being killed is not terrible, but was bitten to death by zombies, and also turned into such a monster, that's very scary. As if being led from a farther place, my northern neighborhood has been cleaned up long ago. Between southern communities and northern communities, across the artificial river, zombies can't get through at all. This pharmaceutical factory also has high walls. There is vision occlusion. If I guess correctly, it should be that helicopter. The zombies were deliberately lured here. The Fire Phoenix also fell from the hands of a younger brother. A machete was seized. At this time, but we can't be willful and barehanded. Zhang Wei listened to the conversation between the two of them. I also understand in my heart, although I don't know if this helicopter was brought here intentionally, but the sound of helicopter propellers can attract zombies. This is certainly true. And neither sooner nor later, but just when everyone is gathered here, the zombie army is coming. Without human guidance, I don't believe it even if I say it. And the biggest benefit recipients, no need to think about it, these are the bosses of the pharmaceutical factory. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to start delivering medicines in a hurry. Because once this place falls, thousands of zombies gather here. If you want to come in alone or in groups to get medicine, almost impossible. What makes Zhang Wei even more certain is that the two foreigners actually didn't care about the zombies that appeared. That is to say, they are informed. Butcher toilet paper, can you try to see if there are other ways to go to the second floor? Such a big pharmaceutical factory, there must be other channels. Call a nickname, this is to avoid too many people discovering the relationship between several people. Zhang Wei knows, this kind of building is a labor-intensive factory, involving the entry and exit of people, and the entry and exit of finished goods. It's definitely not like the school's teaching building or faculty apartments or canteen. There are two stairs, one on the left and one on the right. Such a building, industrial elevator, elevator for people, safe walkways and ventilation ducts, sewage pipes, it is estimated that all kinds of passages can be passed. Lu Renjiao was very cheerful, putting the knife directly on Lu Meiyua's neck. I hope you can kill me before my boss comes out. Point out a way, otherwise everyone will die together, and when I die, I will be the first to throw you out. Lu Renjiao wanted to leave, but when he saw Zhang Wei and Lu Dali being suppressed, always at a disadvantage, some are worried. At this point, the situation is quite controllable. Not in a hurry to leave. Although Zhang Wei is not in a hurry on the surface, but my heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. If this is a plan by the people in the pharmaceutical factory to catch everyone in one fell swoop, the fall of the pharmaceutical factory, it's just a matter of time. Moreover, zombies have swarming effect. No matter how much the people inside are hunted, it will also be unable to keep up with the growth rate outside. Vigorously, Yang Guang, Shizhe, you three. Listen to me. I suspect that these guys wanted to eliminate all the survivors from the beginning. We must get out of this iron cage as soon as possible. What's the use of going out? Isn't it a dead end outside? Yang Guang fought with American cattle while observing the movements of the kangaroos. It is also possible for the enemy to attack by surprise. No, think about it. Since these two foreigners are here, they absolutely would not put themselves in danger. This production building, there must be a way to leave. The two managers ran upstairs. I guess there is a safe house or other access. Lu Dali interrupted. No, I think we are all wrong. Maybe there's no way of escape here. Manager's son, and the others not only plotted against us, they even plotted against their own people. What's the meaning? Do you still remember what Lu Menglong said before he died? He said that his cousin and these two foreigners would take him on the plane. He also said he was very good at fighting. It seems that seats are limited. Take him away with you. I understand. They want to leave in a helicopter. Lu Dali suddenly realized. Although this building is not high, and there is no other escape route, it is still possible to land a helicopter on the roof. At worst, the helicopter can drop a rope ladder or something, and the survivors can climb up. It is still possible. Yang Guang. How many people can your helicopter take at most? The painter interrupted and asked. Including the pilot. There are 7 places. If we add more, it will be overweight. If we throw away some things, we may be able to take 1 or 2 more. That's right. Zhang Wei carefully calculated. I feel that it is more and more consistent with my reasoning. That young lady, plus Bison, Kangaroo, Manager's son, Mr. Su, Lu Menglong and a helicopter pilot, there are about 7 people, and Lu Dali, and the 2 gunmen at that time, it is estimated that they may also take the plane, so the number of people is obviously exceeded. The reason why Lu Menglong is eager to show his value is not to be abandoned, which is also the reason why he insisted on going down in person. Be careful. Kangaroo's 3-edged military thorn stabbed Zhang Wei's chest. Lu Dali saw that there was no rush to rescue. And Zhang Wei knew, this weapon can't hurt you at all. It just exposes your trump card. But at this time, it no longer makes sense to reveal your trump card. Because of those 2 guns, currently in a zombie cage. When Zhang Wei planned to take this attack head-on, and find a way to counterattack the kangaroo, there was a sound of breaking wind coming from an object in the sky. The kangaroo's weapon was smashed crooked. It turned out that it flew here. It's the claw hammer from the previous overlord. Not long ago, the lock was broken open by Chen Dongsheng. He dropped it casually on the ground. And the silver fox, who has not yet died, throw this hammer. Although not strong enough, but the kangaroo is still avoiding subconsciously, therefore. The triangular military thorn was smashed out of the direction. At this time, Silver Fox was holding his stomach said, what you said is right. If you want to go out, we must completely keep these 2 foreigners and that woman here, but I can't do it anymore. Silver Fox said, while stuffing something into his stomach, still steaming. Zhang Wei took a closer look. It turned out to be Bai Huahua's intestines. The American bull before actually cut him open horizontally. Zhang Wei looked at Yang Guang and the painter who were in a difficult battle, and then looked at Lu Dali, who was struggling with the kangaroo. After hesitating for a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, "Old man, you protect yourself. I think we are going to play a big game. This time, we bet our lives. Did the guy named Ghost Hand also tell you that he wants to bet his life with you?" After Zhang Wei finished speaking, Silver Fox's mouth opened involuntarily, wanting to say something, but he hesitated. And Zhang Wei picked up the claw hammer not far from my feet, approaching the iron cage where zombies are kept. In the puzzled expressions of kangaroos and American cows, gritting his teeth, he broke the lock of the iron cage where he was imprisoned. Suddenly, a metal iron gate about 2 meters long fell down, and the crazy zombies inside coming out. Chapter 391 Battle in the Sea of Corpses. Zhang Wei released the zombies. This was very sudden. Yang Guang and the painter did not react. Lu Dali was alert. But the kangaroo kept looking for trouble with him. There was no place to escape. It was the collapse of the metal door that woke everyone up. "Are you crazy?" The American cow screamed strangely, because he saw all the zombies rushing out. In such a space, there is no way out. The moment Zhang Wei broke open the lock and began to escape, although the space in the iron cage is not large, but it's still convenient for him to run inside. Zhang Wei's purpose is simple. Relying on him alone, get rid of these zombies, is impossible, and that's not his purpose. His purpose, just to create chaos for these two guys, the kangaroo and the American cow. Then look for opportunities to kill them. Before Zhang Wei opened it, carefully analyze the pros and cons. More than 30 zombies, but there are 5 or 6 people here, divided evenly among everyone, only 4 or 5 zombies. And this guy Yang Guang, it is said that he was half-starved to death a few months ago. You can also kill zombies with your bare hands. This guy the painter, he also used to make ice sculptures out of zombie corpses. Even though this zombie is extremely violent, they are armed, you should be able to handle it. And Zhang Wei himself has a long sword in his hand. Lu Dali also has a 3-edged military thorn. There shouldn't be much of a problem. The greatest confidence, the same clothes I'm wearing now, almost all are thick cotton clothes. Don't worry about being scratched by zombies, just avoid being bitten on exposed areas. And Zhang Wei is the only person who is not sure whether he can survive. It's the old man Ian who, anyway. I saved people many times. This old man still has a bit of humanity. After seeing the old man's intestinal tract, Zhang Wei knows, unless surgery and blood transfusion are performed immediately, otherwise, the old man will definitely die. Since the old man is a dead man if he doesn't go out. So when Zhang Wei broke the lock, even if you let him run away, I forgot to mention it. The fastest zombie, I don't know if I smell the smell of blood, just abandon the near and seek the far, abandon the zombies not far away, went directly to Silver Fox. The blind obedience effect of the zombies behind, many of them followed him out. But the next step is to run towards different survivors. Silver Fox saw a zombie coming towards him. He immediately backed up and sat on the ground, then used your elbow, holding the zombie's mouth. He took out a spoon with his right hand, just start bleeding the zombies. I don't know if it's because the zombies have been dead for too long or because the weather is too cold. Even if the zombie's throat is cut, the zombies are still struggling. Silver Fox immediately put the spoon into the zombie's eyeball without hesitation, gouged out the zombie's 2 eyes. Zombies that have lost their target turned into a headless fly. The Silver Fox pulled the zombie's hair, cut off the zombie's head directly. Just throw it aside, he started breathing heavily again. Zombies in small cages. It took just a few breaths for them all to escape. Zhang Wei really wanted to get those 2 guns. But the space is too small, had to give up helplessly. And Zhang Wei is not good at using firearms either. Such a space, even if those 2 guns have bullets, it is also easy to accidentally injure your own people if you shoot. A firearm is not as useful as a chopstick at this time. More than a dozen zombies followed Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei made a small circle, just scattered them all, after a dozen steps, who followed him, just less than half. Zhang Wei is confident that he will kill all these zombies with one blow. But the main purpose at this time, or use these zombies, to contain those 2 foreigners. So when Zhang Wei got it right, just kill 1 or 2 zombies. When things don't go well, he just kicked the zombie down with a casual kick. Tall kangaroos and American cattle, at this time. I finally suffered the loss of my figure. Most of the zombies went directly towards the 2 of them. Yang Guang a painter, when the zombies come out, then they both left hand in hand, He set up the silver fox, who was panting there. He retreated to a corner. Facing the crazy rioting zombies, Yang Guang's performance, much more calm than facing those two foreigners. Don't let bleeding wounds, contaminated with zombie blood or saliva, this is prone to infectious necrosis. The painter is careful in his approach. He was afraid that zombie blood would splash on his injured hand. A huge fat zombie come directly to the painter. The painter kicked the zombie hard. He actually took half a step back. And that zombie with big shoulders and round waist keep coming towards him like a sumo wrestler. The pencil sharpener draws a line of light and shadow. The head of the fat zombie drooped, however. The body still leaned forward due to the inertia of the charge. Yang Guang next to him immediately added a kick. Only then did this zombie body did not fall on the silver fox. The silver fox was seriously injured, being crushed by a corpse weighing 200 to 300 kilograms again. I'll probably burp right away. When the kangaroos and bison saw the zombies coming out, first have an idea, he escaped through the door through which Chen Dongsheng escaped. Unfortunately, that door happened to be the farthest from them. And the zombies brought out by Zhang Wei, that aisle was also sealed. Shit! The kangaroo was annoyed for a while. He had no choice but to turn around and deal with the zombies approaching him. Compared to Zhang Wei and Lu Dali, who are as flexible as monkeys, fast-moving zombies, being poked through the eye by a kangaroo's three-edged spines, kill with one blow. Seeing this guy's familiar tactics, Zhang Wei knew these two guys. He is also an expert at hunting zombies. Take action casually, it just makes the zombie's brain dead. The operation of American cattle is simpler. He stabbed the zombie's cervical spine with a short dagger. Such zombies did not die immediately, but he immediately lost his ability to move, shaking in place like a puppet on strings. Those who are not handy don't even use knives. Directly put out both hands, holding the zombie's head. Click. A sound just broke his neck. If zombies hadn't come from all directions, Zhang Wei felt that the two of them were guarding a certain passage. It can be achieved that one man can block a barrier, and 10,000 men can't open it. Between these few breaths, 6 zombies were killed one after another. Zhang Wei knows, if time is allowed to pass at that time, in addition to the corpses of more than 30 zombies, the iron cage will contain more than 30 corpses. The situation will not change in any way. So he held the knife in his hand. He winked at Lu Dali. It was obvious that the two of them went to clean up the zombies together. Secretly, they were killing American cattle and kangaroos. Dodge and move around. I knocked down a few more zombies, approaching the kangaroo that was closer. The kangaroo did not expect Zhang Wei and others still dared to sneak attack at this time. Because zombies attack indiscriminately at this time. Around the 3 people, there were at least 7 or 8 zombies. Although the kangaroo tried his best, throw the 2 zombies to the ground, but still can't rely on a 3-edged military thorn at the same time. Beware of multiple zombies, and the joint attack of Zhang Wei and Lu Dali. I had to kill a zombie, drag its body over, used as a shield to resist. It was at this time, a rolling shutter in a pharmaceutical factory, being rushed away by dozens of zombies. A horde of zombies rushed in through the rolling shutter. So many zombies, there are ice and snow bumps all over my body. Chapter 392 Smoke Defense. The kangaroo held a zombie's body in front of him. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali attacked at the same time. They all hit this zombie. Lu Dali's triangular thorn pierced the zombie's chest, and Zhang Wei's sword also cut off the zombie's neck. But this zombie, before being dragged over by a kangaroo, already died. They were also casually discarded by kangaroos. When Zhang Wei still wanted to continue attacking, there were several zombies attacking the kangaroo nearby. Because the line of sight is blocked by similar people, he actually turned his head around again, started attacking Zhang Wei and Lu Dali. At the same time, a rolling shutter in a pharmaceutical factory broke. A large number of zombies are coming. Some pharmaceutical factory employees closest to the door was directly knocked down by zombies. Suddenly the screams were shocking. And the screams attracted more zombies for a time. Even zombies were stampeded. Go up. That door must be blocked. Huifeng shouted at his men. 1 or 2 people responded, take a few steps, only to find that no one was following. It's not possible to enter at once, neither does retreat. Because of the zombies that rushed in at this moment, it's simply not something that a few people can handle. At least dozens of people are needed to support him. Only then can it be blocked. And most people, all will pay the price with their lives. Chen Dongsheng is also the person next to the rolling gate. I was planning to run away from the gate, unexpectedly. So many zombies suddenly came. I didn't expect that the rolling shutter door suddenly broke. Seeing that I was about to be surrounded by zombies, suddenly I found that not far ahead, there was also an iron barrel emitting thick smoke. And as it burns, the concentration of thick smoke is also getting higher and higher. This was thrown in by the Overlord and Fire Phoenix troops before. Throw the smoke bucket at the broken door. Come together. Everyone, only use thick smoke to block the zombies' view, we can survive. Follow the authority in urgent matters. Qin Dongsheng also invented a new term, smoke barrel. Qin Dongsheng shouted. No matter how hot the iron bucket is, he hugged him and threw him away. The iron barrels are filled with flammable materials such as grass, wet firewood, etc. The weight is not very heavy. Qin Dongsheng's iron bucket, it happened to be left not far from the gate. Thick smoke began to fill the air. Other survivors, there are those that are close to each other, also 2 or 3 people cooperate. He threw the iron bucket in that direction. Near the rolling shutter door, suddenly there were 7 or 8 iron barrels billowing with smoke. Cover your mouth and nose, don't make a sound, otherwise everyone will die here. Someone with a clear mind can remind you immediately. Everyone come together, be sure to clear out the zombies that just came in. This is a broken door, it must also be blocked if you have time. Lend a hand, tear down the stands. The stands of the pharmaceutical factory, it was temporarily built by the eldest lady and others to watch the fight. There are a lot of thick, large compressed sheets. So some people hold the board and walk over there. More people consciously join the cleanup team. Once the survivors find a common goal, he instantly became an organized and disciplined person. Amidst the thick smoke, the figures of zombies and survivors switched one after another, but no more zombies came in. Finally, more than a dozen people stood on a large stage board together. Someone else dragged in some heavy machinery. Although it can only temporarily block zombies, but the survivors also had a chance to breathe. In thick smoke, a large number of survivors were choked with tears, unstoppable cough. This makes the zombies outside, frantically slapping the door panel. And those zombies at the window, although I can't climb in for the time being, but he still screamed crazily outside the window and toward the inside. Don't hunt zombies, otherwise the zombies behind. Stepping on the corpse of the zombie in front, he climbed in easily. We can't dispose of the body. Huafeng saw someone killing zombies, couldn't help but stop it. Huafeng's restraint is reasonable. At this time, there is no time at all. Go get rid of the bodies outside. What should we do? Head of house, if this continues, it will fall sooner or later. The younger brothers were all very panicked. I have an idea. You do this. Just be careful when you start, Overlord said. Just now the silver fox used a spoon to dig out the zombies' eyes. But zombies won't die immediately, you just need to poke the eyes of these zombies out. Yes, the Overlord is really knowledgeable. For a time, everyone suddenly realized. They all went looking for long weapons, long knife, long stick, spears, and then used these weapons to attack the eyes of the zombies that are showing up. Most of the zombies, they are all above the shoulders, appears outside the window. For a time, they were all poked blind by people in the pharmaceutical factory. Although they still gather around the window and never disperse, but he didn't try to get in. Although the zombie's eyesight is gone, but the sense of smell and hearing are still there, more blind obedience effects from zombies outside. So for a while, these zombies have not dissipated either, and the periphery, still gathering. We're going to die here. Huafeng was a little discouraged. Kill out after dark? Overlord asked tentatively. People who live like that, it is estimated that it will not exceed 10%. Overlord, all our family assets are here, unable to withstand such losses. These guys, just waiting for our reinforcements. After our trump card is exposed, the zombies we just attracted, we were wrong, too naive. Leave the green hills behind. Don't worry about running out of firewood. Ahem. Overlord coughed as he spoke. The boss coughed up another mouthful of blood. Your injury? It's not going to get better. I already have old wounds. Today I have added new wounds to old wounds. Here are a few people. See if you can rush up to the second floor. The Overlord called over some of his younger brothers. He pointed to a staircase leading to the second floor. Boss, there are people guarding it. Can't get up at all. I really want to fight him. I'm afraid dozens of brothers will die. We just lost 3 people. Hateful. The Overlord was annoyed for a while. But reason told him, don't act on impulse. Stairwells on the first and second floors, it was already very narrow. It can almost be said that one man is in charge. No one can stop it. Manager Sun and Mr. Su's people, more than 100 people just rushed up at this moment. I have been waiting for success, waiting for the people below to go up and die. Pharmaceutical factory, It suddenly became a certain death situation. See if there are any other passages. Such a big workshop, there will be at least 4 channels. As soon as Manager's son and his people dispersed, there are only 20 or 30 people in each channel. We pool our resources. Before they block all the passages, attack one of them, kill him. The Overlord ordered everyone to collect weapons. He also ordered some windows and rolling shutters that were not damaged to be reinforced, and block these passages with heavy objects. Woofing watched coldly. Because he understands, the Overlord chose to do this, it means before giving up. Wait until dark to break out. Practices. After all these are completed, Overlord Wang beckoned to Lu Renjia. Who is that? Bring that young lady over here. Chapter 393 Zombie Assistance. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong immediately pulled the reluctant eldest lady Lu Meiyue to the Overlord. Tell me, how to get up there? Overlord looked directly into Lu Meiyue's eyes. I don't know, The eldest lady hasn't finished speaking yet. The Overlord plunged his short knife directly into her thigh. I don't understand the meaning of pity for beauty. A few words came out of the Overlord's mouth. Everyone feels normal about this. Hundreds of lives are at stake, this woman. The eldest lady seems to be the invisible leader of this place. Make a move on her. No one disagreed. I have no idea. The eldest lady gritted her teeth. This made Lu Renjia very angry. The boss Zhang Wei is still in dire straits. This kind of near-death situation, since the Overlord takes the lead, Lu Renjia also planned to be this evil person. It's a pity that the farmer is not here. His torture methods are very sophisticated. Zhao Zhenxiong muttered. Let me pry her mouth open. Lu Renjia took out his huge butcher knife. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Brother, are you serious? Can your knife cut a fat pig in half? Lu Renjia swung his huge butcher knife in the air and said, Miss Lu, now your thigh is injured however. If immediate treatment is required, maybe I can save the leg. I know what you are thinking. Do you think that if you don't say anything, we will treat you as a life-saving straw? But things are different now. Once the zombies outside come in, everyone is going to die together. Don't blame me for being cruel. I don't use some unconventional means. I guess you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Those 2 foreigners are your support. If I use this knife, draw a turtle on your face or cut off one of your breasts. I think those 2 foreigners, I probably won't be interested in you anymore. Lu Renjia said as he said, at the same time. He put the knife against Lu Meiyue's neck. This shocked Lu Meiyue. Wait. I said, if you want to go to the 2nd floor, there really is no other way. Hundreds of people here. I have been working and living in this workshop for several months. Are there any secret passages? They should know best. You don't have to kill me. Only I live. Only then could you kidnap me to the 2nd floor. Manager's son and Mr. Su, in order to escape from here, will definitely be willing to open the channel. Hearing this, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong looked at each other, but the fire phoenix next to it, but she still looked at the undercover agent she had arranged to stir up trouble earlier with disbelief. Head of the family, this is indeed the case. This pharmaceutical workshop, there are no secrets at all at that time. In order to prevent someone from stealing the medicine, several corridors were all sealed off with cement walls. Only 2 corridors are left for passage. One of them was the one that Manager's son and the others had just retreated from. And this kind of building, there are no secret passages, air conditioning and sewage pipes. Each floor is independent. But there are some pipes on the outer wall. Maybe you can climb up there. It's just that right now, there are all zombies outside. I guess I can't get up there. The Overlord knows that there is nothing he can do, so he said to Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, you 2 are optimistic about her. Is there any trouble? Just kill her first. The rest of the people, don't just stand there stupidly. Everyone lends a hand. Reinforce the doors and windows. This stand. Take it all apart for me. The Overlord then joined the Fire Phoenix, while resting and caring for your wounds, while commanding everyone, no matter if he is one of his own, all joined in the action of strengthening the workshop. The survivors walked through billowing smoke, after pushing some boards and heavy objects over finally. The broken rolling shutter door was blocked. Then clean up the zombies inside. It becomes much simpler. The survivors rush forward, that's it. However, due to insufficient plates, the area of the pharmaceutical factory is too large. Lots of broken windows. Just simple reinforcement, or simply block the sight of zombies with debris. After most people have finished their work and quieted down, they all turn their attention to the fighting arena in unison. Zhang Wei and 4 others, still with more than 20 zombies, fighting fiercely with the 2 foreigners in the iron cage. After adjusting to the initial chaos, the kangaroo and the American cow reunited again, back to back. Beware of the bites of zombies, and the attacks of Zhang Wei and others. The attack by Zhang Wei and others, it's a wave. The first time they attacked in groups, after failure, there would be no chance to attack again. Because most of the zombies are coming. At first, Zhang Wei hoped that the zombies would haunt the two foreigners. Unexpectedly, they killed most of the zombies. And the zombies behind, no more chasing the two tall foreigners, instead, they attacked Zhang Wei and others. Therefore, Zhang Wei and others had to guard against the attacks of kangaroos and bison. Pay attention to the zombies around you. Throughout the iron cage, after a dozen zombies fell, bloodstains can already be seen everywhere. Zombies don't have any humanity. Zhang Wei and others are closer to the gathering of zombies. Naturally, it is also easy to attract zombie attacks. Don't touch the zombies, just avoid it. After 1/3 of the zombie population disappeared, the whole battle inside the iron cage, the survivors are no longer hiding unilaterally. Attract the zombies this way. After Zhang Wei took several zombies in a circle, then he ran towards the American cow approaching him from the side. 5 zombies has been chasing Zhang Wei. After Zhang Wei got close to the American cattle, Zhang Wei bent down. 3 of them headed towards the American cattle. The zombie running towards Zhang Wei, he was stabbed directly by Zhang Wei, and using the cover of zombie corpses, Zhang Wei also stayed away from the attention of other zombies. As for the other zombie, falling behind halfway, he ran towards the silver fox, who was still alive. The silver fox is still the same. When the zombies approached him, directly hugged the zombie's neck, pushed the zombie to the ground, then he casually cut the zombie's neck with a spoon and knife. When 3 zombies ran towards the American cow looks nervous. He stretched his legs forward casually. The zombie at the front tripped and fell. He fell straight towards the American cow. The American cow casually stretched out his hand. The dagger was inserted through the zombie's chin. The 2 zombies at the back, having come close yet, the American bull kicked away the corpse of the zombie in front of him. Both tripped into the ground. Just when the American bull wants to continue killing zombies, Zhang Wei, who was behind, also found the opportunity to kill. And at the same time, Yang Guang, Lu Dali, the 3 painters also collaborated. 2 people restrained the kangaroo. 1 person touched the back of the American cow. A group of people were fighting again. 2 zombies were kicked and tripped by an American cow. I just fell to the ground and struggled to get up again, not yet standing, just crawling on the ground towards the American cattle. The attack direction of the zombies is below the knees of the American cattle. At such a height, it is difficult for an American cow to lean down and perform a knife operation. He had to kick one of the zombies away. There was a crisp sound from this kick, kicked the zombie in the chin. And this zombie, the neck bones were also broken, no longer able to attack. Zhang Wei followed another zombie that was still moving and killed him. Wherever the long sword points, but not the zombies in front, but the American cattle further ahead. This time it was Yang Guang who attacked the American cattle from behind. After picking up Lu Dali's kitchen knife, Yang Guang killed 2 zombies with just this knife. This time it was a direct attack on the back of the American cow's legs. Under Zhang Wei's involvement and the cover of zombies, Yang Guang slashed directly at the thigh of the American cow. The American cow pretends not to see, but when the sword approached, suddenly he jumped to avoid it. The reflex is like a whip kick. It hit Yang Guang on the face. The power of this kick is surprisingly strong. Yang Guang was almost turned in the air, but when Yang Guang was kicked away, he also threw out the kitchen knife in his hand. The kitchen knife spun in the air and headed towards the American cow finally. It was chopped on the calf of the American cow. Although it is not strong enough to cut off the calf of an American cow, but it also made American cattle bleed instantly. And Yang Guang's attack is effective. This could potentially infect American cattle with zombie viruses. If it were normal, American cattle can evade such attacks, but once he was restrained by Zhang Wei. Secondly, beware of zombies. Furthermore, he didn't expect that he could kick his own person away. Even when I'm feeling dizzy, throw out the kitchen knife in your hand. The kitchen knife cut open the American cow's jeans, but not inlaid on the calf of an American cow, so to some extent, more like a cut. And when the American cow was injured in the leg, Zhang Wei conveniently kicked the zombie in front of him on the back. Let the zombies lean forward faster. When the American cattle hurriedly poked the zombies to death, Zhang Wei's butcher knife is already close. A random cut. The mouth of the American cow's right hand was instantly cut open by a sharp butcher's knife. Blood overflowed from the wound. Zhang Wei and others used zombies to launch an attack. Finally achieved certain results. Chapter 394. The battle is over. Although the vital parts of the American cow were not injured, however, his left foot and right hand were injured at the same time. This moment greatly reduced his offensive ability. Lou Dolly and the painter tried their best to contain the kangaroo. It also prevented him from returning the American cattle in time. The three of them sometimes fight each other in a hurry. Sometimes they go their separate ways to clean up the zombies around them. After 7 or 8 more zombies fell, the kangaroo was also knocked to the ground by the zombies. However, the zombie attack did not work. A tattered wallet on a kangaroo, it has a very good blocking effect on the bites of zombies. Although several zombies are gnawing, but they were all bitten on close. Kangaroos have always protected their key parts very well. In the midst of this chaos, the kangaroo also used its 3-edged thorn to poke into the eye sockets and chins of several zombies. Those zombies who were poked, they all died immediately. Nothing happened anymore. Both Lou Dolly and the painter knew that, don't push the kangaroo too hard at this time. Otherwise, the dog will jump over the wall in a hurry. Maybe everyone here will die together. Lou Dolly kicked a zombie away, and when the painter cut the throat of a zombie with a pencil sharpener, the kangaroo finally broke free from several zombies, slowly stood up. The kangaroo looked at the American cow not far away, then he looked at the survivors outside. At this time, the Overlord has commanded all men, surround the entire iron cage. American cattle and kangaroos, it became a battle between trapped beasts. Both of them know, even if everyone in the iron cage wins, in the absence of thermal weapons, it's impossible to defeat the hundreds of people outside. The enraged American cow wanted to take action, but when Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong escorted the eldest lady out, I had to stop what I was doing. This woman seems to be very important to him. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. It seems that this woman is his mistress. How about over the game? Kangaroo said to the only painter who knew English. TT's up to you. The painter shook off the blood on his pencil sharpener, said somewhat indifferently. What did he say? Yang Guang's English is about the same as Zhang Wei's. He said he wanted to end the game. I say it's up to him. The painter translated again. When more than a dozen zombies attacked later, the 6 of them made a tacit agreement not to fight each other instead. He took care of himself, and took care of the zombies. In less than a minute, all the zombies fell to the ground. What Zhang Wei thought was, at this time, everyone on the first floor, can the kangaroo bison eldest lady 3 people, they were all taken hostage. Let's wait until we get to the second floor. We need to guard the pharmaceutical workshop on the first floor. Almost impossible. But ran to the second floor, then guard that passage or block it with debris. It's still possible. And Ri and Xing, we have already covered Tai Xiong and his grandson to the second floor. Zhang Wei is confident, with the help of both of them, use the rope to climb away from the high place. Just find a place where there are no zombies downstairs, or attract the zombies away. Huifeng greeted several people from nowhere, then these people took out unknown crossbows. It can be seen that it is very rough. It should be copied based on the style of industrial crossbow. Such weapons are not very lethal. But when 5 or 6 people hold iron crossbows, when aiming at kangaroos and American cattle through the fence, the 2 finally lost the idea of continuing to fight. They all become a bit like mourning their heirs. Game over. The painter took off his white gloves that were stained red with blood. I picked this up from Lu Menglong. The blood coagulated on it. I don't know if it's Lu Menglong's or the zombies. Or the painter's own. The kangaroo reluctantly dropped the 3-sided thorn in his hand on the ground. Zhang Wei saw the opportunity, and immediately kicked Lou Dolly's feet. Lou Dolly picked up the 3-sided military thorn. He held it in his left hand. And you? The painter looked at the somewhat unconvinced American cow again. The American bull had no choice but to drop the dagger on the ground. Zhang Wei kicked the weapon at the painter's feet. He finally saw it, the painter's pencil sharpener. It's really a makeshift weapon. It may be used for casual drawing. The painter picked up the dagger, then he broke off his pencil sharpener, which was full of gaps. He threw it away in the distance. You can beat me for so long with a soft knife, and the knife did not break. This guy the painter, I also have something in my hand. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. This dagger of the American cow, although it is less than the length of chopsticks, but the quality is quite good. The painter holds it in his hand, wiped the blood, just started playing casually. Good stuff, Damascus steel. The painter muttered. Although Zhang Wei didn't know what kind of knife it was, but something in the hands of mercenaries, there is generally nothing simple. The weapons Lou Dolly and the painter got this time were both good. Zhang Wei looked at the knife in his hand. It feels like it's not enough. A few, please come outside. Yang Guang whistled, then opened the door. A group of 6 people walked out slowly. Zhang Wei, who was worried about the deception of these 2 mercenaries, He walked silently behind. Then when I walked out of the iron cage, he lifted up the silver fox on the ground. This old man is also tough. He's still not dead after being so seriously injured. I can't do it anymore. Silver Fox's face turned pale. I know you are dying. Do you want me to give you a good time? No need. Let nature take its course. Silver Fox actually rejected Zhang Wei's kindness. Zhang Wei had no choice but to hug his armpits, drag the Silver Fox out, then place it in a relatively quiet corner. Fire Phoenix, Overlord and others came to look at it one after another. They all shook their heads and left. It was at this time, Zhang Wei saw a few people sneaking in through a side door. He was whispering something to Qin Dongsheng next to him, and handed a black briefcase to Qin Dongsheng. Qin Dongsheng also looked at Zhang Wei and others with doubtful eyes. The Overlord naturally noticed what was going on over there. These are the troops I arranged. Not many people, only 6 people. They've been hiding here. He originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to help me out. Unexpectedly, this place was surrounded by zombies. What is your briefcase? Nuclear button suitcase? Overlord asked jokingly. Almost. Qin Dongsheng smiled awkwardly. I didn't even open the briefcase and look at it. Other people, naturally. No one asked what was in Qin Dongsheng's bag. Only Zhang Wei, Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiang looked at each other calmly. Then, there was a tacit agreement, and no words were spoken. Because of this guy Qin Dongsheng, it was Qin Yuxuan's father who they killed at the campus camp not long ago. Although it is delayed killing, but he finally took action. Although Qin Dongsheng may not know the truth at this time, but Zhang Wei still planned to find an opportunity to deal with him. Leave no future trouble. This is the rule of survival in the apocalypse that Zhang Wei learned. Especially the leader of such a big force. Now, ask the people above, are you willing to give way? Overlord said after the American bull and kangaroo were tied up. Chapter 395 Hostage Exchange. People below, the eldest lady, Kangaroo Bison and others were escorted up. It was still Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiang who were escorting Lu Meiwei. And Fire Phoenix and Overlord subordinates, 5 or 6 people were assigned to escort the American cattle and kangaroos. It can be seen that both Hufeng and Bawang are very cautious. Even if kangaroos and bison are tied up, the knife never left their necks. If kangaroos and bison take action, their heads must have left their necks first. The legs of the 2 people were also tied up by ropes. He was almost dragged up. So when we arrived at the stairs, the 2 men were still cursing in English. Miss, you can speak for yourself. The Overlord drew out the knife again before. He had stabbed the eldest lady's thigh with this knife without any hesitation. But the Overlord is also a smart man, deliberately avoiding the aorta, although Lu Meiyue's leg was still bleeding, but the wound was not fatal. Lu Meiyue's injuries, not even as serious as Overlord. The eldest lady saw that both the kangaroo and the American bull were tied up, and she couldn't help but hesitate. However, when she saw the Overlord's knife, waving it around his face, she still let fear overcome her wit. And she shouted tremblingly upstairs, Manager's son, you might as well go to the 3rd floor and let the 2nd floor go. I asked them to make 3 rules. And everyone should keep out of each other's way. After the zombies dispersed, we will leave separately. No one upstairs responded. The eldest lady continued, Mr. Su. Our plan failed completely. We didn't expect that the 2 gunmen would be killed. Mr. K and Mr. B were trapped in the iron cage again. We've lost the initiative. It's all my cousin Lu Menglong's fault. No one upstairs responded. Overlord was planning to take action against Lu Meiwei. In panic, Lu Meiwei immediately shouted, the pharmaceutical factory does not have enough dry food at all. You number 100 people, stuck on it. I absolutely can't stand it for 3 days, and, don't forget, the only way to leave is through Mr. Kangaroo and Mr. Bison's helicopter, and the pilot is one of their people. You are not cooperating. They will only be trapped and die here. The people above. No one can survive. Lu Meiwei hasn't finished speaking yet. Manager's son's voice came from upstairs. Miss, I know what you are saying, but do you think that after these guys come up, will you let us go? We simply don't have the advantage of numbers. After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Because Manager's son had no intention of leaving the passage. Zhang Wei finally understood it. The 2 of them didn't care about the eldest lady's life or death at all. But I think it's the same as Lu Menglong before. It's true to leave here by plane. It was at this time, the sound of propellers came again outside. The helicopters seemed to be hovering above the pharmaceutical factory. Now everyone became nervous. Because those zombies that were blinded became violent again. Some chased after the roaring sound, which was fine, but other zombies from the outer periphery squeezed in again, and these zombies, who were not blinded, were trying to climb up the window. I don't know if it was because of the low temperature and snow. The arc of these zombies' movements was relatively small. Otherwise, with the height of the window and the hunger of the zombies, they would have climbed in long ago. But after being stimulated by the smell of blood and the voices of people, these zombies became violent again. Zhang Wei glanced at the time. It's almost 12 o'clock. The ice and snow outside are slowly melting. From 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, this is the time when the temperature is the highest during the day. At that time, the zombies will be most energetic, and those zombies further away that are frozen or have reduced activity frequency due to low temperature, it is also estimated that he will be attracted. If tens of thousands of zombies surrounded this pharmaceutical factory, even if people from the 8 major families in the old city came, it would be useless. And no one will care about the life and death of the survivors here. When you hear the roar of the propeller, Manager Sun and the others finally couldn't sit still. Don't do anything. Let me see if the eldest lady is injured. Manager Sun said, while raising his hands, slowly walked down the corridor. After seeing the eldest lady being held with a knife on her neck by Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, Manager Sun's expression changed. When I saw Zhang Wei was also next to the eldest lady, Manager Sun's face turned even darker. Because it is the variable Zhang Wei, led to a change in the situation. They finally understood it. The invited foreign aide Lu Dali defected and police officer Yang Guang lost control. It's all Zhang Wei who is in charge. Unexpectedly. I thought I was a novice. He actually survived from the 10-person audition game to the end. That's good. Let's make a deal. Manager Sun said calmly. What deal? Overlord asked directly. In order to avoid the expansion of the conflict, let's do a hostage exchange. After the transition is completed smoothly, we'll let you go up again. Of course, you can only stay on the 2nd floor. No one is allowed to come to the 3rd floor. Then what if you run away on a plane? Chen Dongsheng from a distance ran over and asked. Run away by plane? It's also our business. It has nothing to do with you. How? Chairman Chen? You think you are the vice president of City Lights. We will arrange a place for you. Impossible. What else does Chen Dongsheng want to say, but was stopped by Huofeng. The overlord then asked, what hostages are you talking about? You have 3 very important people in our hands. What do you give in exchange? Just give way to the passage? Or you also give up the helicopter by the way? When the overlord said this, he glanced at Yang Guang. It means that if he is there are people who know how to fly airplanes. We also have hostages. If I guess correctly, the old man and the child, it should be your relative. Right. When Manager Sun said this, but he looked at Zhang Wei behind Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. He also understood it clearly. Zhang Wei was the one who ordered these 2 people. Those 2 people have no blood relationship with me. We met for the first time today. If you want to exchange their lives, I think it's far from enough. Zhang Wei refused directly. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, we must not express too much concern for Tiexiong's grandfather and grandson. Otherwise it will put them in danger. Even if the so-called hostage exchange is completed, Manager Sun and the others might also kill the old man and his grandson. And, currently, Overlord and Fire Phoenix are in charge. With the few people Zhang Wei currently has, I can't make the decision at all. It's hard to protect yourself. The Overlord is a rational person, something without any profit. He absolutely would not agree. Then what if I had 2 more? As soon as Manager Sun finished speaking, the voices of Ari and Ah Xing came from the corridor. It seems to be shouting to let us go. Zhang Wei just said bad. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them were controlled. Let them protect Tai Xiong and his grandson. Unexpectedly, Manager Sun was arrested and used as a bargaining chip. How? Why don't you speak? These 2 are indeed my friends, but this matter, I can't make the decision. Zhang Wei spoke frankly. Previously, Ari Ah Xing had been standing with Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and him. If you still say you don't know me, that's really unbearable. Maybe Manager Sun will break up the vote. An old man, a kid and 2 little brothers dared to threaten us. Manager Sun, you think too highly of yourself. Have you ever thought that you will become a hostage? As soon as the overlord finished speaking, more than a dozen people raised their hands, and all kinds of crossbows and sleeve arrows were aimed at Manager Sun. Manager Sun's face changed instantly. The overlord stopped talking nonsense and took 2 steps forward with his knife. But he did not stab the eldest lady, but stabbed the thigh of the kangaroo next to him with a fierce knife. Your injury is relatively light. I am very unhappy, the overlord said with a smile. Wang Defa, The kangaroo burst out a Chinese greeting to Bawang and his family. If all the foreign adults become useless people, I probably won't be able to get on the plane. The overlord was about to stab him a second time. Manager's son also plans to fight to the death. It was at this time, a voice came from behind. Stop! Chapter 396 Going back on one's word. Stop! The voice came from Yang Guang. He walked forward slowly. Yang Guang put the kitchen knife on his waist and said calmly, We've done this deal. We use 3 people, and get 4 in return. It's not a loss. If the age of the old man and the child is average, can't they be considered 2 adults? Bawang didn't say anything, but he showed a puzzled look. Because it was a golden opportunity to kill the hostage, and then kill them in the chaos. Certainly, the so-called hostages on both sides, it is estimated that they will all see God in an instant. But Bawang thought that with 2 foreigners and a young lady, replace it with a few people you don't know, and don't know where they come from. It's worth it. And there are more and more zombies now. There is no longer any time for hesitation. Yang Guang said calmly, It doesn't matter if the old man and others die. But the reason why I can survive is, it's all up to that kid to feed me. That's good otherwise. You will kill everyone else. Leave the eldest lady behind. Let me use it to exchange for that boy Tai Peng. Yang Guang's words seemed half-joking. But the overlord had to pay attention. Because Yang Guang is the only person here who knows how to fly a plane, this is where the overlord arranges his spies. It had already been reported to overlord. The overlord originally thought that with a few hundred people, he would have a numerical advantage. Fight a big victory in the pharmaceutical factory, leave calmly. I didn't expect that these more than 100 of my subordinates all became a burden. Giving up on them at this time is not, neither does not giving up. More than 100 people in Huifeng were similarly plotted. But the overlord knows, the only way is to leave this workshop first. Only then could he and Huifeng find someone to find a way to lure away the zombies outside. Otherwise, all his men will have to answer here. Leaving by helicopter is currently one of the only ways to get out of here safely. So overlord had to consider Yang Guang's opinion. That's okay, let's make this exchange first. Overlord raised his head and said to Manager's son, That's okay, you guys step back 10 meters. Manager's son directly marked a safe range with his eyes. Zhang Wei and others immediately retreated. A large open space emerged. More than a dozen people immediately escorted Tiexiong. Tai Peng and Ari, Axing walked down. He also had a knife stuck to his neck. Let go of the rope. Let's let the hostages come over on their own. Manager's son spoke directly. The overlord nodded. It was necessary to cut off the ropes tied to the 3 people's feet. Etc. No. Zhang Wei stopped him immediately. With the skills of these 2 foreigners, when the 7 of them met together, they could easily kill all of us hostages, then use their corpses as shields against our crossbows. We can't take any chances. The painter and Yang Guang both nodded in agreement. The skills of these 2 foreigners, the 2 of them also had a bloody battle. It couldn't be clearer. The 2 foreigners are definitely at their peak level. Let the 2 foreigners go first. We use the eldest lady as a hostage. All the people waiting for us have come. Let's let your eldest daughter go again. Are you going back on your word? Manager's son did not speak. Mr. Su behind him was furious. However, he was stopped by Manager's son's eyes. It means that Manager's son agreed to do this. Of course Zhang Wei knew why he agreed. At this time, Zhang Weizheng is planning to sow discord, so he continued, You have to understand, to get on the plane, I guess it depends on these 2 foreigners. Because the driver is their colleague, whether the eldest lady is dead or alive, it's irrelevant. Okay, we agreed, let him go. Manager's son stopped Zhang Wei's nonsense. The eldest lady couldn't help but change her color instantly. At this time, she finally figured out that she had been sold. So he immediately said, Manager's son, you 2 don't understand English at all. How to communicate with them then? You don't really want to leave me behind. Do you? So I had to tell these 2 gentlemen, let them fulfill my last wish. I killed you on the plane. After the eldest lady finished speaking, Mr. Su also walked down immediately. He put on a smile and said, How could that be? They won't let people go, we will die together. Zhang Wei feels like 3 Oscar-winning actors are competing against each other's acting skills. No more nonsense, he waved to Tai Peng. His grandson and Rixing, tell them to come quickly. The 2 foreigners glanced behind them. After seeing that the knife was not attached to his back and far away from his neck, he immediately walked towards the stairs without looking back. Under the cover of Sun Manager Mr. Su and more than a dozen people. Quick retreat. And the eldest lady, just when I was about to run over, Lu Renjiao put a big knife on her neck and said, Don't leave in a hurry. Elder sister, I hope you can get them to get out of the way. When Manager Sun's people retreated, the camp of Overlord and others also stepped forward. The so-called safe distance of retreating 10 meters before was occupied in an instant. Darling, save my life. Zhang Wei understood this sentence. Let her go. Otherwise I'll kill all of them. The sound of the American cow came from the corridor. At this time, it was estimated that it had retreated to the second floor. Boss, what is that foreigner saying with a woo-woo? Is it the roar of a dragon? Lu Renjia asked in confusion. The dragon roars? I can do this. Let me give you a quick response. Zhao Zhenxiong said with a sharp throat. One look at all the people, they all looked at him like a fool. Zhao Zhenxiong could only say in embarrassment. It seemed like Lu Menglong was smoking when he jumped on the street. I'll go see if there's anything else in his pocket. After Zhao Zhenxiong finished speaking, just avoid the crowd for dozens of steps, he actually went to touch Lu Menglong's corpse to touch Colonel Jean. When passing by the Silver Fox, Zhao Zhenxiong probed Silver Fox's breath. Zhao Zhenxiong suddenly whispered in surprise, Old man, are you not dead yet? Are you a Xiaoqiang? Silver Fox opened his eyes with difficulty. I saw Zhao Zhenxiong lighting a cigarette and smoking next to him. He motioned to Zhao Zhenxiong to give him one too. Zhao Zhenxiong lit one first. He held it in his mouth. He was about to use a lighter to light a fire for Silver Fox. He found that the Silver Fox shook his head towards him. Zhao Zhenxiong, an old smoker, understood instantly. This was when Silver Fox asked him to light a fire with a cigarette. So Zhao Zhenxiong came up to Silver Fox. Use your own cigarette to light the Silver Fox's cigarette. Silver Fox took a deep breath, a satisfied expression on his face. Zhao Zhenxiong was a little puzzled. He suddenly realized. Damn it, I remembered they all said that you old men are a pedophile. Is it true? Don't look at me like that. Although I am tender and delicate, I just turned 18 last month. I am not a child anymore. Silver Fox smiled bitterly, and shook his head, then closed his eyes. Okay. Old man, I believe you are not. When a man is about to die, his words are good, you have a good rest, and you can go on the road after you finish smoking. Zhao Zhenxiong originally wanted to wait for the old man to die with his eyes open, or something, and help him close his eyes. Unexpectedly, the old man was smoking while closing his eyes. It seems, I won't die for the time being. You old boy. Your intestines were exposed before. Isn't it a lie? It looks like pig intestines. Zhao Zhenxiong looked at Silver Fox's belly. There is indeed a big wound. The blood has solidified into blood clots, and the Silver Fox, almost sitting on a large pool of his own blood. Just when Zhao Zhenxiong was planning to go back and join Zhang Wei, Silver Fox pointed his finger at the center of the iron cage. Zhao Zhenxiong looked over and said, suddenly he was shocked. I almost forgot about these two babies. Chapter 397 Undercover Reasoning. While Zhao Zhenxiong and Silver Fox were smoking and talking, Zhang Wei and others were still in a tense confrontation with the enemy upstairs. If you want to go to the third floor, just go directly. After we go to the second floor, we will naturally hand over Lu Meiwei. Now we have released the two foreigners, and you have also released the four of us. Since everyone has established mutual trust, don't tear your face again. This is the voice of Fire Phoenix. It sounds like a negotiation, and more like a threat. At this time, kangaroos and American cattle are already in charge upstairs. However, the two of them still use the woman Lu Meiwei as a translator to communicate. Let her go. He asked you to let me go otherwise. I don't even know how he died. Lu Meiwei struggled in vain. Miss, just take it easy. There were more than 100 people upstairs. A pharmaceutical factory can be considered half a foreign company. Is it really impossible to find anyone who even speaks English? As long as college students have passed CT4, we should be able to communicate. The painter who had been silent interrupted Lu Meiwei's fantasy. Roar. The roar of zombies was heard not far away. And this made the entire first floor commotion. A larger zombie climbed in through the window. This moment made the survivors inside feel like they were facing a powerful enemy. Kill that zombie, kill it. Poke the eyes, poke the eyes. I'll throw your mother away, let you poke your eyes. Why are you poking your nose? I'm sorry. Brother, this zombie keeps moving, you have to use wooden sticks to support its waist. For a moment, everyone had the urge to rush to the second floor. It was at this time, Zhao Zhenxiong quietly walked next to Zhang Wei, then he poked Zhang Wei's arm. Old Zhao, what are you doing holding a wooden stick in your military uniform? Not a stick, the ones inside are the ones we threw into the cage before. Zhao Zhenxiong only opened it a little bit, Zhang Wei discovered that it was the 2 rifles. There was a zombie crisis in the cage before. Later I was busy catching kangaroos and bison. This makes most people forget that these 2 rifles exist. Zhao Zhenxiong was also reminded by Silver Fox. The 2 rifles were found. Then when no one is paying attention, he took off a cotton coat from the body and wrapped it up. A wooden stick was inserted as cover. How many magazines are there? Zhang Wei knows. With Zhao Zhenxiong's character of being a golden captain, he definitely wanted to touch those 2 people from top to bottom. There was a gun with an empty magazine. There is a gun with a magazine and bullets in addition. In them, 5 magazines were found. About 6 magazines, at least 167 rounds of ammunition. You will give Lu Renjia a gun later. Before this gun ran out of bullets, it must be left in our own hands. Zhang Wei understands, when a gun has bullets, it is naturally a gun. The bullets are gone, there is no difference between burning a fire stick. Holding it in your hand is more likely to attract others' attention. How are you doing? Zhang Wei asked Tiexiong. Xing and others again. Viagra, we are fine, just removed it. I was blocked by the people above, because we are new faces. As long as it's okay, looking for opportunities to break through, I always feel like something is wrong here. Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition. Just like that time in the Walmart supermarket. Zhang Wei talks about breaking through, naturally. I looked for an opportunity to fight my way to the 2nd floor. If you break out towards the outside at this time, it's like hitting an egg against a stone. Give us the way. Seeing the American cow slowly limping down like manager's son before, the painter spoke directly. Let her go. American cow said every word. 4 or 5 people also came down behind him, then they used iron plates and sewer manhole cover shields to block the American cattle. I saw the familiar welding process shield again. Zhang Wei finally couldn't help but asked old man Tiexiong, did you do it? A few days before the apocalypse broke out, the power has not been cut off yet. We make weapons from all kinds of things, such as shield. I did 17. So that's how it is. How, any questions? Tiexiong asked a little strangely. I have seen this kind of shield, not long ago. A group of prisoners escaped from prison. Among them was a man named Scorpion. Just used this shield, but that guy has died. It's impossible. The pharmaceutical factory is heavily guarded, in order not to leak the news that there are medicines here. Not even the flies got out. It's possible to pass around paper cuttings or something like that, but it is impossible for anyone to take this shield out. Unless, it was a long time ago. It was at this time. There was a sound of a huge car's horn outside. Manager Sun's arrogant voice also came from inside. You think you are using the eldest lady as a threat? Can we easily give in? Haven't you ever thought about it? So many zombies. Why do you appear here? You, the one who arranged the street attack, brought me here. Chen Dongsheng pointed at Manager Sun's nose and cursed. Good, as early as 3 months ago, we spread out our manpower and went out, scattered around nearby locations. The purpose is for today, of course. This is Mr. Su's plan. At this time, Mr. Su's voice also came from upstairs. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. A pharmaceutical factory is such a big place. Hundreds of people were eating and drinking. I don't set out some people to go out and make deals, exchange medicines for some daily necessities, vegetables, fruits, etc. Everyone has already starved to death. But these people have also become my pawns hiding in the dark. So what are your moves? We already knew it clearly, right? The Fire Phoenix of the Northern Community, and the Overlord of the Southern Community. Mr. Su continued to smile. I see. That shield, this should be how it circulates. Then indirectly it came into the hands of those 2 guys. Scorpion and Centipede. Zhang Wei said to himself. That should be it. Tetsuo nodded and said. So you deliberately lured a Biao here to kill him? Overlord asked Mr. Su a little frustrated. His 2 brothers, a Biao, he died inexplicably. A dragon-bearded tiger, he died in the hands of Lu Menglong. The Overlord thinks he can eat everything, unexpectedly. I have been in the game. No, that guy's death, it's not that simple, because he knows something he shouldn't know. Mr. Su also walked down the stairs slowly. What? The chess pieces you arranged, even if a Biao knows, it doesn't matter at all. Does it? Of course it's important, the distribution of manpower in your 2 communities, and plans for our pharmaceutical factory. I know everything clearly, so Lu Menglong. Manager Sun and I decided, when the drug manufacturing in the pharmaceutical factory is about to be completed, let's play a death game like this in the ring. You will definitely take advantage of the situation and get involved. But you can't think of it, this is what we have planned in advance to invite you to enter the urn, of course. Lu Menglong screwed up himself. I can only blame him for this. It's impossible. Even if you allocate a large number of people, it's impossible for you to know all our layouts clearly. Unless you put your eyeliner embedded within us. Huafeng glanced at Overlord suspiciously. Wait, I suddenly remembered something. The painter suddenly said thoughtfully. You say. The Overlord found that the painter had been staring at him. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At that time, Lu Menglong accurately named all the bosses to participate in this so-called arena game. Among them, including you. The Overlord, Fire Phoenix, Silver Fox, Chen Dongsheng, Dragon-Bearded Tiger, and this brother who uses chopsticks, and this police comrade, and this brother named Zhang Wei, and me. Silver Fox, Fire Phoenix, Chen Dongsheng, Overlord, it's not surprising that the 5 of you, Longsuhu, were mentioned by name. But I, Shirja, intervene in the dispute between your southern communities and your northern communities, that is. In these short 2 or 3 days, I didn't even know that you would have the same game. Why could Lu Menglong call me out so accurately? I've been thinking about this. I thought this brother named Zhang Wei, he is the spy you arranged in the community. But after this fight, you have been doing your best to kill me, that is to say, this brother named Zhang Wei, nor are they your people. Then I'm very curious, is it possible? Among us, and the people from your pharmaceutical factory? Chapter 398 Not Threatened. Yes, you are a smart guy, but do you think I will tell you the truth? Impossible. Mr. Su laughed. And Zhang Wei, Painter, Bawang, Huafeng, Chen Dongsheng looked at each other, and couldn't help but be a little suspicious. They looked at each other. Finally, they fixed their eyes on Chen Dongsheng. No, it's not me. I definitely didn't leak any information. Chen Dongsheng nervously clenched his black briefcase. There's something fishy about this briefcase. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. This guy, when fighting, you don't work hard, run faster than anyone else. Suspicion cannot be ruled out. But the Fire Phoenix, after Bawang and others saw Chen Dongsheng's black briefcase, not even taking it seriously, it seems that he already knew what was inside. Not him, he doesn't have the ability. Huafeng made a conclusion. There was no rebuttal from anyone. Then everyone involuntarily looked at the Silver Fox, who was not dead yet. Fire Phoenix, this old man is yours. Are you really sure? Just believe what he says. What does that mean? Ghost hands. A bet? Overlord said in disbelief. Silver Fox is fine. That bet was just an excuse. He came to me and asked me for other things. I just didn't expect to be involved too. Silver Fox is almost dying at this time. The bodies of the dragon-bearded tiger were completely cold. That would be weird. Everyone reasoned for a while, discovered the people present, almost no one, suitable for undercover status in a pharmaceutical factory. And the car's horn sounded again. If we were 1 kilometer away before, so now it's 100 meters away. Okay, time is up. You guys have been discussing it for so long and still haven't discussed it to the end. And the feast we prepared for you here too. Trucks. Trucks attract zombies. Lu Renjia said somewhat stammering. Manager son, save me. After Lu Meiwei heard the car horn, panic finally started to show on his face. This whistle sound. It's more like sending out some kind of signal intentionally. Zhang Wei looked towards the staircase. Mr. Su and Manager Sun both retreated slowly under cover. And the American Bull couldn't help but curl up his lips. Let her go. The American Bull spoke again. It seems that this woman is very important to you. Zhang Wei directly put the butcher knife on Lu Meiyue's neck. Although he didn't know how much the foreigner liked this woman, Zhang Wei still subconsciously used her as a trump card. The truck will open the door, and all of you will go to the hell. He said the big truck would knock the door open. All of you are going to hell. Translated by the eldest lady. Zhang Wei held the eldest lady in his arms. His right hand stabbed directly across his neck. Drop. The third whistle sounded. It lasted for 5 or 6 seconds. Then, bang. A loud noise came. The largest gate of the pharmaceutical factory was directly knocked open by a car. A huge car head. He rushed directly into the pharmaceutical factory. After the door opens, zombies suddenly came like a tide. It was at this time, those zombies outside the window. It was as if I had been greatly stimulated. The climb began. Outside the entire pharmaceutical factory, stretching for tens of meters, they are all black zombie heads. That being the case, Zhang Wei stared at the American cow. Then under his cold gaze, use your own long knife, cut Lu Meiyue's throat. Then let's tear up the vote. Zhang Wei took Lu Meiyue's head, lost at the feet of the American cattle. The American cow's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He seemed very excited. He didn't expect Zhang Wei actually dared to kill people. But, after weighing the pros and cons, the American cow slowly retreated upstairs. Get rid of that truck driver. When John Wayne cut his throat, the overlord gave the order to kill the truck driver. The truck is a big truck with a huge rear 8-wheel structure. The driving position is also about 2 or 3 meters high. Sitting on it was a strange middle-aged man. The overlord's people haven't touched him yet. The man started to reverse the car. And the oncoming zombies, he pounced directly on the survivors who were chasing him. We can't let him escape. Everyone knows, this one broke open a door. I can barely defend for a few minutes. Once the car exits, then hit a few gaps from other places. The entire first floor failed, just for a moment. Withstand the first wave of zombies. Woofing picked up a machete from somewhere, take the lead and kill them. The female boss went into battle in person. This undoubtedly gave a lot of encouragement to the people inside. Dozens of zombies came in at once. They were all chopped to the ground. Although there is still a continuous influx from behind, but I finally got a chance to breathe. Come some brothers, follow me to the second floor. The overlord knows, since Woofing chose to defend, then he must complete the offense. Otherwise, the game will still be over by then. The overlord picked up a wooden board on the ground. Carry it in your hand. He killed him without hesitation. Followed by 20 or 30 younger brothers. Lu Renjia heard this. I am also full of enthusiasm, and want to follow him to kill him. John Wei pulled his sleeve. That's the gate of hell over there. Why are you joining in the fun? Deal with that driver. The driver reversed the car halfway. There was a puff of black smoke. John Wei glanced at it. It turned out that he was blocked by a group of zombies rushing up from behind. Although the truck has enough horsepower, but this is just like tire blocks that can prevent slipping. The large number of zombies also temporarily blocked the car from reversing. From Lu Renjia's perspective, the right rear of the car hit the vertical beam and the damaged rolling shutter door. However, this delay also bought some time for the survivors inside. Immediately, several people climbed into the cab. The car cannot move backwards, after changing gears again, started moving forward. For a time, several people were thrown off again, having to deal with a large number of zombies following behind. At this time, John Wei very much hoped for a gasoline bomb. Because it hit the glass, you can use fire to force the person in the driver's seat out. We can't let this guy drive away. Otherwise, he's in the dark and we're in the light. Who knows what kind of trouble will happen? When John Wei was still planning to attack, Lu Dolly had already climbed in first. Half of his body climbed into the driver's seat and stabbed the driver frantically with a 3-edged military bayonet. Soon the entire windshield was blood red. What happened to Lu Dolly during this period? Why does he seem like a different person? Zhao Zhenxiong explained in surprise. Didn't you hear what Boss John Wei said? He recognized the guy named Demingzi as his boss, and was arrested by a guy named Gunzi. He must have suffered some inhuman torture. Thinking of the legend of Gunzi, the two of them couldn't help but feel terrified. After the truck driver was stabbed to death by Lu Dolly, it didn't take long for it to completely turn off. There is someone who knows how to drive, climbed in, moved the car back a few meters, blocking 2/3 of the entire gap, although there are still a large number of zombies rushing in nearby, but it's not like opening the damn sluice gate before. And it was at this time, the person who just rushed into the corridor, everyone ran back injured. Overlord was almost carried back by his younger brother. There were several wounds on his body that were deep enough to show the bones. Can't go up, they are condescending, already prepared. The Overlord only said this to Wafeng. He passed out completely. Chapter 399 The Death of Silver Fox. Several younger brothers hurriedly carried the Overlord to a corner and pinched his Renjong. Performed artificial respiration and CPR, but the Overlord did not wake up. Is the Overlord dead? Someone couldn't help asking. He's not dead, he's still beating. Hey, bring the Yunnan Biao for stopping bleeding, and sprinkle it on the boss first. For a while, the people in the Overlord camp were in a panic. After a few zombies climbed in through the window, the remaining zombies seemed to become much smarter, and began to climb frantically. John Wei knows, this is the smell of blood and living people inside plus the rising temperature in the middle of the day. Let these zombies be completely activated. At this time there is no other way. Pharmaceutical factories are originally independent buildings and workshops. There are no basements or underground pipes. The only good thing is that people from the previous pharmaceutical factory, in order to prevent people inside from escaping, there are a lot of barriers and gates set up. Although these levels have been opened by the keys thrown before, but for lag zombies, it still played a big role. The entire first floor was filled with smoke and smoke. Zombies are swarming in again. Many survivors are also fighting on their own. Some are still running away frantically. As for Zhang Wei and his party, that is to say, they were completely dispersed in such chaos. Lu Renjia patronized Tai Xiong, but I didn't expect that Tai Peng was half a beat slow when running away. Got tripped up by a panic survivor. When Tai Xiong reacted, Sun Tzu didn't know where he went early on. However, the sharp-eyed Zhang Wei and Yang Guang discovered Tai Peng's existence by chance. Protect that child. Zhang Wei shouted towards Zhao Zhenxiong, who was slightly closer. Zhao Zhenxiong was carrying a big package on his back at this time. Like Lianpa who bears a thorn to plead guilty, I am busy running around in a hesitant way. There is no trace of the cool and unrestrained look he had before when he smoked. A look of embarrassment on his face. Boss, there are too many zombies, maybe we all have to confess here. Hold on a little longer. Zhang Wei saw, Woofing has already organized the second wave of manpower. They are storming the corridor. And inside the entire corridor, light and shadow changing, more than a dozen people fought hand to hand, mingle. In the face of the crisis of death, the people below can no longer care about the dangers of the corridor. Another corridor, it has been blocked by some big machines. Woofeng's subordinates reported. Zhang Wei knows, people upstairs can just block these two corridors with heavy objects. But he let one go. One is to save the eldest lady, and the two foreigners, but the eldest lady has been stabbed by Zhang Wei. This passage has not been blocked yet, then there is only one possibility. This passage was intentionally left to collect the survivors on the first floor. To use the ancient siege language, this is called Waisan Ke. Everyone wants to have a way to escape. There won't be a concerted effort to deal with the zombies. Zhao Zhenxiong is relatively far away from Tai Peng. Seeing 3 or 4 zombies trying to knock Tai Peng down, Yang Guang threw out his kitchen knife without hesitation. The kitchen knife flipped several times in the air. It stuck impartially on the forehead of the zombie at the front. But the human skull is so hard, with the weight of a kitchen knife, it is impossible to destroy the brain tissue of zombies. Yang Guang's knife, it's just that the movement of the zombie is half a second. This is the fierceness of the exciting zombies. Tai Peng was instantly fell to the ground by the zombies. Oops. Zhang Wei is far away, already leaned in that direction as soon as possible, but time is still too late. Zhang Wei knows, this child is probably finished. If an adult is pumped, as long as it is not bitten to the naked part, there is still life. But a little ghost in his early 10, basically there is no way. Zhang Wei searched everywhere with his eyes. Still no trace of Tetsuo was found. I really feel sorry for this old man. Zhang Wei had already thought about how to express his condolences to him. It was at this time, sudden changes occurred. The zombie that knocked down Tai Peng, someone actually grabbed his neck, pulled up from behind. It's Silver Fox. This old man is not dead yet. Zhang Wei was shocked. Walk, let's go! Silver Fox only had time to spit out 2 words. The 2 zombies behind him immediately knocked him down, biting him on the neck. Ah! A scream came from the Silver Fox. Go to hell! Go to hell! Silver Fox found a fruit knife from nowhere, stabbing the zombie's chest crazily. These zombies are probably transformed from Xia Tian zombies. The clothes on my body are very thin. The Silver Fox stabbed in easily. Black zombie blood spurted out, wet the Silver Fox's entire body. The Silver Fox touched the zombie that was biting his neck again. A knife stabbed it in. The zombie stopped struggling. More zombies rushed toward the Silver Fox. Go quickly! Go find your grandpa! Silver Fox only had time to say, he was immediately annihilated by zombies. The frightened Tai Peng immediately rolled away and crawled away. Fortunately, Zhao Zhenxiong and Yang Guang both arrived at this time. Timely response was successful. Yang Guang pulled out the kitchen knife from the head of the previous zombie. Crazy slashing at the necks of the chasing zombies, almost one knife at a time, kill with one blow. Zhao Zhenxiong also arrived at this time. I fought for my life with Yang Guang, killed the zombies biting the Silver Fox. When the two dragged the Silver Fox out, the Silver Fox has been chewed beyond recognition. Old man, how are you? For this old man, Zhao Zhenxiong still has some indescribable feelings. It can't be said to be good, but it can't be said to be bad. However, his action of saving the child just now still touched Zhao Zhenxiong greatly. Putting himself in the shoes of others, Zhao Zhenxiong felt that if he were this old man, he might not be able to do this. Silver Fox opened one eye weakly and said, I am not a pedophile. The child who always followed me before was my grandson. The reason why I would rather bear such a stigma is that I don't want to expose my weakness. I protected him by my side day and night, but I didn't expect that he would be bitten by zombies. I have never been a competent grandfather. Okay. Okay. We misunderstood you. You are bitten like this. You can't live anymore. Do you have any last wishes? Kill me. What did you say? Old man? Kill Silver Fox died before he finished speaking. Yang Guang immediately dropped Silver Fox's legs, then he laid down in front of the Silver Fox corpse. The kitchen knife made a direct cut across the Silver Fox's neck. Depend on, Comrade Police, you kill people so neatly. Zhao Zhenxiong was shocked. His pupils have turned red, the corpse changes only in an instant, keeping it as a time bomb. How? Are you still planning to bury him in glory? Yang Guang said angrily. That's not true. I just think this old man looks like Xuqiang never died. I always feel like I will come back to life. Although Zhao Zhenxiong said so, but I also know from my heart, this time, the old man was completely dead. I just tried my best to save people. It's just a flashback, what's more. He was bitten by a zombie. Wait, what are you carrying? Yang Guang looked at the tip of a spear exposed behind Zhao Zhenxiong, he said with shining eyes. Chapter 400 Rifles lead the way. This is. Zhao Zhenxiong touched his head awkwardly. Zhao Zhenxiong always remembered what Zhang Wei said, and carried the two guns close to his body. Unexpectedly, Yang Guang noticed it. This is my gun! Yang Guang's words made Lu Renjia drop his jaw. How do you prove that this is your gun? My boss asked me to keep it close to him. There is a cross on the handle of one gun, and there are some embroidery stains on the barrel of the other gun. You can tell by looking at it. Really? Zhao Zhenxiong looked at it in disbelief. But after reading it, I had nothing to say. Because he found that it was. These two guns, it was taken from the helicopter at that time. I parked the plane on the rooftop of the administrative building. I didn't expect to be snatched away by those two foreigners. He was also arrested by them. I see. Have you never tried to resist or escape? Of course, but unless you are Superman, otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Yang Guang said it lightly, but Zhao Zhenxiong knew he must have suffered a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't be imprisoned with a full and hungry meal. Why didn't they kill you as a threat? Is it just to keep you in the ring? Zhao Zhenxiong is not stupid either. A key question was asked. I haven't figured it out either, but I think it should be related to that person? Which one? Wang Mukun. No, the guy with the leopard tattoo, the guy who flies the plane. Tattoo? I remember our boss vaguely mentioned, that guy looks a bit like the same person? Who? Water Ghost. After Zhao Zhenxiong finished speaking, Yang Guang suddenly fell silent. Although Yang Guang didn't speak, he kept muttering impossible. Impossible and so on. Zhao Zhenxiong didn't care, and ran a few steps quickly, caught up with Tai Peng who was hiding not far away, and then pulled him to where there were more survivors. Wait! Give me a gun! Yang Guang chased after him and shouted. Can you fight? Zhao Zhenxiong asked with some doubt. Of course. Yang Guang said confidently. Zhao Zhenxiong suddenly remembered that Yang Guang's real identity was a policeman. And he knew the details of the gun very clearly. I think I am very familiar with these two guns. But Zhao Zhenxiong is also a cautious person. Knowing this time, who has a gun? Whoever has the power of life and death temporarily. And based on what I heard before, among the survivors' camp on the first floor, maybe there are undercover agents from the pharmaceutical factory. Zhao Zhenxiong became a little hesitant again. Fortunately at this time, Zhang Wei had already hurried over to join them. Seeing the stalemate between Yang Guang and Lu Renjia, they knew instantly what they wanted to do. Give it to him. Zhang Wei spoke directly. Yang Guang. This person, Zhang Wei found it credible, because he has been locked up in a pharmaceutical factory. And judging from the fact that he just rushed over to save people, that eager look, it's definitely not pretending. Zhao Zhenxiong no longer hesitated, he took out the gun, and gave it to Yang Guang. Clip, give it all to me. Yang Guang continued. There is none left. Hurry up, when you kids just sneaked to get the gun, I've seen it all, you stuffed it into your pants pocket at least 6 times. Give it to you. Give it all to you. 5 magazines in total. Another time it was a cigarette lighter. Zhao Zhenxiong awkwardly took out several magazines from his pocket. Yang Guang carried a gun with a magazine on his back. He also quickly changed the magazine of another gun. He tried firing a shot at a huge zombie outside the window. Bang! 1 shot to the head. On the head of that zombie, suddenly a big hole appeared, then he fell straight down. Good marksmanship. Zhang Wei couldn't help but admire. SOSO, a guy I know, his shooting skills are even more abnormal. Yang Guang recalled saying. Who? Wood. Big Mingzi's younger brother Mumu? Do you also know wood? Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel very strange. It seems that many people have some connection with wood. But Moo Moo has never shown up. Like a big fierce man, Bobcat Shuangcha, there are also farmers who have had contact with wood. These people have had more or less contact with wood. Yang Guang said nothing. Actually, when he fired, most people were attracted by the sound of gunfire, if it weren't for the large number of zombies still pouring in. The scene at this time should be so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The second wave of people from the Fire Phoenix organization, he was defeated again. Can't go up, the man above has a javelin, we have no access to them at all. One of Wufeng's men covered in blood said. Got a spear? Fire Phoenix knows, in places like corridors, the other party is condescending, and there are long weapons, and it is a well-prepared defense. The people below me, even if it takes human life to fill it, it's also of no use. Let me! When Yang Guang took Xiao Zhenxiong's gun, he also took it along with the wrapped military coat. The military coat is worn casually, just enough to cover the gun behind his back. Withstand, 2 waves of zombies are coming. The survivor screamed in horror. Because there are 2 more waves of zombies, he rushed in from nowhere. Yang Guang made 2 easy shots. The 2 leading zombies fell down. A dozen zombies behind. Suddenly they all stumbled. There was also a stampede of zombies for a moment. This gives the survivor camp a few seconds to gain. Someone immediately stepped in to help. Fight with zombies. It's too late, come with me. Yang Guang waved his hand coolly. He rushed forward without looking back. Superior, come on them all. Success or failure depends on this. Wufeng immediately took the lead in charging again. The dozens of people behind immediately shouted and rushed forward. Take Tai Peng to meet Old Man Tai over there. After meeting up, come to the 2nd floor immediately. We won't be able to hold on here for much longer. Zhang Wei said to Zhao Zhenxiong. Boss, let me rush with you. You can't rush. Zhang Wei opened his collar and showed it to Zhao Zhenxiong. What? 8-pack abs? Bulletproof vest, idiot. Zhang Wei hates that iron cannot become steel. Regardless of Zhao Zhenxiong, who is still in a daze, he immediately followed the dozens of people in front of him. Bang! 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 The sound of Yang Guang firing came. Corridor of pharmaceutical factory, it is much wider than the ordinary corridor. There are 3 corners in the middle. Zhang Wei I walked to the first corner below. I saw a large number of corpses scattered on the ground. Some are overlords and fire phoenixes. There are also a few people from pharmaceutical factories, wearing work clothes from a pharmaceutical factory. At this time, Yang Guang, at the second corner, he was firing slowly and unhurriedly with his rifle, the dull feeling of bullets constantly entering the chamber. Chug. The sound came. And the dozens of people in Wufeng, just like this. The man holding a weapon followed Yang Guang. Human tank. Zhang Wei suddenly thought of such a word. Yang Guang at this time, it is equivalent to a tank providing fire cover, whether the enemies above have long or short weapons, they can only avoid the edge temporarily. Zhang Wei knows, Yang Guang's bullets will also run out at some point. 5 magazines, at least 1 or 2 must be left to threaten the 2 foreigners or to control the pilot of the aircraft. At this time, the entire northwest of Shangxi should be turned into a mess. Zhang Wei immediately commanded from behind, Brothers, almost all the enemies above are dead. Let's kill together. The people behind only saw corpses everywhere, and behind are endless zombies at this time. No matter whether all the enemies are dead or not, they all killed him without hesitation. Zhang Wei just got mixed up in the crowd. He also rushed to the 2nd floor. And after arriving on the 2nd floor, behind each small room or obstacle, dozens of people rushed out in an instant. He immediately got into a fight with the people rushing up from below. Dip, dip. There was another car honking outside the window. It seems that there are also large trucks or cars, attracting zombies towards the pharmaceutical factory. Asshole, what manager's son said is true. People outside them, there is more than one. Zhang Wei probably guessed not long ago, it is impossible for one person to attract so many zombies. It should be a group of people moving out together, only then can the zombies surround this place from all sides. Yang Guang did not continue to attack. After rushing to the 2nd floor, he didn't care about the whereabouts of several enemy leaders. Instead, it was posted next to a window on the 2nd floor. Looking outside, not long after, Yang Guang set up his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. Zhang Wei discovered that, on the transparent glass of a large truck 70 to 80 meters away, 2 red masses of blood mist appeared. Chapter 401 Battle on the 2nd floor. After the driver of the truck was sniped to death by Yang Guang from a distance with a rifle. The car also traveled 10 or 20 meters before stopping due to inertia. Suddenly, a large number of zombies heard the sound of the engine and turned around. He smelled blood again and climbed up. Zhang Wei knows. Complete truck window glass. I can't stand the zombies either. This broken car window glass. It won't be long before the zombies knock him to pieces. And the driver's body inside. It won't be long before all that's left is the skeleton. After Yang Guang beat the truck driver to death, immediately he shot from several different angles. Every time a shot is fired, it can almost hit the driver's seat of a car. However, since cars are mobile, Yang Guang is also subject to his current physical condition. Many times, usually 2 to 3 shots, only then can you snipe and kill someone. There was a shot in it. Yang Guang also hit the truck's fuel tank. However, it did not cause an explosion. Forgot that the truck was burning diesel. Yang Guang suddenly realized. Zhang Wei knows, fuel such as diesel and engine oil, unlike gasoline that burns easily when exposed to fire, even if it encounters an open flame, it will not ignite. After several trucks were sniped, several cars further behind finally found something wrong, stopped and continued to move closer to the pharmaceutical factory. The sound of the helicopter overhead was still moving back and forth nearby. Zhang Wei knows, the helicopter hasn't left yet. But at this time, the entire second floor was in chaos. There is no way to get to the third floor. Not to mention trying to climb to the rooftop. Lu Renjiao finally led Tai Xiong up from downstairs. Behind him is Zhao Zhenxiong, who is responsible for cutting off the rear. Then, there are Ah Xing and Ah Ri, who are guarding the flanks. And behind are a large number of survivors. There are estimated to be 70 or 80 people. The defensive circle is shrinking. Orderly retreat. Zhang Wei knows at this time. On the first floor of the pharmaceutical factory, there should already be a large number of zombies, and the reason why the zombies didn't immediately attack the survivors madly, it's because of the workshop on the first floor. Bodies litter the ground. At this time, a lot of zombies just grab the corpse nearby and bite it. There are also zombies still rushing towards the survivors crazily. Get back, hold the perimeter. There are still people directing things in an orderly manner. It can be seen that the group of people organized by Huifeng and Overlord, nor is it a mob, almost all are organized and disciplined. At this point, Zhang Wei can tell this from his previous heroic charge and now his fearless defense. After Yang Guang continued to observe for a while finally, he turned his attention to the fighting crowd on the second floor. After trying several times to aim, they all end in giving up. At this time, the painter in Chen Dongsheng, he also rushed forward carrying the unconscious Overlord. Make way, asshole, this is your boss, won't you make way? The painter shouted for a long time, but no one responded. When they heard that the person being carried was the leader of some survivors, many people immediately made way. Carry him to that corner, it's safer there, the painter commanded. When they arrived at the designated place, he threw the Overlord away casually, pulled out the dagger he had taken from the American bull before, and started to stab the man. The painter was very agile, and in this place full of obstacles, he could perform better. People before, most of them have seen the painter interact with a few foreigners. Knowing that this guy has extraordinary skills, many enemies are unwilling to fight the painter, turn to attack others. Occasionally, there are 1 or 2 blind people. I bumped into a painter, he was also killed instantly. Zhang Wei's eyes searched nervously, looking for traces of the 2 foreigners. Zhang Wei knows, he killed Lu Meiwei with his own hands, those 2 foreigners would never give up. At that time, Zhang Wei had the intention of deliberately irritating the American cattle. Make that guy lose his mind. Zhang Wei was able to find opportunities to predict the enemy's victory. Unexpectedly, a large number of zombies came in, let the American cattle and others retreat. Zhang Wei knows, those guys at this time, it must be somewhere on the 2nd or 3rd floor. But the enemy is in the dark. Zhang Wei himself is in Ming Dynasty. Zhang Wei could only defend for the time being. You guys don't go out too far. Those guys took you hostage before. Just knowing that you are people I know, maybe they will still do it again. Zhang Wei is confident of protecting himself. But there is no guarantee that everyone here can be saved. At this time, none of the people he brought with him had died yet. And Zhang Wei already felt that he had done a good job. When Zhang Wei was searching, his eyes accidentally passed by Chen Dongsheng. But Chen Dongsheng did not look at Zhang Wei. So Zhang Wei felt a little suspicious. Maybe the guy has not suspected me yet. So this is a good opportunity to kill him. While thinking, Zhang Wei slowly walked over there without leaving any trace. Unexpectedly, He met Lou Dolly on the way. "If you kill those two foreigners, that man-ape guy should show up." Lou Dolly directly asked Zhang Wei a question that he didn't know how to answer. Uncertain, we had to wait for the news of their two deaths to be sent back. Zhang Wei's sentence is a pun. The first is to advise Lou Dolly not to do stupid things. Because there are a lot of zombies here. If all survivors, all died here, then I don't know if the American cows and kangaroos died here. The second is to tell Lou Dolly, to seek revenge from the apes, you have to survive from here. I see. Lou Dolly held a three-edged military thorn in his hand. Just kill into the enemy group. At this time, all the camps on the second floor, they almost all fight on their own. The entire second floor was a mess. Fighting against survivors is not as simple as killing zombies one by one. Except for the fact that a master can kill a person within a few moves, most people can use obstacles and weapons to fight against people. People who can live to this point, which one is not a human spirit, and which one doesn't have extraordinary skills? Lou Dolly's skills are not simple, but others can use obstacles to avoid. There was nothing I could do for a while. Often more than a dozen rounds pass, only then can one be completely killed. It stands to reason that the alien survivors of the pharmaceutical factory, it has the numerical advantage. But when these people attacked on the corridor, there were heavy casualties, and almost 10% of the damage was lost. Nearly 10% more were killed by zombies. The remaining 20% are still containing zombies downstairs. The people upstairs, and these gangsters from the pharmaceutical factory, who are waiting for work for a while. The fight was evenly matched. If Yang Guang hadn't touched it, killed a score of good men with rifles at this time, Zhang Wei and others might still be at a disadvantage. Yang Guang has been aiming, hesitant to shoot. Zhang Wei knows, he was waiting for the leaders to show up. But American cattle, kangaroo and others are such smart people, naturally. It will not show its head at this time. Yang Guang saw many people from his own camp, gradually at a disadvantage. Finally I couldn't help but shoot and snipe. Aiming at the enemy in the distance, almost one shot at a time. Some of them didn't kill people on the spot, but they were injured. In this way, Yang Guang emptied 2 magazines without realizing it. When Yang Guang touched his back again, he finally realized the problem. There were no more magazines. There were originally 4 or 5 magazines, 2 of which were consumed in the corridor, 1 in the sniper car, and 2 more at this time. It was empty without realizing it. Yang Guang casually threw the gun in his hand on the ground in the distance, and then pulled out the kitchen knife that he had used to kill zombies before. This kitchen knife carried by Lou Dolly changed hands several times. At this time, the blade has been curled in several places. Not long after Yang Guang's gun landed, the voices of Manager Sun and Mr. Su suddenly came from not far away. "Comrade Police, you without a gun? He's just a piece of trash." Manager Sun is holding a crossbow, walking towards Yang Guang from 20 or 30 meters away. Zhang Wei looked at the heavy cotton coat Yang Guang was carrying behind his back. I couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, looking for death yourself, Jesus can't stop me." Chapter 402 Blocking the Passage. Seeing Manager Sun walking towards him, Yang Guang showed a look of horror. "Ha ha ha." Manager Sun laughed triumphantly. However, within a few seconds, Manager Sun's smile froze on his face. Because he saw Yang Guang raised his hands in surrender, and put his hands behind his head. Then Yang Guang's military coat fell to the ground. Then a strip of something was pulled out from behind by Yang Guang. Yang Guang pulled the trigger without even aiming, and immediately a volley of bullets was fired. Manager Sun dodged aside in panic, but he was still hit by a stray bullet on his shoulder. Suddenly he let out a scream. One of the boys next to me was also shot in the chest by a bullet. Suddenly he clutched his chest and fell straight down. Manager Sun was rolling and crawling on the ground. Yang Guang fired another single shot. He spanked Manager Sun on the butt. Manager Sun. Ouch. A scream, but he didn't even have the strength to climb. Shoot the first bird. You idiot. Yang Guang put the gun in his hand. And a few discerning boys next to me, he rushed forward immediately. Manager Sun was hacked to death with a knife. Also a leader, just died like this? Zhang Wei was also stunned. I just think this guy is too clever in his calculations. I didn't expect to die so mysteriously. After Yang Guang killed Manager Sun, did not relax his vigilance, pulling his own gun, on careful alert. The survivors on the first floor began to crowd in large numbers toward the second floor. After these people came up, they all joined in the fight without hesitation. The initial stalemate was broken in an instant. The outsider camp gradually gained the upper hand. Go to some people, block the passage below. Huafeng began to give some instructions, because a large number of zombies were followed. The bitten brother, they all killed themselves, don't drag others down. Huifeng began to issue the second order. However, the survivors did not commit suicide as Huifeng said. There are a few survivors who came up to fight. He looked at his bite wound, say the previous sentence. Take care. Boss, he immediately turned around and killed him. Suddenly the entire zombie swarm, they were all pushed 4 to 5 meters away. Several people face down all the way, disappeared between the corridors, no screams were made. What a strong man. It's the carefree Zhao Zhenxiong, I also had to sigh. Bring some people, push this machine tool down. 4 or 5 survivors worked together, just push the assembly line machine tool of a pharmaceutical factory down as hard as possible. But it didn't move at all. Wheel? There are brakes on the wheels. Zhang Wei observed carefully. I discovered that the wheels were firmly braked. Immediately use the instep of your feet to pull up the 4-wheel brake switches. Immediately, the machine tool was pushed down easily. The survivors later naturally followed suit. Also started pushing heavy objects. It didn't take long for the entire corridor to be blocked. Although you can see the shadows of zombies, and hear their roars through the gaps, but there is nothing the zombies can do to get up. Find those 2 foreigners, Yang Guang said angrily. Although the people in the pharmaceutical factory were at a disadvantage for a while, but under desperate circumstances, the resistance is also very strong. And these guys, it seems that I have long expected that such a day will come. A variety of weapons were prepared in advance. After the painter solved several troublesome gangsters, he stopped attacking at this time. I couldn't help but feel a little exhausted and unsteady on my feet. Manager Sun's death, in the power camp of the pharmaceutical factory, caused a certain amount of panic, and that guy Mr. Su, but he never showed up. Boss, what should we do? Lu Renjia came over and asked. What else can I do? I can only take one step at a time and see one step at a time. At this time, there is no way to survive below. We can only hope for other foreign aid, or... Zhang Wei looked above his head. Lu Renjia understood what Zhang Wei said. Or just take down that helicopter. And to capture this plane, all obstacles have to be cleared. That is to say, these people below, almost everyone has to die here. Not only the enemy's people, also include survivors from your own camp. Even if you have to fly back and forth multiple times, there is no way it can accommodate so many people. At that point, the survivors might start fighting over the few seats. What worries Zhang Wei is that this plane simply cannot give his people too many places. Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Dali, Xing Ari, Tiexiong Taipeng, or we have to add the painter guy. Zhang Wei felt, just as people, this whole plane can be crammed into it. Zhang Wei walked to Xing's side and said, Is there any other way? I mean leave from this building. Xing knows. What Zhang Wei is talking about is similar to walking at high altitude or climbing with bare hands. It's no use. This building has a total height of 3 floors. Within 20 meters, there are no other buildings. The high-rise administrative building is 100 meters away. The apartment building is 50 meters away. There is an unfinished building more than 20 meters away. We can't get through it at all. There are zombies down there. Zhang Wei took a few steps back and forth on the same spot. I didn't think of a good way either. Never mind. Take one step at a time and see one step at a time. There is really no way. I could only get that plane, then leave Titan here. That guy Yang Guang has always liked this kid. Then maybe he will come in a helicopter a second time. After Yang Guang shot and wounded Manager Sun, seeing him being hacked to death with random knives, I didn't spare the last few bullets anymore. Order them all in one go. 3 more people were shot. Then he threw the gun to Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong took a look. The bullets have been used up. I couldn't help being surprised. Are you going to save some bullets to deal with those 2 perverted foreigners? Zhao Zhenxiong took the gun. He ran further away and picked up another gun. God knows if the enemy still has bullets. It's better to keep the gun in your own hands at this time. This is Zhao Zhenxiong's idea. I can't do it anymore. Dizzy, not accurate. Yang Guang was almost unsteady on his feet. He is probably going to follow in the footsteps of the Overlord. Come! 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 I'll help you go over and have a rest. Zhao Zhenxiong enthusiastically helped Yang Guang to the vicinity of Overlord. It's a relatively safe area. The Overlord at this time, after several boys poured some sugar water, finally faintly woke up. Overlord handed an unfinished mineral water bottle to Yang Guang. After Yang Guang took it, he drank it in one breath. Zhang Wei knows, these 2 people have to be the masters here. The Overlord can command most people. Yang Guang is the only person who can fly a plane, so he immediately came over. You're a pretty good kid. Overlord saw that Zhang Wei was still safe and sound at this time. I can't help but admire it from the bottom of my heart. Two bosses. What are your thoughts? That plane. Can't get it. Chapter 403 Flight Trajectory. Zhang Wei's words surprised both Ba Wang and Yang Wang. You know what we think? I guess at this time. There is no way to go to heaven, and no way to enter the earth. That helicopter was the only hope of leaving. But with our ability, I can't control the helicopter at all. Even if you are lucky enough to shoot down a helicopter, helicopters can also crash. Is this why you just ran out of bullets? Good, you are very smart. Call over your friend who kills people with chopsticks. I asked him something. What surprised Zhang Wei was that Ba Wang and Yang Guang, they all seemed to show a strong interest in Lu Dali. At this time, Lu Dali. He was practicing poking people with a three-edged military spur he had just acquired. Thanks to my former mastery of chopsticks, Lu Dali's three-edged sword was very easy to use. Many people had to temporarily avoid the spotlight due to Lu Dali's sudden appearance, in order to avoid being stabbed by the enemy's long weapon. Lu Dali. Nor did he blindly pursue and fight, but looking for opportunities while wandering, or just save one or two people from several camps. Over time, when someone wants to sneak attack or attack Lu Dali from the side, survivors will also take the initiative to contain and defend. Dali? Zhang Wei shouted. Seeing Zhang Wei's call, Lu Dali did not come over immediately, but continued to attack, killed an enemy, and then came over while defending. Sit! Ba Wang pointed to the ground. I can stand. The ground at this time was almost as cold as ice. Little ghost, how did you know Lu Meiwei? Also, did you come here by plane? Lu Dali was also 18 or 19 years old, so it was not wrong for Ba Wang to call him Little Ghost. It's a long story. Speak carefully, this is about whether we can get out alive. Zhang Wei picked up the military green coat that Yang Guang had just taken off, matted on the ground. I sat halfway down. He motioned for Lu Dali to sit on it too. Lu Dali sat down cross-legged, while taking out a rag and wiping the blood on his three-sided military thorn. He said slowly and unhurriedly, at that time, Gongsun Shui and I were drinking at the bar of the Weirman building. Lu Meiwei came to me. He said he would help me pay the bill. You need to know, Big Mingzi's bar, it's not something that money can pay for at all. Lu Meiwei pulled over a suitcase. It's all penicillin. Use medicine as currency. Nothing could be further from the norm. But who is that Gongsun Shui? Didn't you get involved with a woman named Roland before? I heard that the stick is still causing trouble for you. When Zhang Wei talked about sticks, he felt some slight fluctuations in Yang Guang's emotions. It seems that this guy Yang Guang, maybe he really was sent by stick. Gongsun Shui is a wooden lover. Mu Mu is a hall master under De Mingzi, said to be missing. Okay, you keep talking. Zhang Wei must have gotten involved with the missing person again. I don't want to take the topic further. It's Lu Meiwei who was killed by you just now. Use a suitcase of medicine as a deposit. Invite me to a boxing match. I originally refused directly. The woman came to the door, but he was called back by the cripple. Crippled? It's the guy with missing fingers. That guy's nickname is Ghost Hand. He is the military advisor of De Mingzi. Guisho talked with the woman for a while, then Guisho asked me to come with him. It is said that there is an internal agent arranged by him here. Let me play by ear. I didn't expect it to be you. No, you are wrong. It's not me who is responsible for what Ghost Hand said. It should be the old man who died, Silver Fox. Is it him? Lu Dali was a little suspicious. But Zhang Wei knew that Lu Dali couldn't be blamed for this. In this fighting arena, it was a life and death fight. And no one stopped to communicate. And even if Lu Dali knew about the bet between Silver Fox and Ghost Hand, he might not believe him. Tell me about that plane? When you came here, was the pilot a yellow-skinned East Asian man? Seeing that Lu Dali had gone off topic, Yang Guang quickly brought the topic back to the point. At this time, the outsiders were fighting. And it was really not the time for a long conversation. That was just a week ago. Then last night, Lu Meiwei came to the bar again, followed by the two foreigners. In the morning I heard Gongsun Shui say that the three of them had a lot of fun. Still open a room. After that, I took a plane and came here. It only lasts 5 or 6 minutes. The old town is only a few kilometers away from here. In 5 minutes, it shows that they may have taken a long detour. By the way, do you know the flight path? What Zhang Wei thought of was, if the plane deliberately takes a long detour, that's where you should be looking for temporary storage of medications. Lu Dali replied, go to the northeast first, then go directly to the south. I'm not leaning against the window. Can't see clearly, but I remember, at that height, you can see the unfinished buildings here from a high altitude and from a distance. The straight line distance does not exceed 3 kilometers. Seeing that Yang Guang seemed a little impatient, Lu Dali immediately continued to change his story. The driver should be an East Asian. But he didn't say anything the whole time. I only remember him wearing a black peak cap and sunglasses. By the way, a tattoo resembling a copper coin can be vaguely seen behind his ear. That's not a copper coin, that's a leopard tattoo. It was those 2 foreigners who controlled me at that time. Then this guy drove away my plane parked in the administrative building in a grand manner. Yang Guang added. That's the guy. I saw him on the school playground not long ago. Zhang Wei continued. You saw him before? Yang Guang was a little surprised. Well, it should be after you. Because the plane they drove at that time landed in the school for a few minutes. That plane should be your police helicopter. So that's it. What are these guys doing in the old city? Yang Guang frowned. Whatever they do, if we want to leave here safely, I'm afraid we have to start with that plane. Overlord turned over casually. Suddenly he grimaced in pain. You are so hurt, it's probably useless to get out alive. Yang Guang checked casually. Ha, I know, but died from wound infection. It's better than being eaten by zombies. To be honest, die here. I am not reconciled. I haven't found out the mole yet. Which bastard is plotting against me? The Overlord first smiled bitterly, then came the gnashing of teeth. Yang Guang pointed at the back of the fire phoenix in the distance. Not this woman. Since the end of the world, although we have constant conflicts on the surface, but they communicate with each other secretly, very harmonious, our 2 forces are here, to some extent. They are also dependent on each other. Lips are dead and teeth are cold. The fire phoenix really wants to kill me. She'd had 100 chances before. This woman is so evil. Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter. He remembered when the fire phoenix blocked him on the top floor of Walmart not long ago. At that time, the fire phoenix was weak. Zhang Wei had to be killed to sacrifice the flag. Several people were silent again. You want to grab that plane and leave? Lu Dali seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 404, Chasing on the 3rd floor. Ba Wang and Yang Guang did not speak, which was considered as a tacit agreement to Lu Dali's question. How is this possible? The plane is in the air. What if it doesn't land? Lu Dali felt that they were dreaming. Keep an eye on those 2 foreigners. Yang Guang's words suddenly made Lu Dali's eyes light up. Lu Dali turned his head and saw that there was no sign of the 2 foreigners at this time. Go to the top floor. Ba Wang pointed to the passage from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Ba Wang was already seriously injured, so he naturally had no ability to chase. Zhang Wei looked at Yang Guang. This skinny guy, it seemed that only the bones of his body were left. I just drank half a bottle of fairy water. I feel a little better again. Yang Guang looked at the curled kitchen knife in his hand. He threw it on the ground carelessly. Then he picked up one of Overlord's swords from the side. Lu Dali looked at the 3-sided military spurs he had just wiped clean, somewhat speechless. And Zhang Wei also took out his butcher knife. The painter at this time, he also wandered over. I know what you want to do. Things like hijacking, count me in. For people gathered at once. Lu Dali, Zhang Wei, Yang Guang, painter. These were the 4 men who had previously fought against American cows and kangaroos in iron cages. You go next. Huafeng and I will clear the place. By the way, if it really can't be done, don't let yourself get involved either. Let's get together and figure it out. Overlord said casually. As for clearing the place, it must have come from his men and Huafeng's men. The 4 men heard this and immediately stopped hesitating. They quickly headed for the passage that Overlord had pointed to. Around the passage, a large number of enemy survivors gathered and seemed to be guarding it. I didn't ask you to surrender. Make way, Yang Guang said. It's the prisoner named Yang. Brothers, come together and kill him. Damn, you are shameless. Yang Guang was annoyed and rushed up with his sword without hesitation. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali followed immediately. And the painter? He was looking for other passages furtively. More survivors also joined the final battle. But the enemy at this time, there are at least 70 or 80 people left. Under the battle of trap beasts, everyone is a desperado. It also unleashed unprecedented combat power. Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjiao saw that Zhang Wei and others were in a bitter fight. He immediately picked up his sword and joined the battle group. Zhang Wei did not stop him at this time. Because from a rational perspective, we must also protect as many of our own troops as possible. Once the so-called plane is not obtained, at that time, we can only count on a large number of survivors. Focus on breaking out from somewhere in this building. Because there simply isn't enough food here, let the survivors fight the long battle. At this time, There are 3 layers of zombies outside. The number is probably upwards of 3,000. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong are naturally strong fighters. Since the end of the world, almost every day is a struggle. In the previous chaos, the two of them, almost no injuries. There is not much physical exertion either. After leaving the kid and the old man under the care of Axing and others, the two of them rushed into the crowd. The enemy people didn't pay much attention to the sudden appearance of several imps at first. When Lu Renjia took out his huge butcher knife, he completely panicked the enemy with his incomparable shock. Do you know what my nickname is? My name is Butcher. The hundreds of pigs in Old City High School. No. The hundreds of zombies in Old City High School. All died under my dragon-slaying sword. Lu Renjia shouted for a long time, but found that no one paid attention to him. However, many people were surprised by his shining butcher knife. The enemy's contempt made Lu Renjia completely angry. Lu Renjia searched for a while, and finally found a short enemy, who was looking at him with a sly look. It's just you, go to hell. Lu Renjia immediately killed him with his sword. Unexpectedly, the guy turned around. A bamboo spear poked out from his armpit. Although the barrel of the gun is made of bamboo, but the gun head is made of steel. Lu Renjia's down jacket was instantly shot to pieces. The spear was drawn. Lu Renjia's down jacket was instantly punctured. I don't know if it's goose feathers or duck down inside that are flying all over the sky. The entire radius is several meters. It's like it's snowing. Lu Renjia's down jacket shriveled up instantly. Damn you! I searched nearly 20 clothing stores, and finally found a piece of clothing that fits me slightly. I look 10 times more handsome than Zhao Zhenxiong when I wear it, but you ruined it. I will definitely beat your ass today. Lu Renjia was completely furious. Asshole, stop talking nonsense. The enemy added fuel to the fire. Butcher, you better take it easy, don't embarrass the boss. Go back and ask who died to sew it for you, maybe you can wear it for 3 years. Zhao Zhenxiong beside him gloated. Get out of here, you toilet paper. Lu Renjia glanced at it. I found that this guy Zhao Zhenxiong was gloating about his misfortune when he was killing people. He was still holding a filter cigarette. He was also very angry. You guy, where did you get the filter from? Aren't you afraid of contracting AIDS? Lu Renjia responded. His eyes were fixed on the spearman's every move. When his spear came over again, Lu Renjia has quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed him, then he slashed the gun in the middle. Suddenly the bamboo spear broke into 2 pieces. When the enemy takes a look, he only has 1/3 in his own hands, and Lu Renjia holds nearly 2/3 of it, and the head of the gun is on Lu Renjia's side. Turn around and run away immediately. Lu Renjia took aim casually. He threw it out hard and partial, just stuck in the middle of that guy's butt crack. There was a scream. I said I'd blow your asshole. So I'd blow your asshole. I learned this skill from a fitter at that time. It can be said that the youth is better than the master. After defeating the enemy, Lu Renjia ran and took 2 steps to catch up. A butcher's knife slashed the guy's neck. You are a deadbeat. Where's the wrong place to poke? Check out this limited edition piece of clothing. I wonder if the whole earth is out of stock. After hacking this guy to death, Lu Renjia turned around and glanced at Zhao Zhenxiong. It was discovered that Zhao Zhenxiong also stabbed someone to death. The progress seems to be on par with his. So I started looking for the next target. You two stay on the 2nd floor and kill these enemies. Don't follow me. When Zhang Wei charged into the enemy group, said to the 2 of them. Zhang Wei knew that these 2 guys, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, were a little arrogant. Since the end of the world, almost never suffered a loss. But this is actually a big weakness. When facing professional killers, such as American cattle and kangaroos, it's easy for him to find an opportunity and kill him instantly with one move. Faced with the sudden intervention of several cold weapon masters, the enemy's huddled defense was instantly shattered. The stairwell was also exposed. Zhang Wei, Yang Guang, Lu Dali, and more than a dozen good players, he rushed in immediately. In the narrow corridor, 20 or 30 people fought hand to hand. People kept falling down. At this time, the painter, after wandering around for a while, I found another stairwell in an inconspicuous corner, just as I was about to invite Zhang Wei and others to come with me. When he turned around, he found that Zhang Wei and others had long been involved in a chaotic fight. Hesitate for a moment, he gritted his teeth and walked in alone in the dark. What the painter doesn't know is, Qin Dongsheng half a minute later, also holding a briefcase and crouching, he followed in furtively. Chapter 405. The plane arrives. Zhang Wei bravely charged forward this time, almost invincible in melee combat. Narrow place? This is the field that Zhang Wei is good at. And with the support of Lu Dali and Yang Guang, The defense can also be relaxed slightly. Go to the third floor. I just seem to see the back of Mr. Su. Yang Guang pointed in one direction. No hurry, wait for the big army, maybe Mr. Su has an ambush. Lu Dali was very cautious. So several people began to clear out the enemies in the corridor with all their strength. The enemies on the second floor were originally restrained by large forces. The dozens of people in the corridor were also part of the diversion personnel. While fighting, Yang Guang kept shouting, "Disarm without killing." Moreover, Yang Guang deliberately spared several injured enemies who had put down their weapons. Now the fighting spirit of some enemies began to collapse. Lu Dali added even more jealously, "Manager Sun and Lu Menglong have died long ago. That guy Mr. Su can't even fly. Do you think those 2 foreigners will take you with them? The plane can't fit many people at all. Lay down your arms and surrender. Everyone works together to fight against the zombies downstairs. Maybe there is still a chance of survival." These words finally brought some of the people who were furious back to their senses. Yes, at this time, the most dangerous, it's the zombies downstairs. So some people who resisted in the corridor began to surrender. The crowd has a herd mentality, seeing someone stop fighting, naturally. I followed subconsciously. There are also 1 or 2 people who want to continue fighting to the death, being rushed over by Lu Dali 3 times. 5 times and 2 times. He was stabbed to death with a 3-edged military thorn. Go this way. I know the way. Yang Guang led the 2 of them in one direction. Right. I almost forgot that you have been locked up here for several months. Go this way. Yang Guang led several people around again. Sudden, Yang Guang stopped abruptly. How did you get here? Yang Guang asked as he looked at the painter in front, who was preparing for a sneak attack. I randomly found a deserted road and walked up it. It's another corridor. Depend on, we work hard, feelings are a waste of time. Zhang Wei was speechless for a while. Not necessarily, at least we remove the risk. Yang Guang checked his surroundings vigilantly. After finding nothing unusual, he took a few more people and continued walking. The roofs of southern cities are rainy all year round. And they are sloping structures. This factory is the same. In other words, it is impossible for the plane to land like it landed on the roof of the administrative building. It is estimated that at most a rope ladder will be lowered. Yang Guang continued to explain to everyone. Then how do we grab the plane? The 2 guys, the kangaroo and the American bull, have injured their legs. It is estimated that it will take some time to climb. Our chances at that moment. Although Yang Guang downplayed it, Zhang Wei felt that this stunt of grabbing a plane might require him to complete. At least Zhang Wei currently, I don't have the courage to seize the plane. After the passage is blocked, Zhang Wei felt that the situation was not too bad. If Wufeng and Boweng are manned outside, knowing what happened here, they will probably try their best to save people. Overlord and Fire Phoenix intervene here, there will never be an outpouring of force. But there is no news about the 2 leaders, those people probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. Not long after, a few people arrived at the eaves of the awning on the top floor. At this time the sound of the helicopter became clearly audible. At this time, in a drainage corridor on the top floor, the American cow, the kangaroo, Mr. Su, and 3 or 4 strong men were waiting silently. The plane began to slowly approach and land. The snowflakes that had not melted on the roof suddenly flew all over the sky. Zhang Wei and others were almost unable to open their eyes. You? Go! 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 Mr. Su gestured excitedly, indicating that the 2 foreigners should go first. If he had not been hesitant, Mr. Su would have climbed up first. Otter, open the ladder. The American cow shouted loudly upward. What did he say, Otto, father of Ultra? Lu Dali asked in shock. No, he's calling the helicopter pilot, Otter, it means otter. Otter? Not a water ghost. Zhang Wei felt a little surprised. This guy's name is also an animal, are they also from Black Sun? Superior. While the 2 foreigners were waiting for the ladder to fall, Mr. Su also gave the order to attack to those muscular men. The roof drainage eaves are very narrow. It's less than 1 meter wide, and those few people, without hesitation, he came over with a knife. Zhang Wei knew it at a glance, these 4 people, not a good one either. Otherwise, I would not have followed and protected Mr. Su and others until the end. If Zhang Wei and others hadn't suddenly killed him, these guys will also get on the plane together. But Zhang Wei looked at their yellow skin color. I also understood that these guys should not be foreigners. He was probably a security guard at a pharmaceutical factory or a gangster recruited by Mr. Su. Without any words, Lu Dali put his arm around Zhang Wei's shoulders, dragged Zhang Wei back, said, "These two foreigners must be kept here. I want to use them. Lure the orangutan over." Zhang Wei also wanted to say not to be impulsive. The organization of apes is not as simple as you think. Haven't spoken yet. Lu Dali took the lead and rushed out. The drainage corridor is less than 1 meter wide. It's just enough for 2 people to stand. This also happened to allow Lu Dali to avoid being surrounded by 4 people. Lu Dali used a 3-edged military thorn in his hand and started fighting directly. The weapons of 2 enemies, one long and one short. The long one is a machete as long as an arm. The short one, it is a metal weapon similar to an oriental stick. The 2 of them cooperated quite well. One attacked Lu Dali's head, one attacked Lu Dali's waist and abdomen. Lu Dali clearly wanted to fight with these 2 people. But he ducked out of the way, spanning the pass from the roof of the adjacent pitched roof structure instead. He found the 2 enemies behind him. Those 2 people didn't expect that Lu Dali would leap over and attack. There was no time to draw the weapon. And the 2 enemies in front, when I want to turn back and attack from a flank, Yang Guang and Zhang Wei have quickly come up. The 2 had to face Zhang Wei and Yang Guang respectively. The corner of Zhang Wei's eyes looked towards the ground on the right, the ground below the 3rd floor. It's a swarm of black zombies, almost as tightly arranged as the seeds of a sunflower flower. If this falls, it will probably be chewed up until not even the dregs are left. Be careful not to fall. Zhang Wei promptly reminded Yang Guang. It was quite dangerous at this time. Even if we wanted to avoid it as much as possible. If the enemy wanted to fight to the death, and we jumped down together, we would still be in danger of our lives. At the moment when the few people fought, the door of the helicopter slowly opened, and then a rope ladder fell down as Yang Guang had guessed. It can be seen that Yang Guang knew the structure of his aircraft very well. Mr. Su clapped his hands excitedly, and signaled that the 2 big men should go first. Although he acted very mature and prudent, his subtle movements betrayed him. Mr. Su wanted to leave this hell as soon as possible. The rope ladder slowly approached as the helicopter moved. The painter stared at the direction of the helicopter, and did not take any action, until he saw the man in the baseball cap. Impossible. The painter looked at the outline of the man. Chapter 406 Pocket Pistol. Don't be stunned, take action quickly. Zhang Wei saw that this guy, the painter, had been standing there stupidly. It is inevitable to be anxious. These 4 guys, it was obviously sent by Mr. Su to delay. Now only this guy, the painter, did it. Can create a balanced battle situation, produce local reversal. Even if it means killing 1 person under siege, the chances of victory are slightly higher. The painter no longer hesitates. He also rushed forward with a dagger in hand. First, he kicked a blocker on the ankle. Then the knife pierced this guy's waist. The man holding the short steel stick was about to hit the painter on the back of the head. But Zhang Wei blocked it with his sword. Zhang Wei's opponent holding the long sword turned around to deal with Zhang Wei, but was blocked by Yang Guang's long sword. Yang Guang, after throwing away Lu Dali's broken kitchen knife, picked up Bao Wang's long sword. He seemed to be good at all weapons, and he used this long sword very smoothly. 3 people attacked 2 people, and naturally one side of the 3 had the upper hand. The man stabbed by the painter was also kicked down from the roof by Zhang Wei when he saw the opportunity. Suddenly, the zombies are like a closed flower bud, obliterate the guy. Only the enemy with the long knife was left on the scene. Lu Dali looked back and said, seeing that one of the enemies has died, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the strong wind created by the helicopter propeller, he can hold 2 people down by himself. It has been very difficult. And with 4 people fighting 3 people, the winning rate will naturally increase by a few points. Before the painter Yang Guang and Zhang Wei had time to attack the enemy with a long sword, the guy was already retreating. However, his retreat was blocked by Lu Dali. And when this man turned around, Lu Dali was equivalent to being trapped by a 3-person siege. Zhang Wei quickly pressed forward. The plane not far away, the kangaroo has already started climbing. The rope swung back and forth in the air. There was only 1 pilot in the plane. No one could pull the kangaroo for a while. An American cattle. Then he stared hard at Zhang Wei, who killed Lu Mei. It seems that he wants to remember Zhang Wei's appearance. Zhang Wei knows, from this moment on, it just completely offended this organization. And these guys, if you can freely enter and exit the bar of Deming Zizwem building, it is estimated that the traffic in the old city has been unimpeded for a long time. From now on, Zhang Wei himself, it is estimated that it will be difficult to establish a position. And the best solution, just keep these 2 guys. When I think of this, Zhang Wei doesn't care about Lu Dali, regardless of those thugs who slowed down the rhythm, head straight for the helicopter. Mr. Su saw Zhang Wei coming over. He seemed very panicked. And when Zhang Wei approached, Mr. Su raised his right hand. Suddenly 2 chopsticks were as long as a crossbow. It quickly shot out from his sleeve. Careful, Zhang Wei. Lu Dali gave a timely reminder. Zhang Wei. It turns out this guy is Zhang Wei. Not far away, Chen Dongsheng, who had just reached the top floor, with evil eyes, staring in Zhang Wei's direction. Zhang Wei had no time to escape. Mr. Su's steel crossbow shot directly into Zhang Wei's chest. This steel crossbow of mine, it can shoot through steel plates. Mr. Su saw Zhang Wei covering the handle of the arrow, opened his mouth wide. It seemed like no sound could even be made. Sorry, I am covered with copper skin and iron bones. No bullet can penetrate it. Zhang Wei took the crossbow and arrows. Take it out of your clothes. He threw it on the ground casually. Mr. Su ran away. It doesn't matter that the American cow hasn't climbed up the rope ladder yet. Started the climb first. You last. The American cow pulled Mr. Su down. Then he frowned and started climbing with his bare hands. He barely used his injured foot. The driver seemed to see what was happening below. Regardless of Mr. Su, who has not come up yet, the ascent began immediately. Wait for me. Wait for me. Mr. Su waved anxiously. The helicopter still continued to rise, but when approaching the center line of the roof, stopped pulling up. Watching the team fight of Zhang Wei and others from a distance. And the tattooed man who piloted the helicopter, it seems that the helicopter is fixed at a specific height. Then we walked to the middle cabin of the plane, started rummaging around in a backpack. Not long after, it turned out 2 fist-sized things. It's just 2 grenades of different sizes. The tattooed man took a casual look, and then touched the ring of the grenade, preparing to pull it open and throw it down. But at this moment, the tattooed man seemed to see Yang Guang's face. Hey, this guy again. The tattooed man put away the watermelon grenade, and pulled another thing instead, and threw it in the direction of Zhang Wei and others. There's a bomb! The painter shouted anxiously. No, it's a flash bomb. As soon as Yang Guang finished speaking. Bang! With a muffled sound, the flash grenade exploded on the roof, and Zhang Wei immediately felt dizzy. Then he lost his vision instantly. Zhang Wei immediately leaned over, retreat quickly, holding a long knife, and sweeping across the ground, in this way. As long as the enemy comes over, his feet will be cut. Zhang Wei cannot confirm whether the enemy is also blinded by this flash bomb. Fortunately, this blindness is short-lived. Only 7 or 8 seconds, Zhang Wei slowly recovered his vision. And seeing Lu Dali and the painter not far away, also groping on the ground, Zhang Wei knows the 2 of them were also enlightened. Look at that gangster with the long knife again. He seemed to be groping for a way to slash Lu Dali's back with a long knife. Zhang Wei resisted the sting of tears. He immediately rushed forward with a knife. A shovel on the guy's ankle. The enemy is instantly tripped. The muffled sound also made Lu Dali, who was listening to the argument, instantly aware of it. Lu Dali's backhand was stabbed by Yijuan. He directly pierced this guy's thigh. What else does this man want to do? Zhang Wei immediately suppressed his knife and most of his body. Throw him down. Lu Dali pulled out his military thorn. Then he began to lift the enemy's thigh. And Zhang Wei also grabbed this guy's sleeve. The combined strength of 2 people makes a flip. He threw this guy out from the roof of the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he was lost in the sea of zombies again. And at this time, the painter, his eyesight seems to have recovered, started attacking another person. Yang Guang also dragged another person not far away. Zhang Wei looked at the helicopter, that so-called driver. He also looked at Zhang Wei from the hatch. But that guy is wearing a toed mirror. Zhang Wei didn't see much of his face clearly for a while. Just when Zhang Wei was about to split up with Lu Dali to attack the helicopter, Chen Dongsheng was carrying his briefcase. He ran over staggeringly like crazy. You are Zhang Wei. You are Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei saw that this guy was coming with bad intentions. He was about to use the same method to shovel Chen Dongsheng's ankle. Kick him off the attic, unexpectedly. Chen Dongsheng was still more than 10 meters away from Zhang Wei. He opened the black briefcase. A small and exquisite pistol was taken out from inside. Chen Dongsheng fired 5 shots in a row. Except for 2 missed shots, Zhang Wei was shot 3 times in the chest. Zhang Wei fell to his knees instantly, spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Dongsheng walked over quickly, in Lu Dali's frightened eyes. Use your own gun, aimed at Zhang Wei's forehead. Chapter 407 Jedi Counterattack. It's you. It was you who killed Yushuan. Chen Dongsheng said, as if he was crazy. Don't be impulsive, put down the gun. Lu Dali was 3 meters away, it is also powerless. But Lu Dali did not dare to move forward, for fear of irritating Chen Dongsheng, so much so that Zhang Wei was shot in the head. Yang Guang and the painter, faced with such an unexpected situation, it is also powerless. I can only try my best to hold back the two enemies. Don't let him get close to Zhang Wei. Yang Guang didn't even know what happened. Only the painter knows. When Zhang Wei and others first arrived in the southern community, confided in the overlord. Voting certificate at that time. The north and south communities were in conflict. Zhang Wei said that he killed Chen Dongxing's son with a borrowed knife. Zhang Wei looked pale, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, although the 3 shots just hit the bulletproof vest, but he felt it was like he had been shot. And Zhang Wei feels, at least one of his ribs has been broken. What Zhang Wei didn't expect was that, the black briefcase that Chen Dongxing always carries, there was a pistol inside. And it's some kind of special pistol. But when Zhang Wei thought that this guy Chen Dongsheng was the second in command of the consortium City Light, this kind of person can be considered at the pinnacle of power, obtained a pistol from special channels. It's also a normal thing. The state prohibits the circulation of firearms. But if you have money to get firearms for self-defense from special channels, it's almost a common thing. When Chen Dongsheng walked quickly towards Zhang Wei was so painful that he fell to his knees on the ground. So this is what it feels like to be shot. Zhang Wei felt like he was about to faint. What scares Zhang Wei is that Chen Dongxing's gun hit him on the forehead. This is the closest Zhang Wei has come to death. He's fired 5 times. If this gun has 7 bullets like an ordinary gun, then I have to find a way to avoid the next 2. Zhang Wei knows, as long as Chen Dongsheng pulls the trigger, the probability of him being alive is 0. There is only one way, only then can I possibly survive, that's pretending to be dead, deceive this guy Chen Dongsheng. However, this also has certain risks. I don't know if he will reshoot me. But as long as it's not hit on the forehead, hit any other part of the body, it's possible to survive. Zhang Wei understood everything the moment he knelt down. It's not me. The person who killed Chen Yuxuan is. Zhang Wei didn't finish his words before he fell to the ground. Who is it? Who is it? My subordinates told me that it was a high school student named Zhang Wei. No matter what. You all go to hell. Go to hell. Chen Dongsheng kicked Zhang Wei on the head. And kicked Zhang Wei face up. Seeing that he was about to pull the trigger towards his forehead. Lu Dali, in a hurry, threw out the 3-edged military bayonet in his hand. Chen Dongsheng dodged sideways, and shot Lu Dali. This casual shot hit Lu Dali's shoulder. And Lu Dali fell to the ground instantly. Just when Chen Dongsheng smiled ferociously, and was about to continue shooting Zhang Wei, not far away, Yang Guang leaned over, throw something out quickly, it hit Chen Dongxing's wrist. Chen Dongxing's hand shrank reflexively, a gunshot sounded at the same time, but it hit the ground next to Zhang Wei's ear. Zhang Wei opened his eyes instantly, the butcher's knife was lifted upwards. Chen Dongxing's hand tendons were instantly severed. Chen Dongxing's pistol fell from the air. Zhang Wei didn't care whether there were bullets inside or not. Kick it out casually, he kicked the exquisite pistol out of the rooftop. Chen Dongsheng still wanted to escape. Zhang Wei stood up fiercely. The butcher's knife stabbed into Chen Dongxing's stomach in an instant. Blood spurts out, falling on the ice and snow ground, steaming out. This set of actions, just 2 seconds. It was at this time, the thing that Yang Guang just threw at Chen Dongxing's wrist, touching the tiles of the sloped roof, rolling down from the height of the roof. It turned out to be a coin with a sharp edge. This coin. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered, this coin was exactly when I first met Yang Guang. He secretly gave it to Yang Guang. At that time Yang Guang was still locked in a cage. Zhang Wei gave him a stick and a coin, give him a chance to protect himself. It was the hidden weapon used by the centipede collected by Zhang Wei before. I didn't expect to insert the willow unintentionally, he even saved his own life. Although Chen Dongsheng was stabbed by Zhang Wei, but he still had a look of resentment on his face. He wanted to jump off the rooftop with Zhang Wei in his arms. But he could only put his hands on Zhang Wei's waist in vain, no matter how hard I try. I can't. I was not the one who killed Chen Yuxuan. It's him killing people for fun after he's full. Some people can live, but some people must die. Those who attempt to get involved in Old City High School. I won't leave anyone behind. You're a guy who moans and groans when you shoot, it's deserved. Zhang Wei took out his knife, and this time, it was Chen Dongsheng who knelt down. Chen Dongsheng opened and closed his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't utter a word. Instead his mouth was full of blood. After a few breaths, Chen Dongxing's heart stopped beating, and he stared at Zhang Wei with his eyes wide open. Zhang Wei sat down on the ground and used the strength of his legs to kick Chen Dongxing's body off the roof. Zhang Wei exhaled a breath of foul air and began to look around. I won't die. Lu Dali saw Zhang Wei looking at him and responded. It was at this time that Yang Guang and the painter cooperated, taking advantage of the two enemies being attracted by the gunshots, and each of them took action to solve the opponent. The painter directly used a knife to seal his throat and kill the enemy. Yang Guang cut his opponent's eye with a machete, then the painter who was driven over made a last-ditch attack. Yang Guang walked over, picked up the coin that fell on the ground, stuffed into Zhang Wei's clothes pocket. He said nonchalantly, Little devil, it's considered the property has returned to its original owner. Then Yang Guang began to examine Lu Dali's gunshot wound. It's a penetrating injury. No bones were hurt, but I guess I'll have to rest for 2 or 3 months and won't be able to box anymore. Yang Guang knew that Lu Dali was an underground boxer. While talking, Yang Guang pulled out a shoelace-like rope from somewhere. He quickly helped Lu Dali stop the bleeding. I can't kill you with 3 shots? Yang Guang ran over to check Zhang Wei's injury, but he had just unzipped Zhang Wei's blood-stained down jacket. I suddenly understood. So that's it, no wonder. As a police officer, Yang Guang naturally understood what Zhang Wei was wearing. But Yang Guang also saw through it without saying anything. He said to the anxious Lu Dali, This one, I can't die either. Lu Dali struggled to stand up. I want to come over and help Zhang Wei, however. Zhang Wei waved his hand and refused. Don't worry about me. Zhang Wei, whose lips turned white, had big beads of sweat falling from his forehead. After a while of groping through the lining of the clothes, he took out a badly worn medicine box. There's a vaguely visible English word on it. Painkiller. Zhang Wei poured out 2 pills. No water either, swallow directly dry. I don't know if it's a psychological effect or something. Zhang Wei suddenly felt much more relaxed. The 4 of them looked at the helicopter hovering above the roof. The kangaroo has hung on half of the rope ladder. The American cow suffered injuries to its legs. Just climbed 2 steps of the rope ladder. It didn't move anymore. As for Mr. Su, he was still on the platform in the distance, climbing up towards the roof. The angle of the roof was not very high, only about 35 degrees. However, the ice and snow had just melted, and some of the accumulated snow solidified after being soaked in water, and the roof became particularly smooth for a while. Mr. Su, do you think you will catch the plane first, or we will catch you first? Yang Guang shouted at Mr. Su, who was sticking his butt out. Chapter 408 The Shock of Hijacking. As soon as Yang Guang finished speaking, Mr. Su began to crawl with all his strength, but the harder Mr. Su tried, the more your feet slip. After crawling for a long time, he still didn't move. Except for Zhang Wei, who was still resting where he was. Yang Guang, Lu Dali, the painter had already walked in the direction of Mr. Su. Help me. 2 adults. Mr. Su's voice, the sound of the wind being stirred by the propeller, was directly obliterated. However, when Yang Guang and others were still more than 10 meters away from the plane, they stopped in unison. Because they saw the driver wearing toe glasses. He held 2 round balls in his hands and rolled them around like playing with walnuts. And those 2 balls, it appears to be 2 watermelon grenades. Come up. No one dares to touch you. The driver's voice came. What he said turned out to be fluent Chinese. Mr. Su immediately felt grateful. Falling in Yang Guang, what does Overlord and Fire Phoenix look like in their hands? Mr. Su could tell it from Lu Menglong and Manager Sun. The 2 of them walked away quite happily. Mr. Su estimates, if I fall into the hands of people like Overlord, I guess life would be worse than death. After seeing that Yang Guang and others did not continue to approach, the driver smiled happily, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Maybe we'll meet again. Kill them all. The kangaroo climbing above looked at the grenade in the driver's hand, yelled loudly at the driver. No, 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 it's dangerous. The driver responded. Throw the grenade at this time. It doesn't make much sense. The sloped roof is not level. The grenade will roll down. If you throw it out at the right time, maybe the air waves will overturn the plane. Or shrapnel from the explosion and roof tiles could hit the plane's spiral. Certainly, the driver may have other reasons as well. After Mr. Su grabbed the bottom of the rope ladder and stepped on the bottom step of the rope ladder, the driver made a few random controls. The plane began to rise horizontally. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, there was no way to stop the plane from leaving. To keep this plane, there is only one possibility, that is, there is another plane here, and this is simply impossible. That's fine, at least we all survive for now. Maybe we can find some other ways out. There is snow on the roof, when collected. There will be no shortage of water sources at least for a short period of time. Even if there is no food, we could also hold on for 2 or 3 more days. Zhang Wei was still covering his chest, while thinking about where to break through next. The helicopter has begun to slowly rise horizontally, move towards something other than the rooftop. However, during initial startup, helicopters are slower. Mr. Su, I want to know, is the person who revealed our true identity Qin Dongsheng? The painter shouted to Mr. Su as the plane took off. If you think it is, then it is, Mr. Su said with a smile. This guy. He was so sad just now. But now he is so happy again. Zhang Wei and the painter looked at each other. Both of them looked a little cautious. Judging from Mr. Su's answer, it seems that Qin Dongsheng is not that person. Zhang Wei stood up with difficulty, unzipped the down jacket outside. I was about to take off my bulletproof vest. Look at your injuries. It was at this time, Zhang Wei saw Lu Dali taking a run-up, heading towards the helicopter not far away. Idiot, come back quickly. Zhang Wei knows Lu Dali's approach was. It's rushing to the cabin of the helicopter, because at this time, aircraft moving, open cabin, it is almost parallel to the ground on the 3rd floor. And Lu Dali's ultimate goal is, we should still kill those 2 foreigners, bring out the killer. Ape. But Lu Dali's risky move, the probability of survival is estimated at less than 10%. And when there are 4 enemies on the enemy side, such behavior is tantamount to death. Lu Dali's running up charge, plus a bounce, he jumped directly into the cabin of the plane. The driver inside did not expect that Lu Dali would come in. I was very surprised. He hurriedly opened and closed some of the aircraft's braking devices. Lu Dali didn't take it seriously. He took out the 3-sided military thorn inserted into the waist of the chopsticks at his waist, waiting for the kangaroos to show up. Lu Dali tried to block the climbing kangaroo on an enemy-controlled aircraft. Zhang Wei felt that Lu Dali was in danger. Not the danger of a plane crash, but as long as the plane finds a relatively stable location to land, Lu Dali will face the siege of several people. Just one of the kangaroos or American cows is enough. What's more, there's the driver in sunglasses, who hasn't taken any action. When I think of this, Zhang Wei staggered and started running. But Zhang Wei aimed at the rope ladder above his head. Because at this time, the plane had already increased by more than 3 meters. Run-up charge, bounce, Zhang Wei almost hung on the wood of the last rope ladder. After Mr. Su saw Zhang Wei's hand next to his feet, he immediately stepped over without hesitation. Fingers linked to hearts, Zhang Wei couldn't help but scream. But at this time, the plane has already started flying out. Zhang Wei knows, don't let go no matter what, otherwise it will fall down. It will be like the previous enemies, instantly annihilated by zombies. The plane shook for a while. Mr. Su quickly hugged the rope ladder and gave up the harassment of Zhang Wei. But after the helicopter stabilized a little, Mr. Su continued to step over again. Hateful. Zhang Wei knew that continuing like this was not an option. He simply hugged Mr. Su's legs. Then secretly untied Mr. Su's shoelaces, tied the laces of his 2 shoes, put together, tied to the rope ladder, and tied a knot. Mr. Su tried to lift his feet several times without success. I accidentally looked down. I found that I was tied up by Zhang Wei. Suddenly I was shocked and scared. Mr. Su's fear has not yet spread from his brain to other parts of his body. Zhang Wei took out a chopstick from his back without hesitation. It hit Mr. Su's thigh hard. Suddenly Mr. Su screamed. It drowned out the noise of the plane again. Asshole, let go. Mr. Su also planned to take off his shoes at high altitude. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei stepped on his instep, continue and start climbing up. Just when Mr. Su found the opportunity, when you want to attack Zhang Wei's second chopstick, without hesitation. It plunged into Mr. Su's, but another scream came. The zombies on the ground looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Just when Zhang Wei was about to use the third chopstick to completely finish Mr. Su, he discovered that the plane deliberately carried a rope ladder. The breath will hit the unfinished building not far away. Chapter 409 Unfinished Upstairs. When I saw the plane approaching the unfinished building, Zhang Wei shouted bad. He already knew everything about this unfinished building. The pharmaceutical factory has a total of 4 large buildings. The largest pharmaceutical factory, it has an area of nearly 4 square kilometers. The administrative building is the tallest. There are 13 floors. Planes take off and land on the top of that building. The other one is an apartment building. It is the living place for pharmaceutical factory employees. And the last one, it's this unfinished building. To some extent, The unfinished building is the tallest building here, because now there are more than 20 floors without a cap. The construction of this building, they are all cast in one piece with reinforced concrete. Then finally the wall was sealed. And this unfinished building, there is still no capping status, not to mention it is surrounded by walls. So except for the vertical beam in the middle, and the stairs between each floor, there are no other structures. To put it jokingly, it's just air leakage from all sides. When the helicopter flew towards the unfinished building, moving forward in parallel, it also happens to correspond to the 3-story roof of an unfinished building. Then, a few meters away from the unfinished building, start lifting vertically. John Wei looked up and said, the length of this rope ladder is 7 or 8 meters. Above is an American cow. There are also kangaroos above. Lou Dolly is currently safe and sound in the cabin. At this time, the American cow didn't know where to take out a windproof lighter. About to burn down the rope ladder. And the bottom one, only Zhang Wei and Mr. Su jumped on the street. Zhang Wei guessed the purpose of the helicopter's flight. Either it would hit the building on the top floor after it was pulled up, or the two guys, the American bull and the kangaroo, would find ways to break the rope ladder. Anyway, no matter what, neither of them would let him climb up. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei felt that this was too risky. At this time, there was still a glimmer of hope if he jumped to the unfinished building. Seeing the rope ladder swinging in the cold wind, it was only half a meter away from the unfinished building. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and rushed over there. Rolling on the ground, Zhang Wei rolled onto the ground on the 4th floor of the unfinished building, and unintentionally touched the internal injury on the chest. Zhang Wei coughed violently again. It's okay if it doesn't make any sound. As soon as the sound was heard, the zombies below became restless. Originally, there were 3 or 4 people hanging on the helicopter. Let a large number of zombies follow the helicopter. Some zombies even started running towards the stairs. And when Zhang Wei jumped, it also made a large number of zombies aware of it. Then the zombies swarmed up from the 1st floor of the unfinished building. Not good. When Zhang Wei saw this posture, he knew the zombies were heading straight for him. Not long ago, Zhang Wei estimated the height of this unfinished building. To be precise, it's the 22nd floor. And now it's level 4. Zhang Wei estimated his escape route. There happens to be only 18 floors of space. These 18 floors, more like 18 levels of hell. Go quickly. There are zombies. Mr. Su waved wildly upward. At this time, zombies may still jump onto the plane. As for Zhang Wei jumping down, that was exactly what Mr. Su wanted. This can contain the zombies that are about to come up. Zhang Wei didn't care about Lou Dolly's life or death. I couldn't care less about the pain in my chest, struggling to stand up again, look around to see if there is anything that can block the corridor. But what left Zhang Wei speechless was that the whole building was empty. Except for some bags of cement and lime, there is simply nothing to exploit. The whole unfinished building, it's not that complicated commercial housing structure. It is a simple commercial building structure. The plane is square. It is estimated to be only about 100 or 200 square meters. There are several empty elevator shafts in the middle. The elevator has not been installed yet. Not far away there is a staircase made of integrated cement pouring, leading to higher levels, but the stairs are also cement blue-gray. No handrails are installed. Zhang Wei headed toward the elevator shaft. Glancing down, the zombies are still chasing madly upwards. Although occasionally some are squeezed out by other zombies, but more zombies are still coming. I have an idea. You can take advantage of the height of the floor, let these zombies fall, smashed into pulp. Zhang Wei looked around. There is absolutely no time for him to carry those bags of cement and lime now, to block the passage to the stairs. And he was almost seriously injured. I don't know if the ribs are broken. There is no hope at all. When I think of this, Zhang Wei could only stumble and climb to the upper floors. Check the upper floors to see if there are tools for sluggish zombies. As long as you block the zombies on a certain floor, and climb to a higher floor by yourself, Zhang Wei felt that he could take advantage of the vacuum in the middle. Make zombies unaware of their presence in higher buildings. This damn helicopter. Zhang Wei feels that it is possible for him to use visual occlusion, completely throw away the zombies. But the sound of the helicopter's vertically rising propeller, attracting zombies to keep running upwards. Zhang Wei glanced outside. There seemed to be zombies in a radius of 100 meters. They are all converging towards the foundation of this unfinished building. Judging from the density, there are still thousands of zombies at least. Even some of the zombies at the pharmaceutical factory. I was also attracted. However, Zhang Wei was out of breath just after climbing 2 floors. No matter what, It can't keep up with the speed of the plane. This plane doesn't go to so many places. Why does it have to be promoted here? Zhang Wei felt that the plane was spiraling around the unfinished building. It's like deliberately luring zombies upwards. At this time, Lu Dali, he also yelled crazily at the unfinished building. Zhang Wei, me on the top floor, I'll force them to stop the plane. Lu Dali's voice was directly lost in the wind. Zhang Wei only heard the words meet on the top floor. But Zhang Wei knows, this is also the only hope of survival at the moment. Lu Dali finished speaking, no more kangaroos climbing up, then he walked behind the driver, the three-edged military thorn was pressed against the driver's neck. I advise you not to be impulsive, if I make a mistake, the plane will hit the unfinished building. The driver didn't even look back. Still flying the plane minding his own business. Are you with them? Then you also know the orangutan? No. No. No, I want to join them. But I am not on the same side as them. Join them? What's the meaning? Little devil, you won't let me really move closer to the unfinished building. Will you? Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? The driver asked jokingly. Of course I thought about it. Hurry up and go over there to pick up my friend. Otherwise, I will die with you. No one on or off the plane will survive. Okay. Okay, don't regret it. This is your own choice. The wind is strong on the roof. Let's go to the 8th floor. The pilot said, as the plane slowly approached. Lu Dali was about to jump out, but he thought that if he didn't hijack the captain, even if he saved Zhang Wei, it would be useless. So he remained where he was. But what shocked Lu Dali was that the American bull and the kangaroo both jumped down. Look, I've already told you not to regret it. If my plane doesn't go over, your friend might still survive. If I go over, your friend will most likely die. Chapter 410 The Truth Behind the Undercover. Good, that being the case, I'll just use one person to sacrifice the flag first. Lu Dali let go of the driver. He took out the three-edged military thorn, started cutting the rope ladder, and Mr. Su, still hanging on it. I advise you not to act rashly, your balls are in my hands. The driver was puzzled for a while. I want to see what kind of joke Lu Dali is kidding. It turned out that Lu Dali came from his side. I took away the 2 watermelon grenades. American cow. When the 2 kangaroos jumped down, Zhang Wei naturally didn't notice at all. But Zhang Wei can feel it. The helicopter did not fly higher. It seems to stay at a certain height on the top of the building. Zhang Wei knows where he is now. It's the corridor between the 5th and 6th floors. And zombies, it has rushed into floors above the 3rd floor. And roared upwards quickly. At this time, Zhang Wei very much hopes to have an enemy. He killed him and threw him down the elevator shaft. Maybe it could attract the zombies. It was at this time, spiral flying helicopter, he rushed to Zhang Wei again. And Mr. Su above, crying for father and mother. Begging for mercy. Brother Lu, don't be impulsive. I'll talk to the 2 foreigners later. I'll make sure I get you back to the bar safe and sound. And Lu Dali also responded nonchalantly. You guy, pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, duplicity, it would be better to die earlier. The 3-sided military thorn is so sharp. Lu Dali only lifted it a little. The rope ladder was broken on one side. At this moment, Mr. Su suddenly felt like he was dead. Regardless of the tied shoelaces, left foot steps on right foot, then he stepped on his left foot with his right foot and took off his shoe. With bare feet, he rushed toward the edge of the unfinished building a meter or 2 away. The helicopter is on the 8th floor, however. The rope ladder also has a vertical height of 7 or 8 meters. Mr. Su rushed over at once. It fell right on the edge of the platform on the 4th floor. However, due to the distance, Mr. Su, only the upper body is hanging on the ground, and the lower body is still hanging in the air. He was about to fall down. A strong hand, he immediately caught him. Thanks. Mr. Su just expressed his thanks. I looked up and saw that it was Zhang Wei. His face suddenly turned pale. I'm really sleepy. Give me a pillow. All your wishes have come true, maid. It seems that I have to learn from the priest guy. Worship Jesus often when you have time. Zhang Wei pulled Mr. Su over. The knife went directly to the neck. Wait, don't kill me. I won't kill you. I plan to leave you alive. Accompanied by 2 screams, Zhang Wei directly broke the tendons of both hands of this guy. At this time, Zhang Wei is very cautious. We must beware of this guy's deceit. There is no simple man at the head of a pharmaceutical factory. But this guy's hands were crippled. He is almost a useless person. You can't attack Zhang Wei with your legs and teeth. Don't kill me. For you, I have value. Your worth. Just help me lure away the zombies. Look at throwing you from here, zombies on the middle floor, will you be attracted to it? Zhang Wei dragged him, walking towards the elevator patio. Don't kill me, I tell you everything. Don't you want to know who betrayed your information? I'll tell you everything. You successfully caught my attention, give you a minute, then talk about it carefully. Zhang Wei stopped what he was doing. And on the plane at this time, the driver also raised his hand. Brother Liu. Right? Don't be impulsive. These two in your hand, it's a high-explosive grenade. This is different from the previous flash bombs. Do you know what a high-explosive grenade is? Once it explodes, the most complete parts of our bodies that can be found, it's probably just the teeth. Then you obey my orders. Lower the helicopter. Zhang Wei is right below. Lu Dali looked at the two foreigners, take a good rest on the platform on the 8th floor, waiting for Zhang Wei to come up. This is obviously waiting for work. That won't work. There are all zombies down there. This is too dangerous. The driver refused outright. In that case, then try these two balls of yours. Lu Dali directly pulled out a safety pin. Etc., etc. You squeezed it tight, don't let go. The driver finally panicked. Lu Dali only needs to release the button of the watermelon grenade, the entire plane would be blown to pieces. I listen to you, you tell me how to do it, just do it, I'm going down now. The driver feels like facing a formidable enemy, because he discovered this guy Lu Dali. He seems to be a real fool. Etc. I changed my mind, you drive the plane back. Let's go pick up the guy Yang Guang first. Lu Dali finally figured it out. At this time, he has 2 grenades in his hands, naturally. It is equivalent to completely controlling the aircraft. But if we don't change the driver, even if Zhang Wei is rescued by then, the two of them were still completely at the mercy of others. Once the plane lands, the grenades are of no use. The enemy has 100 ways to kill him. Say any nonsense, 30 seconds have passed. Zhang Wei discovered that Mr. Su had been stalling for time. And intentionally or unintentionally. He looked up the corridor, he seems to be trying to escape. Okay. Mr. Su nodded in agreement. He was actually waiting for the 2 foreigners to come down and rob Zhang Wei. But after so long, they still didn't show up, so he gave up. The one who disclosed your details to us was a woman named Ajin. Ajin? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that when he went to the southern community with the painter that day, the first person he met was that woman. It was her. When Mr. Su said it, Zhang Wei knew that this information should be true. Because when Lu Menglong called his name, the name of the painter was accurately named at that time. The painter. Just getting involved in southern communities, not a fire phoenix at all, Silver Fox, Overlord, leaders like Long Suhu. Moreover, as soon as Zhang Wei and others entered the southern community, by the cautious Overlord at that time, got it under control, the news is except for a few people who have met each other, it can't be leaked either. Good, that woman is the second in command in the southern community, but before the end of the world, that woman was also taken care of by me. After the end of the world, our pharmaceutical factory has been secretly in contact with her, even me and her. Everything I said is true, I didn't lie to you. I know. How could you possibly know? This matter, throughout Hansen Pharmaceuticals, only I know, even Lu Menglong and manager's son don't know. Mr. Su said in disbelief. I didn't know you kept that woman, but I know that woman is a dragon-bearded tiger. How ridiculous. The dragon-bearded tiger was actually killed by the person next to him. Impossible. You can't possibly know this, Ajin said. She secretly slept with Long Suhu. No one knows. Dragon-beard tiger will never make any announcement to the outside world. Stop making blind guesses. The relationship between Long Suhu and that woman, others may not know, but I guessed it, because a weapon used by dragon-bearded tiger many times, it's that woman's stockings. I used it that day when going from the southern community to the northern community. Later, I used it during a fierce fight in the cage. Just ask a normal man, how could he keep wearing women's stockings with him? So that's it. Mr. Su, if you have finished speaking, I think it's time to send you on your way. As Zhang Wei spoke, he continued to drag Mr. Su. The reason why he talks so much nonsense with this guy, on the one hand, there is also some physical exhaustion. In order to prevent Mr. Su from seeing the flaw, there is also the so-called trick. Undercover truth. Only then did Zhang Wei hear what Mr. Su said about having a mistress. Etc. Spare my life, etc. Zhang Weizheng was about to push Mr. Su down the elevator shaft. Bang! There was a huge explosion on the ground outside. Chapter 411 Cement Lime. I want to test the power of your high-explosive grenade, you know. I've only seen this kind of thing in online games. The plane where Lu Dali and the pilot was shaking for a while. And Lou Dolly had just pulled out the grenade from grip hook. He was thrown out without hesitation. Suddenly the zombies on the ground were blown up and turned upside down. At least 10 square meters of zombies were cleared. Mincemeat was left on the ground. But this vacuum, not much time to breathe, zombies swarmed from other places to be reoccupied. Zhang Wei immediately dropped Mr. Su toward the edge of the floor. Look outside. Lou Dolly seemed to be looking at the scene of the explosion in stunned silence. Zhang Wei knows, the driver guy, there should be no such leisure, throw it here. Firecracker. Play, that is the masterpiece of this guy Lou Dolly. Has Lou Dolly already taken control of the situation? Only Mr. Su jumped down. Did those two foreigners climb up? Zhang Wei looked back at Mr. Wu. I found this guy suddenly stood up. Heading up the stairs, spread your legs and run wildly. Zhang Wei rested for a while. He also held onto the wall and slowly rushed up. After walking a few steps, pour out a few more painkillers, swallow it in one gulp. Although Mr. Su's hands were crippled, but the feet are still intact. He knows, Zhang Wei really wanted to kill him, so he spread his legs and ran wildly. Not long after, Mr. Su rushed to the 8th floor. Suddenly I found an American cow and a kangaroo. He was resting against two vertical beams. Regarding Mr. Su's sudden appearance, the two foreigners were also stunned. Help me, that little devil, coming to kill. The American cow grabbed Mr. Su's collar and dragged him to the kangaroo. The two of them looked at Mr. Su's drooping palms. They shook their heads in unison. Sudden, the American cow looked towards the stairs. Mr. Su also immediately followed and looked over. Just when Mr. Su turned his head, the American cow put his arms around Mr. Su and turned around casually. Only the sound of bones breaking was heard. Mr. Su fell straight down. The American cow dragged Mr. Su's feet, slowly walked to the entrance of the elevator shaft. With one pull, Mr. Su was thrown down. Zhang Weigang walked to the 6th floor. I noticed a dark shadow flashing past. Then, there was the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Zhang Wei immediately looked down. Mr. Su was found dead in the elevator shaft on the 1st floor. It was instantly covered by a large number of zombies. Zhang Wei raised his head and looked upward. I happened to catch the eye of the American cow looking down. Why, it's this guy again! The distance between the two people is only 1 floor. Zhang Wei knows the location of the helicopter rope ladder where the American cow used to be. It's between the kangaroo above and Mr. Su below. If American cattle were here, intercept. His words. The kangaroo might also be on guard for an ambush somewhere. It would be unwise to continue attacking at this time. The helicopter seemed to be heading towards the pharmaceutical workshop. It won't attract zombies for a while. Abandoned bodies. It also attracted the attention of some zombies. It's better to wait on the 7th floor for now. If you really have no choice but to continue the attack. Zhang Wei carefully searched for everything around him that could be used. At this time, on his body, the backpack has been filled with medicine and left at the pharmaceutical factory. In addition to a butcher's knife, 3 chopsticks, a coin, half a pack of painkillers, nothing more. And the butcher's knife has been in many battles with enemies. It's also the same as Lou Dolly's kitchen knife. Multiple cutting-edge damage. Zhang Wei feels, if you have a piece of wood in your hand now, his knife can be used as a saw. When I reached the edge of the floor, Zhang Wei saw a piece of relatively clean ice and snow somewhere. Pull him over immediately. Eat it without any hesitation. At this time, I'm really thirsty. It was at this time, Zhang Wei saw a place near the center of the floor. Cover with tarpaulin, there seems to be something. Zhang Wei opened it and took a look. It is cement and lime powder used for decoration. And it's very waterproof. It didn't solidify either. The bags of cement and lime that Zhang Wei encountered on the floor below, but many have become big stone in the months after the apocalypse broke out. Since it has not been used for a long time, hardening due to moisture is normal. Zhang Wei took out his saw and butcher knife, divide the 20 or 30 bags of cement and lime on the upper layer one by one. Then find a position that is relatively conducive to defense, waiting for American cattle and kangaroos to visit. The two finally started to go downstairs slowly. Impatiently. Martin's boots clicked on the concrete steps. Apparently he was also worried about Zhang Wei's sneak attack. The two did not let down their guard. However, the 3 of them still met on the flat floor. Black Sun, K and B? Zhang Wei, who doesn't speak English well, try to communicate in English. When Black Sun calls out, Zhang Wei clearly felt these 2 guys, the surprise in his eyes. Zhang Wei knows. Starting from killing Lu Meiwei, I have developed a deadly feud with these two guys. These two guys, even at the risk of being bitten by zombies, you must also intercept me here. It seems that you are sure that you can defeat me. It's no wonder, after all, I'm still just a student. If I could become someone like Big Mingzi or Stick, will it make them scruple? Probably not. Would a mercenary be afraid of a gangster? Zhang Wei hooked his hands towards the two guys. Full of provocation. The American cow immediately rushed over with blazing eyes. Zhang Wei also raised his sword again. But Zhang Wei, who has weapons, facing the American cow with injured hands and legs, for a moment, he was at a disadvantage. Even the knife was almost snatched away. Zhang Wei knows, there is no other foreign aid this time. We can only fight to the death. After swinging the knife several times without success, after the kangaroo also wrapped up from the side and rear, Zhang Wei knew that his victory or defeat depended on this. Immediately attract two enemies towards the direction of the rain cover. Zhang Wei took a run for a while, climbed up the pile of decoration powder piled more than 1 meter high. Then at the moment when American cows and kangaroos pounced, shaking out the woven bags one by one, the American cow immediately rushed to the front, got splashed all over his face. The burn of lime powder can blind? This is one of the few chances I have. Zhang Wei only regretted that he did not have goggles, because of the harm done to him by lime powder are equal. Fortunately, Zhang Wei is the attacker, and with the help of the north wind direction, one after another, the bags that had been cut open in advance were, regardless of whether it is lime powder or cement powder, they all attacked the American cattle and kangaroos. The two men came to catch Zhang Wei under the bombardment. But the closer they got to Zhang Wei, the more bags they were attacked by, and it was useless to block or dodge the attacks of the bags. Before long, the two men were completely transformed into a white man. At this time, the American bull accidentally blocked and suddenly caught a bag of lime thrown by Zhang Wei, and immediately hit it in the opposite direction, hitting Zhang Wei's head. A burst of stimulation came, and Zhang Wei could not see clearly in an instant, and the more tears he shed, the more severe the burning sensation seemed. It's over. I might go blind. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes hard. Chapter 412 Running for Your Life. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes. The stinging feeling of that burning becomes stronger. Zhang Wei knew it without thinking. He must have been hit by lime powder. Cement dust does not have such a strong stinging sensation. Fortunately, these lime powder, it is industrial lime powder, not that kind of quicklime powder, the burns were less severe. Foreign objects enter the eyes. Just clean it in a short time, there shouldn't be much of a problem. What makes Zhang Wei feel puzzled is that lime powder cannot be washed with water at all. Chemical reactions will occur when meeting water, release greater heat. This kind of heat does not cause much trouble in other parts of the human body. But the eyes are the most vulnerable, and it is easy to damage the retina. Zhang Wei felt that the American cow and the kangaroo also stopped coming, and it seemed that the eyes were also temporarily restricted. When he thought of this, Zhang Wei felt that his previous preparation was effective, enduring the pain in his eyes. Zhang Wei opened a few more bags of lime powder and threw them at the American cow and the kangaroo. The two were obviously also greatly affected. They covered their eyes crazily and jumped on the spot. Zhang Wei glanced at his knife and said he had just inserted it into a bag. Zhang Wei pulled it out immediately, without hesitation. He stabbed the American cow next to him in the neck. Since attacking the upper body of an American cow has no effect, the main artery in the neck is the only place where a fatal blow can occur. American Bull was still aware of Zhang Wei's sneak attack. He hooked a lime powder bag on the ground with his instep and threw it out. This caused some obstacles for Zhang Wei. Then both the kangaroo and the kangaroo retreated back. Seeing this situation, Zhang Wei knew these two guys, not completely blind, it's just that he was limited for a short period of time. At this time, the corridor. 3 or 5 zombies suddenly rushed out. 4 of them go directly to the nearest Zhang Wei. Hateful, Mr. Su's body, it didn't attract all the zombies. Casually chop a zombie on the neck, kicked another zombie down. Zhang Wei immediately ran to the corridor. Because he discovered, more zombies came roaring towards this direction. 2 zombies were still chasing after Zhang Wei, however. This also caused the American cows and kangaroos to temporarily let Zhang Wei go. Didn't post it immediately. As of now, you can only go to a higher floor. For the 2 chasing zombies, Zhang Wei didn't care at all. He turned his head and chopped it down with 2 swords. What Zhang Wei really cares about are the 2 mercenaries. Really, after realizing that a large number of zombies were coming, American cattle and kangaroos, he also started to follow Zhang Wei up. So in this unfinished building, gradually a game of chase developed. Zhang Wei's speed is not very fast. Every time I climb a flight of stairs, all will be out of breath. American cattle and kangaroos were also injured. It's not much faster either. But the two guys didn't understand it at first. Why stop here to wait for the two of them to have a good helicopter? Suddenly flew away again. Let the two of them suffer this kind of punishment. Zhang Wei naturally wished that these two guys were left behind. So zombies rush up. The two of them were the first to be knocked down. Zhang Wei, who went upstairs first. Every time you reach the stairwell of a floor, they are all looking for something nearby. There are some debris, brick, tools such as shovels. Pick it up and throw it down the stairs below. It doesn't matter whether it hits someone or not. Zhang Wei's purpose is simple. Even if it delays the enemy for a second, it's all good for him. No matter how bad it is, the sound of obstacles falling to the ground, it will always attract more zombies. At this time, there are zombies. It was certainly much safer than if he had faced kangaroos and bison alone. When we arrived at the 8th floor, Zhang Wei looked for a gap, looking towards the direction the helicopter left. It turned out to be where the pharmaceutical factory was. Zhang Wei saw a large number of people on the rooftop of the pharmaceutical factory. Perhaps Overlord Hoofing and the others took complete control of the situation and fought their way to the top floor. Could it be that Lu Dolly hijacked the driver to pick someone up? That being said, it makes sense. Maybe the explosion just now was caused by Lu Dolly. Zhang Wei saw the helicopter staying there. It seems that some people are communicating excitedly, however. Zhang Wei estimates that when that guy Mr. Su just rushed over, the rope ladder had broken. If the helicopter needs to carry people, I'm afraid it will take more time. Because of the inverted V-shaped roof, helicopters cannot land directly. This is Zhang Wei's only source of reinforcements. At this time, based on the desire to survive. Zhang Wei. We also have to hope that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. Next, it's the 9th floor. Zhang Wei only felt his legs, as heavy as lead. When I saw that there were no usable tools on the 8th floor, Zhang Wei ran to the 9th floor without looking back. There are bricks on the ground on the 9th floor. There is also a cart carrying bricks. There are more than half a truckload of bricks inside. Zhang Wei used the fastest speed. A dozen bricks were loaded. I used all my strength to feed myself, pushed the cart to the stairs. The American cow and kangaroo also appeared at the corner, supporting each other. Zhang Wei immediately pushed the cart down without hesitation. Then he continued to run to the next level without looking back. King, hare. Zhang Wei heard the kangaroo speak English again. Good, it looks like it hit someone. Zhang Wei clenched his fists excitedly. Although American cows and kangaroos can be beaten, but it is also a mortal body, this small cart plus a cart of bricks, coupled with the acceleration of gravity and inertial force, I'm afraid it has an impact of 300 to 500 kilograms. If it hits someone's legs, it's likely to break immediately. However, Zhang Wei's purpose was only to slow down the enemy. He didn't even have time to check his results, because I don't know the next floor. There is something that can be used. At this time, the pharmaceutical factory building. Lu Dolly was negotiating nervously with the people below. Bring some uninjured ones, who can fight. Yang Guang, and the guy who was playing with the dagger just now, you all come up. I don't really want to go. Yang Guang looked at the watermelon grenade in his hand. Lu Dolly was spitting everywhere. You don't have to go to the one with the knife. You must go. It's not you who will fly this plane. I'm not worried. Lu Dolly means that the painter does not need to go. Count me in if you go. Overlord on the stretcher responded weakly. You can't go. Go to hell. It's hard for you to stand up. Can you climb on this plane? Lu Dolly pointed to the edge of the cabin. The rope ladder there was cut off by his roots. At this time, Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjiao also squeezed out from the crowd. He shouted, "Where is Boss Zhang Wei?" I heard people say, he jumped into an unfinished building. The unfinished building is just a few dozen meters away. But from the perspective of these people, you can't see Zhang Wei's side at all. Come up you two. Those two foreigners are not dead yet. Boss Zhang Wei is in danger. Tattooed man, please lower the altitude of your plane. You call me Tattooed man, interesting. Interesting. Seeing Lu Dolly planning to pull out the grenade cord again, the pilot reluctantly lowered the plane. Come up with a few more. Lu Dolly planned. This is the time to catch the young men. We also need to arrest some people. I won't go. Just wait a moment. That who? Go and call the Fire Phoenix up. Let the Fire Phoenix follow. Do not deploy troops and generals from the outer periphery. Lure away the zombies here. We're all going to be trapped and die here. Now this situation. We can only rely on her to borrow someone from Finghua. The overlord is still very rational. Feng Hua? Feng Chi Huiding? Hurry up, just 2 minutes. Lu Dali shouted anxiously. It was at this time, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong both climbed onto the plane. His grandma's, this is my first time flying on a plane in my life, Lu Renjia said excitedly. Come and grab this watermelon grenade. Lu Dali handed the grenade to Lu Renjia. Chapter 413 Extreme Escape. Brotherly, are you serious? Lu Renjia subconsciously took Lu Dali's warm watermelon grenade. It turned out to be heavy in my hand. Hold on tight, this is a high explosive grenade, exploded the most complete parts of your body that could be found. It's probably the teeth. Lu Dali studied the driver's explanation. Oh. You have played games. Do you know how to throw a grenade? Pull out the rope first, press the handle again, it must be thrown out within 3 seconds. I just tested the power. It is estimated that there will be no survivors after the explosion spread over an area of 10 square meters. Such a dangerous thing. What are you doing for me? Lao Zhao, don't you like to play with fire every day? Is it your job to do this job? Come on, I was smoking. Zhao Zhenxiong waved his hand and refused. Lu Dali pulled out his 3-edged military bayonet again and put it on the driver's neck, saying, this grenade is used to threaten this guy. I'm worried about you guys using swords. Lao Zhao, help Yang Guang. I heard he can fly a plane. So Zhao Zhenxiong started to pull Yang Guang in a hurry. The group of people continued to wait for Hua Feng. When Zhang Wei ran to the 13th floor, he had no strength left. He felt that he was crawling up from the 12th floor to the 13th floor. Fortunately, American cattle and kangaroos are far behind. This finally gave Zhang Wei a chance to breathe. There is no way to continue like this. I might end up dead. But don't give up easily. I want to survive. There are still 3 possibilities. First, Lu Dali's reinforcements arrived immediately. Secondly, these 2 guys, the kangaroo and the American cow, were completely bitten to death by zombies. The third is, I delay, after running to the top floor, fight to the death again, although I am at the end of my strength, but those 2 guys, the American cow and the kangaroo, it's not like he was seriously injured. When I think of this, Zhang Wei moved again. The higher the floor, the fewer tools and equipment you can use. When you reach the 12th floor or above, there is nothing left. Zhang Wei knows that. Except for the roof. Most of the decoration of the construction site starts from the bottom up. So the higher he goes, the fewer things he can use. Every time he climbs a floor, Zhang Wei looks around at the stairs or elevator shaft to determine the location of the American cow and kangaroo, as well as the location of the zombies. Compared with human climbing, zombies climb much faster. By the end, the zombies had almost caught up with the kangaroos and American cows on the floor. But every time zombies swarm into a floor, I couldn't immediately find the stairs leading up. Most stay on one floor. Until some zombies heard the sound upstairs. So rushing up from the stairs, more zombies only follow because of the blind obedience effect. But when these zombies run on stairs without handrails, many of them are squeezed by the same kind of people and fell down. The kangaroos and American cattle traveled lightly this time. The weapons are 3-edged spurs and military daggers. The 2 weapons were taken away by Lu Dali and the painter respectively. At this time, the 2 had no weapons to use. So they each picked up a cement brick from the cart that Zhang Wei had pushed down before. Whenever there was a zombie following them, they would hit it with a brick, and the brick would hit the zombie's head and break into pieces, and the zombie would not stand up again. However, several bricks were easily consumed. Compared with the calmness of the American bull, the kangaroo was in great pain at this time. He was hit on the knee by the cart that Zhang Wei had pushed down before. Although he was hit from the side, but it still had a big impact on walking. America, who was supporting the kangaroo, asked several questions in succession. Are you okay? The kangaroos nodded silently in response. The 2 of them suffered a lot in this shabby place, like a pharmaceutical factory. However, because of this, they all wanted to divide Zhang Wei even more quickly. In fact, the injuries on both of them were. A lot of it is caused by other people. However, Zhang Wei killed Lu Meiwei for provoking an American cow and just injured a kangaroo. The 2 of them almost gritted their teeth towards Zhang Wei. 15th floor, Zhang Wei finally found a plate mold. This is used when pouring cement. The width is not high, but the length is 3 or 4 meters. This kind of board is a compressed board. The weight is not too heavy. Zhang Wei also overturned and pushed it down without hesitation. This board is a barrier to kangaroos and American cattle. it won't have much effect, but when these two guys crossed over, possible lacerations. When moving, it also consumes physical energy. What Zhang Wei did, it's just delaying as much time as possible. Normally, not to mention more than 20 floors, it's 200 floors, I can crawl over there too. Zhang Wei remembered that he had climbed some famous mountains and rivers before. Many of them have thousands of steps. It's just that today's physical exertion was too great, many injuries, there is really no strength. And the heaviest injury suffered, it was a gunshot wound not long ago, although there is a bulletproof vest blocking it, but Zhang Wei still felt like the bullet had penetrated his flesh. He opened his collar and looked down. You can see 3 purple-green-red dots. You can see how serious the injury was. When I climbed to the 18th floor, Zhang Wei discovered, there are no stairs going up to the 4th or 5th floors. But the wall where the stairs are located, there are some exposed steel bars. I didn't expect the stairs to the top floor, no modeling yet, not to mention pouring cement and forming. It seems that this 18th floor, it's the place that determines my final destiny. It's just the number 18 floors, doesn't sound very auspicious. Zhang Wei adjusted it, then we waited patiently for the appearance of American cattle and kangaroos. And in less than a minute, American cows and kangaroos also came up from downstairs panting. I saw Zhang Wei squatting on the ground waiting for the two of them. The American cow and kangaroo first suspected a scam. Can't help but look around, however. I found that there was no ambush by any agency. There is no cement or lime before. Both of them were relieved. The American cow lets go of the kangaroo, said, "It's the time to over the game." Zhang Wei finally understood this sentence. It's time to end the game. But Zhang Wei feels that the game will not end like this. As a little strong person in the apocalypse, if you die here easily, Zhang Wei felt a little sorry for himself. He glanced at the butcher knife full of gaps. Zhang Wei feels, you may have to say goodbye to this knife that you have been using for more than half a year as soon as possible. This knife was taken from the butcher boss in the old city high school girls' dormitory. I have followed him through the journey for more than half a year. The zombies who died under this knife, there are probably several hundred. If you can get out of here alive, Zhang Wei planned to let Tiexiong do it himself. Help tailor some knives. But what needs to be solved now is still 2 enemies in front of me. Zhang Wei glanced over there. The helicopter seemed to have started to power up. 10 seconds. The American cow uttered a sentence softly. Zhang Wei also understands this sentence. I used to play online games. When I first started, it will start counting down. 9, 8, 7, 5. This American cow guy, do you want to finish me off in 10 seconds? He is too arrogant. No more hesitation. Zhang Wei immediately killed him with a knife. But just when the knife edge was a few centimeters away from the American cow, American cattle sidled past. At a weird angle, it seemed like a slap was thrown towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei also immediately avoided. But what I didn't expect was that, the open hand of an American cow, there is a handful of white powder inside. Spread, it all fell on Zhang Wei's eyes. Lime powder? After Zhang Wei's neck was clamped under the armpit by an American cow, Zhang Wei Kai understood. Why is this American cow guy, dare you say something like this for 10 seconds? It turns out that this guy, I hid a lot of lime powder in my pocket, played a dirty game. Great. The kangaroo raised his thumbs in admiration. He quickly came over and grabbed Zhang Wei's kicking legs. Then walked to the elevator shaft. They want to throw me out of here. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. But no matter how Zhang Wei struggles, clamping his American cattle, the strength is like an iron pliers, moreover. Zhang Wei already felt difficulty breathing. It even dilutes the pain in the eyes. Just as the American bull and the kangaroo were carrying Zhang Wei and preparing to throw him down, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. 2 crossbow arrows, one shot at the American bull's shoulder, and the other shot at the kangaroo's calf. Let him go, I'll spare your lives. A female voice came. You. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Wei completely fainted. Chapter 414 Deliberately letting the water go. Who the hell are you? The American cow looked at this mysterious woman who suddenly appeared here. There was also a burst of fire in my heart. Just a little bit, he can throw Zhang Wei down. And what shocked him was, the 2 arrows this woman shot at random, they accurately shot into the key parts of him and the kangaroo. His is the shoulder, and kangaroos have lower legs. Because at that time he was holding Zhang Wei with both hands, and kangaroo, I planned to use my own legs, kick Zhang Wei down. What surprised the American cattle was that it was as if this woman had been ambushing here a long time ago. It wasn't until the 2 of them controlled Zhang Wei that he showed up. Faced with a sneak attack like this, neither of them knew. And This woman can definitely shoot both of them in the head. The reason why there is no vital point of shooting is, maybe this woman hasn't figured out the situation yet. You ignored the American cow's inquiry, but he looked at Zhang Wei on the ground at this time. Zhang Wei was only half a meter away from the elevator shaft. You naturally understands. It was these two guys who wanted to throw Zhang Wei away. The sound of the helicopter moves from far to near. It didn't take long before he was hovering on the roof of the unfinished building. The 18th floor is the unfinished floor among unfinished buildings. Except there are no stairs, not even the dome structure above was created. Yu leaned close to the 19th floor. Hand crossbows were pointed at American cattle and kangaroos. A distance of about 10 meters, she was sure of shooting both of them. However, you couldn't figure out what was going on with the arriving helicopter until Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong emerged from the cabin of the plane. Sister Yu. The two waved enthusiastically. Yu was suddenly shocked and speechless. Before Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong could exchange greetings, Lu Dali also exposed half of his body from inside, asked, "Do you know this woman?" "No, it's one of our own." Lu Renjia saw Lu Dali taking the grenade from his hand again. Respond quickly, he was afraid that Lu Dali, who had a hot head, would throw this thing away. After all, Lu Dali always wanted to kill foreigners to avenge Wang Jing. Everyone knows this. And these two foreigners, he is obviously an accomplice of the former ape. Yu, throw a bundle of rope over here. Lu Renjia shouted loudly towards Yu. The airflow from the airplane is too noisy, talk face to face, it was almost inaudible. We have grenades, they don't dare to act rashly. Zhao Zhenxiong saw that Yu was still looking nervously at the other side. I saw two foreigners, there are no more actions. Yu then carefully opened her backpack. Then put a bundle of ropes, throwing it towards the helicopter not far away, in a parallel position in the sky. Zhao Zhenxiong caught it immediately. Then it was tied to the landing gear of the plane. Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia, Lu Dali and three others went down one after another. And Yang Guang and Huifeng, who just got on the plane, then stay inside and control the driver. After the three of them went down, Yang Guang leaned over. With an inaudible voice, he put it next to the driver's ear and asked, "Are you a water ghost?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Okay, forget it if you don't admit it, but you just had the chance to kill us all with a grenade. But why was it replaced with a flash bomb at the last minute?" "I don't want the plane to be damaged." "Good, I see. If you don't mind, I want to ask you to get off this plane." Yang Guang took out the dagger directly on the driver's neck. The driver looked at the dagger for a while. Said, "This knife looks familiar. Go down. The owner of the knife, I'll wait for you below." The driver looked at Yang Guang and said, then he looked at Huifeng, who had been watching coldly. Finally, he climbed down along the rope helplessly. At this time, Zhang Wei finally woke up slowly under the call of Lu Dali and Lu Renjia. Zhang Wei took a bottle handed over by Yu. "Drink it all in one gulp. Give me oil." Zhang Wei saw Yu still carrying a backpack. Just reach out and ask for it. Yu took out another mineral water bottle. There is some kind of yellow liquid inside. "What's this?" Zhao Zhenxiong had some questions. "Pressed rapeseed oil." Zhang Wei poured the oil directly into the palm of his hand, then the eyes again, then start rinsing. Repeated many times, Zhang Wei's eyes stopped what he was doing. "I got lime in my eyes, only rinse with oil." Zhang Wei looked at the American cows and kangaroos next to him. Without hesitation he said, "Kill them." Lu Dali, who was next to him, had already had this intention. After hearing this, he immediately mentioned the three-edged military thorn, planning to rush forward, etc. The pilot just climbed down from the plane's rope. "You wouldn't think, my watermelon grenade just two, right?" The driver groped from his arms. He took out two more watermelon grenades. Lu Dali's expression suddenly changed. The power of this guy, he has seen it before. What shocked Lu Dali was that, this grenade in his hand, facing a driver who also has a grenade, it doesn't pose any threat at all. Zhang Wei knew this driver. "I want to protect these two foreigners, but this is not the time to be impulsive." People on the scene, there is Zhang Wei himself, Lu Dali, Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, Yu, and the two people on the plane. Whoever dies here, all are big losses. At this time, it's the green hills that remain. Don't worry about running out of firewood. It is not appropriate to have a bad relationship with the driver. You have grenades, we also have. Maybe everyone will die together here. We just want to leave safe and sound. Now the plane is in our hands. We have the final say. Zhang Wei made his attitude clear instantly. That means he wants to use a plane, take everyone out. As for these two foreigners, and the driver guy, just stay here and feed the zombies. The plane can only accommodate 6 or 7 people. Zhang Wei is asked to take 2 enemies away. Zhang Wei would rather die together. At this moment, the helicopter is staying on the roof of the unfinished building. Within a few minutes, a lot of zombies will crawl up. Zhang Wei can be regarded as killing someone with a borrowed knife. The driver said nothing. Zhang Wei knows this is equivalent to his acquiescence, so he said, "Let's go. Just leave as soon as you say." At this moment, Zhang Wei was no longer polite. He was most seriously injured, naturally. The first one to go goes first. Lu Dali, who had a grenade, was responsible for breaking up the rear. With the help of several people in the group who had gone up first, they pulled him up. After everyone climbed up, Lu Dali shouted to Yang Guang, "Go quickly," said he was leaving, but Lu Dali's eyes never left the driver. In fact, this is the most dangerous time. The pilot and others lost the plane anyway. He had a reason to throw a grenade at the plane. Lu Dali pulled out the cable in advance. "Grab the grenade in your hand. Just threaten the driver." The plane began to slowly move away from the unfinished building, and when the distance was 7 or 8 meters away, Lu Dali threw out the grenade in his hand without hesitation. The grenade suddenly formed a parabola, then it fell not far in front of the driver. American cattle, the 2 kangaroos immediately fell to the ground, and the driver, immediately kicked out without hesitation, kicked the grenade towards the passage leading down the stairs. 2 seconds later a huge explosion sounded. Cement fragments flew everywhere. When the plane goes further, Lu Renjia couldn't help but raise his thumb towards Lu Dali. "Brother Dali, it's really yours." And Zhao Zhenxiong also responded, "That's that." But Yang Guang, who had been flying the plane silently, suddenly turned around and asked Lu Dali, "Why did you let them go on purpose?" After saying this, all people, they all had doubts on their faces. "Lu Dali, have you let them go? Didn't you throw out all the grenades?" "How do you know? Did I let them go on purpose?" Lu Dali asked word for word. "Sound? I heard explosions before. Since it was you who took the driver hostage to pick us up, that means you threw the grenade. You who have had a test, the exact time of the explosion should be known. The situation just now, you just need to delay it for 2 to 3 seconds and drop it. It can catch the 3 of them off guard. That driver, there is absolutely no time to kick the grenade away. You are all smart. I didn't expect that this could be seen," Lu Dali said with a smile. And Zhang Wei, he also looked at Lu Dali with questioning eyes. "Those 2 foreigners, haven't you always wanted to get rid of it quickly?" "It's not a foreigner's problem. It's the driver who has the problem." "Is there something wrong with the driver?" I always feel like he is helping us on purpose. You may not have noticed, but I saw, when he was in the pharmaceutical factory, at first, I was preparing to throw the grenade. But later it was changed to a flash bomb." Yang Guang, you should have seen it too. "Right?" Yang Guang nodded. "Also, when we were on the plane, he seemed to have deliberately placed 2 grenades next to the driver's seat. You may not believe it, but when I secretly took his grenades, I seemed to vaguely see the arc of his mouth from the back of his head. That guy seemed to have expected that I would steal them." "So you returned the favor by returning the grenades to him?" Lu Renjia said speechlessly. Chapter 415 I use movement. "That guy is a smart guy. I feel like he has been helping us secretly, but he released too much water. I'm worried that those 2 foreigners will notice. So in the end I threw the grenade on purpose. From letting go to explosion, it took about 4 or 5 seconds. That's enough for the guy to react." "Depend on, Brother Dali, you are really a smart person, but have you ever thought about it? The explosion will attract zombies too. When our plane just approached the unfinished building, found a lot of zombies. They have already gathered on the 14th and 5th floors." "Then it's none of my business," Lu Dali said in a panic. At this time, the unfinished building, driver, kangaroo, American cattle, the 3 people gathered together and looked at each other. They are not far away. It's the staircase that goes up. At this time, 3 or 4 meters in a row had collapsed. Some exposed steel bars, also mostly deformed. "Good job, Otter. The zombie can't go here." "Well done, Otter. The zombies can't come up." Kangaroo, "But we can't go down either." Kangaroo said, "But we can't go down either." Bison, "No problem. The boss will pick us up before dark." Bison, "No problem. The boss will pick us up before dark." The 3 of them were silent for a while. The driver couldn't help but interjected, "Will your boss also be here?" "The alligator? Will your boss come here?" the guy called the alligator. Before the plane, Zhang Wei took off his bulletproof vest with great effort. This dress is good, but the weight is too heavy, it weighs nearly 30 pounds. And Zhang Wei also used the front chest of the bulletproof vest. A warhead was dug out. As for the other 2 warheads, I don't know where it fell during the fight. Boss, 6 this is good stuff. I'll get one for my brother sometime. Lu Renjia tried to wear it. Amazing. This is a gift from Qin Yi's father. Just this one. There are 3 pieces in total. I heard that the other 2 pieces were given to Demengzi, or are you going to take care of what he wants? Is this a gift from Uncle Qin? Yu is originally Yi Xiaobai's person, naturally. He is also very familiar with Qin Yi. By the way, Yu, we searched all the way here. I have never seen you. Why did you appear in that unfinished building? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered Yu who saved his life. Yu said, while helping Zhang Wei bandage his wounds. I came to this area 3 days ago. But this pharmaceutical factory, tightly guarded, I tried my best not to get in. Until recently, I found that someone is attracting a large number of zombies here. And those guards, everyone seems to be gathered in the factory, the entire defense became empty. I feel like something big has happened, so I wanted to find a place to observe. There are very few buildings here. The administrative building over there, I can't get up there at all, and this unfinished building, no one paid any attention at all. It is also the tallest building nearby. I'm hiding up there, unless someone comes up to search, otherwise it would be impossible to detect. I came up at dawn today, most people were asleep at that time, it won't attract anyone's attention. Certainly, I also tied the rope in the dark. Once things go wrong, I just use the rope to slide down and leave, unexpectedly. There are more and more zombies nearby. I can't get out even if I go down, so I've been trapped on the roof of this building for most of the day. And then until the helicopter and you showed up. I see, so you are hiding here. No wonder your people are not seen in the 3 communities and the pharmaceutical factory. I am a weak woman naturally. One would not easily get involved in such an unknown place. Although I came to see my brother, but I searched very cleverly, by the way. Viagra, why do you appear here? How's Old Town High School going? Old City High School? Have no idea. There should be no problem. The marauders who besieged us last time, heavy casualties, almost the entire army was wiped out. I don't believe there are any looters nearby who would dare to attack Old City High School. Come here on the one hand. It's to find you on the other hand. It is to find an old man, by the way. I also want to ask you something. Your brother's classmate, is it a child named Taiping? I don't know either. I also heard that there is a child survivor here. Went to the same elementary school as my brother, by the way. My brother's name is Wu Weilong. That kid should be Taiping. We have found the person. But there are hundreds of people in the entire pharmaceutical factory. He is the only child. If your brother is also in a pharmaceutical factory, I'm afraid it's going to be more of a disaster. Zhang Wei just didn't say condolences. Her brother's name is Wu Weilong. Yu's name seems to be Wu Weitong. Although Zhang Wei did not respond, but I still try to help a few times in my heart. I plan to wait until the next time I meet Tai Xiong's grandson. Ask him again. Li Hao and Lu Xing are both worried about you. They are trapped in the pharmaceutical factory. Zhang Wei said directly to Yu. Li Hao, Lu Xing, they are the real names of Ri and Xing. When Zhang Wei said this, but he looked at Huifeng who had been silent next to him. This woman, from the moment they get on the plane, he just kept silent. Zhang Wei is the only one who is unsure. The Fire Phoenix at this time, he also looked at Zhang Wei. Are you confused? Why didn't I do anything to you? Huifeng said without any emotion. Right, this is what I'm very confused about. While at Walmart, you and the City Lights people always wanted to kill me. It's only been a few months. I don't believe you didn't recognize me. You are in a pharmaceutical factory. There are hundreds of people who can be used. It's really easy to kill me. Do you really want to know? Zhang Wei nodded. I can't move you. There are 3 reasons. First, you came with that guy named the Painter. To be honest, that guy is not as simple as he seems. I look at that Overlord guy. They are very scrupulous about him. I don't want to mess with anyone I don't know. Secondly, you came to my northern community with people from the southern community. Anyway, they are all guests. Our northern community and our southern community are in a cooperative relationship, not because of you, and cause misunderstandings and conflicts. As for the third one. What's third? The third thing is that I heard people say, you are also the one who received the Demengzi playing cards. I owe Demengzi a favor. I have no way to repay this favor for the time being. So I'm going to give you a wide berth for the time being. You are a smart woman. Zhang Wei really wants to say that you are a smart ant, but when the words came to her lips, she changed her name to a woman. To be honest, A fire phoenix in his 50s, almost no different from Ant. Now that you've finished talking, then let's discuss where to go. This plane can't keep flying in the air. Can it? Huafeng saw that the plane was over the pharmaceutical factory again. I'm just trying to reassure them that they're safe, Yang Guang said with some embarrassment. There is one thing I haven't told you yet, Mr. Su said before he died, the spy he placed next to the overlord. It's the woman named Ajin. We have met this woman before. She should be the one who betrayed us. I don't know if there are others being used or deceived by that woman, so this time we want to rescue the people in the pharmaceutical factory, people from southern communities, who cannot rely on overlords, and those who rely on your fire phoenix. I have enough people, but there is something. Is it time for you to return it to me, right? 2 kids. Fire Phoenix has one left hand and one right hand. They put their arms on the shoulders of Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong respectively. You said, is it a hairpin we picked up? Zhao Zhenxiong awkwardly took out a copper metal hairpin from his arms. Chapter 416 Fengqi Huiding. Zhao Zhenxiong originally wanted to lie and pretend to be stupid or something. Upon hearing this woman call out their 2 names accurately, then I probably saw them hiding their hairpins. Zhao Zhenxiong originally thought that this hairpin was something valuable made of gold. Gold will still be of some use in the last days. But after looking for a discerning gangster in the pharmaceutical workshop, the gangster said, it's not gold. It's brass. This is like picking up an antique. Some people say it is from the Western Zhou dynasty. When I took it to the appraisal expert, they said it was almost the same as last week. Zhao Zhenxiong almost broke the hairpin on the spot. But later Lu Renjia reminded, this hairpin may be a relic of Huafeng's relative or friend. Zhao Zhenxiong only carried it with him. I plan to find an opportunity to extort Guan Huafeng into lighting cigarettes or something. And at this time, to rescue the people in the pharmaceutical factory, I guess I'll have to ask Huafeng to borrow someone. Zhao Zhenxiong had no choice but to take it out reluctantly. However, Zhao Zhenxiong still did not forget to ask, this hairpin, what is it for? The hairpin-headed phoenix. What else can it be used for? Hair in a bun. Huafeng casually arranged his hair, then he inserted it into his own head casually. Northern community of Fire Phoenix, right next to the pharmaceutical factory however. At this time, every street was already filled with a large number of zombies. There's no point in going here, maybe some people are still alive. Saving them is a problem. Don't expect them to save people, go directly to Fenghua. Huafeng pointed in a direction. So Yang Guang was flying the helicopter, fly in another direction. Until it stopped above a building with more than 20 residential buildings. Fengqi Huiding is really wealthy. Yang Guang couldn't help but sigh. Land over there. Just land on the ground. Our neighborhood is a safe area. Huafeng pointed to a place. After the plane landed steadily, the group got off the plane in a hurry. Immediately, a large number of people gathered around the plane, and many people in high-rise buildings pointed at the plane. Huafeng waited there, until someone from Fenghua reported to her. Several heads of Fenghua are meeting with guests. Heads? Isn't Huafeng the head? Zhang Wei couldn't help asking. Lu Renjia quickly pulled Zhang Wei aside. He said in a low voice, Huafeng? But that conflict at Walmart, a lot of manpower was lost, the elderly people in their community, I heard that some people were dissatisfied with her, so he was driven to the pharmaceutical factory, but I heard that Huafeng had many confidants there. It is estimated that Huafeng is also planning to start a new business. Huafeng's skills are probably reduced by at least 30%. Zhang Wei knows, the one who took the lead in defending against zombies at that time, and later the Overlord took the lead in rushing towards the corridor, but they are all people of Fire Phoenix, and the fight at that time is the most tragic, almost half the casualties. So a few people in the group follow the Fire Phoenix and walk in one direction. Not long after, I went up to the 3rd floor of a building. At this time, a transparent room similar to a conference room, an iron stove is burning charcoal. 2 old men about 60 years old, I was talking to a young man about something. Hey, it's Mu Beiqing. Zhang Wei recognized this guy at a glance. At that time, Mu Yun, the head of Tianwei Mansion, and Quan Quan had a conflict over the spring water. But Demingzi took the opportunity to attack, with thousands of Melon Eaters, killed towards Tianwei Mansion, and arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion through the parking lot. In that power reshuffle, Demingzi had both sides of Wangjiang Pavilion and Tianwei Mansion. Got one of 7 chairs. He became an invisible talker between the 2 groups, between Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, which worked closely together. A nail was driven in. Mu Beiqing obviously knew Huafeng, unexpectedly. The Fire Phoenix suddenly appeared here, go behind someone else's back, find the one above. Uncles, Negotiation? This is very disrespectful behavior. What really embarrassed Mu Beiqing was that he came here to secretly support a newcomer in Fenghua, and then to sideline the original head of the family, Hua Feng. Mu Beiqing even brought that junior with him, and backed him up. He was sitting next to him at the moment. What surprised Mu Beiqing was that the two old men were against it, while the four of them were still negotiating. Hua Feng came into the room under the guidance of someone else. Head, you're finally back, one of the old men said enthusiastically. Certainly, third uncle and fourth uncle. Don't you want me to come back? I got a plane. Come back if you want in the future. After Hua Feng said this, everyone's expressions changed. What surprised them was not that Hua Feng took the plane. It's about whether Hua Feng has made friends with any powerful forces. Because things like airplanes, it's definitely not a large passenger plane that can carry hundreds of people. As for small aircraft, even before the end of the world breaks out, it is also rarely seen. If so, this Mr. Mu is here to find you. They want Alan to take your place. After the third uncle finished speaking, that Alan picked up the teacup. Not even looking at the fire phoenix, he drank tea by himself. Alan, why did you hook up with an outsider? What disputes do we usually have internally, naturally? You could open the skylight and speak frankly. In order to prevent ourselves from fighting among ourselves, I am even willing to leave Fenghua and go to the suburbs to run my own business. You thought I left. Is it a concession? Sister Feng, they all said that after Brother Huang died, you become kind. How can you sit in this seat like this? Look at that guy named Pastor. I heard that a while ago in a church in the suburbs. Killed dozens of people. And that guy named Iron Tower. Another 700 to 800 people were recruited. And that Buddha. Enough. Hua Feng stopped Alan's nonsense. Leave. I'll pretend that what happened today never happened. We still have important things to discuss. What? Is there anything I can't bear to hear? Since you are so close to this guy named Mu Beiqing, you should know what kind of person he is. Mu Yun, the head of Tianwei Mansion, died a while ago. Right? But I heard that Demingzi let him go at that time. Do you think I did it? Mu Beiqing asked in disbelief. Of course, if he doesn't die, how can you sit firmly as the successor of the head of the family? Just like if I don't die, can you sit firmly as the head of the family? Alan? Hua Feng? That's not what I meant. Just now you kept calling me Sister Feng, and now you're calling me Hua Feng again. Your reaction is written on your face. Get out of here. You are too young. This place is the crater of a volcano. You can't sit still. Hua Feng walked around to Alan's side, put her hand on Alan's shoulder, and was about to pull Alan away. Alan wanted to leave, but looking at Mu Beiqing next to him, he didn't move at all. He gritted his teeth and sat down again. Somewhat interesting. Hua Feng touched his hair. Ah! A scream came from Alan. Everyone looked over at the same time. Only then did I discover a hairpin from Fire Phoenix. It had penetrated into Alan's eyes. I'll leave now. Let's go now. Alan cried for his father and mother. Did I let you go? I am too kind, but cutting the weeds does not remove the roots. I'm worried that you will be born again when the spring breeze blows. Hua Feng grabbed Alan's hair, pull out the hairpin again. It stuck into this guy's other eye. Ah, my eyes! I can't see it. I can't see. Alan groped around on the ground randomly. And the Fire Phoenix pulls out the hairpin. Mu Beiqing wiped the blood on his collar indifferently. I heard that inside Wangjiang Pavilion, there is a care center for people with disabilities. Those of you who have been bitten by zombies, even if my hands and feet are cut off, you can have a good rest there. The relationship between your Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion is so good, you use personal relationships. Arrange this guy for recuperation. Is it okay? Mu Beiqing snorted coldly. His face was ashen, and he didn't speak. See a visitor out? Hua Feng raised his hand. Mu Beiqing wanted to say more. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of Zhang Wei among the crowd following Hua Feng. You guy, also here. You are a fierce person. That day's negotiation, you and Guisho were also present. Mu Beiqing pointed at Zhang Wei and said. In fact, after that day, there are many people asking about Zhang Wei everywhere. Because Demingzi attended that kind of occasion, the matching younger brother should be one civilized and one martial. Usually, martial. Location, it should be done by a rabid dog or a piece of wood, but that time it was a new face. So many people are asking who Zhang Wei is. Fire Phoenix was also inspired by this news. Be open to Zhang Wei in the northern community. Take this blind man and leave quickly. We are on business. Zhang Wei directly pulled out the butcher knife. Talk a lot of nonsense. Might as well show the knife once. Really, as soon as Zhang Wei took out his knife, Mu Beiqing stopped talking nonsense. Get up immediately, he ran out in a hurry. What to do with this blind man? Zhang Wei pointed at Alan, who was crawling on the ground. Chapter 417 Frozen Basement. Just a blind man, is it necessary to kill people and punish people? Drive him out of Finghua. Tell everyone in Finghua, I am still in charge here. Huafeng said indifferently. Both Lu Renjiao and Zhao Zhenxiong were shocked at the same time. This is the big shot. What is murder and heartbreaking? To kill a chicken to scare a monkey is to kill a person and kill his heart. Third uncle wants to say more, but his fourth uncle patted his shoulder to stop him. There is no need to say more about the two clan uncles. You protect me, I know, otherwise I would have been killed by this guy long ago. There is no need to talk about the past. Let me talk about what's going on now. Several men dragged the blind Alan away. One of them came over and reported, Mr. Mu from Tianwei Mansion has left. So Huafeng greeted Yang Guang, Zhang Wei, and the others, and sat down casually on the big sofa. Then he said, the manpower that was lost at Walmart last time, I can probably add more. This time in the northern community, absorbed hundreds of people, although not as good as the original residents of our community. But I went through life and death with me all the way. There will be no dissatisfaction. Master, what do you want to do? Don't our high-rise buildings have many vacant floors? Arrange these people evenly in different high-rise buildings. Let them slowly integrate with the residents here, in addition. Uncle Clan, please arrange manpower. Observe these new people secretly. Bad intentions. The sneaky ones cannot be allowed to stay. Arrogant. Those who are fierce and quarrelsome cannot be kept. Out of tune with our residents. Those who form cliques for personal gain cannot be allowed to stay. A person like Alan who stirs up dissension, fishing in troubled waters, you can't stay either. Okay, head of house, I took note of it. And this time I need 110 men, fully armed. Come with me to the Hansen Pharmaceutical Factory. There are our people there surrounded, to rescue them. Tell those who go, there are certain risks this time. The number of zombies exceeds 10,000, but we can get a lot of medicines. You can keep 20% of these medicines for yourself. 80% will be handed over to the community. The boss can keep 30%, 70% turned over, before going to Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Help clean up my northern neighborhood first. Use it as a defensive temporary supply base. This time the zombies, we don't attack hard, just lead him away. This saves trouble, otherwise. The people inside, they probably all starve to death. Okay, the boss. Arrange a separate lunch. We also need to find some doctors. As soon as Huafeng finished speaking, Zhao Zhenxiong's stomach couldn't help but growl. We don't have a lot of food in Finghua, but there are relatively few of us. When the end of the world breaks out, I arranged for a large number of people to go out to look for food. At least, he has enough food and clothing. You don't have to worry about food and clothing. But you still send people to rob Walmart? Zhang Wei really wanted to slap Huafeng in the face. But I thought about it, and held it back. Zhang Wei and others haven't had a full meal all day long. If it weren't for the painter's home, smoothed out a tube of noodles, it's probably early by now. When the ammunition is exhausted, the food is exhausted. The doctor came in and examined Huafeng. But Huafeng pointed at Yang Guang, Zhang Wei and others. The eyes are a little inflamed. But it's not a big problem. A doctor said after checking with a magnifying glass. Bruise all over the body. Rib fracture. The second doctor gently touched Zhang Wei's chest and replied, it seems that there are mild sequelae of concussion. The second doctor continued to diagnose Zhang Wei. Tell me, can it be cured? Zhang Wei was not worried about other problems. This rib fracture was a big problem. Once the ribs were broken, it would poke the internal organs. No matter which one of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs or kidneys was pierced by the ribs, it would be fatal. And at this time, there is no condition for surgery at all. It's not a big problem, as long as you don't do physical work for 3 to 5 months, just don't fight. In addition, supplement more nutrients, have a great rest. We have some health medicines here. I'll arrange some for you. The doctor jumped to the conclusion. Can't you fight for 3 to 5 months? That's probably the same as Shoen. But what should I do in these 3 to 5 months? Instruct brothers to do some farm work in the spring? Go fishing and walk the dog every day. When Zhang Wei was thinking quietly, the doctor continued to examine Yang Guang. In front of Huafeng and Ayu. Yang Guang. Without hesitation, he took off the coat he took off from the dead body, showing all the wounds, and a somewhat emaciated body. The doctor made a casual diagnosis with a stethoscope. And based on the old Chinese medicine doctor's diagnostic method of looking, smelling, asking and feeling, asked Yang Guang many questions. It will be found later. malnutrition, anemia, chronic gastroenteritis, chronic bronchitis, chronic pneumonia. Such conclusion. Yang Guang is lucky to be alive. Who cares about these diseases? In Yang Guang's words, do not give infusions or injections. The popular spicy diet made up for it within half a month. The meals arranged by Huifeng are very simple. Potato, boiled beans, and things like pickled radishes. However, several people in the group were hungry. I actually ate it with gusto. What other ideas do you have? Huifeng asked the people who came with him. I'm fine, but please find someone to deliver the letter to the bar in the Wham building. Just say that King Li is still alive. Come back after finishing what you are doing. And you? Huifeng asked Zhang Wei. I'm fine, can't die, just stop fighting and fighting zombies. I also have 2 brothers who work in the pharmaceutical factory. To rescue them, there is also an old man and a child, and that painter guy. Anyway, there are planes. Let's airdrop some food and medicine on the top floor of the pharmaceutical factory. Otherwise, I don't think those injured people will survive the night. Yang Guang also nodded in agreement. This matter has to be implemented by him. The only one who can fly a plane. And you, don't have anything to report to your immediate boss? Do you know who is above me? Yang Guang asked tentatively. Huifeng said nothing, just use chopsticks to pick up vegetables. Several people also tacitly understood, that's the stick, chopsticks are equal to sticks. No need to report. When I was flying a helicopter at low altitude, I guess many people have noticed, there is also a helicopter landing in your Fengqi. I thought it wouldn't be long before it will spread throughout the old city. The meal was almost devoured. Zhang Wei threw the bulletproof vest to Lu Renjia and said, I'll lend it to you and Zhao Zhenxiong for a few days, so you can get familiar with it. When you meet a big man, ask him to lend you 2 more bulletproof vests. Zhang Wei's borrowing, of course, is the kind of borrowing without return. Boss, you are injured and can't wear it yourself. Zhang Wei smiled awkwardly. After Yang Guang had enough to eat and drink, he refueled the plane in Huifeng's territory and did some maintenance. He also used ropes to make a rope ladder. Although Yang Guang planned to deliver supplies, he still planned to pick up some by the way. But those with minor injuries or serious injuries, it's not appropriate. Yang Guang only plans to pick up a few people he looks pleasing to. For example, the painter guy. Yang Guang's people left first. Zhang Wei is still waiting for Huifeng's troops to assemble. Because most people, not in Fenghua instead, they operate outside or look for supplies. A signal that resembles fireworks, you can call these people back. Zhang Wei was leaning on a makeshift crutch. Limping to the side of the fire phoenix, he asked in an inaudible voice, Master Huda, what are you doing? I heard that painter guy say, you go to the northern community, it was given by Fenghua. Exile, but what you did just now, it shows that you are still in charge here. What do you want to say? Huifeng interrupted Zhang Wei's nonsense. The painter said, he had heard the overlord say, a large supermarket in a northern community has an underground freezer. You borrowed electricity from Demengzi, after the wire is powered on, started the refrigeration system of the freezer, you never let anyone in but yourself. Seeing the fire phoenix did not speak, Zhang Wei continued, I also heard that murderous metal hairpin on your head is the special key to that cold storage. You know too much, this is my family matter. I'm just more curious, because that old Manning who, he seemed to be quite concerned about this matter before he died. What he entrusts you with, it should have something to do with this. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, Huifeng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 418 Dolly's past. Did this really come from the overlord's mouth? Huifeng asked with some suspicion. I heard that too. Zhang Wei knows, the painter shouldn't be able to lie. And judging from Huifeng's expression just now, this thing should be true. There are no secrets in the cold storage, but if you want to help the old Manning who arranged his funeral, of course you can go in and take a look. Funeral affairs? Zhang Wei was confused. But Huifeng didn't continue to talk nonsense. Zhang Wei suddenly realized, I talked to her so much, she has probably reached her bottom line. This woman is not as simple as she seems, although the fight was ordinary, but among the talkers of the 8 major forces, it should be closer to the front. Said. Disturbed, Zhang Wei went to chat with Lu Dolly. At this moment, Lu Dolly's left and right shoulders were held by Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong respectively. He was saying something reluctantly. Zhang Wei walked over from the back. I heard Zhao Zhenxiong asking there. Speak quickly. The one named Wang Rilin. What does it have to do with you? Last time we met Qian Baohua, he said you two behaved intimately, and that woman seems to be looking for you all the time. I have no idea. Lu Dolly said shyly. You still haven't told me honestly. Leniency to confession, resist strictness. Lu Renjiao was threatening on the other side. Don't touch it, I confess. Wang Rulan is my elementary school classmate. I studied in Lujiagu in elementary school. Just after elementary school, I studied in Laocheng High School, and Wang Rulan went to Binhai to study. It turns out, I met an old friend in a foreign country. It's really the 4 joys of life. Zhang Wei walked over from behind. What 4 joys? I only heard that playing mahjong has 4 blessings. Lu Renjia asked. Don't you know Sishi? A long drought brings nectar, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night with flowers and candles, when naming the gold medal. Zhang Wei replied. It turns out this is the great 4th happiness. Brother Dolly had both pleasures to himself. Since there is dew after a long drought, it's another time to meet an old friend in a foreign country. Maybe there will be a night of flowers and candles in the bridal chamber. Zhao Zhenxiong had a lewd smile on his face. Go to hell. Lu Dolly kicked him out. Suddenly Zhao Zhenxiong came to eat shit. Fortunately, the ground is clean. There are also 4 great tragedies in life. Do you want to listen to it? What are the 4 great tragedies? A long drought brings sweet dew, a drop, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, enemy, the wedding night with flowers and candles, next door, when naming the gold medal, same name. Forehead, this can really be said to be the 4 greatest tragedies in life. Okay, you go away. I'll have a few words with Lu Dolly alone. Zhang Wei dismissed Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia. Wait until the 2 of them are far away, Zhang Wei asked. Why are you playing black boxing in Demingzi's bar? Zhang Wei is well aware of the horror of black boxing, either dead or injured. Especially in an environment like the end of the world, killing someone does not require you to consider legal consequences. Those who dare to take the stage, it can be said to be unscrupulous. Lu Dolly, on the other hand, can only be considered a half-starter at best. At most he is stronger, no fighting skills whatsoever. After Lu Dolly hesitated for a moment, speak. I didn't want to box at first, I'm here to survive. Survived? What's the meaning? You should know, I stabbed a man blind because of Wang Rulan. That guy is the son of City Light King Wang Liang. Wang Guangyang City has 2,000 to 3,000 men and horses on the bright side. Unlike other forces, their force was a large financial group before the end of the world. Get involved in real estate, medicine, entertainment media, warehousing logistics, mechanical and chemical industries, and other industries. It can be said that he is wealthy. Other forces, the materials and manpower we have, they are all numbers on paper, but city lights. But there are actually so many people, and they have multiple warehousing and logistics centers in the old city. There is no shortage of supplies at all. I see, you mess with people you shouldn't have messed with. But now we are brothers in distress. I killed their people too. Who did you kill? Lu Dolly was stunned. The guy who shot me before. My name is Chen Dongsheng. I heard it was a UFO called City Lights. What is a chief financial officer called? Accountant. And his son is Chen Yuxuan. He's a young man. It should be similar to the person you stabbed to death. People with no brains. This shouldn't be called UFO. Call me CFO. And Wang Pinyuan, who I stabbed, I heard he was just in a coma, not dead yet. I think we're in big trouble. Lu Dolly was a little discouraged. What does your punching have to do with you stabbing someone? Oh, it's like this. Some people want to use me as a stepping stone. Stand up for the light of the city. It can be used as a certificate to join City Lights or make friends with City Lights. I heard my elder brother say, instead of being plotted by these people, it's better to fight them openly. I'll start darker, over time, then no one should come to trouble me, and the people of City Lights, due to face. Nor to a man who has gained fame, the boxer who walks on the edge of life and death every day kills with pain. Who is your elder brother? Big fierce man. Did Mingzi accept you as his younger brother? It doesn't make sense. What Zhang Wei wants to say is, why don't you accept me as your younger brother? This little brother is no ordinary little brother. It's like being with a rabid dog. Rejoice, Iron Tower, sure Buddha, and the others are equals. But Zhang Wei knows, this is actually a good thing for Lu Dolly. Demingzi accepted Lu Dolly as his younger brother. On the contrary, it was a kind of preservation for Lu Dolly. So Demingzi arranged one boxing match after another for you, so that you didn't fail? Demingzi's arrangement is true. It is also true that I have no failures, but some boxing matches. It's not Demingzi's arrangement either. For example, this time we intervened in a pharmaceutical factory. It was the arrangement of the old man named Guisho. I see. Big Mingzi is secretly raising your worth, help you get to the top. But what is his purpose in doing this? Why use you as a student? Could it be that they have taken a fancy to your potential? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I can't figure it out either. Then what happened when you were captured by Stick Wang Yukun? Zhang Wei thought of the rumor. Stick seems to have been causing trouble for Lu Dali. I was not captured by him. I just had coffee with him a few times. Coffee? Stick and have coffee with you. He also taught me boxing. It is said to be a killing technique in the military. I studied for 3 days. No clue. He said that was enough. You can't learn even if you teach too much. I have to go back and understand it myself. I see. Didn't he ask you to find some insulin medicine or cough medicine? That's not true. It's weird. Why are the two most powerful people in this city? They are all so optimistic about Lu Dali. An ordinary chef. Chapter 419, The Secret of Cold Storage. Is this what happened to you recently? Almost. Then we are both pretty much the same. I walk on the edge of life and death every day. But it's not bad to survive. Many people I know have turned into zombies. Zhang Wei patted Lu Dali on the shoulder. At least, this chopstick killer still regards them as his own. After all, is a school alumnus. Let's go to Old City High School together when we have time. Now I run it very well. Walk, see if the Fire Phoenix people are in place. Zhang Wei called Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiong again. Went to the playground where the plane was parked before. Yang Guang, who went to deliver the airdrop, has not returned yet. However, 70 or 80 people from Wufen came. Not long after, another 70 or 80 people came down from various corridors. Plus Zhang Wei and others, there were almost 200 people gathered. I won't say much more about this trip to the pharmaceutical factory. Saving people is the main thing. The elderly, weak, women and children should not go. Right at Fenghua's base camp. This operation, don't waste time with zombies, just lure the zombies away, go through here, the distance is not far, it's only 4 kilometers, but in some places, the zombies are not cleaned up at all, you are all veterans, it's up to you. Everyone divided into 10 teams and acted. Don't be too concentrated, meet downstairs in the tallest building in my northern community. Wufen gave the instructions one by one. Zhang Wei and his group of 4 also set off in the crowd. For Zhang Wei, this kind of above-board action is his favorite. You come to step on the mines, and you go to die. Just stay in the crowd and be careful. The streets of the old city have long been figured out by various forces. As soon as the Fire Phoenix people went out, the people who met them arrived. Some of the people who met them had set up points in advance, and some cooperated with other forces. The people of the Fire Phoenix went all the way, and everything was surprisingly smooth, because someone has planned the safest and fastest route. Until we were almost 1 kilometer away from the pharmaceutical factory, only then did we encounter a decent group of zombies. At this time, those who introduced zombies into pharmaceutical factories, I've been running around for a long time. Broken down trucks can be seen everywhere on the road. These people are also extremely smart. Knowing that driving away from a target is too big, they probably dispersed early. Some people from Wufen, there are people who know how to drive cars, climb aboard the locomotive, after checking and finding that there is no problem, just drive away in the opposite direction. When leaving, cars honked all the way, the nearby zombies were immediately attracted, started running back like crazy. Scattering zombies is much easier than gathering them together. Because the density of zombies is greater, just make some noise, or the survivors show up, the hungry zombies started a crazy chase. In just half an hour, the number of zombies within 1 kilometer of the pharmaceutical factory decreased by 30%. For half an hour, the zombies behind also disperse more. This makes the people of Wufen can find opportunities to enter northern communities calmly. Certainly, zombies in the core area of the pharmaceutical factory, not much left. One is due to the barrier of the wall. Another reason is that inside the pharmaceutical workshop, there are also a large number of survivors. This is also a fatal attraction for zombies. In a wide driveway, how many times does the car go back and forth? Repeatedly crushing, the whole street was littered with zombie corpses. There was an endless snow scene. It was immediately dyed red. A rancid smell began to permeate the air. After entering the northern community, the Fire Phoenix did not gather the troops, immediately issue the latest orders, but let the survivors, to zombies in pharmaceutical factories, make the final eviction. And Wufen had just arrived in the community first. They entered a heavily guarded department store. It is said to be strict. It's because when viewed from outside the glass door, the supermarket is empty, but the supermarket was locked. Wufen opened the temporary lock with a key, carrying a black plastic bag. Just go inside. When Zhang Wei and others were still hesitating, Huafeng hooked his hand towards Zhang Wei. You come in alone. I don't want too many people involved. Zhang Wei walked in a little puzzled. The end of the supermarket, it's a staircase going down. Fire Phoenix turned on a switch on the wall. The entire passage was as bright as day. You connected 4 or 5 kilometers of power lines from the central city? No, just 10 meters. The original electrical wiring can be used. Huafeng stopped in front of a rolling gate. Then, there was silence. Inside this, what on earth is there? I said, this is my family matter. The Fire Phoenix pulled out the hairpin. After a while of tinkering with an equally simple copper lock, the copper lock will pop open automatically. Then the Fire Phoenix opened the door, went in. Inside is a frozen basement. The area is not large, about 20 or 30 square meters. After the lights in the corridor were turned on, this basement is also as bright as day. There is ice and frost everywhere, just like the snowy world outside. Huafeng walked to a corner. He opened a piece of white cloth. A person sits on a chair. It has been frozen into an ice sculpture. Zhang Wei pulled out his knife without hesitation, because he saw the Tide Man raise his head. This person is clearly a zombie. The zombie's legs and upper body are bound by chains. But when I see someone approaching, it was difficult to raise his head. Put away your knife, Huafeng reminded Zhang Wei. The zombies began to roar slowly. The range of motion is getting bigger and bigger. Only then did Zhang Wei discover, this zombie has a piece of cloth tied in his mouth. And his hands? I was also put on motorcycle driving gloves. No brackets are exposed. Huafeng knelt on the ground. Hold this zombie. Wu burst into tears. Then Huafeng seemed to realize that Zhang Wei was still there, so he wiped his tears. Who is this? The zombie's face has been deformed. Zhang Wei couldn't see his face clearly for a while. But judging from the length of her hair, her clothes and her figure, this is a man. A burly man about 1.8 meters tall. He is the Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix, your sweetheart Huang? I see. No wonder you said this is your family matter. No wonder you are so fond of the key, but you freeze him here. What does it mean? At this time it is most important for people to die. Shouldn't he be buried in peace? And you are in danger. Controllable danger. It's not dangerous. I won't freeze him here. In less than 2 months, he will become a skeleton. Only here, he is my Fire Phoenix. Zhang Wei really wanted to say that this guy had almost turned into a skeleton. Operations to restore power at that time, it was a few months after the apocalypse broke out. If the Fire Phoenix died during that time, it was normal for his body to begin to decompose. But freezing does stop further decay. Huafeng untied the rope from the zombie's mouth, used chopsticks to pick up a piece of black meat from the black plastic bag, stuffed into the zombie's mouth. You, what are you feeding? Zhang Wei asked with some fear. Chapter 420 Silver Fox's Last Wish. It's just pork liver. Don't be nervous. I won't let Huang eat messy things. In this low-temperature environment, he only needs to eat a little meat every half-month. Pork liver? Where did you get the pork liver? Don't worry about this. Your curiosity should be gone now. Right? It's up to you to handle Silver Fox's funeral. Let me be alone with Huang for a while. Silver Fox's funeral? What exactly are you talking about? You turn left to the other corner. There is a crystal coffin there. The crystal coffin in the freezer? What? I'll go take a look. Zhang Wei only felt that there was another crystal coffin in the cold storage. This makes absolutely no sense. Until you get close to that corner, Zhang Wei Kai felt the seriousness of the matter. The crystal coffin is less than 1.5 meters long. Actual length inside, that's between 1.3 and 1.4 meters. But at this time, what shocked Zhang Wei was not the crystal coffin, but the inside of the crystal coffin. A patch of red frost. There are also blood stains on the transparent glass cover inside. This long blood stain seems to have trapped a living person inside, and the living people's desperate struggle before death left scratches. But Zhang Wei knew that there were no living people locked up inside, because there is a layer of iron chains outside, tied to the crystal coffin. This is clearly a zombie. Zhang Wei looked inside. You can vaguely see the outline of a child, at the age of 12 or 13. But not like the Fire Phoenix, already in medium to high degree of decay. This corpse, it looked like he had just died. Zhang Wei knocked on the crystal coffin. The zombies inside showed no reaction. Already dead? It turns out that Huafeng said he would help Yin take care of his funeral. That's what it means. Zhang Wei also roughly understood what Huafeng meant. This child, he should be the grandson of Silver Fox. Zhang Wei talked with Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong once said, Silver Fox said before he died, I am not a pedophile. The kid who always follows me around, he is his grandson. Silver Fox never told anyone that the child was his grandson. Also to protect him in the last days. Over time, for those who are not familiar with Silver Fox, they all thought he had some special hobby. But what does Silver Fox mean by locking his grandson here? Do you also want to feed it like a fire phoenix? With doubts, Zhang Wei returned to Wolfeng's side. You saw it all? There is a child, has been transformed into a corpse. Then you should know everything, that's how it is. It happened a month and a half ago. Silver Fox's grandson was bitten on the finger by a zombie. If Silver Fox makes a decisive decision, cut off this kid's fingers, it is possible for children to survive. Silver Fox said. He hesitated then. He thought of the guy named Ghost Hand. It is said that he was also bitten by a zombie. He immediately cut off his finger. So he survived, but he became a cripple. No little finger and ring finger. It's hard to even press a lighter. Silver Fox said. He couldn't make up his mind. He only hesitated for 2 minutes. When he figured it out, the child has been poisoned. What happened next? Later, Silver Fox brought his children to the pharmaceutical factory to look for medicine. But there are no medicines at all, the mad virus that can cure zombies, and Silver Fox has never even entered the outside of the pharmaceutical factory. I met Silver Fox before the end of the world. It can be regarded as one of the few acquaintances. He stayed in my northern neighborhood for a while. Later I told him about the Fire Phoenix. He made a decisive decision. He also froze his grandson. He thought it might be possible to slow down the speed of corpse transformation. Or wait until the day when an antidote or vaccine is produced. So this is what Silver Fox asked you to do. He probably doesn't know that his grandson is turned into a corpse. Zhang Wei was a little sad. He could probably imagine Silver Fox's grief. You are wrong, Silver Fox already knows. He added that chain himself. Silver Fox said that was fine. At least his grandson is still the same. When he wants to see it, you can still come and take a look. But the zombie child has been making trouble in the crystal coffin. Silver Fox stayed with this child for 2 days and 2 nights without eating or drinking. Later he finally made up his mind. You said he killed his corpse-turned grandson in the end? No, he completely broke the key of the chain on the crystal coffin into the keyhole, then the ice coffin was plugged in. I remember the day I came to see Fire Phoenix. The temperature on the digital display on the ice coffin, it's minus 23 degrees. 23 degrees below zero. It is estimated that all cells in a person all have lost their activity. That is complete brain death. No wonder I just knocked on the ice coffin, no response. So what you said, want me to help arranging his funeral, are you going to bury this child? Silver Fox wants to be buried with his grandson after death. This is his last wish. When entering a pharmaceutical factory, he told me about this. He said he would try his best to protect me, even if you risk your life. But he hopes to be buried with his grandson after death. So that's how it is, I see, anyway. This kid's corpse won't escape here. Then just recite the Silver Fox. Wait, I'm afraid the Silver Fox has been eaten up by zombies. It is estimated that only the bones are left. Zhao Zhenxiong, I give you a difficult task. Zhang Wei walked outside, while shouting loudly. Then he pulled Zhao Zhenxiong's shoulder, and said something. Not long after, Zhao Zhenxiong went to find Lu Renjia, with a look of helplessness and a wry smile. We need to make a stretcher. Zhao Zhenxiong said to Lu Renjia. Stretcher? What to lift? You think, in case the people in the pharmaceutical factory are rescued later, what should I do if there is an injured beauty? What to do? Of course, I will introduce it to you. I have a girlfriend. Lu Renjia spoke righteously. No, I said. Take it out. Be prepared as a stretcher. That makes sense, but Lao Zhao, didn't you notice at the time? Except for Aunt Wolfeng, there were few female employees in the workshop at that time. New. Prepare one first. What if there is? Zhao Zhenxiong waved his hand helplessly. Wolfeng was finishing cooking his own family affairs. Back, finally summoned his men and horses to combine. Head of the family, we have also searched for southern communities. There is no woman named Ajin you mentioned. Probably escaped. One by one. His subordinates reported. No matter, this is the overlord's own business. Wait until he comes out and solve it yourself. Head of the family, there are not many zombies left. The remaining zombies, we go out with all our strength. It can be solved in about an hour. If you want to enter a pharmaceutical factory, as long as a safe channel is cleared, if the people inside are in harmony with each other, maybe it will be faster. We can't count on the people inside. The corridor is blocked. Just clear them all, taking the wall as the scope. Try your best to eliminate the zombies inside, and have people surround that unfinished building. You can't let a fly go. Chapter 421 4-person card game. Half an hour later, Another person came and reported, "The head of the house, there is no one on the unfinished building at all. Have you checked every corner?" "Yes, there was only a corpse on the ground that had been chewed until only the skeleton remained." "That guy should be Sue." "No reason, unless they have wings. Could it be Yang Guang?" "Don't think about this. 6 or 7 hours have passed. Those guys, it is normal for a plane to pick them up and leave. Didn't it say that Qin Tianshou's wife in Binhai City used to use transport planes to deliver food? The boss of that group of foreigners is in Binhai. They probably took the person away." This is when someone came in again and reported, "The boss, Yang Guang, also found it. The helicopter parked on the roof of the administration building. Human figures can be vaguely seen above, but there seems to be no foreigners. Besides, go to the top floor of the administration building. It's estimated to take about 20 minutes. Why does it take so long? Didn't you say you can enter the pharmaceutical factory in half an hour?" Huifeng was a little impatient. "Head of the family, it's already dark, it's snowing again, our vision is limited, work efficiency will drop a lot at this time. You cannot light the fire or turn on the lights. Otherwise, zombies will be attracted. Okay, take your time and step by step. I hope the medicines and food delivered by Police Officer Yang can be put to good use. Save a few more people." Until more than 40 minutes later, Zhang Wei and other talents opened the passage to the administrative building. The entire lower floor of the administration building, a total of more than 200 zombies were killed. When Zhang Wei and others endured their nausea and climbed up to the Phoenix level, I couldn't help being surprised. Because at this time, Yang Guang, painter, the seriously injured overlord, and that little brother named Lu, I was sitting at a table playing mahjong. And beside, there are also some noodles that are not finished yet. On the overlord's body, there are also some cloth bandages wrapped around it. "Sister Feng, we're all settled." Ale said something strange. "You guys are a little slower than I thought." Yang Guang casually raised his head and responded, "Hey, touch yourself." The painter tipped his cards. "Yang Guang, is this what you call saving people? What about the 2 foreigners and the tattooed male driver?" The fire and Phoenix were all angry. "Have no idea. When my plane arrives, the unfinished building has long been deserted. I wonder if they are hiding on the floor below. Those guys also have grenades. I dare not get too close. But they probably left earlier, because we have been playing mahjong here to observe. There were no other aircraft approaching." "You guy, the injury is so serious. Can you still play mahjong with your hands?" Lu Dali leaned over and said, "It was discovered that some of the bandages on Overlord's body were still bleeding. It's a bit of a disadvantage. Come and play a few rounds for me, I direct. Just draw the cards." Overlord said weakly. "You guy, the injury is so serious. How did you get on the plane?" "I hung it up directly, Overlord." "This guy, not to mention getting on the plane, I guess I will die. I ended up eating half a bowl of noodles." It became more lively. Yang Guang played mahjong for a few times and said, "I won't play anymore." The Overlord then faced the Fire Phoenix. "Did you catch the mole? Let her run away. Is your person a woman named Ajin?" "Sorry, Fire Phoenix. I didn't know the situation would turn into this time the damage. I take 70% of the responsibility. I don't want any medicine. You take them all away. It's better to prescribe medicines 50-50. It doesn't matter how many medicines we got. Just claim to the outside world that we have obtained the medicine." Huifeng doesn't seem to be very interested in medicines. And Zhang Wei knew, this mahjong game, Overlord, Yang Guang, painter, there is also Lu who represents the Fire Phoenix. The distribution of benefits should have been reached. This pale conversation between a few people, I said it to others on purpose. Real medicine, Yang Guang should know where to put it. The reason why Yang Guang clamored to deliver food and medicine? It should be the medicines transferred by people who are looking for pharmaceutical factories. Otherwise, we wouldn't accept people to play mahjong here. Medicines from pharmaceutical factory, Yang Guang can't eat by himself, can't move either. And only Huifeng and Overlord, whose sphere of influence is nearby, only then can you go to high-rise buildings and remove medicines without leaving any trace. And Yang Guang wanted to eat a lot of food for himself. He also deliberately dragged the painter onto the pirate ship. Participated in this mahjong game. The painter represents the white police. Who among you wins mahjong? Can I share some of the red? To know the death game of this arena match, my brother named Lu Dali and I, he also put in a lot of effort. By the way, he came from the bar, the same origin as the Silver Fox. Zhang Wei reminded me specifically, Lu Dali represents De Mengzi. And the dead Silver Fox, it represents De Mengzi's strategist and his ghostly hands. At this time, Zhang Wei still has to help brother Lu. Take advantage of what you can get at this time. Little devil, do you know what we are talking about? Yang Guang patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Of course I know, the cake is so big some people share more, some people get less. I don't divide your share of the cake. I ate the City Lights cake. I killed Chendong Sheng. I hope you will keep this secret for me. I said it before, this kid is no ordinary person, Overlord. Ever since you let him and the painter get involved, we will lose. Huafeng saw that there was a bowl of untouched noodles next to him. He picked it up and said while eating. And after all the irrelevant people have gone down, Zhang Wei said to Overlord and Huafeng, you must hurry up. Maybe that guy called American cows and kangaroos. Things were moved overnight. Already got it. The Overlord holds 2 mahjongs, playing with it in hand. Then thank you 2 heads, I'm going to find my friends. Zhang Wei led Lu Dali downstairs. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of the pharmaceutical factory, Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, they were carrying a stretcher and searching everywhere in the hall on the first floor. Lao Zhao, what the hell are you looking for? I said I was looking for the old man from Silver Fox. Didn't you say you were going to carry the woman? Why carry the old man? That old man must have been eaten by zombies to the last drop. Right? The boss told me to carry him. Stop talking nonsense. Look for him quickly. Zombies are not dogs. They won't have eaten all the bones. Not long after, the 2 found a bright red skeleton in the pile of corpses a few meters away from the fighting cage. It should be this one. How do you know for sure? A spoon. There was a big spoon next to this guy, and his clothes, which were similar to Silver Fox's, but they were soaked in blood. Do you remember? Lu Renjia took out a chopstick, and tossed it on Silver Fox's skeleton, and lifted up the tattered winter clothes. Then in the lining pocket, a red plastic certificate was found. It says, Chef, Chen Baiyin. Then, there is a red seal on the certificate, covered the name, the small print above is, Chen's Health Soup Catering Chain Company. Ltd. I said. Why does this old man play with a spoon all day long? Turns out he's a soup cook. Chapter 422 Delivery of Benefits. Overlord is very fast. All the medicines were shipped back before dawn. When the helicopter was transporting, it's the real deal. This medicine is not like the ones on the market. There are only 20 or 30 pills in a box. Instead, it is packaged in plastic bags, a vacuum plastic bag. It contains 700 to 800 pills or pills. So the forklift kept moving at that time. The helicopter only makes 1 round trip, but he took away almost 80% to 90% of the medicine. These medicines are equivalent to the weight of 6 adults. The people of Huafeng counted them, and found that they were close to 600 kilograms. And Zhang Wei and others also found Tiexiong and Taibeng, who were safe and sound, on the 3rd floor, as well as Axing and Ari who were responsible for protecting them. Axing and Ari met Ayu again and exchanged greetings. Ayu immediately found Taipeng, and asked about the whereabouts of his brother Wu Yuelong. I don't know. I have never seen him. Tieping's words made Ayu completely give up. And Zhang Wei had to comfort. Those who haven't found your brother, then it is possible to still be alive. Maybe left the old city, maybe he evacuated to another place. But Zhang Wei also knew from his heart, Ayu's brother is probably dead, just like the grandson of Silver Fox at this time. It will either turn into a zombie, or become a skeleton. The probability of survival is less than 10%. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the probability of survival for adults is less than 10%. Not to mention a child of 12 or 13 years old. Huafeng and Bawang are both quite honest. The medicines were divided into 10% for Zhang Wei, and 10% for Lu Dali each. Zhang Wei did not refuse. The construction of his old town high school camp, and staff expansion, all need food and medicine. Not long ago, I heard Lu Dali talk about City Lights manpower. When the combat strength reaches at least 2,000 to 3,000, Zhang Wei Kai felt insignificant. Dozens of people from Jiangwei Old Town High School, in front of others, just like ants. Randomly select 100 or 10 people, they can be crushed easily. City Lights people, they will never be as weak as the looters outside. Big forces will only attract the strong. The strong are stronger, those plunderers out there at best. They are people who are not accepted by the mainstream forces and are desperate. Boy, thank you for your help. What do you do with the knife? I promise you, I have a temporary workshop, over there in the villa area a few kilometers away. If you are free, you might as well go over there and have a look. Available? Of course I'm free. Zhang Wei wished he could hang out with this old man. At least build a few good knives for each of the brothers. I just came from the villa area. The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was, it was when I was entrusted by that crippled old man, came here. At this time, the disabled old man explained how to search for insulin-like drugs, and the cough medicine that Shan Nao said was given to Wang Yukun. Zhang Wei has collected them all. At this time it's time to go back and pay a job. And there's this guy Yang Guang's helicopter. It's very quick to go back. It only takes a few minutes. Better than myself and others. Take the family with you. Passing through the same streets, avoid large numbers of zombies much faster. Zhang Wei and others spent the night in the employee apartment of the pharmaceutical factory. There are ready-made beds and quilts. At dawn the next day, it's snowy outside again. I don't know how much snow it has fallen outside. Compared to the vastness outside, the inside of the pharmaceutical factory is quite miserable. Hundreds of corpses lay scattered here and there. Some are zombies. Some are survivors who died in fierce battles. Many corpses have been stabbed or decapitated. Even those who have seen big scenes, when seeing this scene, it's also a bit timid. These bodies are a big problem. It is already mid-January. Spring begins in March. The ice and snow will melt no matter what, and when the temperature rises, maybe there will be a plague. Huifeng looked at his men. The corpses were moved and piled together. The body of a pharmaceutical factory, they all must be dealt with. Overlord also reached a consensus. Originally, the accumulation of corpses in a pharmaceutical factory was an inconsequential matter. But the bad is in the southern communities, and the northern communities are around here. Not just water sources, the air here will be polluted in a few days. We are at Old Town High School, have experience in handling large numbers of corpses. In your case, or burn, or bury it, it's up to you, but in that unfinished building, every floor, there is a lot of cement and lime. You might as well take advantage of it, do some disinfection. Huifeng adopted Zhang Wei's suggestion. A big excavator was found, next to the unfinished building, found an open space. A deep pit was dug to a depth of 10 meters. Then throw the body in and bury it, and sprinkled with plenty of lime, and the soil outside is backfilled. Heavy pressure was applied again. Finally, a helicopter landing field was built with cement. It was 3 days before all this was completed. Zhang Wei thought that his injuries would gradually improve with the passage of time. But he did not expect that the pain would become more and more severe. Fortunately, the pain was still bearable. But Zhang Wei did not dare to do strenuous exercise. Instead, he calmed down and thought about what to do next. The painter gave his share of medicine to Yang Guang and said, "I am alone. I have not taken these things. You can give them to Director Wang later. I will not return to the resettlement community. I originally planned to leave after the spring. Now it seems that it does not matter if I leave earlier. I will just follow these little ghosts first." Zhang Wei did not know until later that he and his group were the so-called little ghosts mentioned by the painter. "We're going back to school, or go to our high-rise camp in the old town." Zhang Wei didn't want this guy to follow him. Because of how much Yang Guang and Huifeng valued this guy, it was obvious that this guy was not simple. This time the pharmaceutical factory fight to the death. Everyone felt as if they had died, and only this guy, still as undisciplined as ever, just like taking a leisurely stroll. This guy the painter, there seems to be no fear. At first, Zhang Wei felt that the painter was something like a psychopath or a schizophrenic personality. After getting along with each other, we found that the spirit of this guy, no problem. That is to say, those so-called killing arts, it was really his impromptu doodle. "Is the high-rise camp you were talking about located in the central part of the old city? I heard there's a place called the Wim Building. There is a bar inside, playing and singing in the bar every night. Just in time to go take a look." The painter talked about the bar, very fascinated. These words made Zhao Jinxiong very excited. "That's good, I also want to see it. Let's leave as soon as possible. Isn't this guy Lu Dali boxing there? Let's discuss it, bet on him to win every round. Is it okay to earn some cigarettes? Beer or something?" Zhao Jinxiong and the painter are arm in arm. But the painter turned his head, with an indifferent expression. Zhao Jinxiong could only smile awkwardly. "One way or another, let's go back with Yang Guang and Tai Xiong first." Chapter 423 Return to High School. Huifeng and others responded to the departure of Zhang Wei and others. There is no holding back. It is a cooperative relationship. The cooperation ends, completed the division of interests, that is, everyone is his own master. Everyone went back to their respective homes to find their respective mothers. What's more, Bo Wang and Huifeng are across the street. It's still a competitive relationship. Both of them suffered heavy losses in manpower this time. In order to prevent other forces from coveting this place, we can only cooperate temporarily. The pharmaceutical factory is surrounded by a radius of 10 miles. It is essentially a vacuum zone. Such a place, The person who intervenes first, nature comes first. This is also the reason why Overlord and Huifeng Anren develop their own power here. This way there will be no conflict of interest with other people like the 7 major forces. Nor will he have any grudges with the big men who are causing trouble in the old city. Zhang Wei also understands this very well. Vacuum area of power. If you don't occupy it, others will take over. Just like the area of Old City High School, no one paid attention at first, but later. After most people realized the importance of food, they all came to snatch it like crazy. Zhang Wei didn't believe that there was no shadow of a big force behind the 7 waves of plunderers. There must be someone behind the scenes who is adding fuel to the fire, just like the ghost hand arranged Inhu and Lu Dali to the pharmaceutical factory. Some people are playing chess, no regrets for making a move. Lu Dasheng, Silver Fox dies. This is the fate of the 2 chess pieces. But the ghost behind the scenes is still the winner, because Lu Dali will bring back the medicine. After Demingzi took these medicines, will continue to expand its power, just like a rabid dog took down the hot spring and ate 30,000 kilograms of grain. The game of big shots take every step of the way. But when Zhang Wei thought of Mu Beiqing from Tianwei Mansion appearing in Fenghua's sphere of influence, Zhang Wei knew some people can no longer sit still. The crippled ghost hand is playing chess, and more people, they are also uniting vertically and horizontally. Zhang Wei feels the old city is facing a major reshuffle. But at this time, Zhang Wei decided to move forward steadily. As for Zhang Wei's current mission, just to visit a cripple again, but this cripple is a lame. His name is Qin Xinhong. Is that old classmate of mine still alive? Tiexiong asked with some disbelief. Nature, it's just that my leg is lame, in fact. We come to the pharmaceutical factory to find you. I also received his guidance. At this time, Zhang Wei also remembered what Qin Xinhong said at that time. He said that Tiexiong and he both took the college entrance examination in 1978. College students taking the first exam. Qin Xinhong majored in geology. He studied mechanical engineering. His legs have been lame for a long time. That was more than 10 years ago. 10 years ago. It's not that when the shield machine is digging tunnels underground. Was he beaten lame by a coworker? It seems that the old man is lying to me again. His legs were broken. But that's not important anymore. The perpetrator was sentenced to 8 years in prison. It's considered a price to pay. He didn't lie to you at all. That man was indeed his coworker. Okay, let's not talk about your old stories anymore. I brought you and your grandson out intact. You have to keep your promise. The swords of my 2 brothers and my knife. No problem, including your 2 brothers named Ah Xing and Ah Ri. They took great care of me along the way. I will also help them build the cold weapons they want, however. Using an electric hammer requires electricity. If hand-forged, it is estimated that it will take some time, and I need some help. There is no problem with manpower. I'll help you arrange it. Zhang Wei was eager to find some people to learn skills from the old man. You must know that this old man is in his 70s. Maybe one day I will die. Some traditional techniques of building, you can still learn what you need to learn. Zhang Wei has already made plans. Those who have nothing to do, call them all over, for example. A farmer. Shuangxia, Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiong or something. The helicopter landed directly in the open space of the old city high school playground. This made everyone in the camp feel like they were facing an enemy. Until Zhang Wei and others walked out of it. And the helicopter made 2 trips. On the second trip, there was Zhang Wei, Lu Dali, Painter, the medicine shared by Yang Guang and the 4 others. First put some medicines in the villa area, then take the remaining medicine, brought to Zhang Wei's old city high school. This batch of medicines, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali split 20%, the Painter and Yang Guang shared 30%, in total. Half of the drugs moved by pharmaceutical factories were moved. As for the other 50%, it was divided between Huifeng and Overlord. The Fire Phoenix ate 30%, Overlord ate 20%. The Overlord has a mole on his side, out of rationality. I said I don't want any medicine, but in the end, he still smiled silently. His men suffered heavy losses. 48 of them were seriously injured or dead. 86 were slightly injured. Almost all of them were injured. Without this batch of medicines, the number of men would have been reduced. And those defective medicines were divided up by the zombie hunters brought by Huifeng that day. Except for a few people Huifeng trusted, others didn't even know that. 80% to 90% of the other medicines were secretly transferred. After Lu Dali landed at Laocheng High School, he naturally had a closed-door conversation with Hu Lai, Pei Wu, Hu Dai and others, telling them what had happened during this period. A woman came here not long ago. Hu Lai talked about such a thing. Is it Wang Rulan? Lu Dali was instantly attracted to his attention. No, it's a girl wearing a white mink miniskirt. She said her name was Gong Sun Shui, about 23 or 4 years old. Gong Sun Shui? I seem to have heard it somewhere. She came here to find a man named Mu Mu. I chatted with a man named Zhuang Cha here for half an hour. And then left. The one who sent him here? It's a rabid dog. It was still the car driven by Yi Xiaobai. What is this woman's background? He actually allowed Mad Dog to personally escort him. Yi Xiaobai was also asked to drive. In Zhang Wei's memory, but there has never been such a number one figure. But Zhang Wei seemed to have heard of a person named Snow. Woman looking for wood. It seems like the romantic debt owed by Mu Mu. The elder brother Zhuang Cha recognized in prison is really not simple. It seemed like the whole world was looking for him. No matter, Uncle Hu Lai, you used to open a store, this batch of medicines obtained, you find someone to move to the school's infirmary, see how to arrange or distribute, another chance, go and bring Zhou back. I don't know either. How many medical skills did he and old man Lin learn? Prescribe the right medicine, you should understand. Right? Good, ask Huapao to deliver a message someday. Is this guy in Huapao still working as a messenger? He no longer runs away on his own. It has attracted more than a dozen young people. Let others run for you. He is responsible for directing. He said he wanted to be like before the end of the world, restart the express logistics system. He also asked us if we were interested in being his angel investors. Invest? What does he need? He said he needed free food. We need Mishu Ebingqing's intelligence network. We need to place manpower in the mine gang and construction site association. Rejoiceful Peer Gang, he's got it. We have to run our own intelligence network. Let him join forces with a Chong from Mishu Ebingqing. This kid is a rejoicing person. Just take it easy, don't let him sell us out. I'll pay attention. Good, that's it for now, Lu Renjia. You and Hu Dai have a good time together, Zhao Zhenxiong. Take the painter and Yang Guang for a walk around the school, then take them to the prison for a walk. See what pointers there are. That place is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and facing against the cliff. I plan to transform it into an arms storage warehouse. In this way, this place can help each other with the school camp. Zhang Wei is preparing for the worst. If the zombie siege comes as scheduled, the old city really cannot be defended. You have to be prepared to fight guerrillas in the suburbs. Old Town High School, it can be advanced and attacked. Old Town Prison, it is retreat that can be defended. Chapter 424 Visiting Stick. Ah Yu has been silent since she came back. Zhang Wei knows this is a person who gets hope and instantly wished for destruction. Zhang Wei didn't know how to comfort Ah Yu. He could only wink at Pei Wu and Hu Dai. Something comforting, it's better to let girls come. Zhang Wei rested for a day and night at Laocheng High School. Arrange a lot of things, then he dropped the 3 people of the sun. Moon and stars, I brought Lu Renjiao with me, Zhao Zhenxiong and Zhuang Cha, Nan Qingquan, and Yang Guang. The painter who was a guest at Laocheng High School went directly to the villa area. Zhang Wei found Chen Xinhong, still in that empty room. Old man, what you want? I got them all, including the people to be rescued, and the insulin-like drugs you want. It's just that I can't figure it out. What do you want this medicine for? Do you have diabetes? Fine. Is it just for research? Research? Aren't you a PhD in geological engineering? How can you do medical research? It's just a request from others. By the way, Wei Feng, I didn't expect to see you again these few months. How are you doing? I don't know whether he saw Tetsuo at the door or deliberately changed the subject. Chen Xinhong avoided this question. Thank you for your help this time. Tetsuo recovered from the broken shield machine blade. Then I knew the background of Zhang Wei and others. Zhang Wei was entrusted by old man Chen Xinhong. Otherwise, Tiexiong would not trust Zhang Wei easily. Wei Feng you are talking about. What does it mean? Wei Feng, it's Tiexiong's name. It means towering mountain peaks. His full name, it's called Tai Weifeng. Chen Xinhong explained to Zhang Wei. So that's it. I'm still wondering how you got a name like Tiexiong. You two are chatting here. I went with these two to visit someone. I'll meet you when I get back later. Zhang Wei asked Lu Renjia and others to stay here. He left directly with Yang Guang and the painter. That guy Wang Mukun, I don't like meeting outsiders very much. Zhang Wei doesn't intend to make a big splash either. But people like Wang Mukun, Zhang Wei still plans to get acquainted. It is the same at the end of the world and before the end of the world. That means it's easier to do things if you have more acquaintances. Once mixed with the stick, Zhang Wei felt like the links below him. People like Yang Guang, everybody can talk. When I first arrived at the villa area, Zhang Wei saw the links busy there. It seems to be boiling Chinese medicine. and the room inside, a slightly thin figure, reading quietly. Zhang Wei knew without even thinking about it, that was probably Wang Yukun. Shan Mao was also suddenly shocked by the visit of Zhang Wei and others. You really came back alive. Yang Guang, you are finally back. Yesterday I saw a plane flying over the sky. I guessed it was you. Shirzhe, didn't you go to Binhai University to teach in the art department a year ago? Are you still alive? Obviously, Shanao also didn't expect that this guy Shirzhe was still alive. Zhang Wei remembers. Bobcat previously said that the pharmaceutical factory is an unknown existence. It seems, the Lynx doesn't even know. Painter Shirzhe is in the resettlement community. I came back half a year ago, living in the resettlement community next to the pharmaceutical factory, just didn't come back. I resigned from the police department that year. He no longer has a police rank. It's really inappropriate to appear here, but I heard Yang Guang say, there are a few old friends here, and... The painter said, but he looked at the figure inside. And the instructor. Wang Yukun is Shirzhe's instructor? Zhang Wei suddenly figured out something. It seems that what Overlord said before about Shirzhe is a policeman. It is true that he has participated in the criminal investigation of major cases. But a policeman? Why did he completely become a pervert after the end of the world? Is it because of Wang Yukun's influence? Come in. Everyone. The man inside put down the book in his hand. Then he strolled to the living room. Only then did Zhang Wei see clearly. This man was wearing a very loose pajamas. Resolute face, but it revealed an unprecedented majesty. He is the leader of the White Way after the end of the world. Stick King Yukun. At this time, the Lynx. Prepared Chinese medicine was also brought. Zhang Wei glanced casually. Only huge leaves were seen among them. It seems to be a lute leaf. Zhang Wei thought of his promise to Shan Mao, immediately took out some medicines from the backpack. Both Chinese and Western medicines are available. Most are anti-inflammatory and cough-relieving drugs. Shan Mao immediately packed up the medicine. The five of them sat together awkwardly without speaking. It was Zhang Wei, an outsider, who broke the silence. My name is Zhang Wei. He is a student of Laocheng High School, this time. Shan Mao stopped Zhang Wei from speaking with his eyes. Zhang Wei had no choice but to keep silent. Zhang Wei originally thought that a few people would have a long talk. Unexpectedly, Stickman only said 3 words from his own mouth. Let's go. Zhang Wei thought that he, an outsider, was here. They don't want to talk deeply, so I found an excuse, planning to leave right now. Wang Yukun nodded in agreement. Just when he turned around and walked out a few steps, Zhang Wei heard the painter say, Instructor, the matter of Sergeant Lu Weihua, I can't find any news at all. He is half your instructor. Never mind, you don't need to check. It's been 5 years, I guess I can't find it. Wang Yukun's words were full of sighs. Lu Weihua. Lu Weihua or Lu Weihua. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered, when I first met this guy. The painter, he was painting in the hall. And they are all paintings of dead friends. At that time, Zhang Wei pointed to the painting on the wall and asked, Is this your dead friend too? That is a man with handsome features. The age is estimated to be around 35 years old. That is between 30 and 40. It seems now, if the artist painted it based on his memory 5 years ago, then the age should be around 40 years old, probably on par with Wang Yukun. At that time, the painter Shirzhe said, that is one of his friends. He doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. To be precise, there is no news about this person. So the painter never painted him. Shirzhe also said, that was a few years ago. His name is Lu Weihua, is a policeman. He disappeared from this world. Lian Wang Yukun. Dig 3 feet into the ground, couldn't find him either. This man named Lu Weihua, he still seems to be a sergeant, and he is half of Shirzhe's instructor. If the stick were Shirzhe's former instructor, then that person named Lu Weihua, he is a colleague of the stick. It only took Zhang Wei a few seconds to just deduced everything. The title of instructor, extremely special, it's usually called this in the military. Or when veterans are training new recruits, veterans also become instructors. It seems, Wang Yukun was originally from the army, including the missing man named Lu Weihua. Zhang Wei knows these policemen. I guess there is something else we need to talk about at length. But Zhang Wei had previously agreed to go to the old city with the painter. I had no choice but to turn around and shout, Shirzhe, I'll wait for you at that cripple's place. Chapter 425 Handicraft Workshop. When walking back, Zhang Wei is still thinking over and over about the conversation between the painter and the stick. Red-shirt soldiers appeared on the streets more frequently than last time. This is due to the spillover effects of pharmaceutical factory zombies. After many zombies were dispersed, I ran to the villa area adjacent to the pharmaceutical factory. This is a suburban area. There are no tall walls, like the central city. A large number of zombies are pouring in. The people here have to be on guard. Zhang Wei only spent more than 10 minutes. I returned to the house where Qin Xinhong lived before. This lame old man. It always gave Zhang Wei a strange feeling. In the last days, only those who are in good health, only in general can one survive. Disabled people will almost be eliminated from the initial zombie craze. Especially people with leg disabilities. When Zhang Wei went, 2 old guys were making a fire to cook. 4 or 5 people gathered around a pot. Stay warm there. Below is a metal stand that supports the pot. Zhang Wei had seen this kind of tool when he was a child. It's called a tripod. Come back so soon? Shuang Cha was very puzzled. Yes, boss, the painter and those 2 guys Yang Guang. Didn't you stay for lunch, or are they running out of rice to cook with? How? What do you think about the guy named Wang Yukun? Will you keep me for lunch? Wang Yukun? You went to see the change. Shuang Cha said halfway. He quickly covered his mouth. But the farmer just smiled naively on the side, helped put the wood into the fire. Zhang Wei walked around, after touching Taiping's head. He said with a smile, call you and the farmer over. It's because I want to forge a batch of knives. I want the people in our camp. Let's all change a batch of equipment. At least the core members have changed their equipment. Zhang Wei corrected again. Let everyone change their equipment. Not realistic at all. But making a dozen knives, or the point of a spear, there should be no problem. Boss, this kind of rough work, can you just find a few people to do it? How many of us are needed? It's freezing cold today. The quilt at school is much more comfortable. Shuang Cha gradually got used to calling Zhang Wei boss. Just because it's freezing cold, just light the furnace and make fire, forged iron knife, this way you can also warm yourself up. But the farmer who had been silent interjected, tell me to come here. Do you need to build a set of torture instruments? No, it's a knife. Various knives, knives of different lengths, widths, thicknesses and weights. This is no ordinary knife. The material is the blade of the shield machine. Only Tai Weifeng has such technology. But I am an old man in his 70s. My grandson is still a minor of 12 or 13 years old. We can't let the 2 of them do these jobs. So work hard. I need you to do it. Just follow Uncle Tai's instructions and everything. Zhang Wei knew that calling him Uncle Tai was a bit inappropriate. In fact, it should be called Grandpa Tai. But at this time, there are slightly older people like the farmer present. Call me Uncle Tai. It is also suitable. At least the seniority is not messed up. The farmer Zhang Wei is almost around old. This made him call Boss Zhang Wei. This is definitely impossible. The farmer couldn't speak either. However, Zhang Wei also intends to support farmers. Consultation of punishment. Character, if the farmer is Zhang Wei's elder, this is more appropriate. Among those big gangs, this is also done. After the end of the world, the gang's tactics, on the contrary, it is more suitable for maintaining order. If you need to use a hammer, I also need to connect electricity to my workshop, otherwise, it can only be made by hand. It is estimated that it will take more than half a month. An electric hammer is a machine tool hammer. Tetsuo said. Time is not urgent. Slow work produces careful work. Material consumption during this period will be supplied by us. I'll find someone to send it over. Zhang Wei knows it is not very complicated to get electricity. For example, the community in Huifeng a few kilometers away has electricity. But if you borrow a phone, it is inevitable to owe others favors again. I was too lazy to speak. If you need electricity, there are also ones here in the villa area. Qin Xinhong's words made Zhang Wei interested again. If you can use a machine to cast a knife, that must be good. At least the weapons made will have a more uniform density and better toughness. Moreover, the steel of the shield machine blade cannot be turned into a knife by simply hammering for a few minutes. It will take at least several hours. What is the price? No price. Food, medicine, or some scarce goods can be exchanged. But the sale of this electricity is calculated by the hour, regardless of power and loss. When the time is up, the usage time will end. Is there such a good thing? I just want high power. Although Zhang Wei didn't know the power of the electric hammer, he estimated that it was at least 2 or 3 kilowatts. A small hair dryer only has 1,800 watts, and what Zhang Wei is most in need of right now is food and medicine. Food is not convenient to carry, but is for medicines, but I can recite it casually. Then let me contact you. Qin Xinhong is also very enthusiastic. Zhang Wei only hates that this place is not in the old city. Great Wall. Within, otherwise, He has the playing cards given by Demengzi. You can use electricity for free. The current building where Yi Xiaobai, Qianbaohua and others are located, I use Demengzi's power supply for free. Sometimes when the voltage is stable, you can also use air conditioning. This makes many homeless survivors envious. Yi Xiaobai's people, you can even use limited electricity to grow some organic vegetables. Like cucumber, cherry tomatoes or something. The growth cycle is short. It's easy to mature. Zhang Wei heard all this news from Hu Lai. But they are all true and believable. Tiexiong's small workshop is half a kilometer away. Zhang Wei and his party walked for a long time under his leadership before arriving. What Zhang Wei didn't expect was that Tiexiong's room turned out to be in the downtown area. Logically, a place like this should have been looted by looters long ago. Zhang Wei couldn't help but be a little worried about Tiexiong's electric hammer machine and his messy tools. Rest assured, no one dares to touch me here at that time. That guy named Yang Guang and I, when leaving for the pharmaceutical factory, Wang Yukan came to see him off. Everyone knows that I am the one he protects, this area. No one doesn't give Wang Yukan face, and I have some tools in this one. It's of no use. If it were really food or medicine, I guess I've been visited by thieves who took the risk a long time ago. Tiexiong opened a rolling shutter door. The contents inside are indeed complete, but most furniture and appliances all have accumulated a thick layer of dust. The first thing that caught Zhang Wei's eyes was an ancient scabbard, hanging in the center of the living room. What is this? This is made of lightning-struck golden nanmu. Golden nanmu is the coffin of the emperor. It is rare. Lightning-struck carbonized golden nanmu is the best of the golden nanmu. I bought this scabbard at the antique market. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Tiexiong took off the scabbard and handed it to Zhang Wei. This is the story I told you. Qin Xinhong pointed at the scabbard and said, What story? Zhang Wei was stunned. Have you ever told the story of the scabbard, Jinyui or Dongchong? You may have forgotten, I'm talking about the story about Old Man Tai and the Japanese guy you once told. It's the guy named Junichi Watanabe you mentioned. I was in an antique market at that time. We met the Japanese you mentioned. He wants to customize a scabbard for his broken sword. And Tiexiong is also customizing a scabbard for his hatchet. Both of them fell in love with this scabbard, because this scabbard is made of lightning-struck golden nanmu. Later Tetsuo used his own hatchet. He gently touched the sword that the Japanese call the 8th-generation single pass. Then the Japanese sword broke. The hatchet I said was not nonsense, because it is a rough knife. Old Man Tai really used it to chop firewood. I remembered. It's the knife made of shield machine blades you mentioned. Only then did Zhang Wei remember that guy Junichi Watanabe. There was indeed a broken knife. At that time, Zhang Wei, Rejoice and others took turns watching. I just feel a little sad that the knife is broken. And Junichi Watanabe also said his knife was cut off by another, better knife. This is the knife. Tai Xiong struggled to lift a knife from under the bar. Chapter 426 The Peerless Sword. Are you sure this is a hatchet? Zhang Wei watched as Old Man Tai brought out a large knife that looked a bit like Bao Ming's dog-headed guillotine on TV. Which sheath do you put your sword in? Zhang Wei felt that Tai Xiong had made a big joke on him. The sword is always cast first, make the scabbard again, but I was at the antique market that day. I immediately fell in love with this scabbard. That's how this scabbard came up, the idea of making another knife. Lu Renjia tried to pick up the knife with one hand. It didn't move at all. Uncle Iron, what material is your knife made of? My butcher knife weighs 12 pounds. I dance with ease, you broken knife. I can't move it no matter what. Lu Renjia was speechless. That's natural. This knife weighs 48 pounds and 2 taels. So heavy, this damn thing is almost the same as Second Master's Qin Long Yinwe's sword. Zhuang Cha cursed. Second Master? That's what Guan Eri meant. Are you really willing to give me this golden Namus scabbard? Although Zhang Wei remained calm on the surface, but I was overjoyed in my heart. The length of this scabbard, at about 70 centimeters, if paired with a long knife of 80 to 90 cm, that is naturally in line with Zhang Wei's expectations. What Zhang Wei thinks is the most suitable length for a short knife? That's about 0.8 meters, the long knife is about 1.2 meters. But just in terms of hunting zombies, the long knife is more of a constraint. Not even as good as a gun. And, even if the long sword is equipped with a scabbard, it can't be put in easily at once. It's no problem giving it to you, just a piece of rotten wood. After Xiaoping's parents died in the pharmaceutical factory, I have looked away from many things. The so-called imperial coffin, after all. It is just a handful of less. This scabbard, I can't use it. Hang here. Sooner or later they will be eaten away by insects. Good, Since you are so polite, then I will accept it, but old man, why don't you bother with my knife? Why don't you give this scabbard first? Get a suitable knife. Forge me a butcher knife. Lu Renjia also said excitedly. Make me 2 short knives about 1 foot long. Zhao Zhenxiong said embarrassedly. You two hit the street and learn from the old man. Come and do it yourself when the time comes. Zhang Wei directly refused for the old man. This old bone can't stand the torture. Forged knives are fine. The slow flow of water takes its time. Don't use too much force just to rush the work. And with the electric hammer, Zhang Wei was not worried that the old man's bones were falling apart. In addition to the previous dragon-slaying knife and the big hatchet that looks like a dog-headed guillotine, Old Man Tai moved out a pile of scrap metal from somewhere in the house. Some are still round and arc-shaped. These are the blades of the TBM? There's more. If you want to buy electricity, I think it's best to create all the rough embryos at once. Otherwise it would be too wasteful. Good, we have enough to eat and drink. Construction will start in 2 days. Zhang Wei said that construction will start in 2 days. It's because the wires are connected, it still takes some time. And this place? Old Man Tai, there are no pots, pans or stove. You have to work here day and night. It is estimated that everyone will starve to death in a few days. 2 days later, Lu Dolly, who is in Laocheng High School, also appeared in the store. Why are you here too? Don't you want to send medicine back? The guy with the yellow robe has changed his mind. I don't have much medicine. He has a motorcycle. It's all done in one trip. After Lu Dolly arrived, he immediately became involved with Zhao Zhenxiong and others. I need a kitchen knife. Lu Dolly took the curled kitchen knife and lost it on Old Man Tai's counter. It's almost the same style as this. This knife was used by Lu Dolly in the pharmaceutical factory. But the blade has been curled, later. When the battlefield was being cleaned again, the nostalgic Lu Dolly picked it up again. Don't you have a 3-edged spur? I heard it's still Damascus steel. Shouldn't it be any worse than the material used in this shield machine? What's wrong? Is it easy to use? It's quite easy. I'm just used to using a kitchen knife. Military thorns can be used to kill people, but a kitchen knife can be used for cooking. Lu Dolly said half-jokingly. Only Zhang Wei knows. This guy Lu Dolly, it's definitely not cooking with a kitchen knife. Knives for cooking, in the market or in someone's home, you can easily find it. Lu Dolly used a kitchen knife, most likely. I still want to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. When I have free time from now on, I will be a chef. The sealing knife hides ordinary people, idle cloud, wild crane, ancient temple. Okay, do whatever you like, but you should pick up that big spoon from Silver Fox that day. I'm not used to using that thing. The old man of Silver Fox is different, I later heard. He is a soup cook. I guess the spoon has been used for decades. Okay, we make a variety of knives. Gather as many as you can, save it for later. It's a pity that those 2 guns from the pharmaceutical factory was taken away by the Guy Guang, otherwise we can hide. There should be guns in the school. Right? What's the use of hiding so many guns? Be prepared. Zhang Wei knows. Gun without bullets. At the moment it's almost like burning a fire stick. But maybe one day I can get bullets. Things like guns. Something is better than nothing. It can also be used to bluff people. 2 days later, Qiaxiong's workshop is open. Zhang Wei found people from the mining gang from the market. I bought several hundred kilograms of anthracite coal. Iron was burned on Tetsuo's special steel-making stove. This kind of forging is not like making steel into molten iron. Just heat the steel red. Requirements for stoves, not that high either. After the blower is powered on, blue flames came out. After throwing the blade of the shield machine, it took more than 10 minutes to slowly turn red. Zhang Wei knew that this speed was pretty good. In order to catch up, Qiaxiong directly threw his rough hatchet up, which was a knife that had been made before the end of the world. Zhang Wei definitely couldn't use the weight of 48 Jin. But he didn't want to waste this top-notch material. So he discussed with Tai Lao too, and made this rough material into iron blocks of different sizes. The largest piece was more than 16 Jin. Zhang Wei asked the old man to perfectly match the scabbard, and made a long knife with a blade of 72 centimeters. Adding the integrated handle, the length of the entire knife reached 88 centimeters. Although this is 7 or 8 centimeters longer than the short knife Zhang Wei expected. The longer part is at the handle, which is also convenient for holding with both hands. So Zhang Wei did not reduce it. For the remaining steel, Zhang Wei asked Tai Laodu to imitate Lu Dolly's 3-edged military bayonet and make 12 3-edged chopsticks, which are shorter in length and thinner in diameter, but also have blood grooves, which can achieve a good effect of killing and bleeding. Zhang Wei feels that with such a weapon, stabbing a person's chest, it can easily kill with one blow. Unlike chopsticks, which often break first when stabbed, these 12 weapons, although they don't seem to use much material, are still 3 or 4 pounds. Because the density of steel is very high, the weight is even heavier. With the remaining 28 pounds of steel, Zhang Wei made 2 daggers of about 15 centimeters. This kind of dagger is similar to the weapons used by kangaroos before. It can be hidden at the waist or tied to the calf. It can be used in emergencies. Finally, Zhang Wei also made a dagger of about 35 centimeters. The difference between a sword and a knife is that it has a double blade and a sharp blade. Such a weapon is very strong when hunting zombies. The shorter the knife, the easier it is to pierce the zombie's neck. Zhang Wei also made a butcher knife similar to the previous one, weighing more than 8 pounds. In the end, there were only 15 or 16 pounds of scraps left, which Zhang Wei left to his brothers to remake. Zhang Wei felt that the total weight of the weapon, which was just over 30 pounds, was almost at his limit. Normally, Zhang Wei had no problem carrying a weight of 100 to 80 pounds. But weapons were used to fight against the enemy. If the weight was too heavy, it would affect the agility of the person's movements, which was not worth the loss. Zhang Wei even planned to, if you don't go to a very dangerous place, carrying his own 88 centimeters long knife on his back, bring a short knife of about 15 centimeters or a 3-edged military spur, that's enough. It's enough to be able to fight both at close range and at long range. Weapon thing, anyway. It can be used repeatedly. After the prototype of Zhang Wei's weapon came out, under the guidance of Tixiong, he repeatedly hammered and quenched. Finally the edge is cut on a grinder. Then polish and polish with sandpaper. And when the long knife really took shape, Lu Renjia held it in his hand and played with it. Holy shit, boss, you are truly a heavenly sword. Nonsense, this is obviously a knife. Yes, damn, I thought you were using this as a scabbard, straight and straight. Chapter 427 Black Demon Bar. It does look a bit like it. Zhang Wei also thought about making a sword, but a sword is not as good as a knife, so at this time, practicality is naturally more important than aesthetics. Zhang Wei bought a pair of clean jeans at the second-hand market and used a long sword pocket in the seam of the jeans, then inserted his own knife into the scabbard and carried it on his back. Damn, boss, you really look like a knight in ancient times. Really? Dugujiujian? No, you look righteous. You are really a gentleman sword Yabuchuan. Zhao Zhenxiong helped Zhang Wei tie it up a little neatly. Roll. Zhang Wei knew that Zhao Zhenxiong was joking. Lu Dali's kitchen knife. It was completed the next day using Zhang Wei's leftover scraps. Lu Dali found a piece of wood, after a few random strokes, said, a kitchen knife of the same size weighs more than 2 kilograms. This steel is not simple. Tai Weifeng smiled non-committally. I plan to go back to Old City High School. You can continue studying here when you have time. I do not limit your freedom. Those who want to go back can go back, but just leave at least half of them here to help. Zhang Wei finally waited for the painter Shizhe. I also plan to leave this steel workshop. Didn't Yang Guang come with you? Yang Guang is Wang Yukun's man, and he can't be called. Then aren't you? I used to be. Zhang Wei knew that the painter seemed to have resigned from the police, and then went to teach at school, and he taught painting, so he couldn't help but look at him with a new eye. Because Binhai University is also one of the best universities in the nearby provinces and cities. Li Hao, Wu Yuetong, Lu Xing and the other 3 people, it is said that they once studied at that university. There are also Qin Yi, Zhuang Ku, Shuepeng and others who I knew before, who seemed to be students at this school, when the apocalypse broke out. I was just playing extreme sports in the old town, and thus escaped disaster. Zhang Wei, Lu Dali and Shizhe returned to the old town high school camp to rest, after half a month. The injury finally recovered. During this time, Old City High School also absorbed 20 or 30 survivors, replenished some of the previous losses. For these people, Zhang Wei usually doesn't refuse anyone who comes. But a week later, only 1/3 of those who remained distribute some food to the rest and let them leave. In Zhang Wei's words, this is called remove the gross and extract the essence. Not all wanderers, he will accept it without reservation. Large number of people sent out to search for supplies, whether used or worn, these daily necessities, stored in various places in the school. The current operating mechanism of school camps, it is still similar to distribution according to work in public ownership. Similar to the mechanism of eating from a big pot, but survivors are also allowed to circulate some of their own goods. In some shantytowns near the old city high school, some ownerless houses, he also gradually became angry. Zhang Wei was also happy about this. Although some of these people might have ulterior motives, they were also a kind of protection for the campus camp. At least if outsiders wanted to intervene in this campus, they had to remove these nails. On the 20th day, the painter who could no longer bear it finally reminded again and again that it was time to go to the central city to play. No hurry. Wait 2 more days. Several people waited for 2 more days. In these 2 days, more than a dozen large trucks came to the old city high school. And these trucks unloaded truckloads of bricks. They were all demolished from the nearby shantytowns. The people in the mining gang were dealing in cement. I exchanged some of them and used them to reinforce the school wall. It has to be at least 5 meters high. Why so high? Haven't you heard? The wall built by Demingzi in the city center is more than 8 meters high. And it has piles driven into the ground. And reinforced concrete is used. I know that fortresses are often breached from the inside. If a zombie crisis breaks out inside, wouldn't it be a complete disaster? Not really. Who are the people inside the wall? They are all experienced people. If there is a fire, it will be put out, but 8 meters high may not be enough. Hey, you are talking nonsense. Do you think there will be another attack on Titan coming to attack the city? Zhang Wei remained silent. After arranging the plan for the campus wall, Zhang Wei decided to set off for the old city. At this time, the zombies on the street connecting the old city and the campus had almost been cleared. Although there were occasional foreign zombies, large-scale zombie groups rarely appeared. This allowed Zhang Wei and others to avoid walking on the rooftop corridor in the snow. Some motorcycles and tricycles even started running between the two places. Occasionally, four-wheeled cars could be seen on the street. Zhang Wei arrived at the Gaolu base the next afternoon. And before he could even sit down, Yu Xiaobai came to the door. Zhang Wei, you're finally back. Well, I brought your sun, moon, and star back intact. Hey, they're 3 very capable people. By the way, do you know what's going to happen recently? What's going on? Will there be a meteor in the sky? No. It's a car race. I made an appointment with Rejoice to race. Racing with Rejoice? Aren't you a car god? Can that woman beat you? No. 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 You underestimate that woman. I had a race with her last time. And I lost. This time. The race is in Gaocheng or something like that. We've cleared quite a few streets. It is estimated that a large number of survivors will come to watch by then. Do you want me to save a seat for you in the passenger seat? Come on. I don't dare. The most I can do is bet on you to win. What are the odds? You won't lose to that woman on purpose again. Will you? Of course not. Wait. Who are these 2? Yi Xiaobai sat on the sofa and chatted for a long time. Only then did I notice 3 people sitting on another sofa diagonally opposite. He knows Qian Baohua, but this was the first time Lu Dali and the painter Shizhe met. You should have heard of his nickname. His name is Kingli. He is Demingzi's new younger brother. You may not know this person. He is a painter. He comes here. I was visiting the brothel. Visiting a brothel? Black Demon Bar? Yi Xiaobai said with a smirk instantly. Oh? Is Demingzi's bar still called Black Mountain Old Demon Bar? What do you mean by still? The bar has just opened a month ago. Demingzi cut the ribbon at the end of last month. Oh, slip of the tongue. Zhang Wei made a slip of the tongue, but in my heart, I thought of everything related to this bar. The reason why this bar is called Black Mountain Old Demon Bar is, it's because it's on the first floor of the bar, decorated with a large artificial tree. The diameter reaches several meters. This reminds me of the legend of the tree demon in the movie called A Chinese Ghost Story. And the reason why Demingzi chose such a vulgar name is because he thinks he can be like the old demon from Montenegro, covering the sky with one hand. But Zhang Wei knows, Demingzi did not completely cover the sky with one hand. Because after a few months, Mad Dog one night, going out after drinking in this bar, he was shot to death randomly in the street. Inside this bar, there's a mole. Chapter 428 Secret Management. Lu Dali only stayed in Zhang Wei's building for half an hour. Then he left in a hurry. Zhang Wei knows, he is probably going to find Demingzi. Report work? Or go to his underground boxing ring. My building, set aside a room for you, you can come over anytime. Zhang Wei said towards Lu Dali's back. Good. Lu Dali only said one word and left without looking back. This guy Lu Dali is getting more and more ruthless. The painter found a room to rest. After Yi Xiaobai said hello, he went back to tinkering with his motorcycle. Zhang Wei looked downstairs towards the window and realized Yi Xiaobai changed the facade of the nearby street. They were all converted into car shops. Some sell used cars, some repair damaged cars, some modified fuel vehicles. It even sells gasoline and engine oil. Yi Xiaobai turned the car business into a monopoly business in the old city. Qian Baohua also stood over, looking out the window at the many rows of shops on the first floor. Monopoly? No one objects. Within this wall, less than 20 square kilometers, all businesses are monopolized. Yi Xiaobai can stand firm. It's because he is playing cards, and his team, knowledge of cars, indeed more than the average person. What does Demingzi monopolize? Bar. Not just a bar, there is also electricity, gamble, tobacco and alcohol, arms, underground boxing ring, even food and water. I also have playing cards. Do you want to do something too? Zhang Wei casually threw his crumpled playing card to Qian Baohua. At this time, this playing card, it's more of a symbolic meaning. Because everyone in the old street, everyone seems to know Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai. He is the owner of 2 of the playing cards. Certainly, this is also related to Yi Xiaobai's loud voice and publicity. Zhang Wei knew that Qian Baohua was an extremely smart person. This was also when he left. Let Qian Baohua stay here. The reason for recruiting troops secretly. Our power, how's it going? Not bad. How about compared with Yi Xiaobai? Far from it. His biker gang, there are already 500 or 600 people, those who use cars, tricycle, motorcycle, even cyclists, they are all inextricably linked to him, but his core members, just 100 or 200. Yi Xiaobai is a smart person. How many of us are there? These few months you have been gone, I have been developing in secret. Currently we have more than 200 people. Certainly, I have arranged these people in various places in this city, even beyond the walls. But Zhang Wei, I feel like these people, not enough, far from enough. How to say? I have no idea, but I feel an undercurrent. All the people, they are all recruiting manpower and expanding their power. Old town, expect a bloody reshuffle. There are still 100 or 200 people in my old city high school, plus this group of people. Can you be part of this reshuffle? Not washed out. Zhang Wei asked seriously. I don't know. Zhang Wei. I don't know. I'm on the upper floors of this building. I've never been out. All my judgments are based on what I heard. I know you think highly of me. And think I'm smart. But, in this area, there are too many smart people. If Yi Xiaobai's case is added, can we survive? Zhang Wei said without giving up. Zhang Wei knew what would happen next. The 9 gates admirals and the 8 districts. The black and white. The zombies and the survivors. And even the people from Binhai were involved. I don't know. Qian Baohua's answer was very unconfident. Zhang Wei knew Qian Baohua was an extremely cautious person. If he was not sure about something, then he was really unsure. Forget it. Let's see the situation first. If there is something wrong, we will withdraw all our people to the old city high school or the old city prison. When they are both defeated, we will strike back. Zhang Wei knew that his biggest problem was that he did not have enough say. In order to survive in the end times, say is very important. Say means the weight of your words. This kind of amount, Demingzi has, the stick has. There are also people from the 8 major districts. He alone is not enough as a student. Although Zhang Wei has become famous in his own small circle, but in other people's world, but almost no one knew that Zhang Wei existed. Zhang Wei spent the whole afternoon. They all had a long talk with Qian Baohua. We talked until 2 o'clock in the morning. Qian Baohua also told what happened recently. Everything was told to Zhang Wei in detail. And Zhang Wei peeled off the cocoons from this information, finally found, unconsciously, the 9 admirals secretly established by Demingzi, already taking shape. Most of those opposing or neutral forces were divided and disintegrated by him, or bound by interests. Demingzi no longer had any resistance in this place, and had become a local tyrant. But the more this happened, the more Zhang Wei felt that those who secretly opposed him would involuntarily come together. Demingzi was not wrong. But the growth of Demingzi's power squeezed and occupied the living space of other people. This can be seen from the monopoly business that Demingzi ran in his city. In the high-rise building, Zhang Wei finally slept peacefully. This kind of peace of mind was not experienced in the heavily guarded Old City High School. In Old City High School, Zhang Wei brushed shoulders with death many times. Every time he walked through those familiar scenes, Zhang Wei felt a little uneasy. The next day, Zhang Wei left the high-rise building and went to the central square on purpose. Because Dr. Lin Yuanxiu also stayed with Qin Tianshou temporarily. And Lin Xinqing and Zhouwen were also there. Although Lin Yuanxu was identified by Demingzi as a technical consultant for the power plant, he was not used to Demingzi's gangster style and his superiority and oppression of others. Zhang Wei went straight to Qin Tianshou to thank him for the bulletproof vest he gave him that day. This vest saved Zhang Wei from danger many times. Qin Tianshou smiled and said nothing. Zhang Wei knew that it was meaningless to compliment such a high IQ person. After thanking him, he turned around and left to find Zhouan. When Zhang Wei found Zhouan, Zhouan was playing badminton with a man about his age. Seeing that Zhouan could jump, Zhang Wei was completely relieved. This means that Zhouan's broken leg has healed. Viagra, why are you here? When Zhouan picked up the ball, finally found Zhang Wei. Your badminton is not easy. Zhang Wei picked up the badminton that fell next to him. This is a chicken feather ball. The badminton has been broken a long time ago. I can only use this to make up the number, boss. Do you want to have some fun? The balls we can use here? There's also shot put and billiards. Can't play, old arms and legs. Boss, are you injured? Shall I show it to you? Zhouan saw the clues from Zhang Wei's slightly stiff movements. Well, it's not a big problem. How are you and Dr. Lin studying medicine? I've learned a little bit. Now I'm studying with 2 other doctors. One of them is a surgeon. And the other is he a gynecologist? No. I'm a forensic anatomy doctor. Very good. Ask Lin Xinqing to help me check my injuries. Zhang Wei directly rejected Zhouan's inquiry. Chapter 429 First Arrival at the Bar. Lin Xinqing slowly examined Zhang Wei in a study room. Then proceed to study the endgame of a chess game on the table. The white one is called Afu. Cat. He was curled up in a ball on top of an unpotted flower pot nearby and snoring. After realizing that a stranger had entered, the white cat looked up and started to fall asleep again. Your injury is fine, but this thing about broken ribs, to truly heal, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. When are you waiting for me? I can't feel the dull pain in my ribs. It will be almost healed by then. Okay, thank you. I'll make an order. Let Zhouan grab some Chinese medicine for you. There are Chinese medicines that can strengthen the foundation and nourish the vitality. It must get better faster. Thank you very much. You're welcome. That child named Zhouan, take him away. Ah, do you always think he is too stupid? No, his talent is very high, just what I can teach him. I've taught you almost enough. In this current situation, there are not many Chinese herbal medicines available outside. Anyway, there are the same few prescriptions over and over again. Some other more complex ratios. There is no point in studying anymore, because there is no use at all. So that's how it is. Then I'll call Zhouan back my camp. A doctor is needed. The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was, I got a large amount of medicines back not long ago. With Zhouan, a half-assed doctor here, that batch of medicines would not go to waste. Medicines also have a shelf life. It will only be valuable if you use it within a year or 2. Zhang Wei also visited several former friends, including Junichi Watanabe, who opened a tea house at the pier. Where did you get this scabbard? Watanabe Junichi asked, stammering. Didn't you say you wanted to open a Japanese sake bar? Why did you change to selling tea? I can't get wine. I can't do it myself. This knife. Can you let me see it? Junichi Watanabe is a man who knows how to use swords. After taking Zhang Wei's knife, just playing with it in wonder. Stop speaking. I won't sell it to you. You can't exchange it for anything. What a great knife. It's a pity. What's the pity? It's a pity that my knife is broken, otherwise I will be like you. There's a perfect knife. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Let me ask you a question. Has your captain called Alligator ever come to see you? Or have you ever seen it in the old city? No, has the captain shown up? Watanabe Junichi seemed a little nervous. Have no idea, but some of your captain's friends, someone saw them, and a woman named Lu Mei appearing in a bar not long ago. I see, no wonder you ask. Zhang Wei saw that this guy seemed to be pretending to be crazy and stupid. I don't plan to waste time on him anymore. He took the knife from Junichi Watanabe's hand. I just planned to visit Rejoice. But he happened to bump into Huang Bao, who had just come out of it. At this time, the yellow robe is really added to the yellow robe. I heard that 9 more employees were recruited. None of Demingzi's 9 admirals were as arrogant as him. Viagra, we are our own people. We have already launched intracity delivery services in the old city. Do you have anything to send? We can do it all for you. Can Old City High School send it to me? No problem. Help me send Zhouan back. Huan Pao. Since your boss Rejoice is not here, I will come back another day. Zhang Wei actually didn't come to visit Rejoice. I just want to find out what Black Sun is doing from June Watanabe, because this is related to the life safety of Zhang Wei himself and Lu Dali. A month later, the painter who was going crazy could not help but said to Zhang Wei, I want to go to that bar. You can go by yourself. Just go in without weapons. Or you can go to Lu Dali and ask him to arrange it for you secretly. Don't worry. We won't leak the news. And Gunzi won't know about this. You misunderstood? I know. Do you want to watch a striptease? I heard there is a midnight show. You can go by yourself. I am still a high school student. It is not appropriate for me to watch that stuff. Okay. I will go with you once. The first time is unfamiliar. The second time is familiar. You have to go alone next time. Zhang Wei had no way to deal with the painter. The painter immediately became interested after hearing this. He was quickly ready to leave. Be a role model to others. Why are you not stable at all? It's a pity that Zhao Zhenxiong is not here otherwise. You have to learn from that brat. Okay, let's leave quickly. The painter kept urging. Half an hour later, the two people arrived at the location of the powerful building in a dusty journey. Sure enough, it's here, just like in memory. Zhang Wei said to himself. What is the same memory? I'm talking about this mighty building, the same location as the original old municipal building, but the height is not that high. There are only 24 floors. Zhang Wei quickly changed the topic. The two of them just approached the bar. The roar of speakers came from inside, and the two of them haven't entered the door yet. He was stopped by two men in tuxedos at the door. It's quite serious. All the suits are on. Wanderers are not allowed here, not even minors. Zhang Wei, are you fucking over 18? The painter was a little confused. Of course it's full. You look so slovenly. Do you want to deal with it? I heard there is a barber shop nearby. That makes sense. The painter took Zhang Wei to a place. Why are you so familiar with this place? I've been around here a lot. It's just that I have never been to this bar. Step in, brother. Sure, you don't still think you are a policeman. Do you? This is the end of the world. That won't work anymore. It doesn't make any sense either. But you guy, what are you doing here? I'll tell you later when I get my hair cut. The two found a barber shop. I really started to trim my hair. In the mode, many survivors are unkempt. Because of any exquisite attention, none of them make any sense. Everyone is just struggling to survive. This is the first time Zhang Wei has come to the store to tidy up himself seriously. I usually use a manual razor or scissors that I found through a search to deal with it casually. And the painter, after starting the haircut, I also started to talk to Zhang Wei about the purpose of coming here. When I first came here, I didn't plan on going to a bar either. Although I have some curiosity, but this curiosity can be resisted. This was also me a month ago. There is no reason to call you to the bar. What about now? Why did it change again? Because I saw a woman walking in and out of a bar. Woman? Are you motivated by sex? No, a woman with white hair. White hair, old lady? You have quite a strong taste. No, it's a young woman with white hair. A young woman with white hair? White disease? I heard it's hereditary. No, just listen to what I have to say. It's a young woman wearing a white wig. Oh, I see. It turns out that spring is coming for painters, but this woman has been going to bars for many years. She must be a promiscuous woman. Brother Zhang. Please give me a piece of advice. Although this is the end of the world lacking women, but don't have anything to do with prostitutes, especially the one wearing a white wig, maybe she's a stripper. Zhang Wei persuaded with earnest words. It was at this time, a clear female voice came from the side. White wig. Are you talking about me? Chapter 430 Snow's Memories. Shurja immediately turned his head away. I found out it was a girl with short bobo hair. After taking care of her hair, suddenly I felt a little embarrassed. It's not you, it's white. Not black. Wait, if you're not wearing a wig. Zhang Wei suddenly woke up. Is it her? Zhang Wei asked the painter, who looked away in embarrassment. You said, girl in white wig, the whole bar. I'm the only one. Hello, my name is Gong Sun Shui. Hello, my name is Shurja. Gong Sun Shui. It turns out you are Gong Sun Shui. How? Where have you heard of me? I heard that you are looking for a person named Wood. Oh, have you seen it? The girl's feet are on the ground. The roller skate gently pushed. He slid over immediately. I heard he was a fugitive. Zhang Wei recalled all the rumors about Mu too. At the beginning, it started with a prison guard named Shan Mao, who chased him in the apocalypse, which was after the apocalypse. Yes, it was. Come on. I'll buy you a drink. Gong Sun Shui had finished combing her hair. At this time, Serge's hair had been done, but Zhang Wei hadn't trimmed it yet. Knowing that it would be troublesome to enter this bar, Zhang Wei gave up the idea of continuing to trim his hair. Zhang Wei, Serge, followed Gong Sun Shui into the bar one after the other. This time, no one stopped him. The Black Mountain Old Demon Bar, like most bars before the end of the world, was full of bright lights, pink neon lights, and an ambiguous atmosphere. Gong Sun Shui took the two of them to a booth. Since you know he is a fugitive, you should also know something about him. Right? Tell me in detail. I'll treat you to a meal. Gong Sun Shui casually took 2 bottles of wine from the bar's wine cabinet, as if she were at home. I want to hear his story first. Seeing the painter was dumbfounded. Zhang Wei probably knew that the painter had probably never heard anything about Mu Tu. What story do you want to hear about him? Gong Sun Shui's tone did not seem to be a rejection. Then let's start from when you met him. Zhang Wei poured a glass of wine for the painter, but observed everything in the bar. Well, the guy called Ghost Hand sat in that corner. Gong Sun Shui also poured herself a glass of wine, and then told her story about Mu Tu. That was before the end of the world. Many times, when others asked me my favorite season, I would pretend to hesitate for a moment and tell him, winter. I think my favorite season should be winter. When others asked why I liked it, I would tell him directly, snow. Because of the endless snow. Gong Sun Shui drank wine by herself. Does this have anything to do with wood? Zhang Wei interrupted Gong Sun Shui's memories. Gong Sun Shui did not respond. He continued, the reason why I like snow is not because I have snow in my name, but as a nightclub DJ, I have seen too many colorful lights flashing in the dark night. I've heard too many roars of nightclub metal music, and longing for the endless horizon after the heavy snow, and that moment of tranquility where everything is completely silent. But it's a pity. Cities in the south rarely encounter heavy snow. Certainly, this is not all the reason why I like snow. The last time I saw the feathery snow was 6 years ago. That was the first snow of that year. I was only 17 years old at that time. 6 years ago, just like that song, a sudden snowfall, floating so pure, bury me in your world, frozen the deadline of my love, but let the pain become forever. So where should I begin to tell the sad story? When Gong Sun Shui said this, only then did Zhang Wei realize, the story she wants to tell, it's just the beginning. But Zhang Wei saw that Gong Sun Shui seemed a little drunk. He never interrupted Gong Sun Shui again, so as not to make this so-called story inconsistent. Gong Sun Shui continued, let's start with my first acquaintance with him. The first time I met him, on a snowy street, that was our first acquaintance and our common impression. Actually, when I was working in a bar, I've seen him drunk a few times. Uncle Gong Sun warned me, don't look at this guy with a short haircut, who looks like a stupid lump of wood. He is not an ordinary young and dangerous boy, he is a real gangster. We should respect ghosts and gods and stay away from such people. That was 5 or 6 years ago, when there is no zombie crisis. Regarding Uncle Gong Sun's warning, I have always been worried about it. In the local gang, Uncle Gong Sun is also a person with word share. People, this thing of words, probably because his words have weight, people on the road think highly of it, ordinary people find it untouchable. So I have been deliberately keeping a distance from that person, until that snowy evening we met on the bus. Coincidentally, the seats on our bus are connected together. I can remember every moment of that day clearly. We were too embarrassed to speak at first. Is your family poor? The short-haired man seemed to hesitate for a long time. Speak to me. Gong Sun Shui imitated a man's tone of voice. Very poor? Is it what I'm wearing today, or my makeup, at that time? The monk Zhang was confused. No, I saw you were washing dishes at the bar late at night. The short-haired man hesitated for a while, said quietly. Do the washing up? That's not washing dishes, that's DJing. I'm a DJ, that's my job, just like a sound engineer. Do you know the tuner? I feel like my character has been greatly insulted. Oh, I see you, fish. The short-haired man stammered. At that time, the short-haired man hesitated to speak. I saw him looking at my thighs with a leering look. When Gong Sun Shui said this, Serge quickly turned his head further away. Fishing net. It's snowing heavily. Aren't you cold? He seemed to have mustered up great courage. Gong Sun Shui imitated the tone of Mu Tu in his memory. Zhang Wei could imagine Mu Tu's embarrassment at that time. This is not a fishing net. This is a fishnet stocking, a kind of stocking. Do you know what stockings are? That was the second time I felt my personality was insulted. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. If you have any difficulties in life, you can come to me. The man with a short haircut obviously didn't believe what I said. After arriving at the station, he hurriedly got off the bus. I got off the car and looked around. We are the same destination. No sleep tonight. Bar. That bar is on the waterfront, but it closed down 3 years ago. I was working there at the time. Gonsun Shui continued. The short-haired man paused for a moment. It seems to remind me of the place where I work. It's the same place where he went to drink. After hesitating for a moment, he came up in a hurry again. What a coincidence. We didn't even bring umbrellas. He said this at the time. Who would bring an umbrella in this season? It's snowing but not raining. It's so windy. When I was still hesitating, he took off his coat, shoulder to shoulder with me, covering both of our heads. Want to drink together? My boss is treating me today. In this kind of season, drink some wine to warm yourself up. It's still evening now. You wash the dishes. No, washing dishes, after dark. It's DJing. Not washing dishes, I don't drink. I just want to eat ice cream. Are you treating me to a treat? At that time, I deliberately made things difficult. Okay, it's cold outside. You go to the bar first. I'll buy it. He left me and his coat. He ran away in a hurry. Until 2 hours later, I just saw him with his hair covered in frost. As soon as I entered the bar, my head started to steam. You should have told me earlier. This thing is not called Chilin. It's in our hometown. It's called a cone. The short-haired man smiled naively. Then he handed me one of the 2 ice creams in his hand. He happily licked the other one. I have no idea. In that cold winter, where did he buy the ice cream? In the next 5 years, in winter I ran all over the city. I haven't found its store yet. When Gonsun Shui said this, my eyes turned red unconsciously. Zhang Wei didn't know whether he should let him continue talking. But this guy Shirsha continued to pour a glass of wine for Gonsun Shui. Then he asked inappropriately, what happened next? Gonsun Shui swallowed the wine in one gulp. He continued later. The short-haired man caught a cold. Very ill. I was so sick that I was admitted to the hospital and put on an intravenous drip. His younger brothers came to see him one after another. Many respectable elders also came to the hospital after hearing the news. After seeing the pale man with short hair, they shook their heads and said nothing when they went out. There began to be some kind of rumor on the road. Moo Moo was terminally ill. I'm afraid time is running out. When I heard this, Zhang Wei and Shirzha looked at each other. Chapter 431. His name is Moo Moo. I didn't know until this moment. The short-haired man's name is Moo Moo. Gonsun Shui then poured himself another glass of wine. Drink it all in one gulp. The seriously ill is probably not dead. Right? Otherwise, there would not have been the jailbreak of half a year ago. Zhang Wei interjected and asked, is there really an incurable disease? It's impossible to survive 5 years in prison. Listen to me and continue. Hiccup. Gonsun Shui burped. He continued, there are rumors on the road. If the wood dies, Demingzi has broken an arm. Someone else said, not an arm, that's obviously a leg. The man Demingzi, broken an arm, the other arm will carry a machete and go to the streets to kill people. Broken a leg, you won't have to go out on the street in a wheelchair, or hopping around on one leg like a kangaroo walking. The words of the crowd highlighted the importance of Mu Tu to Demingzi. I have heard that Mu Tu and Quan Go are both Demingzi's subordinates, and they have a life and death friendship. Zhang Wei explained to the painter. Gonsun Shui continued. Some people said that Demingzi's arm was broken, and some people said it was his leg. Later, the rumors in the underworld became more and more intense, and it became that Demingzi's penis was broken. Zhang Wei, later. Demingzi couldn't sit still, and ran to the hospital to visit Mu Tu. I heard that you tattooed with your bare chest. You caught a cold. You tattooed a Qilin? This time Gonsun Shui imitated the tone of Demingzi's speech. Not shirtless, I just wore less clothes that day, not a unicorn, it's ice cream. At that time, Moo Moo recalled the term. I told him word for word. That's a unicorn too, no matter it is ice unicorn or fire unicorn. Pretty good, pretty good. It's a bit like Guan Eri scraping bones to cure poison. It's true that I've been optimistic about you since I was a child. At that time, after a burst of admiration from Demingzi, he left with satisfaction. I finally understand. Demingzi and Moo Moo are both illiterate. The painter said somewhat speechlessly. The reason why I know the conversation between Demingzi and Mu Tu so clearly is because I was taking care of Mu Tu at that time. Gonsun Shui thought Zhang Wei and the others were doubting the truth of her words, and hurriedly explained. Then Gonsun Shui continued, Mu Tu was discharged from the hospital after drinking my 7th bowl of ginger soup. Mutu's brothers were shocked when they saw the soup bowl as big as their heads that I brought to the hospital. They all exclaimed, "I didn't expect the boss's bladder to be so big." "Yes, your boss's boss is even bigger." Mutu gestured with both hands. The boss's boss, of course, refers to Demingzi. After that, there was another rumor on the street that Demingzi's bladder was as big as a casserole. Many younger brothers did not believe it, and argued, "You are wrong. I was there that day." And Mutu said that the boss's penis was bigger. "The boss's penis? Didn't he say it was broken?" said one younger brother. "Broken? How dare you say such a thing? Be careful or you will die without knowing how." Another younger brother quickly covered the younger brother's mouth. At that time, Mutu slapped them all in the face and shouted angrily, "Who the hell said it was broken? I saw it was fine yesterday. It was a bit like trying to cover up something." "Well, Mutu is saving these two younger brothers," said the painter Shurja seriously. Later I asked Mumu, "Why do you call it wood? What's your real name?" Although Mumu is indeed very dull, but I still want to know his real name. Mumu replied, "I don't know either. People have called me this since I was little. My surname is Lin when I was a child. The fortune teller told me that I lacked wood among the 5 elements. From then on my mother called me Mumu. My real name, I can't tell you yet." Mumu said this after thinking about it seriously. "So I never knew his real name. So for the next 5 years, I have been trying to find him who suddenly disappeared 5 years ago. But there was no result. In this city with such a large flow of people looking for a person who only has a code name but no real name, easier said than done. What's more, he is still an outlaw. It's impossible before the end of the world. It will be even more impossible after the end of the world. I even think that the news about his jailbreak, it's all fake. It's just a lie spread by the Big Mingzi in order to expand the territory." "Uncertain, maybe it's true. I know a man named Zhuang Cha. I've seen him before," Zhang Wei said seriously. "The person you are talking about, I have looked for it. He is in a high school, but what he said may be true. So when I hear you talking about wood, I thought about inviting you to drink by the way. Inquire about his whereabouts. Although we don't know wood, but it can help you pay attention. Do you remember anything related to wood that you can tell me? This might make it easier for us to find him, because a prison guard named Shan Mao is chasing him." "Lynx? That guy has been to the bar for a drink." If you think about it carefully, what other conversations did you have with Mumu that sounded a little abnormal?" "Let me think about it. Wait, I remembered. The wood said to me that day, 'I am a gangster, aren't you afraid?' One day after we started dating. He suddenly said to me, 'I was a dishwasher in a bar run by a gangster, aren't you afraid?' I asked him back then." Mumu was surprised by my answer. His eyes widened. Soon I finally woke up. Turns out I was kidding. "I have killed people, many people. I don't want to kill them, but I can't help it." That day Mumu hesitated for a long time and said to me, "Killed many people? Are you sure 5 years ago instead of after the apocalypse?" The painter said in shock. "Yes, 5 years ago." Mutu said at that time. His boss Demingzi said he did nothing wrong. As the saying goes, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. He said that Demingzi would do the same thing if he stood in his position. When Mutu said this, his eyes were lost. I thought that he might think that what Demingzi said was not necessarily right. I once advised him to quit the underworld, but he turned a deaf ear to it. He said that his brother needed him, and it was not time to quit the underworld yet. The world's ups and downs are created by our generation. Once we enter the underworld, time will rush us. Don't laugh at me sleeping drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from the battles? He said that Demingzi often talked about this poem when there were no outsiders around. Demingzi said, they are all talented generals who have conquered the world, destined to march forward in this life. Marching forward, marching forward. You bastard, I kicked him hard a few times. You were used by Demingzi. Do you know that? 3 days before Muta disappeared, Muta said that Demingzi called him to eat. Muta frowned at the time. I followed him quietly. He and Demingzi were shirtless on the street, eating fried rice for 5 yuan. 2 days before Muta disappeared, he gave me a delicate sandalwood slingshot and a beautiful white origami fan. He told me that this fan was very similar to my name, Pure White Snow. I told him, my real name is Gong Sun Shui. Fool, which boy would say that girls look like fans? He hesitated for a long time, silent and silent, but he never revealed his name. I'm half a carpenter. I learned the craft from the master for several months later. He gave up halfway. Moo said so. I found an ink pen, spread out the folding fan, write on it the poem that Moo often said. The storm in the world comes from my generation, as soon as I enter the world. Time passes by. Don't laugh when you are lying drunk on the battlefield. How many people have fought in ancient times? The day before the wood disappeared, he came to me, and happily told me. Demingzi asked him to go to the dock and kill people. Talking. This time there must be a good-looking tiger. Thereafter, he never came back. In the past 5 years, I searched all over the city. The wood is like the shop where he buys ice cream in the winter. Suddenly evaporated, never showed up again. All those who know, including Demingzi, they all kept silent about his whereabouts. I don't know what Demingzi is doing now, but I want to know 5 years ago what happened. Gong Sun Shui spoke faster and faster, then drank the last glass of wine. If I remember correctly, Moo just made an appointment with Demingzi to chop down a tiger. And then disappeared. The somewhat tipsy painter added. Chapter 432 Mysterious Tattoo. 5 years. Whether it is before the end of the world, or after the end of the world, I have been secretly searching for the whereabouts of the wood, but I'm just an ordinary nightclub DJ. How can we get in touch with the dark place where the old city gangs once lived? Zhang Wei really wanted to say, if Wood really loves you, after he escaped from prison, I will definitely come to you, even if you can't show up for some reason. They will also ask people to bring news. If he never shows up, or just forget you, or die, but Zhang Wei saw this woman so heartbroken, it's not easy to tell the truth. Gong Sun Shui wiped his tears. He continued, in the past few years, I can only live in that dark and inconspicuous corner, or in between serving tea and water, listen to those people. Talking loudly, bragging about where I got into a fight yesterday and stabbed someone. Where will we go to show off tomorrow? But in my eyes, compared to my wooden brother, what they did, so ridiculous. Have you not tried to look for it? I'm talking about before the end of the world. If the wood was imprisoned in the old city prison, then can't you just go and visit the prison directly? I didn't know he was in jail after he disappeared. His news, it seems as if someone has deliberately blocked it. The only news I know about him recently, that's what you just said, Wood has been jailbroken and being chased by the man named Bobcat. Zhang Wei and the painter looked at each other, but I understand in my heart, if Moo is really the kind of murderer who kills without blinking an eye, and there are many lives in the hand, then even if he is sentenced to death, in order to avoid causing panic in society and public opinion on the internet, it will not be reported publicly. Certainly, judging from the wooden jailbreak, and what Zhuang Cha said before is that Wood is a serious criminal. Looking at it in solitary confinement, Moo is most likely sentenced to a suspended death sentence. Then you're in this bar. Is it to wait for the Wood to show up? I know, to find out the truth behind the missing Wood, only through Demingzi however. Demingzi kept silent. But I feel, just keep an eye on the big guy and wait for him, the Wood will definitely show up. Big Mingzi, this is Demingzi's nickname on the road now. He was already the biggest gangster in the old city at that time. Dragon Pattern Gang. Gang leader. People admire him. Notoriety. Not just because he is the leader of the Dragon Mark Gang, and because of all the evil deeds he has committed in the old city in recent years. It is said that it was murder and arson, rape, robbery, and all kinds of evil are committed. Before the end of the world. The Great Fierce Man. Have you ever done these things? Zhang Wei felt that someone was deliberately framing and discrediting Demingzi. It's like someone deliberately used stick. Just like the dark story that smeared Wang Mukun. Gong Sun Shui was obviously drunk, but he continued. A few days before Moo disappeared, he and Demingzi also ate egg fried rice arm in arm. Then after going out with Demingzi, and never came back, this matter must have something to do with Demingzi. So in order to find out the whereabouts of the Wood, I came up with an extremely bold idea to kidnap Demingzi. Are you kidding? You are a waiter, no? A DJ? You want to kidnap a gang boss? The painter was speechless. Yes, I have always wanted to kidnap Demingzi, but I remembered something that happened 5 years ago, which made me feel nervous, so that I couldn't make up my mind. What's the matter? Tell us about it. Zhang Wei suddenly became interested. Originally, Zhang Wei had no interest in Moo too, but if it involved Demingzi, Zhang Wei thought it might be an interesting thing. Moo 2's disappearance and imprisonment were probably related to the game between Demingzi and Gunzi. That was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, my uncle Gong Sun was not as well known as he is now. At that time, he had not yet given tattoos to the leaders of the Dragon Tattoo Gang. He is on 6 floors. No sleep tonight. The second floor of the bar, I rented several suites. Running a tattoo shop, he brought along a kid who was learning the art from him. The The kid is a minor, follow me. Sister. Sister. Called, so much so that I had an illusion, I really have such a brother. That kid is very talented, Uncle Gongsun said to me more than once. His use of optics and aesthetics and color, there is also the structural power of space pictures. They all showed great talents, and of course his photographic memory, tattoo this thing, it's not an ordinary flat painting, it's very talented. Uncle Gongsun did not hide the high hopes he had for this new disciple. He doesn't even care that he will start his own business after becoming an artist. I once felt so dear to this little devil, I told the story about me and Wood. The kid knows that I am the niece of his master, agreed to help me find the whereabouts of the wood. He said his brother had some connections, maybe we can find out where the wood went. I didn't take it to heart at the time. Until one day, he invited me to look at several sets of photos. It is a set of photos of dragon tattoos from various angles. There are 9 dragon heads in total, dragon tails, and dragon bodies entwine each other. Smoke lingers. Extraordinary momentum. I recognize this pattern. This is a work that my Uncle Gongsun has been imagining during that time. You mean tattoos? This reminded Zhang Wei of the helicopter pilot. But that guy, it's a tattoo of a leopard, instead of a dragon. It's a tattoo, the kid told me. This is his work. He pointed to one of the photos and said to me, look at this place in the middle. Is the color slightly darker? This is a birthmark, created by me as a dragon scale. You can understand it as the reverse scale of a dragon. I looked over carefully. Indeed, that piece of dragon scale that changes shape slightly, appear flawless. There is no trace of the shape of a birthmark at all. I praised the kid's creativity. The kid looked very happy. He said he wanted to tell me good news. The wood was found. The wood is still alive. That was indeed the greatest good news I had ever heard in that time. The kid told me, through his brother's relationship, I got a dossier. There's where the wood goes, however. The file is still in the hands of his brother Lu Wei-hua. It will probably take a few days to get it. When I can't wait to see Wood, and when asking about the identity of Xiaogui's brother, the kid was vague, refused to disclose, just let me wait a few more days. Etc. What you just said, what's the name of that kid's brother? Lu Wei-hua. Are you talking about Lu Wei-hua? The painter Shizhe, who has been quietly drinking wine. Suddenly he became excited. And Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that this guy named Lu Wei-hua seemed to be the person in the painter's portrait. It seemed that Lu Wei-hua was half of the painter's instructor. And Gunzi, the painter and others were all tracking down Lu Wei-hua's whereabouts. Go on. What happened later? What did Lu Wei-hua do? The painter felt that he seemed to find the answer he had been looking for many years. Gongsun Shui didn't know why the painter was so excited. But she continued, I waited happily for a few days. But I didn't expect to wait for the news of the little ghost's death. I don't know if the little ghost's death is related to my asking him to investigate the whereabouts of Mutu. But I know that it must be related to Demingzi's gang. Because then I was on top of a shirtless guy in a bar. I saw the work created by that kid. This person is none other than Demingzi. And that tattoo, it's the dragon tattoos that are densely covered on his chest and back. Also, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Before the kid dies, fuck Demingzi's top thug. Zombie. Car. Are you talking about a rabid dog? Rabies were called zombies in the past. That was before the zombie crisis broke out. After my Uncle Gongsun learned about the kid's death, keep sighing, in these 5 years, he never took on a new disciple. Uncle Gongsun warned me, don't pry into anything related to Demingzi. But I never took Uncle Gongsun's warning seriously. In the past 5 years, I have never given up on my extremely bold idea of kidnapping Demingzi. Forced to find out what happened that year. Etc. Don't say it yet. The cripple came over. I heard that he is the dog-headed strategist of Demingzi. Zhang Wei stopped Gongsun Shui from saying anything else. Chapter 433 Wine Waiter Lan Rua. I'm drunk. I'm going to the bathroom. You too, let's talk next time. When Gongsun Shui stood up, her steps were steady and fast, as if she was deliberately avoiding the guy with the ghost hand. This woman has been pretending to be drunk. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. That's natural. How could a woman who has been hanging around in bars for 5 or 6 years get drunk so easily? The painter seemed to have seen it long ago. Then why did she deliberately tell us the story of the wood? Zhang Wei was a little puzzled. Not sure, but she did tell the story about the ice cream in that cold winter. Do you think, did that story happen 5 years ago today? The painter found a random reason. But Zhang Wei thought carefully, it's really possible. Seeing the ghost hand approaching slowly, the two of them stopped talking instead. He drank in silence. Since that woman Gongsun Shui agreed to pay the bill, if you don't drink this wine, it's useless. Even if Zhang Wei doesn't drink, I also had a few sips. Little friend, we meet again. The ghost hand came to Zhang Wei, and the two of them sit down slowly. How? Do you want to take a gamble with me again? That's not true. I just want to have a drink with you too. Not as good as today's wine. Just let me pay for the two of you. Why are there still people rushing to treat you today? Although Zhang Wei was very happy, however, he said calmly, Sir, please give it another day. We already have a treat today. Okay then, the two of you chatted slowly. I'll go upstairs first. Seeing Zhang Wei's refusal, ghost hands don't talk nonsense. Get up directly, went up the stairs. It was at this time, a waitress woman wearing a fox mask slowly walked in front of Zhang Wei and the others. Then a pot of tea was served. This lady, it seems we didn't order this. It doesn't matter. This is what I gave you two to drink. Zhang Wei and Shizhe looked at each other again. Another treat? Good, thank you very much. I'll use it to sober up later. Zhang Wei thanked him. But I saw this woman wearing a fox mask. He didn't leave immediately, but waiting at the side, his eyes seemed to be looking in another direction intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Wei inadvertently looked in the direction the waiter was looking. But he was shocked, because the person sitting in the other corner was Lu Dali. This woman is peeking at Lu Dali. The painter turned around and realized what the woman was doing. However, at this time, the two were blocked by the sofa, and Lu Dali was far away. So he didn't see the two for a while, but was busy with something. Zhang Wei and the painter tacitly didn't speak, wanting to see what the woman was trying to do. The road of life, sweet dreams are like long roads. The wind and frost on the road, the wind and frost hit my face dry. In the world of mortals, sweet dreams have many directions. Looking for love in the heart of crazy dreams, the road is confusing with people. It was still daytime at the bar at this time. There is no such exciting music, but the singing of a song sounded. It was a Chinese ghost story. This song really fits the name of Black Mountain Old Demon Bar. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Wei hummed softly, then through the flashing neon lights of the bar, slowly take a sip of wine. But I heard the woman wearing the fox mask gnashing her teeth and whispering, It's been 2 months. I finally found you. Seeing Lu Dali seeming to glance over this way, the waiter quickly lifted the fox eye mask on his face, turned slightly sideways. Then he found a spot on the sofa where Lu Dali's vision was blind. Sit down quietly, he poured himself another cup of tea to drink. Beauty, come and sit here. Zhang Wei greeted this woman, because he expected that this woman would not refuse, because of the sofa position opposite Zhang Wei, and the painter can better observe Lu Dali. As expected, the waiter sat down opposite and bowed politely. Is that handsome boy the one you like? Are you observing him secretly? Zhang Wei got straight to the point. No, it's not that you misunderstood. I don't believe it. I know that man. It seems to be called King of Strength. I called him over to have a look. Etc. Don't scream. I know you too. Oh, then take off your mask. No. Okay, I probably know who you are. Zhang Wei suddenly woke up. You? The old man sitting next to you just now, called Ghost Hand, you must have never heard of his legendary story. Right. The woman suddenly asked slyly. Zhang Wei knew she was deliberately changing the subject, but he still wanted to listen. So he nodded. My name in this Black Mountain Old Demon Bar is Lan Rua Temple, and I rarely talk. Okay, we will call you Lan Rua Temple from now on. Well, I have been working in this bar for 3 months. I had just started working for 3 days, and it was also where you are sitting now that I encountered the ghost hand for the first time. Zhang Wei knew that the next story would be about the ghost hand, so he calmed down and listened. Little girl, come and get a glass of wine. This is when I encountered Ghost Hands, the first thing he said. I didn't know he was Ghost Hand at that time. I just saw a man wearing sunglasses beckoning me over. I stood up immediately, attentively and professionally. I poured him a glass of wine. Little girl, you're not here to drink with me, are you? This bar is not a nice place. After the man drank my wine, he looked at me and said. I looked at him. His right hand only has 3 fingers, missing little finger and ring finger. Of course I'm not a drinker, I am a sommelier. Sommelier, apply professional beverage knowledge and skills, provide wine service and consultation to guests, design the menu, wine identification, review, purchase, sales, and wine cellar management are collectively called sommeliers. You don't need to explain too much to us, we don't understand. The painter interrupted Lan Ruo's explanation. Lan Ruo nodded. The English name for wine waiter is sommelier. I immediately said the lines I had prepared for a long time. Okay. Okay, there are so many names. How about this, let's make a bet. The man burped at that time and said happily. It was then that I realized that he was the legendary Ghost Hand. I don't want to bet with you. Everyone knows that the 8th Hall Master of the Dragon Mark Gang is a master of gambling. I remembered many legends about this person, the 8th Hall Master of the Dragon Mark Gang. Ghost Hand, the King of Thousand Kings. Is it that powerful? The painter expressed some doubts about Lanrua Temple's words. That's natural, Guisho is the person Demingzi trusts most. In this place within the high walls, operates dozens of large and small casinos. This is all the monopoly business of Demingzi in these last days. Lanrua Temple explained, on the other hand. He did not forget to look secretly in Lu Dali's direction. Go on. Although Zhang Wei doesn't know whether Lanrua Temple's story is true or false, but she was encouraged to continue. The Ghost Hand only has 8 fingers. It is said that he was bitten by a zombie. He cut it down immediately to save himself, but that's not the case. Chapter 434 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 435 The Story of Severed Hand. That was when he was young, addicted to gambling, stealing cards while gambling, was caught red-handed. A finger was chopped off. About 10 years ago, when Demingzi invaded the old city, Guisho and Demingzi had an interest dispute. He was in a bathhouse, the two of them stripped naked, took a gamble, as a result. He lost to Demingzi. Demingzi thinks he is a talent. I only need 1 finger from him to save my life. Then this person took advantage of the situation, submitted to Demingzi later. He gradually became Demingzi's think tank. Then you refused the gamble with Guisho. What happened next? Zhang Wei remembered when he was in the supermarket, Ghost Hand's invitation to gamble, and it's a gamble. You will want to bet with me. Ghost Hand said with a grin. He stretched out the 3 remaining fingers of his right hand, holding a silver ring. I never expected that. When I handed him the wine, he took the ring from my hand, and I didn't even notice it. Only then did I know that this man was known as the thief. For a reason. That ring was Lu Chang's birthday gift to me. Originally it was a pair, 1 for each of us. The ring has a special commemorative value to me. I must get it back. The Lu Chang you are talking about, is it Li Wang? The painter interrupted and asked. Yes. Let's do this. Let's take a gamble. I just saw you secretly looking at the man drinking over there. Shall we bet on him? At that time, Guisho saw that I knew Lu Chang. Use Lu Chang as a bet. The king of gambling? How do you want to bet? I knew he was deliberately making fun of me. Oh, so you know him. So be it, we bet you don't know his background. Ghost Hands knew I would take the bait. Good, I bet. I've known him for a long time. He stabbed someone else because of me. He just escaped here to do black boxing. His real name is not Lu Chang, nor is he the king of strength, but Lu. I suddenly woke up. It seems that I said something I shouldn't have said, fortunately. Lu Chang's real name was not revealed. I didn't expect that this kid is really a desperado. You even know his real name, Lu Dali. I thought only the boss knew. You should win this round. Return the ring to you. I am a person who is willing to admit defeat. After Guisho finished speaking, he actually returned the ring to me. So, Ghost Hand knows Lu Dali's background. Then Demingzi also knows Lu Dali's background. Did Demingzi accept Lu Dali as his younger brother just to let him fight against the people of City Light? Or did he want to set up a flag and tell all the survivors of the old city that I dare to protect anyone that City Light wants to touch? Zhang Wei has already started to make crazy inferences in his mind. You are not willing to accept the loss. This ring was originally mine. You have to put up some other bets. I decided to turn the tables at that time. Lanrua Temple continued to tell the subsequent story. Let's do this. Let me tell you a story about that boy named Li Wang, it is said. When that boy first came here, it seems quite serious, but since he and rejoice. After a good night's sleep then. Ghost Hands knows my weaknesses. Stop. 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 I don't want to hear his story. I want to hear the story of your Ghost Hand. Slept with a woman named Rejoice for 1 night? At that time. I felt very angry after hearing this. I just want to trample him to the ground, beat him indiscriminately, and kill that woman named Rejoice. My story, Minnie? Minnie, which one do you want to start with? Then my eyes glanced at his severed hand. The cue begins with the story of his severed finger. He hesitated for a moment, finally started to tell me about his entanglement with Demingzi. Ghost Hand said, I only have 8 fingers, rumors on the road. It was when I was young, addicted to gambling, stealing cards while gambling. Of course he was caught, cut off a finger. Later, I made a bet with Demingzi. and lost to him. Demingzi cut off one of my fingers as compensation. But it was not the case. The fact is, I lost 2 fingers because of Demingzi. The first finger was lost to Demingzi when I was young. At that time, Demingzi threatened to use a game of dice to decide the ownership of several gambling halls on the street. Those who cheated would die. I know that Demingzi did not cheat. So I lost with a clear conscience. But the casino is not my own. This is the food for dozens of people behind. So I didn't give in, broke off one of his fingers. Demingzi also admires my loyalty. I really gave up on these odds. Then the second finger was, that time in the bathhouse? I thought of the second broken finger on the ghost hand. Ghost hand said. That was a few years later. At that time, Demingzi was determined to unify the entire old city. As the saying goes, people are in the world, I can't help myself. So he agreed to have another bet with me. He gave me permission to use any means, including out of thousands. But you didn't expect, Big Mingzi will date you in a bathhouse, bet naked on a game. Ghost hand said. Good, this is indeed beyond my surprise. But even so, I can easily win against him. After all, Demingzi is good at killing people. There's nothing I can do with it. I asked him. Then why did you still lose? I didn't expect that Demingzi bet with me, holding your breath under the water in the bathhouse. Guisho said seriously at that time. Ha ha, it's really interesting. Interesting, that it's not unfair for you to lose. Lanru Temple imitated that time, while laughing. Zhang Wei and the painter also laughed in unison. Ghost Hand said. No, you are still wrong. Even if I am holding my breath, I will be the one who wins in the end, because Demingzi is not good at holding his breath. I asked him. Then why? Ghost Hand said. Good, at that time. I also thought that I had no suspense about winning against him. I never expected that. Big Mingzi is underwater. Gulu. A sound, I farted. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Choked on the water and floated up. Ah ha 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 ha. I couldn't bear it at the time, laughing wildly. I never thought of it. The ghost hand lost a finger. It turned out to be a fart from Demingzi. Forehead. Looking at the laughing Lanru Temple, Zhang Wei and the painter looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Lanruozi suddenly said with a serious expression, at that time. I suddenly woke up. If all this, from the moment before entering the bathhouse, this is what Demingzi planned, that person. Demingzi, it's also terrible. He's been cooking up a fart, then use this fart, take away everything from Ghost Hands. So I asked Ghost Hand. Then since you also broke a finger for the second time, Demingzi will probably let you go. Why did you surrender to him later? I expressed my confusion. One cuts off his own finger, just like a ruthless person chopping melons and vegetables. It should not be possible for him to surrender to the powerful power of Demingzi. Ghost Hand said. You are wrong. This time I didn't chop off my fingers. The second broken finger, that was the third time I gambled. But that time the target was no longer Demingzi, but the Iron Tower. Do you know the Iron Tower? He is the leader of the current construction site association of the 3 major gangs. Ghost Hand said. I didn't even bother betting with the guys from the Iron Tower. Moreover, on that day, there is only one 1 yuan steel coin. Save it for those who take the bus. But the guy from the tower took out 10,000 yuan and bet me. He said he was trying to bet like Demingzi. No one spends more than $1,000. I won 10,000 yuan and it's mine. He won. I'll just eat this steel ball. One bet has odds of 10,000. Of course I have to bet. Even if you lose. When I poop this steel ball the next day, just pull it out with some effort. What I didn't expect was, I actually lost. Chapter 436 Rashomon. Did the ghost hand pull out the coins later? The story of Lanru Temple, it successfully aroused the interest of the painter. At this time, Zhang Wei and Shirja had stopped drinking. Because of the story of the severed hand of the ghost hand, it keeps reversing. Zhang Wei turned around and glanced at Lu Dali again, found him eating a fast food sandwich or bread. Zhang Wei knows. Once Lu Dali finished eating and left, I don't know whether this story about Lanru Temple is true or false. It may end at any time. So he continued to urge Lan Ruosi to finish the next thing. Lan Ruosi was not in a hurry at this time. He took a big sip of the tea he brought over and said, the ghost hand said at that time. After I ate the coin, the guy from the Iron Tower took out another 10,000 yuan, and his coworker threw in 2 coins, saying that he would lend it to me to make up for the loss. This time, I used 2 coins to bet 20,000 yuan, but I didn't expect to lose again. Later. For lost, until I bet on the 5th round. You mean you ate 1, 2, 4, 8? A total of 15 coins. Didn't you choke to death? I think it's impossible. A 1 yuan coin is not a 1 cent or 50-cent coin. Since it is a coin that can be used to take the bus, it should have the same diameter as the current coin. Ghost Hand said. Of course not, we are such cheap people, we can swallow a fist-sized bun in one bite. When the gambling reached the 5th round, we met Demingzi, who came to collect protection fees. Demingzi did not say a word, pulled out the dagger he carried with him with his right hand, and stabbed his left hand into the table, piercing it through, and blood flowed all over the floor. Lan Ruoxi's voice was soft, but Zhang Wei could feel the bloody scene. Although this kind of scene is common in the last days, but if it was a long time ago, in that era of moral justice, Demingzi's cool operation, still very shocking. Ghost Hand said. Demingzi said this at the time. I haven't received my protection money yet. No money, but I bet with my left hand, if I win, I will leave with all the winnings, the Iron Tower 816 steel coins. If I lose, I will cut off my left hand myself, then left with Ghost Hand's empty-handed. But I can't move my right hand. I have to keep it for chopping other people. Ghost Hand said. Iron Tower showed his cowardice on the spot. He was not afraid that Demingzi would win. He was afraid that Demingzi would lose. Demingzi is a man of his words. If he really loses, he will definitely chop off his hand in public without hesitation. And the next day, his little brother named Mu2 will come to kill us with a modified bird gun. The construction site may be a river of blood. So Iron Tower admitted defeat, and swallowed the 16 coins without hesitation. And he used a fiber bag to carry 1 million cash for the project to apologize to Demingzi. Demingzi, Ghost Hand, Iron Tower, Mu2, so there was such a pass between them? Zhang Wei was shocked. But that wooden guy, was he that strong back then? Do you dare to kill someone with a blunderbuss? Gui Shou said at the time, the big man won, but he knew he lost. He pulled out the knife stuck on the table, cut off one of his fingers without hesitation, lost it to the tower. Gambling is about. Be willing to admit defeat. The bet between him and Tai Ta, Demingzi intervened, regardless of the outcome of Demingzi and Iron Tower, morally. He loses. So he cut off his own finger, won his right. Self-mutilation. The big man shows his respect. Blood for blood, return his favor. The first is to express gratitude to the Iron Tower that has eaten 16 steel balls. Tooth for tooth, since he is the loser, Demingzi and Tai Ta can turn conflicts into friendship. In other words, all three of them were able to escape with dignity. Ghost Hand said, this million, he is tied with Demingzi by 4 or 6 points. 4 of his 6 great men, Demingzi said that he had too many steel balls in his stomach. If you take it out, you will be disemboweled. I guess I'll suffer a lot. There should be more points. He felt that Demingzi was a very loyal person. So I surrendered to him afterwards. I made him my eldest brother. I remember that Guisho was very serious when he said it. It can be seen that he really convinced Demingzi. Lanrua Temple finally added. I didn't expect there were so many stories behind the 2 severed fingers of Ghost Hand. I can't see this guy Guisho. He is a person who values love and justice. That's what I said to Ghost Show at that time. This slap in the face slaps you in the face. It can also divert the attention of the Ghost Hand. My purpose, still get the ring back. Because I didn't know I just made a bet with Guisho, my impulsive words. Lu Chang's true identity was exposed. Did Guisho notice something was wrong? Since Lu Dali's pseudonym is Lu Chang, that is to deliberately hide your true identity, my impulsive remarks, it might harm him. Unexpectedly, Guisho said jokingly, little girl, you don't think the story I just told is true? Do you? What if not? I asked him back then, because I don't think the story told by Guisho is false at all. The Ghost Hand said, if I tell you everything I just said, they are all lies I improvised. Would you believe it? Do you know what Rashomon is? I said. Of course I believe it. The more false those words are, it often reflects the truest truth. I also know Rashomon. It's a Japanese movie. The movie tells the story of a samurai being killed. But the testimonies given by the witnesses, who appeared in court during the trial, were not the truth. Everyone revealed the dark side of their hearts. This is a very classic movie describing human nature. Before I finished speaking, Ghost Hands quietly left with his hands behind his back. The silver ring was left on the table. Then you really believe it? Zhang Wei feels, if he was Lanrua Temple at that time, put yourself in their shoes, he certainly wouldn't believe it. Actually, I didn't believe it at the time, Demingzi, the leader of the underworld, saved Guisho that day. Demingzi is a ruthless person. It's a crazy time, people who dare to stab themselves with a knife. His action that day at most. They just can't find an excuse when collecting protection fees. So they just do it casually. Certainly, I didn't tell him. What I don't believe the most is, in the absence of any expense, The tower can keep winning game after game, and the opponent he faced, yes. Thousand Kings. The so-called ghost hand. So, I think the truest truth is, Tai Ta and Gui Shou jointly set up a bureau. This game reflects the great righteousness of Demingzi, then both of them. Decent. Joined Demingzi's gang, even becoming the future admiral of the 9 sects. Only those who dare to gamble their lives with Demingzi, only then can I sit on this chair. Do you also know the 9 admirals? Zhang Wei felt that he still underestimated this waiter. Because of the establishment of Demingzi's 9 admirals, still in the planning stage. Because there are too many halls below, and there are too few places. Of course I know, Demingzi's 9 admirals, it's just a Rashomon. In Rashomon, everyone makes up lies for their own benefit, keep the truth unknown. Just like this old demon bar in Montenegro where I worked for 3 months, the rumored base camp of Demingzi, a gathering place for gangsters in the apocalypse. Here there is a space for drinking, materialistic desires. Isn't it a Rashomon? I'm leaving, 2 people. This is the story of Ghost Hands. Lanruosi stood up and left. Zhang Wei turned around and looked. I found that Lu Dali had indeed left. Don't know where it went. Only the painter and Zhang Wei were left, who were still thinking about the story. Do you remember what she said? The painter asked Zhang Wei. Who? Lanruo Temple? What words? She said that Demingzi's 9 admirals. It's just a Rashomon. In Rashomon, everyone makes up lies for their own benefit, keep the truth unknown. If from the beginning, I mean. From the moment Lanruosi sat on this sofa, all these stories, it was all for her to observe Lu Dali up close. And what about the improvised lies? Brother Zhe, you are indeed the smartest person. I heard that you used to specialize in psychological profiling and hypnosis for suspects. It can't be true. Right? What do you think? You shamelessly want to get involved in this bar. It wasn't something you planned from the beginning. Was it? Another commission from Wang Yukun? He also pretends to be an innocent little boy. Zhang Wei, you are also a smart person. The painter gives a thumbs up. Chapter 437, vigorously ascending to the throne. Zhang Wei sat with the painter for a while. I was planning to get up and leave, at this time. The stamina of the foreign wine I drank slowly came out. It makes people feel a little dizzy. The painter is almost unsteady on his feet. Zhang Wei drank less. There were also some blushes. Zhang Wei glanced around. I don't know where the ghost hand went. That Gong Sun Shui also went to the bathroom. Then he never showed up, Lanruosi, who was just sitting on the sofa drinking tea. I don't know which door I went out through. The 3 people I just met all of a sudden, none of them are going anywhere. But the sharp-eyed Zhang Wei still found Lu Dali coming out of the bathroom. At this time, Zhang Wei naturally refused to give up reminiscing with Lu Dali. In fact, the two were separated for several days without seeing each other. Viagra, why are you here? Lu Dali was a little surprised that Zhang Wei and Shirzha came to the bar. I came here to eat with you. Have a meal? I finished eating. I know you've finished eating, so I didn't interrupt your meal just now. Then may I treat you to some more? There is some good food here. Okay, just eat something. Zhang Wei originally didn't want Lu Dali to waste money. Unexpectedly, Shirzha agreed first. At this time, food was still a very precious thing. Zhang Wei saw Lu Dali eating a bread sandwich before. It feels very luxurious. But at this time, it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's time to have some dinner. Don't worry, Viagra, in this bar, you are open to eating and drinking, I can even help you pay for it, and it's okay to get drunk, the whole old town, within the high walls. There are no zombies, and this bar is the safest place, you guys have some wine, it's okay. Vigorously, I ask you, I had a white wig before, where is the girl with the black bobo hair? You're talking about Snow? She doesn't go to work until 9 o'clock in the evening. Go back to your biological clock. Are you familiar with that woman? Not very familiar, but we have met many times. Brother Dali, I ask you, you're in this bar. Do you owe a romantic debt? The painter pulled Lu Dali to the sofa. Don't let it leave. How is it possible, Brother Sure? Am I that kind of person? Then I heard that you spent the night with a woman named Rejoice. The painter continued. Zhang Wei quickly looked around and found that there were other guests in the hotel. He immediately covered the painter's mouth. Brother, take it easy. You may get killed if you say that. You probably don't know the origin of Rejoice? Is it a big one? Then tell me about it some other day. When talking about Rejoice, Lu Dali did not quibble. And Zhang Wei was shocked. Did you really spend the evening with that person? No, Viagra, you listen to my explanation. You can explain this to others. There was a little girl who was looking at you before. If I don't admit my mistake, it should be that girl Wang Roland. I know. You know she's peeking at you? Of course I know. I'm not blind. It doesn't matter whether she wears the mask or not. I can recognize it at a glance. It's just that she thought I didn't recognize it. Vigorously, I think you too. You're all a bit deceiving yourself. I know Viagra, but now I can only pretend that I don't know him. I got involved in something. I don't want to hurt him. I don't want to cause any trouble to you. Involved in something? Is it related to Rejoice? No, Viagra, not that kind of thing. Never mind. Let me start with you from the beginning. Zhang Wei knows, Lu Dali said next. It should be business. I also sat down with the painter, and poured Lu Dali a cup of tea that Lan Ruosi had brought before. Viagra, I have always felt that I am very lucky. Half a year ago, we risked our lives to break out of school, came here in the old town. When I was in school, I once thought I was dead, unexpectedly. I saved my life. Alas, alas, stop being a bitch. Why are you the same as Zhouan? Say the important thing. Wang Rulan, from the first day she came to work in this bar, I recognized him right away. She thought she didn't recognize me when I was wearing a mask, that big brain of hers, and the Lanugo hair bangs. Tell the important point. That's the point. I stabbed someone for her. Then I left her and started my escape, because there are many people. Everyone saw that it was my hand that moved with chopsticks. No one would trouble a woman. I am in this place of dozens of square kilometers, changed one shelter after another, just so that no one will find me again. I dare not go back to find Wang Rulan, because I once heard someone say, her brother is a policeman. The people of Baidao have a deep connection with City Light. What can I do then? Do you want Rulan to watch his brother arrest me and hand me over to City Lights? This is not what I want to see. So you've been avoiding her? Like someone, there is always some price to pay. If this is the price of loving her, just let me bear all this silently. Nymphomaniac, it's really yours. The painter patted Lu Dali on the shoulder. I don't regret stabbing the guy surnamed Wang with chopsticks in a fit of rage. That guy should be dead. Right? I stabbed the guy's eyes with sharp chopsticks, and went straight into his brain. He deserved it. He shouldn't have touched Wang Rulan in public, and put a knife to her neck. He really deserved it. What happened next? Later, I remembered what my father said to me when I came out of Lijiagu, and came here to study. He told me to study hard and go to work in a big coastal city in the future. The salary there is high. If I really don't get into college after graduating from high school, and have nowhere to go, I should find someone. Your father is right. My grandmother used to think so too. But the zombie crisis broke out. Studying in college and working part-time are meaningless. Yes, I didn't go directly to the person my father mentioned at first, because I think that person is probably going to die in this apocalypse. Later I found out, he's still alive and well. And I just recently found out everything I have experienced regarding the person my father asked me to contact. What he usually experienced. It's a joke at most. At that time, my father only gave me a note, written on it in ballpoint pen. Lu Meng, 1387374XXXX, number 16. Tongqing Lane. Old municipal building. When I was being chased by City Lights people, and had no other way out, finally found this place. Oh, Viagra, forgot to tell you, this place is the alley next to the current bar. I see, so the fellow countryman your father asked you to find, that's the big guy. No wonder. No wonder Demingzi accepted you as his younger brother. Yes, at that time. I didn't know that Lu Meng was Demingzi. I had no choice but to keep the note my father gave me. Then I wrote down a place where I would temporarily live. And a few days later, a woman named Rejoice drove up to pick me up. I didn't know it then. This woman named Rejoice will be the leader of the 4th hall of our gang. Longwen Gang. It's like I didn't expect it. In the near future, I will. Demingzi asked me to be the leader of the 3rd hall of the Longwen Gang. Are you the hall master now? Or Santang? Demingzi has already announced it internally. It's just that it hasn't been publicized yet. What happened next? I didn't know the origin of the woman Rejoice at that time, so I can't tell her everything. I didn't reveal my name to her, but I got her out of her words. It was Demingzi who sent her to pick me up. In order for me not to be bitten by zombies, in safety, we are in the same room, spent one night together. Chapter 438 Boxer is strong. Certainly, I slept on the sofa. Lu Dali added. Actually, I don't mind sleeping with her, if she hadn't held a dagger in her hand that day. Lu Dali continued. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. I told her then. Actually, I already have someone I like. We made a private decision for life. When we were classmates, I also gave her a ring, as a birthday gift, although the ring is cheap, but it is the witness of our young love. That ring is a pair, one for each of us. The ring from Lonro Temple, That's how it came about. It seems that the story she told about the ghost hand, it could be true. But this woman named Rejoice can be regarded as having an angelic face and a devilish figure. Not annoying, I have no doubt. If we have been together for a long time, one day I will fall in love with her. Lou Dolly continued. Later, say the important thing. The next day, Rejoice took me to meet the man on the note. Demengzi, you must be acting in self-defense, after all. That guy also carries a knife, and he secretly attacked and kidnapped your horse. The first time Demengzi saw me, say this after hearing me tell my story. In Demengzi's worldview, I did nothing wrong by striking first. What I did wasn't even overly defensive. I was entranced while looking at the shirtless big man poking his teeth. On his chest and behind, it's a dragon tattoo covering almost all the body, and all kinds of old and new scars. This is my first time seeing Demengzi. Didn't father say that Lu Meng was working in the old city? I didn't say he was a gangster. I whispered at that time. Mafia? The whole world is almost extinct. There are zombies eating people everywhere. You are still talking about mafia. At that time, Demengzi didn't say anything after listening to my story, smoked half a cigarette, and then beat me up severely. You have to remember, this world is either black or white. Demengzi left in style, pressing the burning cigarette, but on the back of my neck. I just need someone recently, work hard and I will help you get promoted. Demengzi told me later. So that's how you got promoted. Demengzi needs someone. Later, I learned from Demengzi's younger brothers that Demengzi beats whoever he respects. Demengzi beats me because he respects me, I know that, but he kept pressing the burning cigarette, but on the back of my neck until it went out, which made me a little unbearable. Being burned by cigarettes is no big deal. Many people say this, but they probably don't know that the burning temperature of cigarettes is 800 to 900 degrees Celsius, which is 8 or 9 times that of boiling water. And Demengzi smokes cigars. On my second day in the old town, Demengzi took me to many survivor camps one after another. Bloody fights are commonplace. In the words of Demengzi, this is to deal with some kind of interest dispute in the last days. As long as no one is killed, no one will care. Big Mengzi, this is Demengzi's nickname in this old city. He is currently the largest gang in the old city. Dragon Pattern Gang. Gang leader. Survivors admire him. Notoriety. Not just because he is the leader of the Dragon Mark Gang, and because of the great things he has done in the old city in recent years, for example, unifying the 3 major gangs, restore power, build high walls, distribute food, etc. You just let yourself down like this? Completely reduced to a thug? The painter was speechless towards Lou Dolly. Lou Dolly continued indifferently. I started working under Demengzi, and he became a disciple of several well-known underground boxers. Underground boxers. It's not just about boxing in an underground boxing ring. What is at stake is life. Underground boxing is in some gray area of illegality. There is no glossy packaging like professional boxing. There is no high-level sponsorship. There is only a cruel life and death showdown. Those who can make a name for themselves here, all are legends. Gangsters often use an underground boxing match to determine the ownership of certain benefits. People who give me trouble with city lights, Demengzi asked them to go one-on-one, settle your grudges with me in the ring, no matter life or death. I know, Demengzi has his reasons for doing this. Rumor has it that before the end of the world, Demengzi, he also started out as a black boxer. He is not as vulgar as he appears. He is extremely good at calculating his territory and his status. Many of them were punched by him. He was beaten to the flesh with punches. Big Mengzi even. Forget. He changed his real name. Lu Meng, and I had to remind Demengzi, a new name was used. Lu Chong. Demengzi said, people of the last days, to his position, there can be no weaknesses, so I can't be his fellow countryman, it can only be his new little brother. I can only call you Lu Chong. My identity is a thug from the Pier Gang, in the eyes of outsiders. I have nothing to do with him. Later, shortly after working under Demengzi, a man named Tiata came to me. I looked at this person. The bronze bald head and burly figure look a bit strange. I want to have some sex with you, he said with a smile. He showed a mouthful of white teeth. We fought 3 times, and I didn't even break his defense. This guy let me win. Iron Tower's ability is not much lower than that of Big Mengzi. John Wei interrupted. Yeah, I know. At that time, Iron Tower said, in boxing, the best offense is defense. As the saying goes, don't think about attacking but defense, don't think about advancing but retreat, then find the right opportunity to make the final decision. I am a lay disciple of Shaosher Mountain, so I have some real skills. He took the cigarette I gave him, and said to me with a smile, "Thank you for your advice." I did thank you from the bottom of my heart at that time. No wonder you've made such rapid progress. Zhang Wei knew that. Tieta, Wu Fo, Piao Rou and others are all real masters. Yes, I remembered what Tieta said. Don't think of attacking, but think of defending. Don't think of advancing, but think of retreating. Although I don't care, I've caused big trouble. That kid is the only son of the chairman of City Light, and I heard that he has become a vegetable. They will definitely not let it go. How much do you know about Tieta? Did you know about his gambling with Gui Shou? I've heard about it, but I suddenly understand now that Tieta didn't teach me fighting skills out of kindness, but he knew that Demengzi would pull me up. In this way, if both of us can rise to the top, it's like people sitting in the same boat, can advance and retreat together. It's not me he's interested in, these are the resources and connections I will receive in the future. In the past few months, follow the big fierce man in front of the horse and behind the horse. Hard work pays off. Gradually, I also came up with my own nickname, King of Power. So you have been playing underground black boxing, and then he was deceived into going to a pharmaceutical factory? But there are still some people who are not discerning, they all call me coolly strong, I'm not just doing hard work, not everyone is qualified. Harassment. Big fierce guy for some. Seniority in the family. Not enough prickly noise, and some other miscellaneous things, naturally. I will take over. So I look like a coolie, but Demengzi has been training me secretly, and I also lost more than I won from the beginning, become gradually. It is rare to lose. With the secret support of Demengzi, with the cooperation of Rejoice Tower, many things were also handled in an orderly manner. Then you plan to hang out with Demengzi forever? Have you been pretending not to know Wang Ruolin? No, Viagra, things are not that simple, Demengzi once said to me seriously one day. I always feel that there is an undercurrent surging in the old city. Please pay attention, leave a way out of everything. There are rumors in the old town. Big Menzi. He was crippled in a fierce battle a few years ago. So I won't take any more action from now on, things are taken care of by us. Only I know, Demengzi is still the same Demengzi he used to be. Even better than before. This started when I was sparring with him late every night. You can feel the force of his punches. Demengzi still insists on practicing like crazy every day. I never knew the reason for this until one day, after being drunk. Demengzi? Grit your teeth and say those two words. Stick. Stick? I thought over and over what Demengzi said. Demengzi is the boss of the Longling gang. In gang terms, he is the leader of the Dragon Mark gang. There is an undercurrent surging in the old city that Demengzi said. Is it because of a stick? In recent days, I finally knew, Stick, it's Wang Ruolin's brother. You say, can I recognize Wang Ruolin? Chapter 439 Chicken Farming. So that's how it is. Zhang Wei finally understood why Lu Dali had been avoiding Wang Ruolin. Since ancient times, it has been difficult to be both loyal and filial. What Lu Dali did was not wrong. Although Demengzi would not necessarily attack a woman, but once Gunzi and Demengzi were in a fierce confrontation, it was possible that after killing each other, the people around Demengzi would attack Wang Ruolin. Attacking the enemy's relatives, that was the most satisfying revenge. I finally understand, unexpectedly. After the Walmart supermarket opened that day, so many things have happened to you, vigorously, I don't know how to persuade you either, but I've been thinking, anyway. We have already offended the people of City Light to death, it's better to find a chance, solve them completely. Viagra, I know you want to help me, but City Lights, it's not as simple as you think. Such an arrogant person as Demengzi, they will all choose to avoid the edge temporarily. City Lights, stronger than we imagined. What we encounter and see, maybe it's just the tip of the iceberg. We will discuss this matter in the future. Although Zhang Wei said this, but City Lights had long been on his death list. It's not just Lu Dali's thing, and Zhang Wei killed their other leader Chen Dongsheng and his son Chen Yuxuan. This has offended City Lights to death. But so far, trouble has not come to our door. It's just that the news hasn't spread yet. Chen Dongsheng died while going to a northern community. If you really want to investigate, there is absolutely no way around this matter. Painter Yang Guang, people like Lu Dali will definitely not talk nonsense. But the witnesses at the time, there are also American cows and kangaroos, and that helicopter pilot. The food Lu Dali treated to dinner was finally delivered. Unexpectedly. It's not a bread sandwich, but half a fried chicken, and half a pot of rice. You can still have chicken at Black Demon Bar? We got a lot of electric egg incubators. As long as there are eggs, then there are roosters and hens to produce fertilized eggs. You can keep hatching chicks, The growth cycle of this kind of chicken is relatively short. It can reach more than 1 pound in 3 months. If there wasn't enough food to raise chickens, I think chicken will be available on the market by now. Can you get a chick? I don't want a lot, 20 or 30 are enough. No problem. It seems that I can also learn from Yu Xiaobai's car monopoly business. Do some business in the old town, moreover. People with ordinary businesses cannot replace them. Because I have poker privileges, at least no one will give me any trouble. Good, then help me get 20 chickens. You don't have enough food to raise chickens here, but the suburbs over my old city high school are fine. Just let them eat wild food. Chicken lays eggs, egg-laying chicken. Zhang Wei is already planning. Maybe within a year or two, I can eat chicken every day. Do you still remember the doorman's family we killed? His brother Kai Lao San? There's a breeding farm near the school. That breeding farm, poultry that can be farmed, it is counted in thousands. Let's make some repairs. You can use it. Viagra, you are really far-sighted. The chicken thing, it's all wrapped up in us. I'll help you find some more roosters and egg-laying hens. After the spring, the hen basically lays an egg every day. The 3 of them devoured the fried chicken sent by Lu Dolly. Even the bones were chewed and swallowed. It's just that I haven't tasted meat for half a year. Seeing it getting late, and the sound in the bar became noisy, even if several people are sitting next to each other, neither can hear each other clearly. Zhang Wei then pulled the painter and Lu Dolly to part ways. Plan to come back another day. You can say later, you are Zhang Wei who was handed out playing cards by Demengzi. You can come in easily. The guard won't stop. Yeah. Demengzi is a bar, is open for business, even if it is an enemy, and allow their entry, as long as there is no trouble. I see. That's probably because we are too shabby. See you next time. After returning to the tall building, it's almost 6 o'clock. When entering, the painter pointed to the words on the wall of a high-rise building and asked, on your wall, why is it written in spray paint? Old Town High School. 4 words? At that time. This building. It is an ownerless thing. We use it as a temporary base. Brothers often meet here, so we called it the Old City High School building. At that time. The Old Town High School camp in the suburbs, not established yet. Old Town High School building, interesting. Can you share a room with me? Okay, there are still spare rooms. Please contact Hulai. Just pick whatever you want. After this period of getting along, Zhang Wei has noticed this guy. The painter Shirja, he is not a vicious person. It seems we can still get along. I slowly let down my guard. Yu Xiaobai still comes to visit every now and then. He often chats with Zhang Wei and others about his motorcycle racing. In addition to playing with cars. Don't you? Can't find anything more meaningful? For example, go pick up a horse or something. Don't be naive. Zhang Wei, this is the end of the world. How come you are happy? Besides, cars are much more interesting than women. You don't know. Pre-apocalyptic traffic control. I can't play with cars at all. Let's play on a motorcycle. They all have to go to the suburbs. Not to mention car racing. Okay. Okay, just take it easy. Don't get hurt. There was a car accident at this time, but there is no insurance claim. A few people live their lives leisurely like this. Zhang Wei's main purpose is to recover from his injuries. And Yu Xiaobai, painters and others, most of them just eat and wait to die. Sometimes I have nothing to do. Just go to the Black Demon bar. Euphemistically called going to drink, but most of the time, just order a pot of tea, let's have a chat. Many times, Zhang Wei and others all met Lan Ruozi and Xue from before, but there was no in-depth communication like last time. Time passes slowly like this. March is here in the blink of an eye. March, spring and snow, all things are cute. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, 2 funny guys, finally returned to Old City High School from the villa area. After arriving at Old City High School, they were surprised to see Zhouan wandering around. Look at this little chicken. It can eat rice. Zhouan at that time was teasing the chicken. You loser. Why are you like a primary school student? Where is my boss? Zhao Zhenxiong deliberately showed Zhouan a beautiful machete he had just made. From Zhouan, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong learned that Zhang Wei had gone to the city center. And it was said that he often went to bars and stayed out all night. The 2 of them immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet. I just regret that Zhang Wei didn't bring the 2 of him with him. So Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, I only spent 1 day in the school camp. He immediately rushed to the city center. If you dare to hang out in a bar, never come back again. When Lu Renjia set off, Hu Dai said fiercely. Chapter 440 Drunk Woman. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will take good care of him. Zhao Zhenxiong patted his chest and promised. What sister-in-law? You have to call her sister-in-law. You can't mess up the seniority even if your head is cut off. Okay. Okay. You see, sister-in-law has agreed. Let's go. Let's take the yellow-robe tricycle to go there. Zhao Zhenxian couldn't wait to fly there. After the two arrived in the city center, they naturally went to see Zhang Wei quickly. But Zhang Wei at this time was also busy doing some rehabilitation training. Although it is not a difficult exercise like push-ups and sit-ups, but radio gymnastics and Tai Chi are indispensable every day. Boss, when are you going to the bar again? I heard there is a striptease show. Is it true? Zhao Zhenxiang asked excitedly. Of course it is true. A few days ago, Zhang Wei went in for a drink with Yi Xiaobai late at night, and actually saw a striptease show. Demingzi is a very business-minded guy. He knows what people in the end times like. The entire old city covers hundreds of square kilometers of land, 20 to 30 square kilometers within the high wall, just having fun every night in his bar, and there are some entertainment programs that are not suitable for children. When do we leave? Just now. Zhang Wei saw that the painter had come in. During this time, the two went to the bar to drink. A tacit understanding has been formed. Anyway, there are only two places that I go to the most. One is the Black Demon Bar, one is Michelle I's City in Walmart Supermarket. Over there at the Walmart Supermarket, it is Zhang Wei's own territory. Aqiang even opened branches on different floors. The purpose is very simple. That is to absorb more information. As for Aqiang selling tea, he can't make much money at all. Aqiang also returned to Zhang Wei's high-rise building as Zhang Wei said before. And those frontline intelligences were continuously flowing into Qian Baohua's hands. So although Qian Baohua has never gone downstairs, he is like a scholar who knows everything in the world without going out. As for the reason why Qian Baohua has never gone out, it is related to Zhang Wei and others. Because the brother leopard they killed at that time, nicknamed Plumber, is a leader of the construction site. At that time, I was in a Walmart supermarket. Although the tower promised to let bygones be bygones, let Qian Baohua go, but the interior of the construction site association is not monolithic. There are many people who still want to kill Qian Baohua to avenge Brother Bao. Not long after the construction site association's iron tower was put into place, the fundamental foundation is unstable. Many people below, they all refuse to obey the discipline. He came to the throne after the original head of the family, and the second head of the family died mysteriously. I heard that Demingzi did it secretly. Qian Baohua told Zhang Wei the information he obtained. It's possible. Not so. Even a tough guy can't stand the construction site meeting. Zhang Wei Shizhe in addition. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiang, who have never seen the world, we went to Montenegro Lao Yao bar together. The time was exactly 12 o'clock noon. At this time, Lu Dali had not shown up yet. Zhang Wei estimated, maybe it was too late to practice boxing with Demingzi. So much so that the biological clock is turned upside down. But will Lu Dali appear? It does not affect the meals of Zhang Wei and others. Antibiotic drugs as general equivalents. You can easily buy food at this bar. Demingzi is still collecting medicines. It seems like he really wants to do something big. Zhang Wei came to a conclusion. Because Lu Dali brought back 10% of the medicine at that time, there should be no shortage of medicines in bars. As soon as you enter the bar, Zhao Zhenxiang became dejected. Because I didn't see the so-called strippers, not even a woman. There are only a few ants in their 50s and 60s. I was feebly doing hygiene and wiping the table. Zhao Zhenxiang and Lu Renjia were also asked to lift their feet from time to time. At this time, there were not only a few waiters in the bar, but also few customers. However, Zhang Wei still found the silhouette of a familiar woman in a position slightly closer to the window. Huh? Is it her? The woman sat in the booth, drinking one glass after another, looking out the window with lifeless eyes. Who is that woman? The painter did not know her. She is Rejoice. Last time, I told you not to say anything about her. Otherwise you would die without knowing how. Let's go and take a look. Rejoice once helped Zhang Wei when it was in Walmart Supermarket. And Zhang Wei was very grateful. Although Rejoice at that time was, to a certain extent, to save Qin Yi and Hu Dai and other girls. Because Rejoice had her period at that time. And several girls helped her. The bar at this time, it also happened that a familiar music came from the meeting. It is in a foreign land written by Shui Munyanhua. That year you set foot on a foreign country in the twilight. Do you think there is your ideal? You look around. Strange eyes, waking up in the morning but no one is around. Rejoice hummed softly, like drinking water, down glass after glass of white wine. Zhang Wei walked over slowly. Take a seat opposite Rejoice. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong did not dare to get too close. Observing from a distance, but the painter Shirja, he sat next to Zhang Wei indifferently. Rejoice also said calmly, "This is my favorite melody of in a foreign country. That was 5 years ago, when I was still studying in Switzerland, the only Chinese song in the Walkman. When I listened to this song at that time, I only missed my hometown and relatives, and now when I listen to this song, but I have some strange emotions." Sister Rejoice. Zhang Wei wanted to say a few words of comfort, but looking at Rejoice's somewhat incoherent expression, he couldn't speak for a while. "Because I don't know Rejoice's strange emotion of being drunk and singing here? The source is family affection after all, friendship or love." Zhang Wei really wanted to hand over a microphone, then say the last sentence, "Tell your story." Rejoice raised her head and glanced. He didn't pay any attention to the two men sitting across from him. He continued, "I don't know how to describe this emotion. If I have to describe it, I think that is an unforgettable regret. I think this regret will accompany me as I grow old, until the end of life, although I now live with a different identity, but like a puppet without a soul, because of all my worries are accompanied by them. Of death, and drifting away in the wind. The reason for my life, maybe it's just to find out the truth. Sister Rejoice, if something happens to you, just say it. It's too uncomfortable to hold it in." At this time, Zhang Wei has completely become an emotional mentor. Because Zhang Wei discovered Rejoice real strong liquor when drinking mineral water, Zhang Wei glanced at the degree of the wine bottle. 53 degrees. "How can I tell the story of my bone-deep regret?" Rejoice said to herself. Chapter 441 Foreign Land Homeland. Maybe it should start from 5 years ago, or even earlier. Then let's start from when I was 11 years old. I went abroad to study alone since I was 11 years old, with my father's high hopes for me. Maybe it's because of the life my father has experienced, that he thinks the learning environment and learning resources abroad are better. This is normal. My grandmother thought so at the time. I think Old City High School is better than other high schools. But your father didn't know that there would be a zombie crisis. Whether domestic or foreign, a zombie crisis broke out. Sister Rejoice, you keep talking. But I didn't resist at the time, because I also want to experience a different life. Rejoice was not unhappy because Zhang Wei interrupted her. My father raised me alone, but most of the time he focuses on his business. My growth was a little rebellious due to neglect of discipline. I want to escape from the Philistine spirit of the street neighbors that you have been exposed to since childhood. My father asked me to study abroad. This got me what I wanted. Certainly, I don't know. From that time on, my father had an interest dispute with some nearby gangs. Send me abroad, just to keep me safe. Zhang Wei felt that this seemed to be a story about where his father was. I lost most of my interest in an instant. No way, he is an orphan. I don't like hearing this the most. At this time, the painter. But from the pocket of my hip pocket, taking out a small notebook and water-based pen, recording started. What are you doing? Do you want to take notes? Zhang Wei was speechless for a while. Sorry, professional habits. Shirja put the pen holder cover of the open water-based pen back on. But he didn't put the notebook back. I studied medicine in Switzerland. Rejoice continued. My father said, we were born ordinary, eventually it will become ordinary. So I followed my father's advice. I hope to be a doctor or lawyer in the future. Ever since I studied abroad, I never spoke my mother tongue again. So much so that I met many Korean or Japanese students studying abroad. They will regard me as their fellow countrymen. Because at that time, Chinese students with yellow skin and black hair are still relatively rare. Rejoice poured another glass of wine and drank it. I hide my identity, even in the eyes of Chinese students. I also grew up in a foreign country. Foreigner. Until many years later, me and a group of Asians participated in a school trip. Study trip, what is this? Expelled from school. Shirja interrupted Rejoice's memories. Membership training, this phrase means. Study trip, it's repair. It is said to have originated in Japan. It can be seen from this English name. This is no ordinary group trip. Instead, the purpose of traveling is to promote relationships among classmates. Rejoice continued to explain this awkward English word. The purpose of this activity is to promote relationships among classmates. The process is through various overseas inspections, travel and further education activities, to broaden horizons, increase experience. Sister Rejoice, you continue. On this trip, I met a guy called Willow. Man. If we could turn back time, I think I would rather not know this man in this way. There will be no unforgettable regrets later. But there is no way, at that time. When he picked up the mobile phone, He spoke the unique hometown dialect of Binhai City. It really attracted all my attention, so on my intention. Arrange. Down, after we accidentally met each other many times, encounter again. It's a woman chasing a man again across the mountains. Zhang Wei and Shizhe looked at each other. Isn't this a replica of the Lanruo Temple story? He told me his name was Willow. I know the Chinese meaning of this word, yes. Willow. Meaning, he refused to tell me his full name. I told him my name was Rouse. I didn't tell him my Chinese name. Lin Yuro. This time, none of us were honest with each other. When I heard this, Zhang Wei felt that this was no longer a story about family love. Instead, it became a story about friendship, and this story, I am slowly transitioning from friendship to love. Perhaps, he always thought I was Korean or Japanese. I still can't help but think so. Willow said to me in English at that time, I studied foreign languages in school, you know, linguistics. This kind of thing is very useful in the talent market. Foreign stuff. Literature. My favorite is Sherlock Holmes. You know, reasoning to solve the crime. He spoke very slowly. There is obviously no overestimation of a Korean or Japanese person's ability to understand English. That school trip, Victoria Cathedral in England, we two fellow villagers, it was a pleasure to talk freely in English. I am a medical student, maybe just become a nurse. And you? What will you do when you return to China? I asked him with a smile at that time. You may not believe it, in fact. My real identity is the FBI. He said with a playful smile at that time. FBI? No one would believe it. I admit that I fell in love with him. Maybe at first it was out of some kind of nostalgia of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It was not until later that I realized that kind of love was a permanent sinking. Later, at a street stall, I bought a cross chain with the word victory engraved on the back and gave it to him as a souvenir. He may not know that I regard the chain as a testimony of our love. It is indeed a replica of the story of Lanruo Temple. This necklace matches the plot of the ring in Lanruo Temple. Zhang Wei couldn't help thinking in his heart. Rejoice continued. In the last few months of studying abroad, we have been in contact on and off by phone. I have a certain hunch. This is called Willow. Man, he will be the only one in my life. Until one day, I suddenly received a call from Lu. Rouse, sorry. I reluctantly hope we can see again, but I love you. Before I reply, he hung up the phone. If I'm not wrong, this should be your last phone call. The painter interrupted at an inappropriate time. Do you remember the story of Snow in the White Wig? These stories of them, connected together, why does it look more and more like the visitor from Widow's Village? Shizhe whispered in Zhang Wei's ear. Chapter 442 Suspicious Clouds at the Dock. Rejoice glanced at the painter Shizhe coldly. He continued, I don't know what my state of mind was at that time. Shy? Or maybe you are secretly happy. I just remember that my pounding heart was hard to calm down, and when I hesitated for half a minute, when I hit it again with great joy, his phone was switched off. At that time, I just thought, Willow. It's because of the boy's shyness. Didn't think too much about it. Because at that time, I have finished my studies, prepared to return to the country where I have been away for 7 or 8 years. I want to give Willow a surprise. Because I chatted with him on the phone, know where he was at that time, far from my home. Linjiagang. Only less than 10 kilometers away. Wait for me, you can return to your country in a few days. I didn't expect that we would be fellow villagers. Hearing that I speak the same hometown dialect as him, he will be surprised. I couldn't help but think of him gaping. Zhang Wei feels, the drunken Rejoice at this time, he is no longer the resolute boss of the dock gang, but a weak woman. My acquaintance with her, in a foreign land, my acquaintance with her, should be fellow countrymen in the motherland. But I didn't expect that. That was his last call. Thereafter, I never called him again. Your story, the ending is almost as I expected. The painter felt that this story was a bit ridiculous, reluctantly putting down the notebook, stuffed it back into the clothes. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Wei pinched Shirzhe's thigh hard. Although Rejoice was drunk at this time, but who knows that after she sobers up, do you still remember what happened now? If she then remembers that the painter is making fun of her, it is possible to kill the painter or silence him. Sister Rejoice, what happened next? Zhang Wei waved to Lu Rinjia and others behind him. Then he pointed to the mineral water on the counter. He pointed at the wine bottle again. It means quietly replacing the rejoicing white wine with water. If you drink like this again, something will happen. As expected, Lu Rinjia cooperated and brought a bottle of wine and mineral water over. Rejoice continued, and not long after, I rediscovered his cell phone signal. When I was in the hands of an old man at a scrap collection station. When he found his restarted mobile phone, he has evaporated. The old man scavenging said he came from a trash can in a remote corner. When tinkering with scraps, I picked up this mobile phone. I didn't expect it to work when opened. I searched frantically on my phone for Willow. Everything about, but there was only one message sent to someone named Fisherman. People's information. February 30, Lingjao Wharf, and there are many missed calls from me, and a record of a 13-second call with me. I know what that call was about. Rouse, sorry. I really hope we can see again, but I love you, Ro. I really hope we can see again, but I love you. Rejoice spoke English fluently. Rejoice gnashed her teeth and said, half a minute. I hesitated for less than 30 seconds. I still think back to this day. If I could have called before Lou hung up, would the tragedy of Lou have happened? Lou's tragedy? What happened to Lou at that time? The painter asked. Did you never see him again? Zhang Wei couldn't help asking. Zhang Wei felt that this story was almost the same as the story of Mu Tu. If this Lou had disappeared from the world. But this Lou, obviously studying abroad, and with has no culture, is a carpenter. Rejoice replied, the reason why I said Willow. Tragedy, it's because I knew through the clues I found one after another. Willow. Probably dead, it's like he has never been from this world. If Lu Xun was an FBI, that is also traceable, but I couldn't find any information about his past. His academic status, household registration, files, and so on are all blank. And the only thing that can prove that Lu existed in this world is only the cell phone found in the trash can. This phone allows me to always remember everything that happened in the past. It's definitely not my delusion. I've been carrying this phone with me for 5 years. That was the last contact I had with Willow. Link, it is proof of his existence. Rejoice took out something from her pocket. Zhang Wei took a closer look. It turned out to be a PHS. Rejoice continued to pour wine from a new bottle, still drank it all in one gulp. Without realizing it at all, the drinks have been transferred. Lu's disappearance did not make me despair at first, because I just treated it as an ordinary disappearance at that time. I was troubled by even more desperate things. My father is dead, died in a fire. I vaguely feel father's death and Lu's disappearance. There is some common connection. On that same night, the police dispatched hundreds of troops to Linjiagang. It is said to be a long-planned anti-drug operation. And my father? That night I was negotiating with Demingzi at the dock in Linjiagang. When talking about this, the painter Shersha, who looked relaxed just now, suddenly he sat upright. He took out the old notebook again. Recording started. Rejoice continued. I am very doubtful. It was Demingzi who wanted to escape. A fire was deliberately set to create chaos, because among the drug dealers who were caught, many of them are gangsters under Demingzi. You said Lu. Is your name Lu Weiwa? The painter couldn't help but ask. I have no idea. I don't know his full name. Rejoicing expression, there is some pain. You continue to talk. What happened to your father? When my father was buried, Demingzi came to support the funeral in person. I didn't kill Tiger Lin. Demingzi said this at the time. Wait, your father's nickname is Lin Lao Hu. Zhang Wei suddenly had an idea. And then he and Shersha said at the same time, Mu Tu. Yes, Mu Tu was the one who ate 5 yuan fried rice with Demingzi. And then went to kill someone and disappeared. And according to Gong Sun Shue's tone at the time, Mu Tu did say that he wanted to make some tiger look bad. The painter wrote Mu Tu on the notebook. Lu. And Lin Lao Hu. And then drew arrows between these people's names. Did Demingzi say anything else? Zhang Wei felt that the whole incident was about to be connected. Demingzi also said at that time that he and my father had already reached an agreement at that time. The Dock Gang was merged into his Longlin Gang, and he promised to give my father a position as the leader of the hall. And the affairs of Linjia Gang were all decided by my father's hall, and he would not interfere. I still remember that Demingzi said that at that time, while lighting a cigar with the incense from my father's funeral hall, but these were 5 years ago. Not long after the outbreak of the zombies and the end of the world, Demingzi suddenly said one day, since Lin Lao Hu is dead, then I will take over his position, and the business they had discussed still counts. Demingzi planned to help me take over, to stop the gossips of the gang. The recent rumors in the gang were that Demingzi killed my father Lin Lao Hu by any means, which made him morally untenable. So 6 months ago, I became the leader of the Dock Gang. And now, Demingzi asked me to be one of the 9 admirals. Chapter 443 Confusing. It turns out that between you, there is also such a past, but Demingzi cannot escape the suspicion of killing your father. After Zhang Wei listened, but came to such a conclusion. Why do you say that? Rejoice tried to sit upright. As a result, the body still tilted. It seemed like he was really drunk. I have heard of it. The first and second bosses of the construction site association, they are all clearly opposed to being integrated into Demingxi's gang. That's why they died inexplicably. Although Demingxi promised to make your father the master of the hall, but judging from the fact that he lit cigarettes with incense in your father's morning hall, he doesn't really approve of your father. Let's talk about it practically. If a younger brother dies, his eldest brother doesn't know how to use the candles in the morning hall to light cigarettes. Right? Zhang Wei expressed his doubts. It's hard to say. I heard that Demingxi was originally a rebellious person. I guess he might do this even after his father died. The painter opposed Zhang Wei's view. Pour me some more wine, I can still drink it. Rejoice wants to pour the wine herself. But he couldn't sit up straight. You're drunk, it's better not to drink. Not drunk, I'm not drunk. Just a little wine, it tastes like plain water to me. I really can't drink anymore. Who is that? Well, Lanrua Temple. Come here, help the Rejoice lady to go to the room above to rest. Zhang Wei suddenly saw this guy Lan Ruosi not far away. But Lanrua Temple pretended not to hear. It's been dilly-dallying. Finally, after hesitating for a long time, just stomped over. I can still drink. Rejoice still wants to continue, but Zhang Wei and the painter helped him up. Then Lanruosi helped him go inside. How about it, painter? I heard that you are engaged in criminal investigation. Do you have any clues? This matter seems to involve your instructor Lu Weihua. How do you know he is my instructor? Oh, I see. You heard our conversation that day. Gongsun Shui was not drunk that day and pretended to be drunk. Today, Rejoice was obviously drunk, but pretended not to be drunk. But from what I heard from the stories told by the two of them, should be real. You should have some idea. Right? Shurja took out his notebook, after watching it for half a minute, then he said, for this case, it happened 5 years ago, there was no zombie crisis yet, so we must substitute the social environment and legal environment at that time. Just looking at these key figures, the disappearance of that piece of wood and the disappearance of Chief Lu Weihua, there is definitely a connection. If Demingxi and Mu went to trouble Lin Laohu back then, and Lin Laohu is Rejoice's father, then the disappearance of Chief Lu, maybe it's not a coincidence, because he and Rejoice had been in contact at that time. One more thing, that's the story Gongsun Shui told, the story about dragon scale tattoo. Do you remember? She said that the child was Lu Weihua's younger brother. The kid playing with tattoos, entrusted by Gongsun Shui, let Lu Weihua go check the whereabouts of the wood, then Mu and Lu Weihua both disappeared. The truth of that year, maybe only one of them showing up will tell. Actually, there is another person. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment, and then said, I know, this person you are talking about. It's a big fierce man, but since 5 years have passed and Demingxi has not told the truth, that the truth is harmful to him, so even if Demingxi said something, nor is it believable. The painter made this point. Never mind what happened to these two women. This is the end of the world. Just think that these two people were bitten to death by zombies. Living wood does not show its face. The dead Lu Weihua's body was not found. Since there is something that even Director Wang Yukon cannot figure out, there's no point in further investigating. Although Zhang Wei said so, but there is always some intuition in my heart that is about this case 5 years ago, what will happen next for Demingxi's gang, have a significant impact. And the few of them, since they went to this bar to drink and met Lu Dali, they were involved in it unconsciously. Lan Ruosi came down from upstairs not long after, and it seemed that Rejoice had been arranged. Zhang Wei knew that in this place, even if Rejoice was drunk, it would be safe. One reason was that he was the boss of the Doc gang, and another reason was that Demingxi took her as his adopted daughter. Zhang Wei waved at Lan Ruosi, and Lan Ruosi came over reluctantly. Sit down. Last time you treated us two to a drink. This time we treat you, Ms. Wang, to a drink. Xinxiong, Renjia, you two don't stand there stupidly. Come here. Zhao Xinxiong and Lu Renjia immediately ran over, sitting next to Zhang Wei and Shurja. Let me introduce you to. This person is one of the waiters at the Montenegro Lao Yao bar. Her name is Lan Ruosi. The real name is kept secret for the time being. Hello, Miss Lan. Hello, Miss Lan. Zhao Xinxiong immediately stretched out his dirty hand to shake hands. Don't mess around. This lady is the target of Comrade Lu Dali. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not. Although Lanrua Temple denied it, but the Koi state is obviously admission. It turns out to be my sister-in-law. Nice to meet you. Zhao Xinxiong retracted his hand in embarrassment. Ms. Lon, why have you been avoiding us lately? The legendary story about the ghost hand I told last time is pretty good. Let's keep chatting. What else do you want to know? Didn't you mean Rashomon? Everyone in Rashomon only says things that are good for themselves. They are all absolute egoists. You said this bar. In the intersecting room. Materialistic desires. Also a Rashomon. You have worked here for 3 months. Then tell me everything you know. What's in it for me? It won't do you any good, but I can tell you all Lou Dolly's true thoughts about you. How about it? Is this a good deal? Then tell me first. Okay, it's okay to tell you first. Let me tell you the truth. Lou Dolly likes you very much. He has been very cold towards you recently. It's because of your brother. You should know who I'm talking about. Tell me what you know, something about the 9 admirals. Lanrosi looked around, after discovering that there are no outsiders. Then he said, compared to my brother, the people here, much better than him. Big Mingzi, Wufwa, Rejoice, Iron Tower, Guaisha waits for these people, different from the legend I heard. In reality, they are all flesh and blood characters. And those who regard themselves as justice enforcers. Do you really think this is fair? Wait, you said the law enforcer is? The painter interrupted Lan Ruosi's words. Chapter 444 The Origin of the Stick. It's Wang Yukon. Zhang Wei originally wanted to say, it's your immediate boss Wang Yukon, but to put it this way, I guess Lanrui Temple will slap his ass and leave immediately. So the words came to his mouth, and he changed his mouth. Lan Ruosi continued, what I said. Law enforcer. That's my policeman brother. My name is Wang Ruolin. His name is Wang Yukon. I don't know how to describe my relationship with my brother. If you have to describe it, we should be brothers and sisters. I think the real situation is that we are completely strangers. But I can't say I hate my brother. Maybe what I hate more is my parents. After my parents gave birth to me, so they both immigrated abroad, my brother and I were left behind. But I think, at least my brother is happy, but I don't even know what my parents look like. I only receive occasional phone calls and letters from them. Let me know they are still alive in this world. So much so that my brother and I both felt that we were a bit redundant, like an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. It turns out you have the same life experience. Zhang Wei felt a little empathetic for a moment. How? The same to you? Lan Ruosi asked curiously. Zhang Wei nodded. I have asked my brother many times about the whereabouts of my parents. But every time my brother always talks about him, later. I investigated secretly on my own. I actually found out that I was a person without a registered permanent residence. Finally, I began to understand. I am an abandoned baby, from the moment of birth, just abandoned. At first, I didn't know why, probably. Prioritizing boys over girls. Because of that. Later, I seemed to understand. It should have been a violation of the law for my parents to give birth to me. Family planning. The national policy of giving birth to only one child, this kind of illegal behavior, it would have an impact on the future political review of my brother, who had been determined to be a policeman since he was a child at that time. So my parents sacrificed me. I asked my brother, is this the reason? He remained silent, after thinking for a long time. Later he told me, I may be right. So I gradually started to hate my brother. I have heard many stories about my brother that are circulated in this bar. Surname is Wang. Mukun. S brother is called by them. Stick. At least that's how the old gangsters in this bar describe him. Please allow me to call my brother this next time. Stick. It's okay, call me whatever you like. We all call him Stick in private. Lu Renjia said indifferently. Lan Ruosi continued. I heard from people here, the Stick is not actually a policeman. The Stick is actually more similar to a pervert. When Stick was still a policeman, he works as a policeman over at Binhai. It is said that when the police first came out to arrest someone, the suspect was beaten until his spleen was removed. The legend of the Stick started 5 years ago. At that time he was just a deputy director, not yet famous. 5 years ago, he single-handedly. A major drug smuggling case was solved. Hundreds of kilograms of drugs were seized. The amount involved is hundreds of millions of yuan. Dozens of drug dealers and gang members were arrested. Strictly speaking, the anti-drug operation at that time was a failure. Because the Stick found, the drug dealers caught had absolutely no goods on them. It means such a big action. The result is, only 15 days of security detention, then let these drug dealers out. Then these people attack the streets and continue to harm society. The Stick was unwilling at that time. He asked himself to interrogate the captured guys in person. Where are the drugs? At that time, Stick dragged his tired body and asked one of the drug dealers, I heard that he didn't sleep for days and nights trying to catch these guys. In my ass. The other party said nonchalantly, it's almost a provocation to the Stick. This bastard must have regretted it to death afterwards. He shouldn't have said this, because the stick was driven hard into his back door using a toilet cloth stick. And I stirred it for a long time before pulling it out. In the words of other police officers at the time, the half of the stick came out with intestines in it. Just like many zombies we see now, all intestines exposed. The subsequent story is, the client never had bowel movements without the catheter again. No one is joking with the police anymore about using their own back door. So this is where the stick comes from. I also heard that it is not a cloth stick. Some people say it's a police baton. Some people say they are disposable chopsticks. Others said it was toothpicks. John Wei interrupted. Not a mop stick, but it's not a baton either. The news that it was a police baton, it came from the gang. That was the gangsters deliberately discrediting Wang Yukon. The key evidence, the baton, is relatively sensitive. It is an abuse of lynching. As for the mop stick, that's even more violent. It's definitely a smear campaign. Sherja said excitedly. Go on! John Wei winked at Sherja. Don't let him get too restless. Judging from Sherja's words, that is disposable chopsticks or toothpicks. This guy seems to have been hired by Stick back then. Could he also be a witness at the scene? John Wei couldn't help but think. Landreauzi continued. The police planned to punish Comrade Stick. But Stick insisted that he was checking for drugs. The suspect personally admitted the location of the drugs. I didn't hurt him. I'm just here to find the loot, said the Stick. Later, they were tortured with sticks to extract confessions. I really found the stolen goods in a hidden place at the pier in Linjiagang. Since then, my brother, Wang Yukon, who is rated as an outstanding police officer every year, just be called Stick. Pier? Is it the pier of Linjiagang again? Even the Stick is in this game? Zhang Wei said to himself, but his eyes were directed towards the painter. Maybe the disappearance of Mutu and Lu Weihua was also related to the Stick. Or Lu Weihua and Mutu might be the same person. Zhang Wei remembered what Gong Sun Shui said whenever she asked about Mutu's key identity information. Mutu was vague. He was deliberately changing the subject. At this time, the painter really took out his notebook with some excitement, and then wrote a word in cursive, Stick. Zhang Wei thought for 2 seconds, and then realized that the painter wrote, Mukun. Landerwa Temple continued, it is said that the authorities do not approve of the Stick method. Immediately dismissed the Stick, then Stick used the money he had accumulated from corruption over the years to bribe high-ranking officials from the public office later. The official was reinstated. Even better. The Stick then carried out drastic personnel reforms in the police department. Eliminate dissidents who are dissatisfied with your actions. After that, he began to carry out a frantic raid on gangsters. Until the zombie outbreak, he mobilized the police to arrest people on the street, so very few policemen survive. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that he was on the top floor of Walmart supermarket at that time. This guy, Demengzi, said to the Bobcat who met him for the first time, is it true that no one can use the Stick? A small prison guard has taken over. The police station back then had hundreds of people. Are they all dead? But Bobcat was silent at that time. It seems that Demengzi said, 89 is right. That is, very few police officers survive. So the city, that's why it's so out of order. Stick. Black police. Various legends filled the entire old city, from being an excellent police officer for 5 consecutive years, and having repeatedly subjected drug dealers to extremely vicious lynchings. There are countless stories. I know some of the news is false, but some of the news is also true. Landerwa Temple finally made a concluding speech. You came here to work? Does your brother know about it? You probably don't know yet. What I know about my brother, that is. A Stick in the past few years. I have been secretly investigating the Longmen gang. The largest gang in the old city. That is, the 9 admirals of the last days. Originally this kind of thing, it doesn't attract my attention at all. The life trajectories of gangsters and me are parallel. There is no boundary. Until 3 months ago, I accidentally opened my brother's briefcase. There are a lot of A4 paper materials in it. One of them is Lu Dali. He was when I was studying in Lujiagu. Classmates from elementary school. Chapter 445 Paper Documents. Then everything is right. You saw the documents in your brother's briefcase, and then came to this bar, lurking as a waiter. And Wang Yukon was secretly investigating Lu Dali. There are rumors that he even detained Lu Dali, but Lu Dali said that he and Wang Yukon drank coffee together for 3 days. Maybe Lu Dali and Wang Yukon also reached some deal in secret, because of some common interests, and this common interest may be you. Wang Rulin. Otherwise, someone like Wang Yukon, There is no need to meet an ordinary student like Lu Dali. At this point, Lan Ruosi finally realized. I see, you said Lu Dali was avoiding me. It's because of what my brother said to him, I see. Not necessarily, your brother asked Lu Dali to stay away from you. It's to protect you. If he is the person your brother arranges to be with Demingzi, then he is in the crater. I see, I understand it all. Lan Ruosi muttered to himself. He didn't listen to Zhang Wei's words at all. Zhang Wei felt that he had done something bad again with good intentions. It is estimated that the brother-sister relationship between Wang Yukun and Wang Rulan, it will get worse and worse. You are in your brother Wang Yukun's briefcase. You should not only see information about Lu Dali. Right? Shurja suddenly interrupted and asked. Zhang Wei does make sense when he thinks about it. It's normal for Lu Dali to turn his documents into A4 paper. After the power outage and network outage, computers are basically abandoned. It is estimated that most criminal files, Wang Yukun could only read paper materials. But this guy Lu Dali, even if he joins Demingzi's gang or Demingzi really intends to put him in power, at best. It's a little shrimp. Xiao Xiaomi has information. There will naturally be more big fish. What else did you see in the information? I also found a city street map. There is a location drawn in a red circle. This location is exactly Black Mountain Old Demon Bar. So you and I came to this bar alone, start to inquire about everything related to Lu Dali? Although this bar is called Black Mountain Old Demon Bar, but it's not like many speakeasies. Full of pornography, gambling and drugs, on the contrary. It reveals a sense of nobility and elegance. That's why I was recruited as a sommelier, because I have a sommelier certificate. You need to know, in the last days, we need to find 1 or 2 people with such certificates. Is very difficult. Ms. Lan, tell me everything you know about German Admiral or Demingzi. Maybe this can help Lu Dali. Real? Lanrua Temple was a little skeptical. You don't have to question it. We come from the same high school as Lu Dali. It's a lifelong friendship. Lu Dali was involved in a conflict with City Lights. We are also involved. It can be said. We are grasshoppers on a rope. Good, then I will tell you what I know. I'll tell you all. Before Lanrua Temple said, still stand up, after looking around, after finding that everything was normal, began her narration. Heishan Laoyao Bar has a simple Chinese-style decoration style. It is said that he is the legendary figure of the underworld. Demingzi? I like the theory of numerology. The bar is complemented by many noble wooden building materials, carved beams, and painted buildings. It is also decorated with many exquisite wallpapers and carpets, painted with dragons playing with phoenixes. It's really beautiful. Everyone who comes to this bar never forgets to leave. Get intoxicated. We can feel this. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. But Zhang Wei didn't know this guy. Big Mingzi, it's also good at numerology. Like gang members, they all believe in this, just like Yibo Yutian worshipping Wan Gong. That's not the weirdest thing about this bar. The most amazing thing is, the public security environment in this bar, and the neighborhood near the bar is quite good. Oh, what's the reason for this? Because this is the headquarters of the Demingzi gang. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in Demingzi's territory. This seems to be a pure land in the last days. Certainly, another reason I know is, my brother Wang Yukun has already set his sights on this place. The white-minded people do not act rashly. I guess it was because of my brother's instructions. He didn't want to conflict with Demingzi at this time. Baidao? How many people can there be in Baidao? Are you talking about the red shirts? It can only be regarded as a militia at best. Maybe plus the 8 major families. You can even fight with a big fierce man, but the 8 major families, it has long been divided by Demingzi. Maybe my brother started 5 years ago. I have been searching for criminal evidence of the Demingzi gang. But after the outbreak of zombies in the apocalypse, none of this makes any sense. What about the 9 admirals? You've been in this bar for so long. I looked at the information in the briefcase again. You should know something more or less. What Zhang Wei currently knows is that Demingzi plans to help Lu Dali ascend to power. And let Rejoice take the lead. But these 2 people, one is a new student, another one is a woman. Such a person, it's almost impossible to hold on to this position. Why did Demingzi put them on the fire to roast them? Is Big Mingzi luring the snake out of its hole? Admiral of the 9 gates? I also know some. I saw many related things in his briefcase. Among them were Demingzi and several famous hall masters he helped. And this month, I work here. I met a lot of people. The eyes and ears are affected. I also gradually gained a certain understanding of Demingzi's gang and the 9 branches under his command. Tell me about it. Shurjin knew that this was the highlight. He immediately took out his notebook. Lanruosi took a sip of tea, moistened your lips, said, "First of all, there is the man Demengzi. The legend of Demengzi started 5 years ago. In the beginning, there were only dozens of brothers from the same hometown who followed Demengzi. Later, I don't know why it suddenly became prosperous, merged dozens of gangs, large and small. Then, they killed the mining gang one after another, Pier Gang, well-known gangs such as the Construction Site Club. After taking over the thermal power plant half a year ago, it almost dominates the old city." "I know this. It's a binding of interests. Thermal power plants use coal mines from mining gang. Pier Gang's pier. There are also transportation vehicles and large machinery from the Construction Site Association. It is not so much that these three gangs were unified without bloodshed by Demengzi. It would be better to say that they have reached a binding interest between them. If placed before the end of the world, this is almost something that Demengzi cannot accomplish. But after the end of the world, there are zombies everywhere, threatens the right to survival of all survivors. Demengzi wants to do these things. It's easy. No survivor will struggle with survival." Zhang Wei was a witness to the power restoration operation. "Naturally, I understand the secret behind this. In fact, Zhang Wei thinks, at that time, Demengzi had an affair with him, and Yi Xiaobai on the top floor of the Walmart supermarket. It's not that he is afraid of the rapid-fire crossbows of Sun, Moon and Star. But Demengzi didn't want to get into trouble with Dr. Lin Yuanxiu and Qin Tianshou." Chapter 446 9 Admirals. Because Dr. Lin Yuanxiu and Qin Tianshou at that time, they all sided with Zhang Wei and others. Lin Yuanxiu is a key figure in starting the thermal power plant. Qin Tianshou can even rely on his own strength to let several of the 8 major districts remain neutral in the conflict at Walmart. Once Demengzi gets into trouble with these two people, his subsequent plans simply could not be completed. "Yes, these are all the plans of the fierce man," Lan Ruosi continued. Demengzi's gang plans to set up 9 halls. Demengzi still named the gang Dragon Pattern Gang. He took the lead in tattooing 9 dragons on his body. Some other big brothers from Tonko, most people have a dragon tattoo on their body. Dragon tattoo? Is it the work of a man named Mr. Gongsun? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the kid Gongsun Shui said that she regarded as her younger brother. After completing a related reverse scale. After the tattoo work, he was killed inexplicably. Moreover, this kid's identity is very sensitive. He is Lu Weihua's younger brother. I heard that some people saw this kid getting into Mad Dog's car. I don't know whose work it is. It must have been at least 5 years ago or more. Lanrua Temple replied. After Shirja thought for a while, said, "You are talking about dragon scales covering up birthmarks. Right? It's easy to find out the truth. Just look at the dragon tattoo on Demengzi's body. It only matters if the color of one dragon scale is different from the color of dragon scales in other locations. But I think there's something that doesn't make sense. A person like Demengzi, when it comes to actual tattooing, I should probably ask a master to do it. That kid is still an apprentice unless..." "Unless what?" Lu Rinjia asked. He and Zhao Zhenxiong only half understood what they heard. When Gongsun Shui was telling a story that day, neither of them was present. Unless Big Mingzi is a pedophile like Silver Fox, or he's drunk. Shirja also feels that this possibility is very small. Silver Fox is not a pedophile. You have all misunderstood. The kid about whom he was rumored to be a pedophile, in fact, he is his grandson. You may not know, there is a crystal coffin warehouse in the northern community of Huifeng. What's inside is Silver Fox's grandson. He is a misunderstood man. Zhang Wei explained to Shirja. Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, who were collecting the body of Silver Fox at the time, had known the truth long ago. But Shirja didn't know it yet. At that time, Zhang Wei handed Silver Fox's skeleton to Huifeng for disposal. And it was unknown whether the grandfather and grandson were buried together. So that's it. Miss Lan. Go on. Shirja motioned Lan Ruosi to continue. And the information I know about the Dragon Pattern Gang is as follows. The Dragon Pattern Gang had 12 branches before the end of the world. After the end of the world, Demengzi established the 9 Gates Commander, which is 9 branches. In the words of the gang, it is a hall, which is almost the same as a branch. Lan Ruosi was afraid that the few people would not understand. So he explained it very carefully. Zhang Wei and others nodded. The leader of the hall is called Mad Dog, nicknamed Mad Dog Zombie. I don't know my real name. It is said that he was bitten by a mad dog when he was a child. So very violent. The records I found in my brother's briefcase, this person has been involved in drugs. The police examined his hair. A positive reaction was found. I heard that my brother once detained me in a drug rehabilitation center for half a year. After coming out, he became very low-key. Rabid dog's rage is real. Half a year ago, I saw him bite off the ear of an old man named Lu Guliang in a Walmart supermarket. In the end, he bit off the carotid artery. Zhang Wei interrupted. The name of the second hall master is Wu Fo. His real name is Wu Lei. He is the former boss of the mining gang, burly, unmoving as a mountain. It is said that he was one of the gang bosses who defected to Demengzi earlier. I have seen his household registration information. My brother Wang Yukun used a red pen to highlight. From Binhai City. You may not know the master of the third hall. He is Lu Dali, nicknamed Kingly. That's the person I came here to find. Currently one of the strongest underground boxers in the old city. Rumor has it that he has been fighting black boxing without a single defeat in the past 3 months. We already knew that Dali was doing black boxing. The name of the master of the fourth hall is Rejoice. This is the woman you just asked me to help up. She is the only woman among the 9 hall masters. Real name unknown. I've seen this woman many times in bars. We still know each other. But Guisho said before. Rejoice. Put Kingly to sleep. I know this is fake news, but still very unhappy. So I didn't pay much attention to this woman. If you hadn't been waiting for me to come over just now, I said nothing would come. Excuse me. I forgot that you two might be love rivals. Zhang Wei smiled awkwardly, as a result. Lanru Temple rolled his eyes. The master of the fifth hall called. Iron Tower, he is a bald man. It turned out to be the leader of another gang construction site union. I heard that he joined the gang together with Guisho, but I don't know why the ranking is at the front. There must be something special about it. It is said that he used to be a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. Have a solid body of hard qigong, especially withstand the beating. Rumor has it that Demengzi had a fight with him. The effort is comparable. This news should also be true. I remember Lu Dali said that Tietao once guided him. He has the real skill of being able to stand on an iron bridge and work hard as a horse. Iron bridge and hard horse. It is a traditional martial art. I guess I have been practicing since I was a child. Lan Ruosi nodded. The leader of the sixth hall is the most mysterious. His nickname is Wood. I don't know my real name. His current whereabouts are unknown. It is said that he is an extremely dangerous person in recent years. Even though the Dragon Pattern Gang has fought hard for the positions of the 12 branch leaders, the position of the leader of the 6 halls has always been reserved for him. And vacant. But I may be the only one who knows his whereabouts. Among the information I have in my briefcase, browse this person's profile carefully. Wood was used in the Linjiang arson case 5 years ago. 5 people were burned to death, already sentenced to death with a reprieve. Furthermore, the most alarming thing is, this person had earlier robbed a cash transport truck with a gun in Malaysia, killed 6 escorting policemen with submachine guns, and killed 5 civilians with a gun in the jungle. He is wanted by international police, but I don't know why. He didn't take away a penny from that robbery. The police suspect, it may be due to the hasty nature of the crime. Depend on, has Wood ever done this? Zhang Wei felt that he still underestimated this guy. Lan Ruosi also nodded with some fear. Where is Chitong? The master of the 7 halls, nickname Priest, he is the talker of Hentai Oasis. I heard that he has given up his position as the talker. His real name is unknown, wearing a veil all year round. It is said that he was disfigured in a fire. This person rarely speaks or appears in public. All I know is, before the end of the world. It belongs to Demengzi. Money bag, responsible for secretly helping Demengzi's gang launder money. The master of the 8th hall, you should all have seen it. His name is Ghost Hand, King of Kings, born to love wealth, gambling by nature, real name unknown. I have already told his story. It's the story of the severed hand. The master of the 9 halls, the name is Ahau. Is a young man, but I have never met this person. I have the information in my brother's briefcase. Have you carefully observed this person? He looks a lot like the rich guy who was stabbed by Lu Chong. If he hadn't been younger, I think I might admit my mistake. I have carefully read this person's information. Quite interesting. He happened to be born on the same day as my brother Wang Yukun. But he is 12 years younger than my brother. It turns out that this is Demengzi's 9 admirals. It can be seen that he is helping new people rise to the top, to achieve checks and balances on the 3 major gangs. But why did Demengzi leave the position of the 6th hall vacant? Did he expect Mutu to come back? I don't know. There are actually many more halls in the Dragon Pattern Gang than these ones. Some of the other old hall masters retired from the underworld. Some died in fighting. And some were caught and shot by the police. There are too many to count. Chapter 447, Repeated Reasoning. That's about all I know. Do you have any other questions? After Lan Ruosi finished talking about the Nine Gates Admiral, she wanted to leave impatiently. Zhang Wei knew that, as a person he was not very familiar with, it was already very good that Lan Ruosi could speak so much to the four people on his side. This was probably because of Lu Dali's help, otherwise these people would not be able to get this information anyway. I have nothing to ask at the moment. When Lanruo Temple heard this, he got up and left as if there was no one around. She never took off her fox mask from beginning to end. Boss, is this girl really the one for Lu Dali? Certainly, if you don't believe me, ask Lu Dali. He frequents this bar, but I saw him a few days ago, and he seemed to have a bruised nose and a swollen face. I wonder if he is playing boxing again. Zhang Wei, what do you think of the information provided by Lanruo Temple? Didn't you take notes? I want to hear your opinion. For reasoning, I am a layman. If I guess correctly, you come here, just here to investigate the case. Good, then let me tell you what I know. Shirja did not deny it. The first is the rabid dog, apart from the big fierce man. This guy. The key suspects in those two disappearance cases, even if he has nothing to do with the disappearance of Mumu and Lu Weihua, he also had a relationship with Lu Weihua's younger brother. It has something to do with the death of the kid who learned tattooing. Because Gong Sun Shui once said she had seen this kid getting into Mad Dog's car. I agree with this. Gong Sun Shui said that he regarded this brat as a younger brother. But when the kid gets on the rabbit car, she didn't stop it. In other words, the kid got on the bus voluntarily, he was not kidnapped. As for his subsequent death, I guess it may be related to rabies and drug-related issues. The second suspicious person, it's Wu Buddha. How much do you know about this person? This person Wu Fo, I know the least, however. We have met several times. The people in the mining gang are not simple. They had black powder and detonators. Demingzi let him take over. There should be some fear. This person was an early convert to Demingzi. But do you remember what Lan Ruosi said? Wang Yukun uses a red water-based pen marked on it. From Binhai City, you should remember, the guy who calls the American cow and the kangaroo. Are you from Binhai too? Stick highlight. It shows that Stick is also suspicious of his identity. This person deserves special attention. Your brother named Dali. There are also many secrets in him. But he is not a threat. Let's skip it for now. The third place is Rejoice. Her drunken words yesterday, I at least think, is true and trustworthy, but women cannot stand in gangs. How much more so in these last days? Demingzi let her take the position, very suspicious. Maybe I can tell you why. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, the power represented by Rejoice, it's not just Rejoice herself, but her entire dock gang. The old town is near the sea and the river. On the other side of the river is Binhai. You can go to other places on the other side of the sea. At this time, zombies have taken over land transportation. It's impossible to get through. So shipping has become very important. When the zombie crisis breaks out, people from the Rejoice gang, most of them are at sea or docks, on the contrary. It is better preserved, although you only saw this woman coming to drink alone, but behind her, there are a large number of survivors supporting her. I see. Shirja nodded. What about Tieta and Mu too? Since you are also half a policeman, you can't be ignorant of everything. Right? Zhang Wei asked Shirja. I don't know Tieta, but I have heard Gong Sun Shui's story about him betting with Guisho. This story may be true or false. If it happened at the construction site, it may be true. As for Mu too, the murders he has committed are enough to get him shot 10 times. Since he has not been shot, it means that the police have not found the key evidence. Without evidence, it is natural that he is innocent. Innocent? It seems that you are really a criminal investigator. I have had contact with that guy called Pastor. He is like a mute and doesn't talk much. I didn't expect that he was also bought by Demingzi. You have also had contact with Pastor? You have been painting in the resettlement community. Haven't you ever been out? It happened a few years ago, just now. Lanruo Temple said that the pastor gave up the position of the person in charge. I think there is something fishy here. Either Hingtai Oasis is betting on both sides, or the pastor has other purposes. I have investigated this guy before. He seems to be a missionary. Real missionary? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered what the pastor said when he left the top floor of Hingtai Oasis that day. Yes. The black and white. The good and the evil. The turbid and the clear. The good and the evil. In this world, have become unimportant after the end of the world. The pastor said that day. The zombie apocalypse is the source of his pain. He feels that everything he does is meaningless. So he locked himself in the basement for several months. This kind of pain will not be understood by others. The pastor is a man who lives a very painful life. His pain is not disguised. When you touched the wood, how many years ago? About 2.5 years ago? At that time, was he already burnt and disfigured? Yes, he was undergoing skin grafting in the hospital, and was still hospitalized in the sterile ward. I was wearing protective clothing at the time, and took his statement. 2.5 years ago? Then it should have nothing to do with the Linjiang war fire 5 years ago. Zhang Wei said to himself. Never mind, don't worry about the pastor anymore. This guy is pretty easy to get along with. I'll pay him a visit next time. Next, ghost hands. How much do you know? Although Zhang Wei looked normal, but I was very shocked. Demingzi actually asked Gui Shou to be a branch leader. You know, this guy Gui Shou, he is a disabled person. Although his IQ is outstanding, but in gangs, if you can't fight in the last days, you can't even defeat a zombie head-on, this will be made fun of. And most importantly, this guy Gui Shou has no power of its own. In his branch, he can't be the only one. Right? I have never seen this guy before. I don't know where Demingzi recruited such people. But I heard before, Demingzi is surrounded by civil and military forces. It had been more than 10 years before Mad Dog followed Demingzi. Gui Shou is probably at least 10 years old. In this case, what Lanrua Temple said before, Gui Shou and Tieta are gangs that they join one after another. This news is false, that is to say, the story of them betting coins with their severed fingers, also false. You are so attentive. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Well, the news that this ghost hand is a gambler by nature, and never loses in gambling, was probably released deliberately, with the purpose of covering up his other strengths. I don't know his strengths yet, but to be able to sit firmly in the chair of the Nine Gates Admiral, he must have extraordinary abilities. What about Ah Hao from the Nine Halls? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that there seemed to be no such person in his memory. Could it be that his rebirth caused a butterfly effect? Chapter 448 What Xue Knows. I don't know about this, but do you remember? Just now Lanrua Temple said, Ah Hao looks like the rich kid who was stabbed by Lu Dali. Who is this rich kid? This? Zhang Wei hesitated. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I heard that the rich kid is the son of Wang Guangliang, the chairman of City Light. His name is Wang Pinyuan or something, and he seems to be a vegetable now. If he doesn't wake up for more than half a year, with the medical conditions in the end times, this person will become a dead person sooner or later. Zhang Wei said indifferently. Wang Guangliang didn't cause any trouble for you. Of course, I was at Walmart before. We were blocked by a man named Zhang Xian. Then, there was a big battle, zombies lurking in the warehouse, on the top floor of the supermarket. Help us out. That time City Light suffered heavy losses. They just let us go for the time being. But they still focused on Lu Dali. I heard Lu Dali say, the reason why he participated in a life and death ring boxing match was just to avoid being plotted by City Light's people. But City Lights has been very low-key recently. Lu Dali said he was here to cause trouble for him. They are all small fish and shrimps. It is estimated that the leaders are busy with something secretly. Besides, their second leader, it was Chen Dongsheng who died in my hands last time. If I'm not wrong, this young man named Hao, if you look like Lu Pinyuan, he should be the one from City Lights, Lanrua Temple said. This Hao is 12 years younger than Wang Yukun. Wang Yukun is over 31 years old this year. Then this guy is 18 or 19 years old. He is probably about the same age as Lu Dali. Yes, so I said that Demingzi may be helping new people to rise to the top. But isn't it said that the stick is as big as a big Mingzi? I heard that Demingzi is almost 40. You are wrong, Demingzi is only 31. It's just that it looks rougher. Rough. Zhang Wei feels that this wording of 10 minutes is accurate. A man who wears flip-flops to fight and kill zombies in the apocalypse. Can you say he is not rough? If Hao is a City Light person, that means Demingzi may have secretly reached some kind of compromise with City Lights. Maybe this is why no one has come to trouble Lu Dali recently. Demingzi secretly absorbed the priest, which is equivalent to making friends with Ngtai Oasis, and formed an alliance with City Lights. Fire Phoenix's Feng Huading seems to have made friends with him. 2. Wangyang Pavilion and Tianwei Mansion also have a location for Demingzi. Now, it seems that there is only Century New Town, Riverside Garden and Qin Tianshou Central Square. No more alliance with Demingzi. However, these two forces, there is no conflict with Demingzi. No wonder Demingzi chose to establish the 9 admirals at this time. It turns out he has settled everything. Zhang Wei instantly understood the cause and effect, analyzed clearly. Zhang Wei. It's a pity that you don't become a policeman. If the zombie crisis hadn't broken out, I would have graduated safely. And maybe I could have become an auxiliary police officer or traffic policeman. Zhang Wei couldn't help but think of what her father had said to Rejoice. To let her study abroad so that she could become a doctor or lawyer in the future. Her father would never have thought that Rejoice would become the leader of a gang. Although there is no such thing as a gang in the end times. In the eyes of the general public, the siege built by Demingzi in the old city is a gang. Zhang Wei and Shizhe discussed some doubtful points again. Soon I found that there were more and more people in the bar. At this time, in this so-called gangster headquarters, discuss these topics, it is no longer appropriate. Zhang Wei saw Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. There is no trimming, like a bandit. And the last time Zhang Wei went to the hair salon, I happened to meet Gong Sun Shui at that time, and said he wanted to treat me. The haircut wasn't done either. Zhang Wei immediately called these two guys. I planned to go to the barber shop. Unexpectedly, when I arrived at the barber shop, met Gong Sun Shui again. Why is it you? Again? The first thing Gong Sun Shui saw was Shizhe. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei was followed behind. Miss Shui, we want to talk to you again. I don't know if it's convenient here. Tell us some more things you know. Just say it directly. The guy from this barber shop, they are all my friends, trustworthy. I come here every day to wash and condition my hair. Tell me about last time. Didn't you say you wanted to kidnap Demingzi and find out the whereabouts of the wood? What are you going to do? Shizhe moved a stool and sat down. Zhang Wei also found a rotating stool and sat down. Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were looking at Gong Sun Shui curiously. But I was asked by the store clerk to wash my hair. I want to kidnap Big Mingzi. Asking for the whereabouts of the wood, this is no secret, many people know it. Gong Sun Shui said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of death? Do you think a big man would embarrass someone like me? She would just think it was a joke. Then what are you going to do? I know, I have to find a suitable time, or make a foolproof plan. Otherwise, I will be like that brat brother. He died inexplicably. I think as long as there is infighting among Demingzi's gangs, in the chaos, I will find that opportunity. You are a bit whimsical. Never mind. Tell us about the 9 admirals and the great Mingzi. Maybe it would be helpful to find wood. This comrade, I used to be a policeman. He has a good way of finding people. Although Zhang Wei agrees with Gong Sun Shui's statement, but let Demingzi's gang fight among themselves. Easier said than done. Speaking of wood, Gong Sun Shui immediately became interested. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, according to my understanding, Demingzi's entire gang had 11 gang members before the end of the world. In addition, Demingzi himself made up his name. 12 diamonds later, Demingzi simplified it a bit. It became 9 Halls, gang name. Dragon Pattern Gang, also called the 9 Gate Admirals. Tell me everything you know about the 9 Gates. The master of the hall, nicknamed Mad Dog, I don't know your real name. I heard that when he was fighting fiercely with other gang members, the attack was extremely ruthless. It is said that many times he rushed forward with bare hands. Hold the enemy's neck and bite it. So later there was Zombie. Nickname. This man is said to have secretly escaped from a mental hospital. My brat brother got into his car before he died. Mad Dog. This person, not a good person by any means. Mental hospital. Shizhe wrote the words mental hospital in his notebook. Then, there was a big question mark. The head of the second hall is called UFO. He was the boss of another gang. He respected Demingzi very much. He handled everything Demingzi ordered in an orderly manner. But I know that he is a very cunning person. I have observed him secretly many times. When he was drinking, he looked at Demingzi with murderous eyes. The head of the third hall is nicknamed Li Wang. I heard that he is a student and a rising star in the underground boxing world. I have seen several of his ring matches. He is really great. I also bet on Li Wang to win several times and made a lot of money. The head of the fourth hall is called Piao Ro. She is the only female among the 9 heads. She is a strange woman. I can feel a kind of faint sadness in her, Gong Sun Shui said, and then became silent. Where are the other hall masters? The leader of Wutong is called Iron Tower. I heard that I used to work in construction. It is said that an impact drill was used during a fight. The living person was nailed to a wooden coffin board and kept there for more than 10 days. In addition to getting some liquid food through a tube every day, that man has never seen the light after that. The man came out and became insane. Big Mingzi especially likes to recruit ruthless people like Tieta, just like the Wood I love. The leader of the 6th hall is Wood. You should know, I have been looking for him for 5 years to no avail. His current whereabouts are unknown. All the gang leaders kept secret about this man. Said he was an extremely dangerous person. But I know, Wood is not this kind of person. He has always been the one who helps me buy ice cream on snowy days. His only hobby is drinking. Next. Shurja's voice was very cold. The master of the 7 halls, nickname priest, real name unknown, wearing a veil all year round, it is said that he was disfigured in a fire. Rarely speaks or appears in public. I only met him once. The cathedral on the top floor of the restaurant. The Wham building also has a cathedral? It was established after the pastor came not long ago. It was the people from the Eiffel Tower who did the decoration. The master of the 8th hall is called Guisho, the king of kings. I know this person best. His subordinates operate dozens of large and small casinos, KTV bar restaurants, etc. This man is a legend, only 8 fingers. It is said that when I was young, addicted to gambling, I was caught red-handed stealing cards while gambling. Cut off a finger, but the gambling skills have not deteriorated. The road calls it 9-finger thief. Later, when Demingzi invaded the old city, there was an interest dispute with Demingzi in the bathhouse. The two of them stripped naked, took a gamble. As a result, he lost to Demingzi. Demingzi thinks he is a talent. I only need 1 finger from him to save my life. Then this person also surrendered to Demingzi. Demingzi later said with a smile, after all, the underworld values harmony. The leader of the 9th hall is called Ah Hao, and I have never met him. Some of the other old leaders of the Longman gang retired from the underworld. Some died in fighting, and some were arrested by the police and sentenced to death. There are countless of them. But that happened a long time ago and has nothing to do with Mu's whereabouts. So I don't care much. Chapter 449 Visitors from the High Building. After Gongsun Shui finished speaking, he stopped talking. Only the painter Shurja is still there. Swish, swish, swish. Write with pen. Until 2 minutes later, then he paused. How about it? I put what I know into. I told you everything in detail. How are you going to help me find the wood? Gongsun Shui also lay down on a rotating chair. Cross your legs. Thank you, Miss Snow. Shurja has already finished recording. Just plan to shake hands and say goodbye. However, Gongsun Shui did not extend his hand. This made Shurja's hand stop awkwardly in midair. Don't worry, the wood will definitely come back. Since Demingzi has left a place for Mu in the gang, he will definitely appear. Zhang Wei's words finally made Gongsun Shui smile happily. I think so too. Gongsun Shui showed his little tiger teeth. Don't you guys need to fix your hair? I'm treating you today. Come to this store anytime in the future. I'll give you a 50% discount. Are you the store owner? The boss behind the scenes, otherwise. Why do you think I spend time here every day? I'll open a shop near this bar, just to get first-hand information about wood. This store, it was already in business before the end of the world. Okay, don't worry, I will tell you the news about wood. In fact, we and Mu's men, I know a man named Zhuang Cha. Zhang Wei saw a barber waving to him, so he walked over. Gongsun Shui also stood up and left. He turned around and smiled at Shurja. Please. Please. Comrade police. Shurja nodded awkwardly again. An hour later, Zhang Wei, Lu Renjia, and Zhao Zhenxiong admired each other's hairstyles. That's great, boss, you are 10 times more handsome. Yes, so are you. Lao Zhao, at least 20 times. How do you see me? You, far worse than the boss. You are at least 7 or 8 times more handsome. Right? You bastard, am I not as handsome as you? Okay, stop bragging each other in business. But this store does have something special. Zhang Wei found a mirror and took a look. I found that I was indeed much more energetic than before. Zhang Wei found that he had gradually gotten rid of the immature appearance of a high school student. Although he looked a little unbalanced in carbohydrates due to malnutrition, he was very sunny and resolute. Looking at Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia, the two show-offs, they seemed to be very handsome. Damn it! Lu Dali is also handsome. Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter. Boss, what are you talking about, Lu Dali? I said Lu Dali is also handsome. I didn't expect that the alumni of our old city high school who survived this time are all handsome guys. Zhang Wei clenched his right fist tightly. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were stunned. Boss, I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply. You were discovered anyway. Zhao Zhenxiong said happily. Yeah, but isn't that boy Zhou handsome? Lu Renjia said smoothly. You stupid fool, which pot will not be opened and lifted? Zhou and stupid misfortune, it obviously lowered our grade. Please don't mention it again. Zhao Zhenxiong touched his head and said to Lu Renjia as if he cared for his juniors. I'm your mother. Zhao Zhenxiong's backhand is like a monkey stealing peaches. Careful! Zhang Wei and his envoy reminded, but it was still a step too late. Lu Renjia's screams came from behind. Alas, you kid. Let go, I'm going to go under the knife. You want to commit suicide? I can't do it, the sunflower book has been lost long ago. Will you let go? If you don't let go, I'll call someone. You actually shouted. I really screamed, hey, Miss Shui. Why are you back again? The four of them returned to the apartment happily. I didn't expect to eat at the food stalls at Lao Yao Bar again today. I went to a massage parlor to wash my hair again. Yeah, I knew that following the boss would bring me some meat. You boy. Wait until we return to Old City High School. I'll tell you about having chicken in the bar, and go to the hair salon for a massage. How dare you? Hey, Comrade Xiaobai, what brought you here? After Zhang Wei entered the senior management, found an unexpected guest, I was having a good chat with Hu Lai. My Viagra. You are finally back. Yi Xiaobai said happily. Well, I went to drink with two new brothers. New? Which two? Brother Xiaobai. Brother Yi. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong immediately leaned over like quails. So it's you two. I think one is called toilet paper. And what is the other one called? Cook. No. It's butcher. Boss Yi. How come you only remember toilet paper? Zhao Zhenxiong said speechlessly. Hey. Your name is so easy to remember. Zhang Wei told me your story. You use toilet paper to roll cigarettes to smoke. Not toilet paper, but toilet paper. Isn't toilet paper toilet paper? It seems so. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Come on. Come on, please sit down. I'll make some hot tea. Zhang Wei took out an electric kettle. This high-rise building was also the first place in the old city to be electrified. At this time, electrical appliances had been widely used by some survivors in the old city. And there is no need to pay electricity bills. But Demingzi granted such a privilege, it's not available to everyone. It was some of the hall masters under Demingzi, and the people he gave playing cards to. People with big Mingzi poker cards, whether it is a digital sign or letter cards, it all shows that Demingzi is very optimistic about this person. This has become the consensus of the survivors in the old city. And Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai, during the operation at the power plant half a year ago, with great effort at that time. I received playing cards handed out by ghost hands. Zhang Wei is the 3 of hearts, Yi Xiaobai is the 3 of diamonds. Zhang Wei's cards, I gave it away not long ago. Who has which cards at this time? In the eyes of some smart people, it has been clearly touched for a long time. Unless you deliberately hide your identity otherwise. It can be easily found. Because the same playing cards, there won't be 2. Imposter, it is undoubtedly a challenge to the authority of Demingzi. There once was a gangster, pretending to be the king of spades, as a result. He was found dead on the street the next day. The survivors are only in him, found a playing card with the king of spades, and it's a fake card without Demingzi's signature. It is said that when this guy died, all with a smile, it sounds very scary. Little White Dragon will not go to the 3 Treasures Hall for nothing. What brought you here today? Want to go to the bar for a drink with us? Or go racing outside the city? Outer City, it is the place outside the city wall built by Demingzi. Although there are a large number of survivors, but there are also a lot of zombies, and many hidden dangers. However, racing gangs pursue excitement instead. I often drive the car more than 10 kilometers away. Even along the river, no place clogged with junk cars for drag racing. Because the driveway over there are curves and straight roads. No, I asked you to go racing. Other people invite women to sit in the passenger seat. Why did you invite me as a man? Don't your motorcycle gang have a lot of little girls wearing midriff-bearing outfits? Yes, that's why I invited you to go, my little sisters. Many have recently joined another place. I want to pass racing, win them back. Winning the little girl back? Boss, you have to participate in this. Zhao Zhenxiong said excitedly. I'm an amateur in racing. To be honest, I can hardly drive. I may be able to drive a bicycle or a motorcycle, but I don't have a license for a car. Neither do my 2 brothers. Zhang Wei pointed at Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. Then you come with me. We will take care of the driver's license. I'll find a few brothers to teach you step by step. You can learn to drift through corners in half a month. This Zhang Wei was a little tempted. Chapter 450 Riverside Garden. What moved Zhang Wei's heart was not the drifting around corners that Yi Xiaobai mentioned. That kind of technology can't be driven for tens of thousands of kilometers. Can't learn it all. And, at this time, gasoline is already in short supply. No one wants to waste it. The racing car that Yi Xiaobai talks about, it should be through racing, complete an exchange of benefits. Just like Lu Dali's boxing. The fighting chariot of the apocalypse, many times, it's also a matter of death for you and me. So Zhang Wei was not very interested in sitting in Yi Xiaobai's co-pilot. Zhang Wei always felt that Yi Xiaobai was destined to be too old in his birth year. They are members of the parkour clan, play extreme sports every day, naturally. One has great destiny. However, Zhang Wei has always been less involved in risky matters. And at this time, Zhang Wei was also busy talking to this guy Shirsha, investigate matters related to the 9 admirals. Zhang Wei has a very bold idea, maybe the various people of the so-called 9 admirals, it can be used by him in the future. It may take some time, 3 years or 5 years. But as long as we understand the relationship between the various forces, it is also possible to integrate them. Just like what Demengzi is currently doing. How about it? Are you interested? What type of racing car is it? The little girl you mentioned joined another force. What's going on again? Ordinary racing car, those who don't gamble their lives. It's a long story about my little sister. Let me tell you this. It turns out we are a parkour family. There are 20 or 30 female members. They are all hot little girls. But recently they have come to my place less. Later I found out, they went to play somewhere else. Play? Where to go? Demengzi's Montenegro Old Demon Bar. No, they went to the outer city. Tell me more specifically, win them back through racing. What's going on? Besides, what other forces are there? Dare you snatch a girl from me? It's the Riverside Garden. Riverside Garden? Zhang Wei suddenly became serious. Riverside Garden, they are also the 8 major traditional forces. And, compared with the unusual activity of other forces, people from this place didn't seem to show up much. Zhang Wei knows, the more conservative forces are, the more powerful, because they have never intervened in other conflicts, strength has been preserved to the greatest extent. Do you understand this force? Yi Xiaobai suddenly asked. I have no idea, however. This force. It shouldn't be within Gaocheng. Right? Riverside Garden, next to Wangjiang Pavilion's forces, that is. A place more than 10 kilometers west of Wangjiang Pavilion. Just like Wangjiang Pavilion, their community is also built near the river. And over there in the suburbs along the river, it was formerly known as the Hanging Garden, because the environment is very good. What does this have to do with your little sister leaving? This is very simple, because of Riverside Garden, also absorbing survivors, and they are very picky, only attract young people. There are both men and women, but they all tend to recruit people with better looks and figures. They are so picky, can we still recruit people? Rushing like a duck. How is that possible? Is there any place more attractive than within the high walls of Demengzi? There is something about Binhai that can retain people. House. There are a lot of vacant houses on the beach, and the most important thing is the environment. The environment over there, very livable, like I just said, Sky Garden, greening rate of Riverside Garden, it's the best in the whole old town. Over there are properties developed behind the old city. It is the so-called third-generation housing. So these little girls, are you attracted to those houses? Not entirely, not just a house. And food, people from Riverside Garden, there are also fishing boats, they can go to sea and fish. Compared to the surrounding rivers and offshore seaside, contaminated by a large number of zombie corpses, the fishing boats sailed hundreds of miles away, pollution is almost zero, nature has natural purifying power. No wonder, the few corpses in the ocean are not even worth a drop of the 9 oxen. I remember Hansen Pharmaceuticals not long ago, hundreds of corpses, it only filled a dozen cubic holes. That's not all, the Riverside Garden has a scenic area along the river. Stretching for more than 10 kilometers, every 50 meters or so, there is a huge wind turbine. Shortly after Demengzi started thermal power generation, wind power generation has also been started, however. Due to the lack of good energy storage devices, therefore, the voltage is not as stable as the electricity generated by Demengzi's power plant. But it is only for use in one place in Binjiang Garden. Still more than enough. Then I understand. Riverside Garden, there is electricity, there is food, have the best livable environment, even high-rise buildings have good security, this side of the high wall, after all. It is a gathering of gangs. So these little girls of yours stay away from here, there is a reason too. Zheng Wei said as he said. Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement. But what do you do to win it back? Even if you beat others in racing, these little girls, will he come back with you? No, I don't necessarily want them to come back. I just want to win back some face. Face? Face is not important. Right? Of course it's not important, important words. This time the racing, just risk your life, because it's not important, that's why it's entertainment, that's why I invite your participation. What can I do for you? For locomotives, I know nothing, help you cheer and shout, or taunt your opponent. I want you to help me invite Rejoice. Rejoice? Rejoice from the Pier Gang? I'm not familiar with that woman. Zhang Wei, you don't have to lie to me. If you are not familiar with her, that day at Walmart, why did Rejoice stand up for you, at that time? I saw her take out a butterfly knife. I have been in the old town for more than half a year. I heard that Rejoice took out a knife that time. That was because she wanted to save Qin Yi. Qin Yi is your person. You should know that she is Qin Tianzhou's daughter. It's true to save Qin Yi, but I really want to protect you, Zhang Wei. Let me call you Viagra. You must help me this time. Riverside Garden. It is Rejoice's sphere of influence. Only I can win her openly. Only then can you regain your face. My little sisters, it doesn't matter where you are, but I must let them know my existence. You see how by? Don't ever call me Viagra. Viagra, I. Okay, don't call me Viagra. Let me ask Rejoice for you. I didn't expect the people from Riverside Garden. It is also related to Rejoice. That's right, the Pier Gang was just working there. Yes, people from Riverside Garden, many have dual identities. As a resident of Riverside Garden, it's the gang members of the Pier Gang again. So, the leader of the 4th Hall of Dementia is Rejoice. It is equivalent to indirectly controlling Riverside Garden. Not to mention complete control, but at least it has great influence. The man Demengzi, it's not easy. This time it's not just Riverside Gardens. People from Hengtai Oasis and Century New City will also come to participate. Hengtai Oasis is a guy named Chong Mao. Century New City seems to have sent a kid named Ah Hao. They are all newbies.